After the event surrounding theme and S concluded, the 9 gates resumed their respective duties. Among them, the thin rank, Master Qi, had assigned Qiu. When Qiu sta for the archaeological expedition to Western Sands, Master Kai consulted theoretical, Wick foretold die misfortune for this journey, predicting he would not return. Nevertheless, he respected Qiu's wishes, for it was his destiny. Alas, Qiu's wife, how was 3 months pregnant at the time, received the news of her husband's disappearance. She went into premature labor and, after giving birth to a daughter, tragically passed away. In truth, thine font was minto bestillborn. Approaching his 60th year, Master Kai this granddaughter be his side, naming her Qi Lechuan, signifying contentment and smooth sailing through life. Grandfather, help, the dog from 5th Master Xiao's eye trying to at me. Wu Qi Lechuan, clad in a blue robe, had tears glistening on her fair cheeks. At just Vivirsald, she was terrified, having been caught Betheligaf a Tibetan mastiff, and had fallen to the ground in fright. Old Wu, that a gowner, cast the recita long glance. Little one, a mere 3 inch Neldo isn't bite. Why are you outcrying? When Qi Lechuan was born, Master Qi had predicted that this premature daughter would carry a heavy in energy, making her particularly suited for Kifamali's satiric practices. However, fearing that their fata might betuber densum, Heko said a race a boy, publicly claiming he had a grandson, except for Buddha Master, Second Master, and Master Siegio, Noon Muthatlian was actually agile. Qi Tai Jui Majed from the house and bent down to help Qi Lechuan to her feet. Old Wu, why frighten her? Our little Lechuan is timid. The Tibetan mastiff released its grip, nuzzling Herinkle joyfully and prancing around her. Wiping her tears, Qi Lechuan thought the dog truly did not bite. She had heard that old was vicious dogs were arised on theft flesh hafted and trained by specialists so exceptionally fierce. Carefully, she moved her feet. Grandfather, please sec a mine side. Let Lechuan serve outia. Old Wupik Tup Tibetan Mastiff Fawn strode toward the hall without a hint of formality. Grumbling gashwalked, Old 8, your grandson bears nor semblancy to you. Qi Tai Ju sit down with a faint smile, his ears narrowing slightly. I think little Lechuan resembles him. Shisquitekli veranda ernet hesoteric practices geekly, far surpassing Joe Run Fortunatson. Old Wu's expression shifted, and Hess nor Ted coldly, it didn't come here to argue with thee. I certainly know your purpose for coming. There is no need for you to personally check in the children. Ivial ready cast their final oracle, predicted great misfortune for them. Their future eyes no in thy own hands, Qi Tai Azua said, a hint of melancholy crossing his face. This time, the 9 gates minot escapeth their fate. Old War marked, his gaze cloudy started at the distance, lost in thought. Qi Lechuan presenteth the tea with her own hands. 5th Master, please enjoy Thedia. Old was snapped back to reality, accepting the cup Willie observing her delicate tea fetchers. I fondly you were regal. Qi Lechuan smiled faint libute did not respond. Shabaria striking resemblance to her seated grandfather, as you lead impul gracing her smile. Though warm, her expression hinted dated deeper, unspoken meaning. Hearing this, Qi Taiez will laughed heartily. Old Wu, are you still lamenting thoughty haven o daughters? The Wu family had 3 sons, and Old Wu hadelways longed for a daughter, but I swish shad not being fulfilled. Downing his steno known gulp, Old Wookereeth Tibetan Mastifasha headed outside. Indeed, non off T Maria Sido manage. After Old Dude parted, Qi Lechuan cheerfully approached Qi Tizui, Harias reflecting a hint of his own features. Grandfather, 4th uncles and Samianto bring me crabs. I've kept them in the pond. Qi Tai Zui paused. His granddaughter was not particularly closeted the older generation of the 9 gates, except for the misdangerous figure, Chun Pai Si, Huanchisi a juridical 4th uncle. You'd eat anything he's in, saw you? Wishold and tie, she replied, blinking her big, sparkling eyes in defiance. Qi Tai Zui pressed lips doge there. Good girl. Since Chun Pai eyes willing to send to gifs, accept them, your 4th unclilo vescribs the most. Ash spoke, hemity his weight side. In need to visit the shop. When I return, I'll check our recitation of Tinyang and 5 elements theory. Stay homey and study well. Qi Lechuan nodded, resignedly picking up an ancient book nearby. The yin-yang and five elements theory made her up her temple sand sigh softly. Once, she had been a saint of 9 provinces, born to a grandfather renowned for his divination skills. On the day of great Cherished 9 provinces, she had perished amidst to turmoil, only to be born in Theba an infant. The fierce Xisha saw wast hataf her grandfather, known as Master Qi. Since she learned to speak, Master Qi had devoted himself to diaking hear everything Hinu, fearing that she would bibliette if fury were gone. Child, where is it, master? A magnetic voice called. Ammon in military uniform stood before her, impeccably dressed, with rugged features the text suited in inexplicable authority. Qi Lechuan lowered her book slightly, revealing Gon Lihiraisis has scrutinized him. The text he had dread warned that through a snow, such thing as immortality, Yethisman, of her grandfather's generation, appeared unchanged, shuddered not speak much to him so kind individual sin her time you era considered spectral beings. Grandfather has gone a toriad fortune as for Simeon, she mumbled. Noticing her scrutiny, Zhang Rishan asked with interest, Ario afraid of? Qi Lechuan frowned. No, it's just thought he never seemed to age. Imarilla curious. Had chuckled light lion deck extended Dishan toward herd. Sensate masterson available, let little late master take his place. Harazed and Ebro, indicating she should come forward. Qi Lechuan shook her head. Stills malin no thing. I can thelp ya. Zhang Rishan would no tallow heard her fuse. Has swept thea pinto his arms with theus, as mile playing gathy corner soft his mouth. Nani ed to decline. 8 master has raised dio welly our ability is Sorcerer like considerable. A g snowberry earthename little late master carries weight. Feeling gaslight stiffness in her body, Qi Lechuan remained motionless in his embrace. For was the deputy off Buddha master. The arrived at Tanafluent household, its architecture reminiscent of European styles, with the car parked outside. Thesis Madame Sue, Afriand off the lady, wow a to consultate master about he thinks you pharaoh. You should be able to assist, right? Zhang Rishan corridor inside, with a servant kindly leading through a. Qi Lechuan not speak how could check know if she was escapable? The madam mentioned be Zhang Rishan was no neotherthanin shinua, through a fief Zhang de Buddha. Upon seeing the deputy holding Qi Lechuan, Madame Yun was momentarily taken aback. Her lips twitched slightly. Deputy Zhang, what is this? How a shetring to empress? Madam, the zist little late master of the family, destined to inherit master's position. Rest assured, he possesses considerable abilities, Zhang Rishan stated confidently, standing tall with Qi Lechuan in his arms. Qi Lechuan, however, wore an expression of discomfort. With so many compliments she put upon her, if she failed to demonstrate in his skills today, it would be disgrace to Master Qi. Madame Yun understood the situation the deputy had not found 8 master and had brought Tinish substitute. Among the younger generation, she held a particular fondness for Master Q's clever grandson, Hawaswelaked Beal. Seated near the waist a woman of profound elegance, the mistress of the household. Upon learning the child's identity, she had no doubts that Kifamala was well known throughout Changsha City, and the descendants of their liner were undoubtedly remarkable. Qi Lechuan held the compass with an air of confidence as he made a circuit off to room. Her fingers deft like calculating gas had clasped her hands behind her back, exuding precocious wisdom beyond her years. The house I sound and the furnishings are in order. This residence constructed under the guidance of Fasca-led master. She spoke slowly, casting a glance at woman's restas finished. Insinuarized her hand togent lyrifully Qi Lechuan share, her tone as softening with an undertone of concern. Then perhaps you could explain why Madame has been hearing strange noise at night? Qi Lechuan squinted slightly, her mind racing, the corner soft hermuth lift tinging a knowing smile. I've heard that Mr. Sahas recently undertake a significant venture, negotiating territory with local official Sinushan. Am I correct, Madame Sue? Zhang Rishan shot the rainer Ruvinglance, confirming his suspicions. This child, merrily fiverseld, Wazel ready adeptat concealing hurdlance, her reverie movement toward choing the influence of Master Qi, asif shura miniature version of him. Madame Zullo weared her gaze, her right hand instinctively retracting, attempting to conceal herist, though her expression remained composed. Little Master can speak truth fully wofishinissimus? Developing Yushin is no simple task. Theory is steeped in history, rife with solitary graves, and the rugged terrainus notarius for its treacherous paths. Itis a place shrouded in ill fortune, she articulated with conviction. And how do est his relatedos trenganoises? Inzinu inquired. Qi Lechuan chuckled lightly. Madame Sue, your bracelet is quite exquisite. Beautilas, its origins are questionable. Madame Zhu froze, rising in alarm to hast a lyre move a ancient bracelet. Little Master Qi this. Insinueto on I the bracelet from air hands. Harrelman shaped I as narrow and gas he examined it closely. This appears so barrisantly uni are the artifact, intricate lit design dandage to perfection. Little Sue, you never mentioned where this gamma from. Qi Lechuan student attention, not missing the opportunity to flatter. Madame Zhang, your discerning J.S. commendablity snonder with the daughter of New Moon Hotel's proprietor. Insinuesh ha the recital onglance, bemused at seemed this grandson of Master Kishard his knack for charm. Madame's gaze flickered, but given the circumstances, shuish toward herself oft-hewn settling object. These old item was excavated by me husband from Yushan. He and his companions discover it as Melantiantum Theer, purported belonging to an oblefrom antiquity, Iverse and Sibgan wearing it. Strange sound shave each oed at night, as if Simeonuera calling utame. Qi Lechuan remained unfazed, having accompanied Qi Tai Zhui in Countel's adventures, witnessing the extraordinary, and thus found nothing peculiar in the tal. There were era less governing the known item soft dubious origin, so left touch. Taking Thebra Sellet from Inchinua, Shrapodite in a piece of black cloth, her expression wore my at seriest. Madame Sue, the subjectus to dangerous itis steeped in heavy yin energy. May it take heat away? Inchinua, well versed in such matters, advised, little Sue, while these it may be alluring, its origins respect, it told bustelet little Master Kihan light. Madame Sue, thoth not lacking in artifacts, felt a lingering dread. Then I am grateful to you, little master. No need for thanks, she replied, producing a talisman and hand in jitto Madame Sue. Simplia fixatoy or bedside. Madame Sue promptly instructed her servants to compliant personally presented to the Bachov coins. Qi Lechuan accept thiefering without pretense, then Lukejapajong Rishan, raising Genia Braudo signal him to seek an opportunity to leave. Seeing here affairs concluded, Zhang Rishan's Badarapin his arms, speaking respectfully, Madam, it is getting glad shall return little Master Kim no. Inzinua nodded, approving, Doenshuria by some treats for little Master Kayant the way. Is shall visit with Buddha Master soon. Certainly, Zhang Rishan replied, striding proposefully toward Thixit. Lechuan shifted Omer a comfortable position in his embrace, unwrapping the ancient bracelet to examine closely. Insinuous indeed correct thebre sletways eneliuni are that piece, a jade bangle intricately crafted with silver inlays, adorned with elaborate carvings resembling a fox exquisite in its artistry, thaw fits v diminished when singular. Up in closer inspection, she noteth a faint trace soft blood with a neat and abrupt lighter ned hergazy towards your residence. Have you discerned anything unusual? Zhang Rishan inquired. There is a mething amiss beneath Yushin we must inform Buddha Master promptly. This stone holds Zekrit's tak kud for this sister. It may be too late Shan Piasi Hassel Reedy descended with his men. Heis noun for his decisiveness, and thys expedition moni arthatom entirely, Zhang Rishan remarked, seemingly unperturbed, for Buddha Master Wazel Reedy aware of the situation and had sent them. Qi Lechuan furrowed her brow, winded forth uncligo. Thought bis fraught with peril. Fourth uncle? Child, by lineage, you have eto call me grandfather. Qi Lechuan chuckled mischievously. That's impossible, Vice Commander Zhang, you're sedashing that heaven death candidate you. I cannot call ya grandfather it food bame proper. Child, those zuho practice see divination armatiof twardith. You are quite like Buddha Master, unrestrained beta buzz. He leisurely paused atop pastry shop, instructing the owner to package some delicacies. Qi Lechuan's gaze wandered until she spotted Asmal boy clutching a puppy, his innocent face bright and cherubic. Vice Commander, that appears to be young Master Wu. Wish ye out alone without a dog? She inquired, her curiosity piqued, for they were of similar origin both belong at Toth 9 Gates. Zhang Rishan glanced back. I feel had a doglicate. Ya wouldn't just walk along people would part ways for Yan Street. Why is that? Fifth master Schausholdis never shortoff dogs. Iverd the traint him specifically inthetomes, and they are exceptionally keen. Ivat the Fortuno fin countering fifth master's fire sea hounds they are fearsome indeed. Redditus nepeta moments notice. Qi Lechuan recoiled slight lie shuis nata afraid off dogs. Buth wuffamal is dog shade an unsettling reputation. Once, Master Qi had stalina dog, using jits bolito correpitient. When her returned the dog, fifth master caught them in the act, demanding an apology with threats and intimidation. Master Kai complied, apologizing sincerely to the old dog for being let go. Master Kai and Dold were alike swarnemies, constantly exchanging barbs to Lechuan delighted in watching Thierbenter, as that wold minhuds beredverbally for half a lift at time. Harry or pastries. Please enjoy, the shopkeeper said, handing Gover the neatly packaged treats. Qi Lechuan accepted them, finally diverting her gaze from young Master Wu. Zhang Rishan settled the bill and escorted her to the Kaifamila shop. Qi Tai Zhui ha just complete divination and wasit in the city hall, sipping tea. Upon seeing them, Henny Arlis Batuthis drink. Vice Commander, Yuri Yukaring my little Lechuan? I warn you, don't entertain any thoughts about her. Zhang Rishan chuckled lightly, setting Qi Lechuan down and taking Gassiat opposite Qi Tizui, pouring himself a cupoftia. Master Qi, you're getting golder. This little master is destined to inherit your position, and it's good for her to see the world. You should thank him. Chapter 3. You mountain you dare to sneak her away to the Su family? Although I, Qi Laoba, have aged, my calculations remain astute. Qi Tizui, in a fit of indignation, lamented that although his granddaughter had inherited his skills, he had never intended for her to step into the fray. She could be acquainted with the mystical arts, yet she was forbidden from entering the tombs. This was the rule he had established. Little did he know that Qi Lechuan's ancestor had been a soil master for generations, and it was only in her lineage that they had turned to a more legitimate path. She had been exposed to these matters from a young age, and now, having been reborn into the Nine Gates, her abilities transcended mere appearances. This was the will of the Buddha. None in the Nine Gates could remain detached. Henceforth, this child shall follow me you. Qi Tizui sighed, acutely aware that he was in the twilight of his years. Turning to Zhang Rishan, whose visage had not aged a day, he pondered for a long while before rising to bow in respect. Zhang Rishan extended a hand to assist. Elder, what are you doing? Zhang, you are worthy of this. I, Qi Tizui, have but this granddaughter left. Please protect her well. I have foreseen that she will transform peril into safety and live to a ripe old age. Qi Tizui insisted on his bow, entrusting this granddaughter to Zhang Rishan's care. Zhang Rishan opened his mouth but found no words to utter. Mankind yearns for immortality, yet they fail to comprehend that eternal life can be the most agonizing of burdens. Witnessing their loved ones fade away one by one is the greatest torment. The Zhang family, however, persisted in their mission on this earth. Qi Lechuan appeared to be playing innocently nearby, yet her heart was as clear as a mirror. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of the struggle in Zhang Rishan's gaze, and a pang of sympathy tugged at her heart. Perhaps living as 100-year-old would not bring him joy. What, then, was the reason that sustained his existence? In the evening, upon returning to the Qi family ancestral home, Qi Tizui offered incense to the ancestral master, standing in the hall for a long while, clad in a wine-red robe with a dark blue scarf around his neck. His clear eyes bore a hint of murkiness. Hearing footsteps behind him, he spoke softly, "Have you memorized it?" Qi Lechuan joined her palms in a gesture of reverence and bowed 3 times to the ancestral master before obediently beginning to recite. Yin and Yang, the way of heaven and earth. The order of all things, the parents of change, the source of life and death, the abode of the divine. Only when she had finished did Qi Tizui allow her to sit down. Pouring a cup of hot tea, steam rose, obscuring Qi Laoba's expression. "Did you visit the Su family today?" Qi Lechuan pursed her lips, placing the bracelet wrapped in black cloth on the table. She understood that her visit to the Su family could only occur with the tacit approval of the Buddha, and perhaps her grandfather's as well. They recognized that one day, Qi Lechuan would become the last heir of the Qi family. She must bear this great responsibility. Grandfather, this item carries energy. The entities beneath you mountain cannot be easily handled by just any fourth uncle. She expressed her concerns, knowing that Qinpai Si, though ruthless, treated her with kindness, thus she felt inclined to be close to him. Qi Tizui donned his glasses to examine the bracelet. His fingertips trembled slightly before he calmly tucked it into his pocket, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Little Lechuan, your grandfather will discuss this matter with the Buddha. Having said that, he produced a book on Yinyang Feng Shui and instructed her to memorize it as well. I will quiz you in 3 days. Qi Lechuan rolled her eyes, catching the book and responding, Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Do you think I can be so easily pacified? Nonsense, I consider you a 5-year-old. Qi Tizui tousled her hair affectionately, softening his tone, Little Lechuan, your grandfather has read your fortune and knows you possess great abilities. However, this small matter of you mountain can still be resolved by your grandfather. Please, grow up well and help alleviate your grandfather's worries when the time comes. Qi Lechuan met his gaze, contemplating the fortune. A divination? Then Qi Laoba must have known that his granddaughter had faced early demise at birth. Thus, he had always been aware that she was not the true Qi Lechuan, yet he cherished her as his own granddaughter. A feeling akin to a cotton ball filled her heart, an indescribable sensation, both bittersweet and painful. Ultimately, she nodded in agreement to abstain from participating in any tomb-raiding activities at U Mountain. Qi Tizui nodded in satisfaction, believing that as long as the child obeyed, the method used was inconsequential. The following morning, he visited the Buddha's residence. Zhang Qishan was engrossed in the morning newspaper. Oh my Buddha, the treasures beneath you mountain are exceedingly perilous. We cannot allow Qinpai to act recklessly. Qi Tizui's voice preceded him even before he arrived. Zhang Qishan did not lift his gaze from the paper, remaining as steady as a mountain, his aura as imposing as ever. What captivates your attention so earnestly? Qi Tizui leaned closer, catching sight of the headline, astonished. You mountain encounter with mysterious beasts. 1 victim dead, 1 driven insane. After reading, Zhang Qishan hesitated momentarily, wondering if old 8 had come to settle a score. Qi Tizui feigned ignorance. Settle a score? What right do I have to dispute with the Buddha? The Buddha is far-sighted. There must be a reason behind this matter. Very well, as long as you understand. Have you discerned what lies beneath you mountain? First, take a look at this. He theatrically produced the bracelet. Zhang Qishan frowned. After so many years of collaboration, can you not get to the point? Ah, this time I cannot be direct. The origins of this bracelet are essential for you to hear. Stop the nonsense. This is called an emerald jade bracelet. The jade is impure, laced with blood silk. It serves as a vessel for nurturing souls. Beneath you mountain, it likely does not belong to some noble tomb, but rather to someone of my profession, and a nefarious one at that. Tisk, look at this. They are nurturing souls, yet another madman pursuing the art of immortality. His disdain grew as he spoke. Are you suggesting that there could be Zongzi beneath you mountain? Zhang Qishan rose, his military attire exuding a distinct aura. Qi Tizui nodded, reflecting, perhaps even more fearsome than Zongzi. How many days has Qinpai been down there? 2 days. Our informant has been stationed there, but Qinpai's men have yet to emerge. They must have encountered something extraordinary down below. Zhang Qishan nodded, striding towards the exit. Let's head to the pear orchard and consult with Second Master. Qi Tizui hurried to keep pace. Before long, the two arrived at a tea house, the pear orchard of Second Master, where all his opera enthusiasts gathered. 2 young attendants at the entrance promptly welcomed them. Buddha, elder, please come inside. Qi Tizui, more composed, observed the lively sounds within and remarked, Second Master has already begun his performance. The tone is still as exquisite as ever. Zhang Qishan acknowledged with a grunt, indicating his agreement. The two took their seats in the front row, and upon noticing them, Second master cast a brief glance in their direction. Buddha, look at that child sweeping the courtyard. Qi Tizui covered his mouth and whispered with intrigue. Zhang Qishan shifted his gaze. A delicately featured child wielded a broom, their exquisite appearance rendering it difficult to discern their gender. Unperturbed, they focused intently on sweeping, resembling a mere tool for cleaning, wholly absorbed in their task. Chapter 4. Entering the scene once again, the sound of Qi Bei's gloating voice echoed. The grandson of Master Jiejiao has come to learn from Yi. They say he is Ye's favored disciple. Just look, he has to start from sweeping the floor. Zhang Qishan turned to glance at him, retorting, "What about your Lechuan? Shall we send him to Yi to sweep the floors as well?" "Mind your own business." Qi Tizui chuckled awkwardly and fell silent. While it was acceptable for Jiejia's young rascal to be sent to learn, his precious granddaughter could not endure such hardship. As the performance concluded, the audience dispersed. Yueheng retreated backstage to remove his makeup. Decades had passed, and the corners of his eyes bore additional wrinkles, his hair slightly graying, yet his visage remained as captivating as ever, exuding a warm, scholarly demeanor that effortlessly put others at ease. "Master, I have cleaned everything thoroughly." Jie Yuqing bowed respectfully, his lips red and teeth white, and though possessing a delicate beauty, he carried an air of gentle charm. "Understanding requires a tranquil mind. Do you comprehend?" Yueheng's lips parted slightly, every gesture eliciting admiration. "The disciple understands." "Oh, Yi is imparting wisdom to his pupil." Qi Tizui jested as he crossed the threshold. Jie Yuqing, ever obedient, clasped his hands in greeting. "I have met you, Buddha Yi and Bei." Qi Tizui squinted and smiled, instinctively ruffling the boy's hair. "Our Jiejia's grandson is indeed handsome." "Handsome is a term suited for girls," Yueheng replied, glancing at the mirror, his tone unruffled. "Bei overestimates. Lechuan is not as beautiful as you." "Indeed," Qi Bei readily conceded, showing no reluctance. Jie Yuqing, aware of their cunning nature, did not linger and slipped away to find Wuxia to play. Zhang Qishan took his seat, idly toying with the ring on his thumb. "What are your thoughts on the tomb beneath Yushan, Yi?" "Let him be. We are all aging. If it troubles you, Lechuan can accompany him to the tomb," Yueheng replied. Upon hearing this, Qi Bei could no longer sit still, leaping to his feet. "This won't do. She is merely 5 years old. Venturing into the pit could jeopardize her fate. How could a little girl like her go to such a foreboding place?" "Old Ba, you are mistaken." Lechuan's ability to see through the Su family's schemes and retrieve the bracelet indicates her competence. Moreover, I have observed that Chun Pai treats her with particular care. She is indeed the most suitable candidate, Zhang Qishan reassured, firmly deciding that Lechuan must be included. At just 5 years of age, possessing such talent, she could very well grow into a prominent figure among the 9 gates. Qi Tizui had not anticipated that today he would inadvertently thrust his granddaughter into the fray, his sleeves flapping with worry. There are no reliable youths among the current generation of the 9 gates. My granddaughter is truly to be pitied. Old Ba need not lament. The rules you have set for Xiao Bei may not necessarily suit her path. Let her practice on Yushan for now. We can establish rules later, Yueheng gently interjected. But she is still so young, Qi Tizui protested, seeking to resist further. Yueheng pursed his lips, turning to him. You have calculated her fate. She is not an ordinary child. Qi Tizui chuckled. Ah, Yi, you have truly placed me in a bind. Yueheng's eyes lowered slightly, the corners of his mouth lifting ever so slightly. All 3 understood that Qi Lechuan was no ordinary child and could not be treated as such. Upon returning to the Qi family estate, Qi Tizui circled outside the door several times without entering. His aide leaned against the wall, observing, Bei, are you reluctant to part? Qi Tizui shot him a glare, adjusting his glasses. Nonsense. Would you like to send your grandson into the tomb for training? Zhang Rishan shrugged. I have no grandson. Fine, you may return. I will impart a few more instructions to her and personally deliver her to you tomorrow. Qi Tizui grumbled. Please do, Zhang Rishan smiled, gesturing for him to enter before driving away. Under the moonlight, the lights of the Qi ancestral hall remained aglow as Qi Lechuan knelt before her ancestors, while Qi Tizui sighed repeatedly. Qi Lechuan was puzzled, wondering why her grandfather appeared as if he had just been reprimanded after visiting Buddha Yi. She pursed her lips, growing restless. Grandfather, if you have something to say, please speak directly. Staying here any longer will surely annoy the ancestors. Qi Tizui sighed again, lamenting his own folly. Why did I seek out Yi, leading you into this? What? You call that lacking ability? She replied, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief. Is the Qi family's fortune-teller truly without skill? Wouldn't that imply there are no formidable figures in Changsha? Oh, you little rascal, do not play the fool with your grandfather, enough of that. Observing Qi Bei's smile, she couldn't help but chuckle secretly. Rest assured, Yi is correct. Though the tomb is fraught with danger, I have fourth grandfather to protect me. You wouldn't want him causing trouble in the tomb, would you? Qi Tizui snorted. I fear your mischief. Qi Lechuan crossed her arms, pouting, realizing her grandfather was not concerned for her safety, but rather for her antics within the tomb. Their playful banter eased Qi Tizui's worries. Qi Lechuan was clever and exceptional, far beyond the bounds of the rules he had set. The next morning, Qi Lechuan boarded Zhang Rishan's vehicle. Zhang Rishan stole a glance at her. She wore a dark blue robe and carried a tattered cloth bag, bulging with unknown contents. No doubt a reflection of the upbringing by Bei, he mused. The child appeared vibrant, and while he knew she was sent into the tomb due to the cunning of those around her, he could not help but think she seemed eager to embark on this adventure. He teased, Little Bei seems quite excited. Qi Lechuan reclined leisurely in her seat, chewing on a piece of dogtail grass she had found. It's my first time in the tomb. One must have some anticipation, right? Perhaps I shall bring back a large sticky rice dumpling to raise at home. Zhang Rishan was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. That one tea be necessary. He glanced at her again. Her delicate features radiated warmth, her dimpled smile charming. When Buddha Yi had mentioned she was a girl, he had not been overly surprised. Yet now, witnessing her demeanor and determination, it seemed she was indeed contemplating capturing a dumpling to study. Yushan lay at the edge of Changsha, once a strategic site adorned with solitary graves. The mountain was sparsely vegetated, predominantly featuring gold and jade, shrouded in mist that lent an air of eeriness. At the foot of Yushan stood an ancient village, where Qi Lechuan arrived for the first time. A stone tablet at the entrance bore the inscription, Huai Village, though the character for Huai had been worn and obscured over the years. As Zhang Rishan drove into the village, the residents cast curious glances, but he paid them no mind, taking the opportunity to enlighten Qi Lechuan. This place was once referred to as the Ghost Village. Qi Lechuan showed no sign of surprise, stating thoughtfully, Is it because the character for Huai has eroded, giving rise to such rumors? Zhang Rishan shook his head, chuckling, You've overthought it. Didn't you consult the stars before coming here? Chapter 5. The Ghost Village. Qi Lechuan paused momentarily, pinching the dogtail grass between her fingers, then turned back to glance at the village entrance. Although it was a splendid afternoon, a mist began to rise at the foot of the mountain. Strangely, the inscription on the stone tablet at the village entrance became increasingly distinct, Ghost Village. Her gaze sharpened, and she obediently settled back down. I do not favor divination beforehand. Yet, despite her words, her body was far more honest than her tongue, hastily discarding the dogtail grass and rummaging through her cloth bag. Zhang Rishan parked the vehicle at a nearby iron end. As the engine fell silent, he caught sight of a child practicing divination, which amused him. Just playing around, hurry and get out of the car. A sudden sound of a swana echoed through the air. Qi Lechuan clenched the 3 copper coins in her palm, her expression shifting. Don't move. Zhang Rishan, perplexed, halted his actions. Through the car window, a funeral procession emerged not far away, everyone clad in mourning attire. At the forefront were two individuals performing a ritual, occasionally tossing paper money into the air. The swirling mist cast an unsettling atmosphere over the scene. "I have never witnessed such a funeral rite," she remarked, her brow furrowing. Zhang Rishan, having lived for decades, was experiencing this for the first time as well. Perhaps it is customary here. As the procession drew closer, the size of the coffin became apparent. It was likely that of a child who had passed prematurely. The mingling cries of sorrow and the mournful swona sent a chill down Qi Lechuan's spine, and she remained lost in thought until the procession moved on. "Child, why are you dawdling?" "Your great-grandfather is waiting for your help in the grave," Zhang Rishan said as he exited the vehicle, feeling no discomfort. Qi Lechuan's palms grew clammy, her lips quivering. "Vice officer, do you not know that it is forbidden for a child who has passed away to be buried in a coffin?" "It is the rule." The sound of the swona abruptly ceased. Zhang Rishan turned back to see that the funeral procession had vanished, obscured by the mist, leaving not even a shadow behind. "Have we encountered ghosts in broad daylight? My constitution cannot be that weak, can it? Surely, I am not so unfortunate. Did we not check the date before coming here?" Qi Lechuan grumbled as she reluctantly climbed out of the car. Having accompanied the Buddha for a long time, Zhang Rishan was not inclined to believe in such matters. "If you are correct, then Chunpai never checks dates before going into the tomb." Qi Lechuan calculated with her fingers, her face falling. "Oh no, how could I have forgotten that tomorrow is the 15th of July? She candidly lamented her misfortune. Upon entering the inn, they found only an elderly man tapping an abacus at the front desk. Hearing their footsteps, he lifted his gaze and croaked, "How many days do you require a room for?" Zhang Rishan, with a gentle demeanor, inquired, "I would like to ask about the funeral outside." Before he could finish his question, the old man's expression changed drastically, interrupting him. "There are only 100 households here, and none have a deceased." "You must be mistaken." Qi Lechuan, trailing behind Zhang Rishan, found the place increasingly strange. She stepped forward and grasped the vice officer's hand, shaking her head. Zhang Rishan understood her meaning and refrained from further inquiries. "Perhaps we were mistaken. Let us take a room." The old man, regaining his composure, remained adamant. "This small establishment has no rooms available." He was clearly eager to usher them out. Zhang Rishan's gaze fell upon the ledger recording the available rooms, and he pointed. "Isn't this one still vacant?" The old man glanced and retorted, "That room is not for rent." Qi Lechuan, being of shorter stature, could not see the counter and had to wait. Zhang Rishan found the old man's stubbornness puzzling. He placed a bag of money on the table. The old man's abacus paused, and he weighed the money bag with a glimmer of greed in his eyes. "If anything should happen, do not blame me for not warning you. As long as we can stay, that's all that matters," Qi Lechuan replied, curious as to what sort of room could harbor trouble. When the old man finally led them to room 4, Qi Lechuan struggled to find her voice. "Divination strictly forbids the number 4. It is a homophone for death, hence my meticulousness following Master Qi Ba." Accompanying the vice officer today had opened her eyes to countless omens. The room had evidently been unoccupied for quite some time. Upon opening the window, a musty odor wafted in, and the window faced away from the light, failing to invite any sunlight, leaving the room dark and damp. The old man left promptly after opening the door. Zhang Rishan tidied up briefly, grateful to have a place to rest for the night. Qi Lechuan lingered at the entrance, feeling an overwhelming sense of foreboding. The room was steeped in heavy, sinister energy, likely the site of a former death. "Hey, child, when out in the world, do not be so picky. Chunpai has just descended from the tomb and has not yet emerged." "We must wait a little longer," Zhang Rishan remarked, unconcerned. Yet Qi Lechuan, being a diviner, sighed. "Vice officer, you truly lack caution." Ultimately, they stepped inside, and her first act was to light 3 incense sticks and place them in the window crack. With no proper place to offer incense, she resorted to a spot where a death had occurred, seeking to comfort the departed souls. Ha! The Buddha sent me to protect you, yet it appears you need no protection, he said, loosening the collar of his shirt, feeling the oppressive atmosphere. Qi Lechuan scoffed. While it is still early, let us take a stroll. I wish to see whether the funeral we just witnessed was of a human or a ghost. Zhang Rishan, noticing her curiosity, did not hinder her. Instead, he agreed, believing a child should possess such inquisitiveness. They proceeded in the direction of the recent funeral, traces of paper money still littering the roadside. Before long, they arrived at a cemetery. The sun had begun its descent, and the mist had dissipated, yet no new graves had been added. Qi Lechuan was utterly baffled. Did we just witness an illusion? Zhang Rishan replied slowly, if it were an illusion, how do we explain the paper money on the ground? There were no new graves and no signs of exhumation. Could they have simply vanished into thin air? Zhang Rishan himself was at a loss. Yet he was certain it was not the work of spirits, but rather something human-made. By the time they returned to the inn, night had fallen. Qi Lechuan had brought her own instant meals and did not wish to trouble the old man. She was unwilling to eat the offerings he had provided. The inn itself was peculiar. Despite being fully occupied, there was an eerie silence. She toyed with her bagua mirror, sitting cross-legged. Vice officer, do you think our neighbors are in residence? Zhang Rishan, slurping his instant noodles, glanced at her and mumbled, of course they are. The inn is full, and next door is a pair of sisters I saw when I went out. Qi Lechuan rolled her eyes. The vice officer had been with the Buddha for too long and was utterly unfazed by such supernatural events. He was robust and masculine, while she, being frail, was more susceptible to spirits, having lived amidst the supernatural since childhood. No, this establishment is strange. You shall keep watch tonight. Zhang Rishan shook his head, declining. It would be safer if you kept watch, young Master Ba. Qi Lechuan, being stubborn, closed her eyes to sleep, yet she did not lie down but sat upright. Zhang Rishan, helpless, realized that this child was indeed like Master Ba, albeit with a touch more curiosity. He opened the window to look outside. The mountain peaks were shrouded in darkness, and Qian Paiasi had been in the tomb for 2 days without news. They could not send Qi Lechuan directly, as it would be too conspicuous. Chapter 6, July 15th. As midnight approached, the occasional calls of wild foxes echoed through the mountains. Zhang Rishan, resting his forehead on his hand, recalled his previous collaborations with the Eighth Master, recognizing the ill fortune that seemed to permeate this desolate place. Yet, despite the village's peculiarities, there was no other establishment willing to accommodate outsiders for the night besides this inn. Once the hour of the rat had passed, the dilapidated clock in the room chimed 12 times. Qi Lechuan opened her eyes, her gaze alertly fixed on the window. Zhang Rishan propped his chin on his hand, observing her. Child, your timing is impeccable, he remarked. Qi Lechuan remained indifferent as she swung her legs off the bed to rummage through her cloth bag, retrieving her usual tools of the trade. She tossed 3 copper coins into the air, and as she caught them, a mysterious smile graced her lips, and an unsettling chill crept over Zhang Rishan, as though a sinister presence lurked behind him. Deputy, allow me to regale you with a tale. Would you care to lend an ear? Qi Lechuan proposed, her mischievous demeanor eliciting a shake of Zhang Rishan's head. I have no fondness for stories, he replied. She chuckled, gesturing to the space behind him. You know, a murder once occurred in this very inn. Isn't it a coincidence that it happened right where you're sitting? Do you not feel a chill in the air? Unfazed, Zhang Rishan stood up and shifted his position. Qi Lechuan scoffed lightly, muttering, how dull. Zhang Rishan cast her a sidelong glance, his expression growing serious. The Fifth Master once said that the human heart is far more fearsome than any specter. She nodded thoughtfully. Very well, then. You should rest while I keep watch through the latter half of the night. Zhang Rishan, reassured, lay down on the bed, succumbing to slumber. Qi Lechuan lowered her gaze, her lashes casting shadows over her contemplative eyes. She took a seat in the spot where Zhang Rishan had previously been, casually affixing a talisman onto the chair, casting a warning glance at the corner before resting her head on her hand, gazing out the window. The night was eerily silent, devoid of any sound, as if the world itself had fallen into a deep slumber. Not even the chirping of insects could be heard in these mountains. She pondered, her fingers fidgeting slightly. This Yushan was truly enigmatic, yet neither the Buddha nor the second master seemed particularly interested in it. Had they perhaps already explored it? The graves scattered throughout Changsha had been thoroughly investigated. This was the first she had heard of Yushan. Even the eighth master had never mentioned it. The eighth master was the most talkative, often sharing tales of the nine gates, yet how could they remain oblivious to a place situated within Changsha? As dawn approached, an urgent knocking resounded at the door. Qi Lechuan turned her gaze, but made no move to open it. Zhang Rishan lazily massaged his temples, glancing sideways. "Why are you just standing there? Go open the door." Outside, a jarring scratching sound accompanied a woman's voice pleading for help. "Save me! Save me!" The tone fluctuated, at times near, at others distant, creating an otherworldly, eerie atmosphere. Qi Lechuan placed her finger to her lips, signaling for silence, then shook her head, indicating that the door must remain closed, and forbidding Zhang Rishan from making a sound. After 3 minutes, the noises ceased, and as the first light of dawn began to break, Qi Lechuan finally approached the door. She noticed several scratch marks on the doorframe, stained with blood. Zhang Rishan glanced at them but remained silent. The child glanced back at him, asking, "Do you think I am heartless?" Zhang Rishan chuckled softly, finding the eighth master's grandson amusing. "If you were a saint, the Buddha would certainly not have sent you down to Yushan. You are not like your grandfather. He is far softer-hearted and timid." Qi Lechuan paused, feeling as though the old foxes of the nine gates had seen through her. With a clatter, the innkeeper's breakfast tumbled from his hands, and he retreated in terror to the corner of the room, fervently kneeling and mumbling, "I mean no offense. Please forgive me, spirits." Qi Lechuan briskly walked past him, her cloth bag slung over her shoulder, while Zhang Rishan cast a few more glances at the old man before following suit. Qi Lechuan had no desire to delve into the legends of ghosts haunting this place. Her sole aim was to descend into the tomb, for she sought the other half of the jade bracelet. As they passed the neighboring room, a captivating woman opened the door, casting a fleeting glance at the two of them before swaying her alluring figure back inside, shutting the door behind her. Qi Lechuan pursed her lips, realizing that this inn indeed housed other guests. In the early morning, Huai village was shrouded in a light mist, and shadows of numerous figures flitted along the road. Qi Lechuan placed her left hand on her cloth bag, her expression growing serious. Only those who had met untimely ends required their families to burn paper offerings along the road. Typically, those who passed away naturally would be honored at their graves. Zhang Rishan waved away the mist before him. "Little eighth master, considering the time, it has been 3 days since Chen Piasi entered the tomb. We too should make our journey." Qi Lechuan walked slowly, her gaze lingering on the paper money being burned by the mourners. She casually remarked, "Why has the Buddha delayed our entrance for so many days? Is he perhaps wishing for fourth grandfather to lead us directly?" Her words were straightforward, her tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Zhang Rishan smiled faintly, reaching out to tousle her soft hair. "You may have hit the nail on the head." Qi Lechuan swatted his hand away, glaring at him with her almond-shaped eyes. "How shameless!" Zhang Rishan remained unperturbed, knowing well that among the nine gates, this child had a particular fondness for Chenpai, and he could not be bothered to argue with her. The vehicle could not traverse the mountainous terrain, necessitating their journey on foot. Occasionally, distant wails echoed from a nearby field, an unsettling sound for broad daylight. The mountain path was treacherous. In recent years, some development had taken place, leaving traces of excavation along the way. Zhang Rishan found it somewhat arduous to carry her on his back, frowning as he said, "You little brat, the eighth master had me carry him too." "Are all the Qi family members this indolent?" Qi Lechuan, dozing on his back, lazily replied, Perhaps it is merely a family trait. Zhang Rishan's mouth twitched slightly. Among the 9 gates, the 8th master was the weakest, yet due to his close ties with the Buddha, none dared to harm him. This little grandson beneath him could not afford to be so weak. Given your tender age, you should learn from the 2nd master, acquiring skills to defend yourself against future adversities, he admonished. Qi Lechuan squinted her eyes, feeling quite pleased with herself. I am under the tutelage of 4th grandfather. Zhang Rishan nearly stumbled, almost throwing her off his back. Regaining his balance, he scolded, You choose to learn the bad rather than the good. No wonder you are so ruthless at such a young age, having secretly claimed Qinpai as your mentor. Qi Lechuan rolled her eyes playfully, wrapping her arms around his neck, steadying herself. With 4th grandfather, I can truly learn valuable skills. Zhang Rishan shot her a disapproving glare. Nonsense. Any one of the 9 gates would be superior to Qinpai. Not to mention, Qinpai was once the 2nd master's disciple. My grandfather once said that the 2nd master was too sentimental. I must become a heartless person. I cannot be a romantic, Qi Lechuan joked, her expression light-hearted. Zhang Rishan was at a loss for words. This child was undeniably a product of the 8th master's lineage, spouting nonsensical remarks. Along the way, they encountered numerous makeshift shrines dedicated to mountain deities, small structures housing nothing more than a stone tablet. They had not sought a guide, finding the path up the mountain rather elusive. Halfway through their journey, they were approached by a young man of unremarkable appearance, one easily lost in a crowd. He looked around nervously before rushing over. Deputy Zhang, you've finally arrived. There was some commotion underground just now. It seems 4th grandfather may be emerging. Chapter 7. The bait Zhang Rishan displayed little reaction, but the child on his back leaned forward and inquired, What have we gained? The man shrugged his shoulders, helplessly responding, Nothing, alas. 4th uncle has been inside for many days and has brought nothing back. It seems this expedition will yield no rewards. Yield no rewards? But didn't the Su family official extract treasures from there? How could my 4th granduncle possibly return empty-handed? As he spoke, Qi Lechuan dismounted from the officer's back, his demeanor serious as he took the lead. The man's gaze shifted to the officer, and Zhang Rishan gestured. The man nodded and began to guide them. The journey was not far from the campsite, and they arrived in less than a quarter of an hour. Qinpai's subordinates recognized Qi Lechuan, especially since 4th uncle had instructed them to treat the child with kindness and to wear smiles, ensuring they did not frighten her. At this moment, a familiar young man with a scar on his cheek approached, making an effort to greet the child with a cheerful smile. Ah, you must be young Master Ba. I am Hu Zihao. What brings you here? As Hu Zihao spoke, his gaze turned to Zhang Rishan, his brow furrowing. This man was the deputy of the formidable Zhang Dafu from the 9 gates. It seemed that the 9 gates had dispatched someone to oversee this expedition into the tomb. Observing Hu Zihao's forced smile, Qi Lechuan pinched a copper coin between her fingers, holding it upright for Hu Zihao to see, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing as she solemnly declared, To be candid, I have consulted the divination. It foretells great misfortune. 4th granduncle may face dire straits this time. It is inevitable that someone will perish within. Zhang Rishan glanced down at her exaggerated demeanor and thought to himself that if Qinpai were indeed to perish inside, she would surely weep inconsolably. The others, being Qinpai's men, found her words somewhat incredulous, yet the title of Qi Ba Yi caused them to waver slightly in their skepticism. Suddenly, a tremor reverberated from the ground, and Zhang Rishan swiftly scooped up the child, struggling to maintain his balance as the others fell to the ground. Moments later, a figure emerged from the tomb entrance, and upon closer inspection, it was Qinpai. Disheveled and battered, Qinpai rose, his body marred with numerous wounds. No one else followed him out. It appeared they had all perished within. His sharp gaze immediately fixed on Zhang Rishan, intent on making a move. Yet, Qi Lechuan interrupted, her eyes lighting up as she cheerfully exclaimed, 4th granduncle, are you unharmed? Chun Pai was momentarily taken aback before realizing that it was Qi Lechuan in Zhang Rishan's arms. Supporting himself on the ground, he managed to rise, and Hu Zihao quickly rushed to assist him. Fourth uncle. Chun Pai cast a sidelong glance at him, his thin lips parting slightly as he tossed the bait forward, instructing, "Let someone keep watch here. We shall return on another day." Qi Lechuan turned her gaze to where he pointed, spotting a man trapped in an iron cage, his hair long and unkempt, obscuring his face. He was filthy and crouched within, alert like a wild beast. Hu Zihao called over several men to drive the captive into the tomb. Qi Lechuan's eyes narrowed. She was aware of Chun Pai's ruthless nature and was shocked that he would use a living person as bait. "Wait!" she called out, leaping from Zhang Rishan's arms to obstruct Hu Zihao and his men. Finally, she caught a glimpse of the bait's facial outline, and her brow furrowed. "Fourth granduncle, there is no need for this. You should recuperate, and we can use this bait another time." Zhang Rishan shook his head, having just praised her for her ruthlessness. Now, she seemed to soften, wanting to rescue someone from Chun Pai's clutches. Chun Pai casually wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, casting her a sidelong glance. "What? Have you grown soft-hearted?" Qi Lechuan pressed her lips together. Chun Pai had once told her that one must never show weakness in any endeavor. Today, however, she had erred, for the bait carried a familiar scent. "No, I want him. Fourth granduncle cannot allow him to enter the tomb." Her tone was resolute, resembling that of a determined adult rather than a petulant child, despite her lack of kinship with the bait. At that moment, the bait's thin lips twitched. It seemed he had no intention of struggling from the start, merely observing the child who appeared to be protecting him, his indifferent eyes flickering with a glimmer of light. Chun Pai scoffed, visibly displeased, and hurled his nine-claw hook in her direction. "You are being spoiled by your status." Zhang Rishan moved swiftly, yet Chun Pai was quicker. The bait effortlessly brushed aside those surrounding him, side-kicking the nine-claw hook away, positioning himself protectively in front of Qi Lechuan. Zhang Rishan was astonished. This speed surpassed his own, as the bait had managed to kick away the nine-claw hook, displaying superior skill. Qi Lechuan gasped, stepping back only to trip over a stone and fall to the ground, likely bruised, her eyes reddening. "Fourth granduncle, are you going to hit me?" Chun Pai relaxed his grip, his tone tinged with a hint of resignation. "I have no intention of striking you. I merely wish to test the capabilities of this bait. Consider it a gift for you." "Chun Pai, I never expected you to show such kindness to the grandson of Qi Ba Yi," Zhang Rishan interjected with a note of sarcasm. Chun Pai cast a sharp glance his way, his eyes brimming with severity. "Do I, Chun Pai, require the 9 gates to oversee my every move?" Zhang Rishan's lips curved slightly, his shoulders lifting in a nonchalant manner. "Such a statement cannot be made. My sole responsibility is to bring Qi Lechuan here. As for whether she enters the tomb, that is entirely your prerogative. I have no authority to interfere." The bait bent down, extending a hand toward Qi Lechuan. Unable to resist, she gazed at him a moment longer. His index and middle fingers were longer than those of an ordinary person, distinctly knuckled, possessing a unique allure. She grasped his fingers and rose to her feet. Hu Zihao looked on curiously. "Young Master Ba, what remarkable skills you possess. This bait is as untamable as a wild beast, yet he did not harm you." At this, Qi Lechuan's face flushed with anger, and she shouted, "Step aside. I will not allow you to describe him in such a manner." Both Chun Pai and Zhang Rishan turned to glare at Hu Zihao. Chun Pai fixed him with an irate stare. "If you wish to die, just say so. If you cause her to cry, I will toss you into the tomb tonight to scout the way." Terrified, Hu Zihao stood frozen, unsure of what he had said wrong, and could only apologize profusely. Zhang Rishan detected the subtle shift in her emotions, pondering whether the bait was someone she recognized. On this expedition, Chun Pai had salvaged a life, and they had no intention of leaving. They would camp in place to recuperate and explore further on another day. Zhang Rishan had completed his task and initially planned to escort Qi Lechuan away and depart. However, with the sudden emergence of the bait, he felt uneasy and decided to remain. As evening fell, Qi Lechuan sat cross-legged at a table, persistently calculating and murmuring to herself, "No, no, that isn't right. I must try again. This cannot be possible." Zhang Rishan, munching on an apple, occasionally glanced toward the bathing tent and remarked, "Ah, young Master Ba, aren't you concerned he might wash himself away?" Qi Lechuan, growing anxious, suddenly hurled the divination compass to the ground, exclaiming, "Impossible." She then retrieved 3 copper coins from her cloth pouch, ready to discern the bait's lineage. Zhang Rishan clicked his tongue. "I haven't seen you calculating for yourself since we left." As the copper coins clattered to the ground, Qi Lechuan's eyes brimmed with tears, her tone a mix of indignation and tremor. "I cannot determine his fate. It is unfathomable." Zhang Rishan, taken aback by her emotions, reached out to offer her an apple. "You mustn't cry. I have no experience in comforting children. Perhaps you should have an apple first?" Chapter 8. The ghost play with tears streaming down her face like rain on pear blossoms. Qi Lechuan sobbed and asked, "Grandfather Rishan, everyone has a fate, right?" Zhang Rishan, flustered, hurriedly wiped her tears. After much effort, she finally called out to him as grandfather, albeit still in tears. "Yes, indeed, everyone has a fate." This only made Qi Lechuan feel more aggrieved as she pointed at a nearby tent and cried, "He has no fate. How could he possibly not?" Zhang Rishan, lacking understanding of the concept of fate spoken of in fortune-telling, could only awkwardly console her. "What does it matter to you whether he has a fate or not?" Qi Lechuan was infuriated by his response. After all, she resembled a 5-year-old child. Gritting her teeth, she threw a tantrum. "It does matter to me. Is that how you comfort someone, you foul vice-admiral?" Oh, there it was again. She had reverted to calling him foul vice-admiral. After a while, exhausted from crying, she nestled in Zhang Rishan's embrace, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, and she felt reassured that she was still alive. In her previous life, the Qi family had served as the holy maidens of the court for generations. She bore the same name, Qi Lechuan, though it was a homophone for moon. Her grandfather was a court sorcerer, and her ancestors were renowned fortune-tellers. It had become increasingly difficult for her to recall what events had transpired to instigate the chaos across the 9 provinces. The scent of the bait from earlier suddenly disrupted her thoughts. It was the scent of her brother. Before long, a man from the adjacent tent had tidied himself up, dressed in black, which accentuated his lean physique. Despite wearing a hat, his face was strikingly handsome, and his crimson lips were slightly pursed, meeting her gaze from afar. Qi Lechuan was momentarily taken aback. His eyes were remarkably reminiscent of someone, and she murmured, "Brother, he is my brother." Zhang Rishan looked at her disdainfully. "The Qi family has only you as a child. Where on earth did you get a brother? Just because he is handsome doesn't mean you can claim kinship." The man stood before her, and Qi Lechuan's tear-stained eyes filled with tears once more. "What is your name? Where do you live? Do you have siblings?" The man spoke indifferently. "I can't recall. All I know is that my name is Zhang Qiling." Zhang Qiling. Zhang Rishan's eyes widened in disbelief. He was the esteemed elder from the Zhang family's ancient tower. How had he come to be here? And why was he being used as bait by Qin Pai? Wiping away her tears, Qi Lechuan resolved that even if he were not truly her brother, she would not concede. She jumped from Zhang Rishan's embrace and reached for Zhang Qiling's fingers, lowering her head as she had long suppressed her emotions, and said softly, "Brother." Zhang Rishan was rendered speechless. How shameless of her to call the head of the Zhang family brother. Her familial hierarchy was advancing far too rapidly. Zhang Qiling looked puzzled and glanced at Zhang Rishan, who averted his gaze and said nothing. As Qi Lechuan's emotions began to stabilize, she picked up the divination compass again, smiling brightly at Zhang Qiling, her mind swirling with thoughts. To hell with fate. She had miscalculated this hexagram. The child, with eyes swollen from crying, now smiled, leaving Zhang Rishan at a loss for words as he watched her engage warmly with Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling responded to her inquiries with a few words here and there, but it seemed she found endless delight in the exchange. Outside the tent, hurried footsteps echoed, and not long after, the voice of Hu Zihao rang out, "Young Master Ba, fourth granduncle requests your presence. Our people have encountered some trouble." Qi Lechuan donned her backpack and stepped outside, her spirits lifted, as the night concealed her swollen eyes. Chun Pai's tall figure stood midway up the hill. Amidst the tranquil night, the distant sound of opera drifted up from the foot of the mountain. "Fourth granduncle, what business do you have with Lechuan?" she asked with a playful tilt of her head, hands clasped behind her back. Chun Pai raised a finger without turning around. "A few individuals just went down the mountain to watch the play. We did not stop them. This performance seems rather peculiar." The sound of the opera echoed hauntingly through the mountains, as if imbued with a soul-captivating power. Qi Lechuan's smile faltered. She was muddled. She had clearly predicted a calamity for tonight and meant to inform fourth granduncle, yet in her excitement, she had forgotten. She listened intently. The segment being performed tonight told a tragic love story of a noble young lady who fell for a poor scholar but was unable to unite with him due to their differing social standings, leading to their tragic double suicide. Her awareness was sharper than most, and she absorbed the tale without being affected. Tonight was the 15th day of the 7th month, when the gates of the underworld opened. This performance was a ghost play, specifically sung for the dead. Qi Lechuan spoke slowly. Chun Pai, holding an old-fashioned telescope, observed that there was not a single person in front of the stage until two of his companions wandered over and became engrossed in the performance. "You should take that person down with you," Chun Pai said, lowering the telescope and looking at her. That person, she understood he was referring to Zhang Qiling. This task was likely one only she could accomplish. Most of the Nine Gates members were skeptical about such folk tales, focusing primarily on tomb raiding. She obediently nodded, assuring fourth granduncle that she would handle it well. Chun Pai smirked, "Cunning little one, your grandfather certainly recognizes your abilities. Off you go." "All right," she replied with a smile, turning back towards the tent. However, once her back was turned, the smile on her face diminished slightly. She had not anticipated that the calamity she had predicted today would be her own, leaving her feeling helpless. Upon her return, Zhang Rishan inquired, "What are you doing out so late?" Zhang Qiling remained silently seated on a chair, his gaze shifting toward her, as if silently questioning her. Qi Lechuan waved her little hand dismissively, "Don't mention it. Today's hexagram was about me. In Huai village. It seems we cannot avoid contact." Zhang Rishan straightened up, pausing in his task of peeling an orange. "What happened?" "Today is the 15th of July. A day when people in the countryside perform ghost plays. Huai village has revealed its hand, showcasing a ghost play that captivates the soul. This is a performance meant for the dead. How could living beings attend?" Qi Lechuan rambled on, passing by Zhang Rishan as she casually snatched the orange from his hand and reached for Zhang Qiling's hand, saying, "Shall we go watch the play together, brother?" Zhang Qiling did not budge, merely responding with two words, "Not going." This amused Zhang Rishan. "Child, I beg of you, let me accompany you." Zhang Qiling wore a stoic expression, and she huffed angrily at him. "I saved you today. Your change of heart is swifter than flipping a page in a book." She then turned to Zhang Rishan. "The Buddha has stated that your task is to protect me." In the end, two tall figures accompanied her down the mountain. Zhang Rishan, still puzzled, asked, "Why don't you let your brother carry you?" Beside him, Zhang Qiling remained silent, walking steadily. Qi Lechuan clung to Zhang Rishan's back, slipping a talisman into his pocket, feeling rather relaxed. "Vice Admiral, you talk too much." Zhang Rishan replied, "All right, I understand." As they approached the foot of the mountain, Qi Lechuan noticed an increasing number of local villagers gathered in front of the stage. She calculated with her fingers, clicking her tongue in realization. Something's amiss. They aim to draw everyone over. Is this a plan for a massacre? Zhang Rishan also raised his gaze, observing the brightly lit stage amidst the night, which indeed appeared eerie. A massacre? The villagers hired a theater troupe to assassinate themselves? You truly have quite the imagination. Qi Lechuan wrapped her arms around his neck, her tone chilling. Vice Admiral, I believe you wish for me to strangle you. Zhang Rishan fell silent. As they descended the mountain, drawing ever closer to the stage, Zhang Qiling extended a hand to block Zhang Rishan's path, his thin lips parting slightly, exuding an aura of danger. Chapter 9. A funeral encounter. Upon a cursory glance, one could discern a gathering of over a dozen individuals beneath the stage, while the performing troupe seemed oblivious, continuing their act with movements and expressions rendered significantly stiffer. The two individuals, both bearing the surname Chen, were brothers, Chen Ershing and Chan Erping, who, having been ensnared by the allure of the performance earlier, occupied the front row. A chill wind swept through, causing Qi Lechuan to draw in her neck. The oppressive aura of despair suggested the presence of many restless spirits lingering nearby. Initially, Qi Lechuan contemplated instructing Zhang Rishan to incapacitate the two men and escort them back, thereby completing their task with ease. However, just as she made a move, a sudden blast of Swana music startled her, prompting Zhang Rishan to firmly grasp her head, preventing any erratic motion. Zhang Qiling's hand had already reached for the dagger at his waist, a cold weapon gifted to him by Qi Lechuan, poised to eliminate any ensuing trouble with a swift strike. Veiled in mist, a funeral procession approached slowly. The leader, clad in mourning attire, danced with peculiar steps, while the coffin they bore remained unchanged, its accompanying wails oscillating between proximity and distance. Qi Lechuan held her breath, her gaze fixated intently on the two individuals engaged in a trance-like state, unable to ascertain whether they were human or specter. In stark contrast, the two members of the Zhang family remained unfazed, regarding the unfolding scene merely as a theatrical exhibition. Behind them, the stage continued to narrate a tragic tale of dual suicides, while the audience, under some inexplicable spell, began mimicking the act of self-harm. Qi Lechuan leapt down from Zhang Rishan's back and advanced towards the stage, cautioning her companions to remain behind and observe. The two exchanged bewildered glances, and Zhang Rishan, sensing a possible taboo, opted to stay back, simultaneously restraining Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling sheathed his knife, his gaze fixating on the diminutive figure in front of him, remaining motionless. The heavy aura of despair enveloped the area. Her fate was inherently tied to the shadows, rendering her less susceptible to the oppressive energy that would typically afflict ordinary souls, causing them to suffer from fever or cold. Qi Lechuan, harboring a profound respect for the supernatural, affixed two talismans to her body as a protective measure and approached the stage, only to discover that the performers were genuinely intent on committing suicide. Ascending the stage, she drew a rudimentary Bagua diagram upon the ground and positioned a soul-calling banner at its center. Zhang Rishan, scratching his chin in confusion, wondered about her intentions. Soul-calling, Zhang Qiling murmured, lowering his gaze as if comprehending her actions. Once everything was prepared, Qi Lechuan ignited a candle and placed it beside her, reciting, "Those who engage in battle, assemble." A flash of golden light erupted, signaling the demise of the two hanging performers, their singing abruptly ceasing. The audience below collapsed into unconsciousness. Although the singing ceased, the sound of instruments persisted. Qi Lechuan thrust the soul-calling banner into a crevice and dashed backstage, aware that something malevolent lurked there. Zhang Rishan, unable to maintain his composure, hastily pursued her. "Child, where are you going?" Upon entering the backstage area, he was met with a gruesome sight. Several performers lay bloodied and slain, yet Qi Lechuan's form was nowhere to be found. He scoured the backstage thoroughly, finding not a trace of her presence. "Child, do not jest with me. If something were to happen to you, my grandfather would surely devour me," he exclaimed. "Of course, I know you fear my grandfather. Hurry and help me out." "Ive stumbled into a pit under the table, and the one who meant well sealed it behind me," she retorted, scrambling to her feet, her face bruised and her legs battered. Zhang Rishan sighed in relief and quickly pushed aside the table, revealing the deep hole. After retrieving a rope, he managed to pull her out. Upon noticing the scrape on her forehead, his expression darkened. This cannot be allowed to scar. We must visit your fourth granduncle for the finest medicine. Do you recall what that person looked like? I shall kick him to death. Qi Lechuan shook her head, struggling to speak. I didn't catch a glimpse of his face. You were holding me, and my leg was injured. Zhang Rishan's countenance grew even darker. He lifted her effortlessly, declaring, from now on, no more reckless ventures. I simply fell into a pit. I wasn't being reckless. So that's what the prediction about sustaining an injury meant, she mused, the realization dawning upon her. She could not fathom why Zhang Rishan was unscathed while she was injured. He too found the situation perplexing. Perhaps it was an act of vengeance. The entire troupe has been slaughtered. The two performers who hung themselves have expired as well. We must examine the bodies. It is likely they were poisoned. Capture the mastermind behind this. Allow me a moment to strike him before sending him to jail, Qi Lechuan proposed. Poisoned? How then do we explain the individuals drawn in by the performance? Zhang Rishan inquired. Qi Lechuan playfully covered her mouth, feigning ignorance. Just as they exited the backstage, Zhang Qiling approached them. Shortly thereafter, the trio departed, ascending the mountain to retrieve Qin Ershing and Chan Erping. As Zhang Rishan tended to her wounds, his expression remained grim. You mischievous child, still smiling. What if this leaves a scar? Qi Lechuan nonchalantly waved her hand, remarking, what does it matter if a man bears a scar? It only enhances his rugged charm. Zhang Rishan flicked her forehead in exasperation, muttering, you consider yourself a man. Qi Lechuan bit her lip and glanced at him, realizing that even Zhang Rishan was aware of her true gender. Chapter 10. Another bracelet with the medicine applied to her forehead. His large hand glided over her knee joint, where the bone was dislocated and required realignment. In this desolate wilderness, one could hardly imagine anyone possessed of greater skill than Zhang Rishan. He cast a sidelong glance at her, inquiring, are you afraid of pain? Qi Lechuan lowered her gaze and nodded emphatically. Yes. Before she could utter another word, Zhang Rishan decisively struck her, rendering her unconscious. In her fleeting thoughts before darkness enveloped her, she mused, well done. Inside Qin Pai's tent, Hu Zihua appeared momentarily stunned. Fourth Master, are you suggesting that a door has been found, yet no key exists? Qin Pai toyed with a fine piece of jade, his sinister eyes obscured in the dim light, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The peril beneath that tomb is immense. How audacious for the Su family to attempt theft. They must have taken the key. Send a few men to capture Su Mo and interrogate him thoroughly. What does the key resemble? Hu Zihua inquired. It resembles 2 jade bracelets. I shall ensure that someone is dispatched to locate it in the coming days. We cannot let it disrupt our second descent, Qin Pai replied. Understood. Hu Zihua bowed and turned to leave, but Qin Pai seemed to recall something and asked, where is our young Master Ba injured? Hu Zihua hesitated. I only saw that her forehead was scraped. There should be no serious harm. Qin Pai tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, pausing for several seconds before speaking slowly, as if reasoning with himself. If she lacked the ability to protect herself, the 9 gates would not have entrusted her with this task. Hu Zihua glanced at him. Though he was past 50, he still bore an undeniable handsomeness, his features sharp and eagle-like eyes keen and decisive, never hesitating in his actions. However, his overly amiable demeanor towards the grandson of Qi Yaba raised suspicions about his true intentions. Yet Hu Zihua understood that sincerity was likely a rare commodity in this instance. Meanwhile, my dear husband, let me share a delightful piece of news, In Xinhua exclaimed upon Zhang Qishan's return home. She supported her chin with her hand, popping grapes into her mouth one by one. Zhang Qishan removed his outer robe, a hint of affectionate amusement playing upon his lips. How delightful! Remember that bracelet I saw at the Su residence? It must be a pair. Someone took it to the New Moon restaurant today. Thankfully, as your wife, I was the first to receive the news. Reliable, isn't it? Her eyes sparkled with pride. Zhang Qishan smiled faintly, bending down to feed her a grape. Reliable indeed. What are the rules for retrieving something from the New Moon restaurant? She raised her gaze with a hint of arrogance. The first rule is to spend your entire fortune to bid for it openly, just as you would. The second is that if the person is deceased, the restaurant will use it for burial. Zhang Qishan playfully tapped her nose. Then we must flay Chenpai alive. That would be too lenient for him, she replied, a trace of disappointment in her tone. As night gradually faded, dawn approached. Early in the morning, Qi Lechuan, clutching a milk bottle, peered down the mountain, her forehead bandaged and cheeks swollen, binoculars in hand. After a night's rest, the villagers who had fainted also awakened, their hearts racing upon discovering that the troop was entirely dead. Qi Lechuan chose not to intervene, feeling that the villager superstitions, steeped in a century of history, were a waste of her time, thus deliberately avoiding interaction with them. Ah, young Master Ba is having his milk. Hu Zihua, just returned from hunting with 2 wild rabbits in hand, remarked. Qi Lechuan nodded lightly, adjusting her binoculars. Yes, having milk. This formula was specially brought to me by Lord Jiu from abroad. It's meant for growth, so I shall undoubtedly be stronger than you in the future. Hu Zihua chuckled. As long as young Master Ba is happy. Qi Lechuan scoffed. With Hu Zihua's dark complexion and muscular physique, if she were to surpass him in strength, she would be the female version of the Black Whirlwind, Li Kue. Brother Hu, news has arrived. A burly man appeared at the mountain's summit, addressing Hu Zihua but hesitating to speak further in Qi Lechuan's presence. Gu Biao, your speed this time is commendable, Hu Zihua remarked, discarding the wild rabbits and entering Chenpai's tent alongside him. Qi Lechuan observed from the periphery, pursing her lips. A lack of trust suggested they had uncovered something about the Su family. Fourth Master, our men arrived late. The Su family indeed possesses a jade bracelet, but it was deceived from them by young Master Ba a couple of days ago. The other piece is at the New Moon restaurant, Gu Biao reported. Chenpai wiped his hands with a cloth, raising his gaze. The New Moon restaurant, Suimo and Zhao Wu collaborated to acquire this piece of land, and they expended considerable effort to obtain 2 jade bracelets. To maintain fairness, they divided them. Suimo's piece is already with young Master Ba, while Zhao Wu, being a gambler in dire need of funds, sold his piece to the New Moon restaurant at a high price. Gu Biao continued. The Yin family. It seems this jade may pose some challenges, Hu Zihua remarked, furrowing his brow slightly. Chenpai, initially reluctant to acknowledge the existence of the 4th Master of the 9 Gates, was acutely aware of the entangled affections and resentments of their predecessors. How could Yin Xinyue allow Chenpai to acquire the jade bracelet so easily? Chenpai tossed the cloth into the water, the passage of time having imparted a certain steadiness to him. Please summon Master Liao. Yes. The 2 exited the tent. Liao Wan, a frail-looking middle-aged man with a scholarly demeanor, donned black round spectacles, an ardent history enthusiast with a sharp intellect, which was precisely why Chenpai had kept him close. Qi Lechuan observed him as he entered, noting the inexplicable oppressive aura he exuded. Even his spectacles could not obscure the calculating glint in his eyes. He appeared as a frail scholar, yet she suspected he was more akin to a venomous serpent. In light of the current circumstances, I must acquire the jade bracelet without spending a dime. Is there a way? Chenpai inquired, an air of ruthlessness about him. Liao Wan, ever courteous, replied, Mr. Chen, the New Moon restaurant in Beiping is renowned. It is impossible to seize it by force. The only viable option is to bid for it openly. If you are unwilling to spend, there are alternatives, for the Qi family's involvement has disrupted the established rules. This suggestion caught Chenpai's attention. You mean Qi Lechuan? Liao had heard of Chenpai's peculiar affection for the Qi family's child. Today, he felt it inappropriate to mention it. Yet the Chen family's recent upheaval had left them unable to procure funds for a jade bracelet. Chenpai's gaze sharpened, As he ran his nine-claw hook through Liao Wen's hair, his voice cold, "Do you know she is my most cherished? You wish for me to scheme against her?" Liao Wen remained unperturbed, seemingly anticipating Chun Pai's reaction, but he knew better than to endanger his life, for he still held some utility. "This is a necessary course of action. You might wish to reconsider. The nine gates are determined to extract compensation from you. Should you employ this strategy, it will catch them off guard. I trust young Master Ba, being Navi, will not hold it against you." Chun Pai withdrew his nine-claw hook, grinding his teeth in contemplation before gesturing for him to leave. Liao Wen bowed respectfully before departing. Qi Lechuan felt an unsettling sensation, as if someone were watching her. Turning, she met Liao Wen's gaze. His dark eyes resembled an abyss, capable of drawing one in with a mere glance. She returned him a smile. Liao Wen nodded politely, acknowledging her presence. As Qi Lechuan turned away, the smile faded from her lips. She harbored a suspicion that this scholar was plotting against her. Chapter 11. Threat, child. What are you staring at? Come here. Zhang Rishan rose to find her with a milk bottle, still struggling to finish the milk after 15 minutes. Qi Lechuan tucked the binoculars into his pocket, grasped the bottle, and downed its contents in one go before striding towards him, casually handing the empty bottle back. "Help me clean this out." "Ah, little lord, you certainly live like a little emperor," he teased while toying with the bottle. "Where's my brother?" She paused, glancing toward the nearby tent. "Over there." Zhang Rishan pointed to the riverbank where he had been sitting since morning. "What do you think Chun Pai intends to do by giving him to you?" "Fourth grandfather dotes on me. He always indulges my whims," she replied, lifting her chin with a hint of pride on her cherubic face. "Child, you are overthinking this. Zhang Qiling has been used as bait by Chun Pai before. I heard he was left in a tomb alone for an entire week last time. Thankfully, he survived due to his skills. Given Zhang Qiling's prowess, how could Chun Pai so easily part with him?" Zhang Rishan inquired, glancing down at Qi Lechuan's expression. He was not disappointed. She shot him a glare. "Adjutant, are you trying to sow discord between me and fourth grandfather?" Zhang Rishan chuckled, waving her off as he entered the tent with the milk bottle, leaving her with a dismissive remark, "You are overthinking it." Qi Lechuan crossed her arms, frowning slightly as she regarded Zhang Qiling by the river, contemplating their relationship for a long while. Having lived two lives, especially growing up under the care of Qi Baiyi, she handled matters with greater composure than in her past life. Calculating was better left to those who were adept at divination. "Little lord, fourth uncle is looking for you," Huzi called from a short distance, beckoning her. Qi Lechuan snapped back to reality. Did he decide so quickly? She understood that Chun Pai was already aware of the jade piece in her possession, merely a burial item. Was there something else she was unaware of? Upon entering Chun Pai's tent, she found him meticulously polishing a nine-clawed hook with a cloth, beside which sat a box. Suppressing her curiosity, she climbed onto a chair with her short legs, feeling somewhat irked by her height, as it seemed to diminish her presence, rendering her a bit feeble. Chun Pai glanced up, noticing her struggle, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Why are you so clumsy?" Qi Lechuan settled herself, grinning as she replied, "I'm still young. Once Lechuan grows up, I won't be clumsy anymore." Yet, she thought to herself that next time, she would kick the tall stool down to a more manageable height to maintain her poise. "I heard you acquired a treasure from the Su family. Might fourth grandfather have a look?" He spoke without pretense, treating her as just a child, devoid of ulterior motives. Qi Lechuan felt a flicker of intrigue. It was said that Chun Pai spoiled her, and indeed, he spoke plainly, treating her as a child. "Unfortunately, fourth grandfather, that treasure was taken by my grandfather. He seems to be meeting with Zhang de Fouyi." She replied obediently, smiling at him. "Does that treasure hold any significance for you? Should I retrieve it?" Chun Pai set down the cloth, his lips parting slightly. "It is useful, of great importance." Qi Lechuan watched as he opened the box beside him. Inside was empty, stained a dark red, reminiscent of dried blood. Its previous contents a mystery, a metallic scent lingering in the air. The treasure had once been housed in this box, and Suemo, a formidable character, had forced open the lid, only to have the box's iron wires drain his blood. Chun Pai demonstrated the mechanism's location to Qi Lechuan. It resembled the mechanism of a whistle coffin, leaving only an opening barely wide enough for a few fingers to pass through. Confused, Qi Lechuan asked, "If a person is dead, how can the treasure be extracted?" Simple. Once the box has absorbed enough blood, the mechanism becomes useless. Chun Pai smirked. To forcibly retrieve the bracelet from the box would undoubtedly require a few sacrifices. She gasped, covering her mouth in horror. How cruel. In the next moment, the 9-clawed hook pressed against her pale neck, his bloodthirsty gaze fixed upon her. Those 2 bracelets are the keys to the door. Fourth grandfather has always spoiled you. You will bring them to me, won't you? Qi Lechuan's back stiffened, momentarily stunned, her almond eyes widening at the hook mere millimeters from her. Fourth grandfather, are you threatening me? Chun Pai slowly lowered the hook, as if hesitating, his tone softening. The bracelets are at the Xinhua Hotel. Be a good girl and help fourth grandfather retrieve them. After a moment of silence, she finally nodded, climbing down from the stool, leaving the tent without looking back. Chun Pai hesitated, wanting to say something but ultimately saying nothing. Liaowen was right. Given the current state of the Qin family, they could not afford any further setbacks. Qi Lechuan, however, was different. The older generation within the 9 gates had always treated her with kindness, so acquiring the jade bracelet should pose no significant challenge. Qi Lechuan headed straight to the riverbank, sitting beside Zhang Qiling, who remained silent, lost in his own thoughts. Perhaps she needed to redefine her relationships. Her bond with fourth uncle was not as close as she had imagined. She had overreached. Zhang Qiling cast a glance at her, noticing her discontent, and for the first time, asked, "What's wrong?" At his inquiry, Qi Lechuan could no longer contain herself, though she continued to wrestle with her thoughts. Fourth grandfather isn't using me. Zhang Qiling scrutinized her for a moment longer before turning his gaze away, silently pursing his lips. She continued, "Fourth grandfather even sent me crabs and took me out to play. He must genuinely care for me. He couldn't have planned this for long." As she spoke, her own conviction wavered, her voice dwindling to a whisper. Chun Pai even deceives children. That bracelet had been entrusted to her by Qi Ba Yi. Now she understood why in Xinhua had staged a performance at the Su family. To con the jade bracelet from Su Madame, Qi Lechuan had merely been a pawn in the game. Speaking of the bracelet, she reached into her cloth bag, feeling the wrapped item within. It seemed so familiar, yet she could not recall where she had seen it before. After much contemplation, she resolved to visit the Xinhua Hotel to retrieve the jade bracelet. After all, she needed to investigate the tomb sooner or later. Zhang Rishan, familiar with Chun Pai's methods, could tell that the child's demeanor was dismal, indicating trouble was afoot. That day, they descended the mountain, encountering a man wearing sunglasses at the foot of the hill. He flashed a confident smile, exuding an air of self-importance. "Brothers, are you here to welcome Blackie?" Zhang Rishan brushed past him with Qi Lechuan on his back, while Zhang Qiling pretended he was invisible. Qi Lechuan turned back to smile at the man. "You think too highly of yourself. Your escort is behind you." The man adjusted his sunglasses, continuing on as if nothing had happened, confident that as long as he remained unembarrassed, others would be the ones to feel awkward. Chapter 12. The Crescent Moon Hotel. With unwavering determination, Qi Lechuan made his way directly to the train station, entirely unperturbed about notifying Master Ba. The Crescent Moon Hotel, a pinnacle of opulence, was a realm so extravagant that even liquidating the Qi family's assets would scarcely afford a single item within its walls. On the train, Zhang Rishan appeared perplexed, questioning the young lad's motives for visiting Chun Pai before heading to Beijing. "Child, what else did Chun Pai say?" he inquired. Qi Lechuan, engrossed in a bowl of instant noodles, reluctantly lifted his gaze from the cup, his lips forming a petulant pout. The Crescent Moon Hotel seemed intent on bankrupting him, and he had a brilliant strategist who suggested that the blame be cast upon him. How delightful that would be! Let him be the one to face ruin. Moreover, she produced a bracelet and placed it upon the table, declaring, "This is the key. The other one is at the Crescent Moon Hotel. Madame Zhang must have been informed long ago. She is clearly aiming to ensnare Chen Pai. And what is the outcome?" She shrugged. "It is I who bears the misfortune." Zhang Rishan chuckled softly, tousling her hair. "So you no longer refer to him as your great-uncle?" Qi Lechuan huffed, turning her head away in feigned pride and muttering, "Our fates have run their course." This quip elicited laughter from the aide, who found the young girl increasingly endearing. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiling sat nearby, his eyes closed, appearing as if he were in a deep slumber. Qi Lechuan, aware of his taciturn nature, chose not to intrude further. As midnight approached, sounds of a scuffle erupted, prompting Zhang Rishan to tighten his embrace around the sleeping child, his gaze shifting toward the door. Qi Lechuan had a peculiar quirk. Once asleep, she was impervious to the world, slumbering more soundly than a pig that, of course, even if she were awake at such a moment, she would be of no assistance. Zhang Rishan glanced at Zhang Qiling, who subtly lifted his gaze and gestured for patience, indicating that the disturbance was not directed at them and that it was unnecessary to wade into such murky waters. Perhaps they were unaware that the auction at the Crescent Moon Hotel had attracted a host of esteemed guests, including those from the Nine Gates, making it one of the most well-attended events in recent memory. Minutes later, the commotion subsided, and Zhang Qiling resumed his slumber. Zhang Rishan, with a resigned expression, looked down at the child now nuzzling against him. Drooling slightly, he recalled that this little one was the cherished treasure of Master Ba, and no matter how much he may wish to discard her, he could not, lest Master Ba turn his ire upon him once more. As dawn broke, they arrived in Beijing, though it could no longer be referred to by that name. It had since been elevated to the status of the nation's capital. In just a few decades, the city had undergone rapid development, leaving little trace of its former self, save for a few old alleyways that retained their antique charm. Even the Crescent Moon Hotel had undergone renovations, its exterior preserving the essence of ancient architecture, grand and resplendent, a clear indication that it was far beyond Qi Lechuan's means. At the entrance stood two burly bodyguards clad in black suits, their hair meticulously styled, rigorously checking invitations. "Wait, an invitation?" Qi Lechuan smacked her forehead, realizing she had completely forgotten about that detail. Zhang Rishan gave her a gentle push, and she stumbled forward, inadvertently finding herself before the imposing bodyguards, feeling the weight of their authoritative presence. "Young master, please present your invitation," one of them said politely, while the other maintained a stoic expression, exuding an air that suggested he could easily kick her away. Steadying herself, she flashed a bright smile. "Uncle, I am the granddaughter of Xisha." The bodyguards exchanged bewildered glances. Were children nowadays so brazen? Their esteemed young lady had no children. Zhang Rishan face-bombed, lamenting the child's lack of cleverness when it truly mattered. "If you do not possess an invitation, I must kindly ask you to leave." The bodyguard indicated the way back, as if the Crescent Moon Hotel were a place where anyone could simply waltz in and claim kinship. Zhang Rishan stepped forward, producing a business card, and the two bodyguards immediately bowed in respect. "Ah, it's Officer Zhang. Please, come in." Ever since Zhang Qishan married Xinhua, the Crescent Moon Hotel had established connections with the Nine Gates, and moreover, Xinhua had instructed that these individuals were part of her marital family. They were indeed kin. Zhang Qiling and Zhang Rishan moved in unison as Qi Lechuan stepped inside, turning back to make a face at the two bodyguards, who were now smiling politely in return. Upon entering the grand hall, Qi Lechuan, clad in a gray robe, felt somewhat out of place amidst the formal attire of her companions, who were both dressed in black suits and ties. "You two are making me look impoverished," she complained. The officer glanced down at her, pausing briefly before responding with a chuckle. "The Qi family simply lacks the means to be wealthy." Her eyes widened in indignation, and she mischievously glanced at the two of them, exclaiming, "I have a way to make others perceive me as exceedingly rich, looking exactly like the beloved grandchild of some affluent family. And how might you accomplish that? You two shall walk behind me as my bodyguards." She dashed ahead, positioning herself in front of them, and indeed, with two handsome bodyguards in tow, she instantly became the center of attention as they entered, drawing curious glances from onlookers. Qi Lechuan strode forward with newfound confidence, making it seem as if she were a low-key young master attending the gala. A server guided them to an empty table and presented them with a menu. Qi Lechuan, pretending to be discerning, flipped through the pages for a considerable time, frowning as she noted, "Is this dish a tad exorbitant? Child, how many times must you flip through that?" "Enough already," Zhang Rishan urged, unable to contain his exasperation. "Is being stingy a hereditary trait?" Qi Lechuan haughtily set the menu aside, casting a sidelong glance at him, her cherubic face adorned with a semblance of seriousness. "Call me young master." Zhang Rishan, maintaining his composure, turned his gaze elsewhere, thinking to himself, "Heaven help me. Doesn't he even recognize her?" In just a few days, Qi Lechuan, who had once been intimidated by him, now exhibited the same brashness reminiscent of her grandfather, Qi Ba. After much deliberation without placing an order, the attentive server, wearing a cheerful smile, suggested, "Young master, you might wish to peruse the final page. The prices there are quite reasonable and may be more to your liking." Qi Lechuan flipped to the last page and was taken aback to find that a pot of tea cost $1,000. She pursed her lips and muttered under her breath, "What a vile capitalist! With prices like these, why not simply rob them?" Her remark drew the attention of several servers in the vicinity. Meanwhile, in a room on the second floor, Xinyu sipped her tea. One of the servers, noticing her keen ears, respectfully announced, "Miss, they have arrived." Seated beside Xinyu was the Buddha, Zhang Qishan, his hands interlocked, his gaze somewhat obscure. He had anticipated Qin Pai's arrival but was surprised to see him send Lechuan in his stead, effectively facilitating his own plans. The old man's fortune might very well be squandered by his young granddaughter. A sly smile played upon her lips, revealing a hint of cunning. "Do not underestimate Qi Laoba," she mused. Zhang Qishan, twirling the jade ring on his thumb, smirked slightly. "My dear, you underestimate her. Despite her tender age, Lechuan is renowned for her frugality. I dare say she has come to seize opportunities today." Xinyu chuckled, "Dear husband, let us not forget. We are at the Crescent Moon Hotel." Chapter 13. The jade bangle downstairs. Qi Lechuan hesitated for an extended period, sipping the cheapest tea and receiving a complimentary serving of sunflower seeds, which she cracked open with her legs crossed. Zhang Qiling sat motionless, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. Zhang Rishan surveyed the area silently, his gaze darkening as he noted the butler from Li San's household at 3 o'clock and the head of the Hua family personally attending at 9 o'clock on the second floor. There were also members of the Wu family downstairs. Could it be that they were all here for this? While cracking the seeds, Qi Lechuan glanced ahead at the auction platform, where several boxes covered in red cloth Saturday. The auction had yet to commence, and the host was still issuing instructions nearby. It was unlikely that this item, despite its ancient origins, would garner much interest, especially since it was a solitary piece, thus diminishing its value. She spoke in vague terms, aware that there might be ears on the other side of the wall. As long as they understood each other, that sufficed. "Are you truly intent on investing in 8th Master's shop?" Zhang Rishan inquired. "What a ridiculous notion." Qi Lechuan was about to retort when the eyes of the listeners immediately turned toward her. She clicked her tongue, shifting her gaze, realizing that one must be forthright when acquiring items from the New Moon restaurant, such as the conduct of a gentleman. She smacked her lips and leaned toward Zhang Rishan, whispering, "I can't shake the feeling that they can hear our conversation. Look, that lady is glaring at me. Could it be she covets my esteemed status?" One of the listeners rolled his eyes in response. Zhang Rishan gently pushed her head aside, recalling the Buddha's words. The listeners at the New Moon restaurant possess exceptionally keen ears From the moment one steps into the establishment, they are laid bare, a middle-aged man, exuding a commanding aura and carrying a knife on his back, passed by, dressed in coarse, unrefined garments that seemed out of place here, yet the listeners escorted him to the second floor. Qi Lechuan's eyes sparkled. This was the enigmatic sixth master of the Nine Gates, a knife-wielding master from Shaanxi, known as the Blackback Sixth. He was a man who followed his own path. If he was present today, what treasures would be unveiled at the auction? What, pray tell, was to be auctioned today? She propped her chin on her hand, peering toward the second floor. Time slipped by, and the listeners placed several photos and a bell on their table. Qi Lechuan casually flipped through them, revealing nothing more than porcelain and jade. Nothing particularly novel. Upon reaching the last page, her pupils dilated in surprise. The image depicted a cauldron, three-legged with two ears, adorned with intricate designs on its belly. The motifs were striking, featuring a bronze fox face that emanated an eerie aura, its origin lost to the annals of time. Yet she recognized its provenance. This was the ceremonial cauldron used by the literary elite of the 9 provinces, a relic that had been safeguarded by the Qi family for generations. Such a cauldron was forbidden to exist a second time in the realm of the 9 provinces, as her grandfather had once declared it to be an evil artifact. And this jade bangle, Zhang Rishan remarked, holding the photograph with confusion. A piece evidently flawed, it was a defective item. Could the New Moon restaurant truly present it for sale? Qi Lechuan took the photograph from him, aligning it with the cauldron's image. A moment of realization washed over her. The fox face was the totem of the 9 provinces, and she chided herself for forgetting that familiarity. In a wonder, she felt a sense of recognition upon first seeing the bangle. Suddenly, it dawned on her as if a light had been switched on. If these items were intertwined, was she not, in fact, digging her own grave? Yet, with Chun Pai having not even entered the fray, where could this item have originated? She set the photograph down, murmuring to herself, "Today, I inadvertently stumbled upon the right place." Right for what? Zhang Rishan frowned, sensing that this child seemed to know something beyond their grasp, which explained why the Buddha had instructed him to accompany her. Qi Lechuan cast him a sidelong glance, grinning. What splendid timing to join the fray. When she chose to remain silent, Zhang Rishan pursed his lips and ceased his inquiries, wishing to avoid arousing her suspicions. "Sir, the items being auctioned today are truly exquisite." A sweet voice chimed in, laced with allure, enchanting any brother who heard it. Qi Lechuan turned her attention to the source, a woman clad in a red cheongsam, her face exquisite, her figure alluring, each smile and frown radiating the charm of a mature woman. "Vivi, if you adore it, pick one out." "Tonight, I shall cover the cost," declared the man, generous yet unremarkable in appearance, exuding the air of a nouveau riche. Qi Lechuan found their banter irritating and rubbed her ears. Vivi giggled, pointing to the jade bangle. "Thank you, sir, but I only desire this one." "Very well, I shall secure it for you." Such extravagance. Upon hearing this, Qi Lechuan's eyes widened in disbelief. This bangle was generally overlooked by those in the know. For an outsider to flaunt it as a gift for a woman, was that not utterly preposterous? She sluggishly descended from her seat, taking a few steps toward Vivi, cautiously tugging at her skirt. "Pretty sister, this bangle isn't appealing at all. Look, it even has flaws. I believe the first piece of ancient jade suits you far better. After all, fine jade complements beauty." Zhang Rishan, caught off guard, turned just in time to see her charmingly tugging at the lady's skirt. He rubbed his temples, bemused by her eloquence, a true heir of Qi Eighth Master. Vivi looked down at her, an amused smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Little one, thank you for your kind words, but I truly fancy this one." Qi Lechuan frowned, leaning closer to whisper, "Pretty sister, this jade bangle is of impure quality, stained with blood. It's tainted." Vivi froze, momentarily bewildered, unsure whether the child was jesting. Yet, the seriousness of Qi Lechuan's expression suggested otherwise. her attire reminiscent of a learned individual. The surrounding listeners turned their gazes toward them, their eyes glinting with menace. The New Moon restaurant prided itself on fairness and integrity in its dealings. Qi Lechuan's words bordered on slander against its professionalism. Such allegations might fool the sheltered ladies of the Su family, but every item received by the New Moon restaurant underwent rigorous scrutiny, maintaining a high standard of professionalism. With impeccable timing, Qi Lechuan produced a talisman, presenting it to Vivi. "Sister, this is a gift for you. A charm for safety in the midst of life's uncertainties. May heaven protect you." Vivi, an orphan who had clawed her way to this point through her beauty and charm, felt exposed by Qi Lechuan's simple words, which pierced through her defenses. Regardless of belief, she ruffled Qi Lechuan's hair. "Thank you for your recommendation, but perhaps a jade pendant would be more fitting for me." Qi Lechuan, with her hands behind her back, flashed a victorious sign. This subtle persuasion was indeed splendid. Just as she returned to her seat, two listeners awaited her. "Young Master Qi, a distinguished guest on the second floor requests your presence." Surely, Xisha had ordered them to silence this loquacious young master, daring to deceive others within the New Moon restaurant. Such audacity was akin to courting disaster. Zhang Rishan glanced up, unexpectedly meeting the Buddha's gaze for a fleeting moment before discreetly averting his eyes, as if acknowledging an unspoken understanding. Suddenly, he broke the silence. "Child, someone is requesting your presence. Go upstairs and enjoy a fine cup of tea. What are you hesitating for? This is unlike you." Chapter 14. Mr. Jude Cao. Qi Lechuan pointed at herself, her expression one of incredulity. "Pray tell, I am but a young master. What esteemed guest necessitates my personal attendance?" The two lackeys silently observed her performance. "Deputy officer, please go on my behalf. If it is a formidable figure, it would be best if you could also handle matters for me." Watching her expound upon her ambitions with evident delight, Zhang Qiling slightly pursed his lips, gradually revealing a hint of a smile. "Are you frightened?" Zhang Rishan raised an eyebrow in her direction, knowing full well that she was particularly susceptible to provocation. In an instant, Qi Lechuan transformed her demeanor completely, rising to adjust her long robe, her delicate hand gesturing assertively. "Lead the way." The lackeys escorted her to a room on the second floor, the most enigmatic of all, shrouded by a screen, making it impossible to discern who resided within. Inside the second-floor chamber, Xisha sipped her tea, her brow slightly furrowed. Who could be in that partition? One of the attendants leaned in, his earlobes twitching, and respectfully spoke, "Madam, it is a foreigner." She paused momentarily. "A foreigner? Is it Jude Cao?" Zhang Qishan, twirling the ring on his thumb, peered thoughtfully upward. He had submitted an application to revisit Changsha City under the guise of archaeological research, clearly a premeditated endeavor, well prepared. "But if you send Xiaoba over, could there be danger?" she inquired. Zhang Qishan turned to glance at her, a smirk playing on his lips. "Madam, just moments ago you wished for the Qis to face ruin. Now you seem concerned for her safety?" Xisha huffed with a hint of pride. "Xiaoba has rather rat-like features, but she has a soft and endearing little grandson. Quite charming indeed." Zhang Qishan chuckled softly. "As long as you like her, it suffices. Lechuan is the one I have chosen. She will not disappoint the 9 gates." Xisha nodded, understanding her husband's grand vision, choosing not to press further. After all, Qi Lechuan had been embroiled in such matters since the tender age of 5. One could scarcely find another in the 9 gates who had encountered such affairs at that age. Yet, she could not help but wonder if selecting Qi Lechuan was indeed the right decision. Meanwhile, Qi Lechuan observed a foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes, her expression one of curiosity, though she feigned the demeanor of a little adult. "Speak plainly, and waste not my time," she asserted, always assertive towards strangers. Zhang Rishan did not enter but merely glanced inside before departing. Zhang Qiling followed Qi Lechuan into the room, developing a newfound perspective on this child. She presented various facets of herself to each person, becoming increasingly audacious with those she did not know. It was as if she embodied the adage that ignorance breeds fearlessness, akin to her own modus operandi, ever powerful and brazen in front of outsiders. Jude Cao smiled gently, speaking in a somewhat unrefined Mandarin. Indeed, the young Master Xiaoba lives up to her reputation. There is an ancient Chinese saying, "A guest is to be treated with courtesy." Courtesy? She retorted. Then, rummaging through her cloth pouch, produced a milk bottle, leaving the others momentarily dumbfounded. In the next moment, she cheerfully placed the bottle in her mouth, her face radiating innocence. What is courtesy? Jude Cao paused, taken aback by the audacity of this unruly child from the Qi family. But after all, she was merely 5 years old. What could she possibly comprehend? I know your name is Qi Lechuan, and that you took the jade bracelet from the Su family. Whatever sum you desire, I can provide, he stated plainly. Qi Lechuan leisurely finished her milk, tilting her head to gaze at him. What jade bracelet? I have not heard of it. With that, she handed the milk bottle to Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling glanced down momentarily, then quietly averted his gaze, gripping the bottle. Young Master Xiaoba, it is perilous below. I happened upon a map. We could collaborate, and I would be most eager to work with you. He spoke ambiguously, knowing he was in the New Moon Hotel, thus proceeding with caution. Qi Lechuan genuinely considered his proposal. Chunpai had suffered considerable losses on his recent venture, nearly encountering peril himself before stumbling upon the tomb owner's door. Such danger made a map invaluable. However, Jude Cao was ostensibly robbing tombs under the pretense of archaeology, relentlessly pursuing whatever it was he sought. One could not discern his true intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Jude Cao anticipated her agreement. Yet, to his surprise, she pivoted with nonchalance and coldly declared, I do not require a map. The black-clad man at the entrance reached out to obstruct her. Zhang Qiling's sharp gaze swept over, causing the man to flinch, as if ensnared by an unseen threat, fearing for his very life. Seeing that Zhang Qiling did not take action, Qi Lechuan commanded, kill him. The others were momentarily stunned. Yet Zhang Qiling's blade had already plunged into the black-clad man's heart. She coldly turned to Jude Cao, then exited alongside Zhang Qiling, leaving the corpse sprawled at the threshold. Jude Cao was taken aback. He had not anticipated Qi Lechuan would kill on the spot. The state had enacted new laws, and even the 9 gates dared not overstep boundaries. Yet the Qi family's young Master Xiaoba was a lawless rogue. The New Moon Hotel, valuing the privacy of its patrons, had no surveillance within the partition. Only Jude Cao and one subordinate were present. Given Qi Lechuan's audaciousness, her refraining from direct action was already a considerable concession to Jude Cao. He still harbored thoughts of collaboration. Foolishness. Boss, should we call the police? Inquired the man behind Jude Cao. Jude Cao pressed his lips together, his deep-set eyes narrowing. No need. This Qi Lechuan reminds me of the ruthless Chunpai from my youth. Her companion is quite formidable. Her potential is immense, so we shall refrain from engaging her for now. He added, dispose of the body. Understood. The man complied, dragging the corpse away. The attendants at the New Moon Hotel heard the commotion but, lacking directives from above, refrained from acting hastily. Xinhua was so shocked by the attendant's report that she could not even finish her fruit. She killed on the spot? Truly? The attendant confirmed, yes, miss, they have already taken care of the body. Husband, speak up, she implored Zhang Qishan. Zhang Qishan's expression remained unchanged, as if he had anticipated Qi Lechuan's decisive action to intimidate Jude Cao. Madam, do not be alarmed. Since Jude Cao has already dealt with the matter, it indicates he will not hold Lechuan accountable. His voice was low and measured, tinged with strategic foresight. Xinhua slammed her hand on the table, glaring at him. Is that the point? Lechuan is merely 5 years old. She has taken a life. Is this how you educate children? This will not do. Xiaoba cannot raise a child. I shall take on that responsibility. Zhang Qishan smirked, countering, Did not the attendant say it was her little brother who did the killing? Xinyu grew more anxious. The attendant also stated it was Lechuan who issued the command. Zhang Qishan was at a loss for words, soothingly ruffling her hair. Madam, you worry too much. It is rare for a fierce character to emerge from the 9 gates. There is no need to suppress her. She must grow, embodying both kindness and ruthlessness. At that moment, Zhang Rishan entered, saluting Zhang Qishan. Buddha, it has been confirmed that Qi Lechuan may know more than we do, yet I remain unaware of the reasons. Not knowing is precisely the point. Just then, Qi Tizui appeared at the door, clad in a deep red robe and wearing sunglasses, exuding an air of refined affability. Little Lechuan's divinations are more accurate than mine. I am growing old and should retire. Zhang Rishan nodded. 8th Master, you jest? Yet, Zhang Qishan discreetly cast a glance at Qi Tizui, seemingly grasping something profound. Observe closely. The secrets of Yushan may only be unraveled by little Lechuan. This is her destiny, Qi Laoba remarked mysteriously, then seated himself to pour himself a cup of tea, as if he had no intention of intervening. Xinyu listened, utterly bewildered, ultimately rendered speechless. Qi Lechuan, typically a soft and cuddly little creature, with an exquisite appearance and charming demeanor, possessed a kind heart, robbing the rich to aid the poor. Yet she could also be merciless towards her enemies, striking fear into the hearts of many. What sort of existence did she embody within the 9 gates, or rather, how could a character like Qi 8th Master nurture such a grandchild? Chapter 15. She lights the sky lantern upon stepping outside. Qi Lechuan returned to the first floor, only to find that Zhang Rishan had vanished without a trace. With a disdainful hum, he mused that, indeed, in his heart, the Buddha was always paramount. If the notorious He Bei Lao Lu were to appear, then the members of the 9 gates should have gathered here by now. Zhang Qiling handed her the milk bottle, uttering a casual remark as he took it upon himself. Qi Lechuan obediently stowed it away, her gaze drifting to the man seated opposite her, whose jawline was distinctly chiseled, his hair long enough to nearly obscure his eyes, emanating an air of brooding intensity. Though he spoke little, his striking handsomeness was undeniably captivating. With a hint of sarcasm, she lamented, "Brother is truly the best, unlike Deputy Zhang, who is but a fickle fence-sitter." Zhang Qiling offered no response, his attention fixed on the auction stage, where the event was officially commencing. Welcome to the auction. We kindly ask everyone to maintain silence. The photographs in your possession are for reference only. Please refer to the actual items for accuracy. The host, adorned with a cheerful smile, announced the first item, an ancient jade piece, now available for bidding. The stick slave showcased the item, parading it around the room, yet when it reached Qi Lechuan, she cast it not a glance. The jade pendant's quality was the poorest in her previous life. With the showcase concluded, the starting bid for the ancient jade was set at 500,000, with increments of 100,000. The auction commenced with the sound of a bell, the host adeptly capturing the bids. It wasn't until the price soared to 2 million that the bidding halted, marking the highest value for the ancient jade. Congratulations to Mr. Gu for acquiring the first item. Qi Lechuan glanced over, and indeed, it was Wei Wei alongside Mr. Gu. She offered them a slight smile, to which Wei Wei responded with a subtle curve of her lips, clearly charmed by the child. Soon, the focus shifted to the jadeite bracelet. Ladies and gentlemen, this item has minor flaws, hence, its value will be slightly reduced. However, rest assured, the products from the Xinyu Hotel are of excellent quality. The host maintained her composure, exuding a sense of poise and control, as this was the first instance of Xinyu Hotel voluntarily lowering the price. The fifth item, a jadeite bracelet, began with a starting bid of 1 million. As the words left the host's lips, Qi Lechuan's expression turned incredulous. What kind of joke is this? Not only does this item have flaws, but it is also missing a piece, and they expect to sell it for 1 million. Are they trying to make me sell a kidney? Zhang Qiling's gaze shifted toward her. Though he remained silent, His eyes seemed to silently question whether she had the means to make a purchase. She quickly composed herself, straightening her back, and with a hint of defiance, declared, "I have plenty of money." Zhang Qiling nodded, merely playing along with her. The jadeite bracelet exhibited a brilliance surpassing that in the photographs. It appeared to have undergone professional treatment, resembling a piece that had been meticulously preserved for ages, with intricate carvings that blurred the line of its origin. Despite its treatment, it still emanated an inexplicable aura of menace as it passed before her. The showcase concluded, and an elderly gentleman could not help but speak up. "I have heard of this artifact. Historically, there existed a small nation known as Zhuzhou, about which scant records remained. It is said their people revered the fox spirit, yet its precise location has long been lost to time. Now, it resurfaces." Another young man seated beside him interjected, "Professor Yang, I have heard that this country was buried under ruins long ago, existing for no more than a century." Professor Yang sighed. "The history of Zhuzhou has been absent for far too long. It is finally emerging into the light." The two speakers were prominent historians, well versed in the study of such minor nations, and their shared enthusiasm sparked interest among those around them, turning the jadeite bracelet into an object of contention. Zhuzhou was, after all, her homeland. Qi Lechuan could no longer remain seated. She had initially intended to exploit the situation, but as her eyes fell upon the sky lanterns nearby, she realized that if she wished to obtain the jadeite bracelet, she had no choice but to light a lantern today. However, ever since the Buddha had squandered his fortune lighting 3 lanterns, no one had dared to follow suit. Her family, the Qi clan, was modest, and Qi Bei was rather laid back. It was impossible for them to produce such a sum. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, the words, "Light the lantern," lodged in her throat, but the financial constraints of the Qi family were too stark. In an instant, she sank back down on the second floor. Qi Tizui exhaled in relief, his heart still racing. "You scared me. I genuinely thought this child was going to light a lantern. It would have brought the Qi family to ruin." Zhang Rishan observed her small figure from above, having grown accustomed to her demeanor over the past few days. He wagered that Qi Lechuan could maintain her composure. In a partition on the second floor, Huixingu donned a cerulean qipao, her short hair neatly styled, her features strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of authority with every movement. With a silent smile, she mused that Chen Pai still hoped to monopolize Yushan. Given its rich history, could he truly digest it all? "Master, should we bid on this jade bracelet?" a woman beside her inquired. "Of course, I am keen to see what tricks he intends to play," Huixingu replied, her sharp gaze fixed on the jadeite bracelet below. The host then announced, "The jadeite bracelet, with bidding starting at 1 million, is now open." In an instant, the sound of bells rang out. Professor Yang placed a bid of 5 million. Qi Lechuan's eyes widened in disbelief as she muttered to herself, seemingly reminding herself that if she pursued this, the Qi family's ancestral home would be lost. "Mr. Liu, I bid 10 million. From the second floor, Huixingu's master called out, 20 million. The host glanced at the second floor, momentarily directing her gaze toward Xinyue's room before retracting it. Qi Lechuan pressed her forehead, continuing her murmurs. If she proceeded, the Qi family's sole opportunity would vanish. Mr. Chiu on the second floor raised his bid to 50 million. Professor Yang countered with 80 million. Huixingu then bid 100 million. As her words faded, the room fell into a hushed silence, astonished that a single bracelet had reached such a staggering price. The bell continued to toll. Qi Lechuan turned her gaze to the second floor, locking eyes with Chiu Dikao. After a brief moment of connection, she looked away, murmuring, "If I proceed, the entire Qi family will be ensnared." Zhang Qiling cast her a cool glance, observing her troubled expression. His lips pressed together as he uttered a single word, "Snatch." Her eyes sparkled with realization as she met his gaze. With Zhang Qiling's capabilities, even if he were to seize it, what could they do about it? Unbeknownst to them, the listener above had turned their attention toward them. Mr. Chio bids 110 million. Is there a higher offer? The host inquired. Just as Huixingu was about to strike the bell, an aide reminded her, Master, we cannot muster such funds at this moment. Huixingu's fingers twitched slightly, but she ultimately refrained from ringing the bell. Must we allow a foreigner to walk away with it? A palpable silence enveloped the room, and the host surveyed the crowd once more, asking, Is there a higher bid? Suddenly, a series of sounds erupted from a partition on the second floor, with a single bid of 10 million. The host, sharp-eared and quick-witted, smirked as she announced, Zhang Dafu bids 120 million. At this, those who had been eager to bid fell silent. Since Zhang Dafu had taken action, no one else would dare to pursue the item, especially given that he was also the son-in-law of the Xinhua Hotel. Chapter 16. The ghostly funeral coffin. The price of the ghostly funeral coffin has soared to an astonishing 100 million, and no one dares to raise it further. Even the most valuable ancient bracelet has reached its limit. Since the venerable Zhang Dafu has spoken, the members of the Nine Gates have temporarily extinguished any thoughts of contention. In the partitioned area on the second floor, Lon Air inquired, Boss, shall we raise the bid? Chio Dikao pondered for a moment, his azure eyes glancing around before he waved his hand dismissively, saying, Zhang Qishan has developed minds in recent years and is never short of money. Moreover, young Master Qi is also one of the Nine Gates. There is no need to compete with him. I believe that brat from the Qi family will come looking for me again. Chio Dikao held a map in his hand, needing merely a partner to delve into the excavation. Among the Nine Gates, there are many capable individuals. It need not be Qi Lechuan who joins him. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, he found himself intrigued by the 5-year-old child. Her actions today were hardly characteristic of a child so young. Congratulations, the emerald jade bracelet has been won by Zhang Dafu. The announcer's voice rang clear. The crowd below erupted in congratulations for the venerable master. Zhang Qishan rose and approached the railing, clad in military attire, exuding an air of authority tempered with an almost imperceptible gentleness, casting a glance at Qi Lechuan. Meeting his gaze, Qi Lechuan's lips twitched slightly before she averted her eyes. It is a great honor to acquire this artifact. However, I shall gift it to that young master. He gestured toward the small figure below. The crowd's attention converged, each speculating the identity of the young master. Qi Lechuan felt both flattered and taken aback, crossing her arms defiantly as she replied in a sweet voice, Thank you, master. I will ensure my grandfather returns it to you at a suitable time. Very well, I shall await your return. Zhang Qishan chuckled lightly, his demeanor excessively tender. Leaving the onlookers inside, Zhang Rishan silently regarded Qi Tiezu, who shrugged, indicating that he would rather die than part with such a sum. Qi Lechuan, having gained a favor while maintaining her pride, speculated that her grandfather was likely present, hence her insistence on having Qi Bei repay the sum. This ancient bracelet was intended for the excavation at Yushan, and it was imperative that either Chen Pai or Qi Lechuan obtain it. Everything was firmly under the venerable master's control. Yet, Qi Lechuan sensed that this matter was shrouded in conspiracy. The ancient bracelet now rested in the hands of a mere child, and the thoughts of the crowd diverged in myriad directions. Once the item left the New Moon Hotel, it was no longer something anyone could govern. There were those in the gathering who were notoriously domineering, their eyes fixed on Qi Lechuan, intending to plunder her once the auction concluded. Zhang Qiling, inherently perceptive, absorbed the malicious gazes around him. This was his instinctual response to danger. That moment, Qi Lechuan comprehended the true intent behind the venerable master's gesture. This was no gift. It was a ticking time bomb, drawing the spotlight upon her point. One could only speculate which faction sought the treasures of Yushan, making her the target of scrutiny. Reflecting on this predicament, Qi Lechuan sighed softly, feeling yet again ensnared by the older generation. However, she remained undaunted, for she had Zhang Qiling by her side. Meanwhile, at Yushan, the arrival of the Black Bear instilled a modicum of reassurance in Chen Pai. However, they had yet to enter the tomb when they encountered the ghostly funeral coffin. That night, A haunting sound of Suona echoed through the silent mountains, each note more piercing than the last, rousing the camp's occupants from slumber. Chun Pai donned his clothing and ventured out to investigate. A fog began to envelop the air, carrying the scent of burnt joss paper, in the depths of the seemingly endless night. Several ethereal white figures emerged, accompanied by a chilling wind laced with the stench of blood. Just as the black bear moved closer to examine, the mournful wails reverberated, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. The black bear adjusted his sunglasses with a languid air and remarked, "Is this the wailing of the 100 ghosts at a grave?" Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a funeral procession. Having lived a considerable portion of his life, Chun Pai had witnessed various burial customs, yet he had never encountered a nighttime burial. The coffin itself was an object of extreme awe, and most folk practitioners would choose to conduct such affairs at noon when the yang energy was at its peak. Not necessarily. Perhaps someone is merely playing tricks. Chun Pai gripped his 9-clawed hook, his tone cold. It appears someone has attempted to deceive me. Rest assured, boss, I will unearth the truth, the black bear replied, a smirk gracing his lips as he boldly advanced toward the figures. Chun Pai did not intervene. He was well aware of the black bear's capabilities. In the darkness, his vision surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The deeper the night, the clearer his sight. Beneath the thin mist, the white figures seemed ghostly, and as they drew closer, he could feel an icy chill permeating his bones. The funeral procession was increasingly eerie, with individuals donned in mourning attire, accompanied by 2 who performed a shamanistic dance, while 8 bearers carried the coffin, which was notably diminutive in size. The piercing wails intertwined with the sounds of the Suona, resembling the lamentations of vengeful spirits. The black bear slowed his pace as the procession enveloped him, the atmosphere heavy with malevolence. Upon glimpsing the coffin, the procession halted abruptly, the sounds ceasing as if frozen in time. The corners of the black bear's mouth twitched as he observed the procession's faces, which were rigid and lifeless, akin to the walking dead. The coffin was a vivid red, intricately carved with elaborate designs. Just as he contemplated stepping back, the procession moved again, and an involuntary exclamation escaped his lips. In the blink of an eye, he found himself thrust into the coffin, the procession continuing its advance. The coffin was uncomfortably small, compelling him to curl up, emanating a bizarre fragrance. He knocked on the coffin's sides, producing dull thuds, yet the sounds of the Suona and mournful wails drowned him out. Xisha, known for his audacity, sensed something amiss and exclaimed, "Boss, this funeral procession seems unusual. I shall assist the black bear." Chun Pai nodded in agreement. Xisha brandished his knife and charged toward the procession, but through the mist, he could not discern the black bear's figure. Puzzled, he swallowed hard and pressed on. They arrived at a chaotic graveyard on the mountain, a site where, during the war-torn Republic era, unclaimed bodies had been interred. The coffin was unceremoniously cast into the prepared pit, and the sounds of the Suona ceased. "I say, this is all fun and games, but why toss your black bear in here? My old limbs can hardly withstand such treatment." The black bear's voice echoed from within the grave pit. Now comprehending the situation, Xisha reacted swiftly, ready to leap in, but the ever-watchful Chun Pai seized him. A sprinkle of vermilion dust caused Xisha to fully awaken, realizing that his next step could lead him to certain doom. Chapter 17. The corpse of the fox demon not far from them lay a coffin, its lid ajar, suggesting that the black bear had leapt in of his own volition. Xisha hastily assisted the black bear out, for the latter had an aversion to such ominous objects, yet this time he had unwittingly fallen prey to their allure. Once he regained his composure, the black bear disdainfully wiped away the viscous substance clinging to his palm. Fourth Master seized the knife from Xisha's hand and struck the coffin. The coffin was of mediocre quality, and his strike left a deep gash. Its craftsmanship was lackluster, the intricate patterns bearing a semblance of meaning. The side of the coffin was adorned with vibrant paintings depicting a scene of a group of people paying homage to deities, at the scent from within the coffin, or the initial sound of the Suona. The black bear inquired. Chen Pai's gaze was piercing as he severed the coffin with a few decisive blows. The odor emanating from the coffin was peculiar. Its nature remained uncertain, yet it was evidently a warning from the villagers of Huai village. The black bear cast his eyes toward the village below, recalling his own foreboding feelings upon his arrival. Huai village was an ancient settlement, its origins lost to time, governed by bizarre customs that were unfamiliar to outsiders. However, in pursuit of the treasures buried beneath Yushan, Chen Pai had deliberately steered clear of them. Rumor had it that the villagers worshipped the fox immortal with an unsettling fervor, prompting even Qi Lechuan to consciously avoid them. At the New Moon Hotel, a performance of Mu Kuzhai concluded, and the auction resumed. The final item was the centerpiece of the day's gathering, the very reason for the congregation. Originally, this item was not slated for the auction. It had been anonymously delivered to the New Moon Hotel. Upon learning this, Xinyu, accompanied by the Buddha, traveled to the capital to witness for the first time the ceremonial cauldron inscribed with fox motifs, a relic of considerable antiquity whose origins remained elusive. Upon first sight, Qi Bei declared it to be of sinister nature, asserting it was no ordinary artifact. As the red cloth was lifted from the pedestal, a bronze cauldron was revealed, far more breathtaking than its image had suggested. Every intricate line was vividly discernible, and the bronze fox visage lent an air of enigma to the entire piece. Throughout the annals of history, there have been few who revered the fox immortal, yet some records remained. This cauldron, however, had never graced the pages of history. The host, at a loss for its name, addressed the assembly, "Ladies and gentlemen, this final item is one that the New Moon Hotel cannot identify. Missing seeks to know if anyone here can provide any leads." The crowd buzzed with speculation. Qi Lechuan appeared momentarily dazed, memories flooding her mind. Her coming-of-age ceremony. Her grandfather had taken her to pay homage to this very bronze cauldron, a relic safeguarded by the Qi family for 3 generations. Lechuan, the corpse of the fox demon harbors the secrets of the 9 provinces. I once swore an oath to the imperial family to protect it. Yet the new emperor's obsession with immortality has made our Qi family the favored ones in court, a perilous position, for a tall tree attracts the wind. After my demise, the Qi family will gradually retreat, refraining from excessive involvement in court affairs. Your destiny will rest in your hands. At the time, she had not comprehended his words. 2 days later, her grandfather passed away, and the Qi family had not chosen to withdraw. Instead, they had ascended to become the emperor's closest allies. She had become the new saintess, the heir of the Qi family, revered by all. Another fox visage. Could it be connected to the 9 provinces? Professor Yang was the first to voice his doubts. I consider myself well versed in the history of the 9 provinces, yet I have never encountered this cauldron. Professor, might it not belong to the 9 provinces? A young man interjected. Professor Yang remained steadfast in his conviction. No, it must be. The patterns on it are identical to those on the previously seen jade bracelet. It is undoubtedly from the 9 provinces. Qi Lechuan snapped back to reality. It indeed hailed from the 9 provinces, yet due to its ominous nature, it had been excluded from historical records, intended to fade into the abyss of time. History had once chronicled that during royal sacrifices, there were always reports of sudden deaths within the realm, attributed by historians to the fox immortal, believed to ensure favorable weather for the following year. What favorable weather? Qi Lechuan scoffed, laced with a hint of sarcasm. Zhang Qiling turned to her, and she nonchalantly uttered the words, "Corpse of the fox demon." Zhang Qiling showed no reaction, nor did he express curiosity about her knowledge of it. The attendant instantly perceived this, respectfully addressing Xinyu, "Madam, young Master Shao is familiar with it." Xinyu raised her gaze, puzzled. This item had seemingly materialized from thin air, untraceable by even the annals of history, yet this mere 5-year-old child, Qi Lechuan, had uttered its name. Neither the Buddha nor Qi Bei displayed much reaction, as if it were anticipated. "What is its name?" Xinyu inquired. "Corpse of the fox demon." Qi Tizui's eyes darkened. After so long searching, he had never encountered it. Zhang Qishan's fingers tapped lightly on the table, his thin lips pursed in contemplation, remaining silent. Qi Bei murmured cryptically, "In the grand scheme of things, fate is preordained." In Xinyue, bewildered, signaled discreetly to the host. The host, receiving the cue, surveyed the room and announced, "The corpse of the fox demon, starting bid at 10 million, with each increment set at 5 million. Due to its weight, shipping is waived. Let the auction commence." Before the crowd could fully comprehend, the Hua family was the first to place a bid. Hua Xingu was known for her decisiveness. Since everyone was here for the cauldron, they showed no hesitation. The Buddha watched with an amused expression as the Li, Wu, and Hua families all made their moves. Within a minute, the price soared to over 100 million. Qi Tizui noticed his grandson's lack of response and regarded him with curiosity. This child had been ecstatic at the sight of the jade bracelet, yet now, during the main event, he remained aloof, seemingly indifferent. This reaction led Qi Bei to question whether this item had any connection to Yushan. Jiejui bid 150 million. The host noted that the Jie family primarily operated overseas and had prospered in recent years. If they wished to acquire the cauldron, it would merely require a modest investment. Jiejui, seated across from the Buddha, had endured many trials over the past decade, his demeanor now composed, wary of the potential repercussions of his next move. Mr. Chiu bid 260 million. Jiejui countered with 270 million. Mr. Chiu raised his bid to 280 million. Jiejui then bid 300 million. Chiu Dikao had come specifically for the corpse of the fox demon and was now locked in a bidding war with Jiejui, while the other families could no longer contend with such exorbitant prices, left to watch the outcome unfold. Qi Lechuan, having an attendant fetch her a bottle of milk, sipped while observing the spectacle. She harbored no desire to uncover the secrets of the cauldron. Unlike the Wu family, her kin were not driven by curiosity. She simply wished to lead a tranquil life. The Buddha noted her demeanor, pondering the significance of the cauldron, marked by the fox visage, as the ancient history of the 9 provinces was intimately tied to it. What indeed was Qi Lechuan's connection to the 9 provinces? Chapter 18. The Gathering of the 9 Gates. Mr. Chiu placed a bid of 305 million. Master Jia leisurely rang the bell. The hostess lifted her gaze, and Master Jia increased his bid to 400 million. Is there a higher offer? The Jia family's substantial wealth astonished the onlookers. Each increment of their bid was an additional 100 million, as though their riches were summoned by a tempest. Mr. Chiu Dikao's fingers trembled slightly, and after a brief hesitation, he struck the bell again, offering 410 million. Master Jia continued to ring the bell, turning the auction into a battleground between the two. Zhang Qishan smirked, patiently awaiting a bid that would reach 450 million before signaling Master Jia. Perhaps Qi Lechuan was unaware that her indifference led the Buddha to believe that the value of the Sihu Gue Ding was not particularly high. Master Jia eventually ceased his bidding, and the item ultimately belonged to Mr. Chiu Dikao. Naturally, those from the 9 Gates were dissatisfied. While outsiders might be oblivious to the significance of the Sihu Gue Ding, they understood its true worth, even considering it a passport into the realm of Jiuzhou. Yet, no one was willing to spend 400 million on a single ding. Even the ruthless Banjieli chose to withdraw. After the auction concluded, Qi Lechuan went to collect the item. Upon receiving it, she turned to see Ba Yi hurriedly ascending to the 2nd floor. Intending to go directly to the train station, she instead followed suit, handing the jade bracelet to Zhang Qiling and instructing him to wait for her outside. Zhang Qiling accepted it without any reaction, simply remaining outside in silence until her return. Inside the conference hall of the Xinyue Hotel, old dog Wu clutched a 3-inch nail, his expression tinged with worry. Beside him, Banjieli filled his teacup, flicked his sleeves, and spoke in a nonchalant tone. "Old dog Wu, what troubles you?" Wu Old Dog furrowed his brow slightly, saying, "This ding holds profound significance for us of the 9 Gates. Why would the Buddha change his mind? Perhaps the Buddha has other considerations," Banjieli suggested. At that moment, Hebei Lao Lu pushed the door open and walked directly to his seat, unperturbed as he began to polish his black gold ancient sword. He had not intended to attend today but was summoned by the Buddha. He entered shortly after, clasping his hands in greeting. Everyone is here. Third master, fifth master, it has been a while. The two nodded in acknowledgement. Sixth master, thank you for making this trip, Qi Tizui said with a smile. Among them, He Bei Lao Lu was the most difficult to approach, and even at this age, Qi Baiyi remained exceedingly cautious. He Bei Lao Lu glanced up at him, seemingly unbothered by his politeness. Qi Lechuan kept her distance, clearly observing Yanu invite Huasian Gu into the room. Huasian Gu, with her fair skin and striking looks, possessed a tall stature that naturally commanded attention. Having recently taken charge of the Hua family, Qi Lechuan did not have a deep impression of her, other than her exceptional beauty and her more prudent approach compared to Hua Sanyang. Soon after, Master Jie and the Buddha entered together. This was Qi Lechuan's first experience witnessing such a complete gathering of the nine gates, though it was still lacking Qinpai and Yi. Just as she pondered this, Yu Hong rushed in. Guided by Gun Nu, the seven stood and bowed to Zhang Qishan, addressing him as Buddha. That moment, Qi Lechuan outside suddenly had an epiphany. Clearing her throat, she pushed open the door and confidently stepped inside, taking a seat in the Qin family's spot. Qi Tizui's mouth twitched. This little rascal. Little Lechuan, this is not a place for you. Stand up, Baiyi feigned a scolding tone. Qi Lechuan pouted defiantly, arguing. Since Chen Si cannot attend, is it improper for me to take his place? You. Qi Tizui, who doted on this granddaughter and had never scolded her, found himself at a loss. Qinpai cannot come, but the Chen family's seat is not for you to occupy, a cool voice interjected. As Huasian Gu's red lips parted, continuing, does your Qi family still uphold any rules? Upon hearing this, Qi Lechuan straightened her posture, her face devoid of expression. You haven't even settled into your position as the head of the Hua family, and you're already concerned about the rules of my Qi family? Qi Baiyi, though not inclined to argue with women, did not mean that Qi Lechuan would be at a disadvantage. She promptly struck at Huasian Gu's heart with her words. Huasian Gu's gaze sharpened, her expression shifting slightly, and after a moment's pause, she uttered, Your Qi family truly opens my eyes. Zhang Qishan remained seated, offering no reaction, tacitly allowing Qi Lechuan to stay. Little Lechuan, come sit with your second grandpa, Yu Hong beckoned, creating a space beside him. The rules of the nine gates were numerous. Theoretically, Qi Lechuan should not occupy Qinpai's position. However, she was well aware of this and walked over to Yu Hong, cheerfully saying, Thank you, second grandpa. Zhang Qishan shook his head with a smile, amused by the cleverness of the child, who knew how to wait for an opportunity. Buddha, that Sihu Gue Ding is of no use to us, is it? Old Dog Wu was the first to voice his concerns. Zhang Qishan cast a sidelong glance at Qi Lechuan, his fingers idly rotating the ring on his finger, and replied solemnly, Perhaps it is indeed of no use. That is impossible. When our Wu family descended last time, we encountered the totem of Jiuzhou, which is identical to the carvings on this ding. Unfortunately, the tomb was too vast, and we could not locate the main burial chamber. Wu Old Dog interjected. According to the information gathered from the Li family, the inscriptions on this ding should be usable, Banjeli added. He Bei Lao Lu sheathed his sword and remarked, The emergence of the Sihu Gue Ding has disrupted all our plans. We ought to acquire it today. Huasian Gu's eyes narrowed slightly. May I inquire, Buddha, is the Yushan tomb accessible to anyone? Years ago, the Buddha had established a rule that all matters concerning Jiuzhou would be shared among the nine gates. Now, Qinpai's actions were clearly unreasonable, with one person attempting to seize the treasures of Yushan. Since Qinpai had already descended into the tomb, Zhang Qishan, almost as if in agreement, said of course. Xie Jujia adjusted his glasses, a faint smile gracing his face, remaining silent. Qi Lechuan listened attentively, not speaking, yet she harbored suspicions that the tomb Qinpai had entered was likely not that of Jiuzhou. Zhang Qishan noted the child's lack of reaction, a slight smile forming. Little Lechuan, what are your thoughts? Suddenly called upon, she momentarily faltered, taking 2 seconds to respond before looking at her grandfather. Qi Baiyi quickly intervened. Oh my Buddha, what could a 5-year-old child possibly understand? I have calculated. This ding is of no significance. Do you feel the same? Zhang Qishan fixed his gaze on Qi Lechuan. She suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure and nodded, yes. Master Jie chuckled lightly. Since our little Lechuan has deemed it useless, then it is indeed without value. Zhang Qishan finally shifted his focus. Qi Lechuan, feeling somewhat guilty, forced a smile. Surrounded by these cunning old foxes of the 9 gates, even with her 2 lifetimes of experience, she found it somewhat overwhelming. She remained constantly on guard, wary of their probing questions and fearful of being outmaneuvered by Ba Yi. Within the rules of the 9 gates, it was often easier for insiders to scheme against one another. Currently, Qiu Decao had set his sights on the ruins of the ancient Jiuzhou kingdom, returning with apparent preparation. The 9 gates needed to locate the item before him, Zhang Qishan remarked. The others nodded in understanding, while Qi Lechuan remained bewildered, unsure of what the Buddha referred to as the item. As the meeting concluded, the Buddha called out to the young lad eager to slip away, Lechuan. Come here. Qi Lechuan halted her steps, turning to him. Buddha, do you have instructions? He smiled gently. Remember to bring along Officer Zhang. He will protect you. Qi Lechuan felt somewhat reluctant. Who didn't he know that Officer Zhang's world revolved solely around obeying the Buddha's commands? However, since the Buddha had spoken, she could not refuse, and so she nodded in agreement. Upon exiting, Zhang Rishan awaited her at the door, and upon seeing her emerge, he lifted his foot to follow closely behind her. Chapter 19. The haunted train. A faint smile graced Qi Lechuan's lips as she spoke languidly without turning her head. Some individuals, in their unwavering loyalty, tend to pick on the weak. In the vast realm of the 9 gates, they lay traps for the unsuspecting young Dai. In contrast, Fourth Grandpa's manipulation of others is always resolute. I find myself preferring Fourth Grandpa over the others. Zhang Rishan pressed his lips together, silently observing her petite figure, at a loss for words. The cunning old foxes among the 9 gates are not to be trifled with. Accompanied by Zhang Qiling, the trio boarded the train back to Changsha. As dusk settled, Qi Lechuan and her companions hurried onto the train, with at least 2 groups following closely behind them. The moment she stepped aboard, a sudden chill coursed through her, an overwhelming sense of malevolence washing over her. The train, an antiquated green carriage, was eerily deserted, exuding an air of desolation. After traversing 3 carriages, they entered their sleeping quarters. Qi Lechuan's heart remained in a state of unease. Deputy, it seems we have boarded the wrong train, she remarked. Zhang Rishan hesitated momentarily before taking a seat. The green train, a rarity in this era, caught his eye. He surveyed the surroundings. This train was indeed headed for Changsha, so he reassured her, sit back and relax, I will purchase a ticket. As he stood to leave, the child anxiously tugged at his sleeve, her voice quivering, there's no need. In her previous life, despite being the saintess of the 9 provinces, she had never encountered supernatural events. Ever since she acquired the jade bracelet from the Su family, her days were now filled with dealings with spirits and deities, and to claim she was unafraid would be a lie. Qi Ba Yi had once told her that the most terrifying entities in this world are not the spirits themselves. Rather, everything she encountered was a rite of passage. All she could do was confront her fears. Feigning bravery, she felt her composure falter at that moment. The magnetic field here was utterly chaotic, with gusts of cold wind suggesting that many souls had perished aboard this train. Strangely, trains involved in accidents are typically taken out of service, yet this one had suddenly appeared. Zhang Rishan frowned, saying, we cannot proceed without a ticket. She offered a wry smile, her face contorting into a frown, and inquired, have there been any notable train accidents in recent years? Zhang Qiling, clutching his blade, stared expressionlessly out the window. The train had begun to move, and the outside scenery appeared ghostly, clawing at the edges of reality. Zhang Rishan, finally grasping the situation, took a seat beside Qi Lechuan and pondered for a moment before speaking. 5 years ago, a wave of bandits swept through North China. The leader, audacious and armed, held all the passengers hostage. Since this train passes through Changsha, we dispatched Buddha's envoy to intercept it. The train was scheduled to arrive at 11 at night. Buddha's envoy and I waited an additional hour for its arrival, only to find that every chapter 20, the art of corpse raising, they all concurrently overlooked a crucial issue. The reason the train was still in motion was that its driver remained present. Qi Lechuan took a deep breath, her mind beginning to formulate a few ideas. Zhang Rishan, observing her gradually stabilizing mindset, felt a sense of relief. The rational young Master Ba was indeed a competent heir. He remarked, "There are still 5 minutes until the next tunnel. Does the child have a strategy to cope with this? First, I will ask my brother to visit the driver's cabin and unearth the mischief-making driver. We are not far from the truth." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Qiling's figure darted out of the carriage with remarkable speed. Qi Lechuan had intended to offer him additional words of caution, but she had not anticipated Zhang Qiling's formidable execution. In scarcely a minute, Zhang Qiling returned, stating coolly, "The person is not here. I only found this." "Not here?" Qi Lechuan queried, puzzled. "Is the train on autopilot?" "Perhaps he is hiding," Zhang Qiling added, clarifying that he had not encountered the driver and casually producing a flashlight to illuminate the child. Qi Lechuan accepted the notebook from Zhang Qiling's hand, opening the first page under the light, revealing intricate spells, a long-lost dark art known as the Maoshan corpse-raising technique. This method involved nurturing a corpse with human essence. To ensure that the spirit would heed its caretaker, a continuous supply of blood was essential. Should the caretaker fail to provide sufficient blood, the spirit would retaliate, potentially devouring its master. Zhang Rishan struggled to comprehend the meaning inscribed upon the pages and inquired, "Is this the driver's journal?" Qi Lechuan proceeded to turn to the second page, slowly recounting the tale of yore. The train was destined for the south, and one fateful day, a fortune teller boarded, claiming to be a descendant of the Maoshan lineage. The man seated opposite him, skeptical, mocked him as a charlatan, prompting the fortune teller to suggest they visit the restroom for a private reading. The man, torn between belief and disbelief, followed him in, never to emerge again. The fortune teller, inexperienced and attempting to command a spirit to commit murder for the first time, was taken aback when the spirit went berserk at the first taste of blood. Only through the use of his own blood was he able to momentarily subdue it that moment. A band of robbers attacked, shooting anyone who refused to comply. The overwhelming stench of blood allowed the spirit to break free entirely, leading to a massacre the fortune teller could not have foreseen. By dawn, these travelers were forever bound to the train headed south. Overcome with fear, the fortune teller, the sole survivor, exerted all his strength to lure the spirit to the last carriage, detaching the final 4 carriages. He believed himself responsible for this calamity and resolved to bear the burden of the malevolent presence, thus remaining eternally with train 4424. Upon concluding her reading, Qi Lechuan grasped the reason behind the overwhelming malevolence aboard the train, yet one question lingered. If this driver was indeed the fortune teller, what mindset allowed him to persist in such a state? She was certain they were not the first to revisit train 4424. The art of spirit nurturing required a continual supply of essence, thus the fortune teller must periodically emerge to procure sustenance for the spirit. A sudden thud from outside roused her attention, prompting Qi Lechuan to close the notebook. Zhang Qiling, sensing an impending threat, extinguished the flashlight. The train's horn blared as it entered the tunnel, amplifying the fears within the hearts of its passengers. In the adjoining compartment, Yu Qi sat restlessly, smoking. Unable to contain his frustration, he shouted, "Thin monkey, if you keep crying, I swear I'll kill you myself." Thin monkey, the slight man, cowered in the corner, fearing he might be the next victim. Through his tears, he pleaded, "Boss, I've followed you across the land for years. I've earned my keep. You can't kill me. I want to go home." "You want to live? Then steal that child's jade bracelet. Their party is surely still alive. That treasure must be protecting them," Yu Qi insisted, his greed unabated. Another man remained silent, listening to Yu Qi's words, before scoffing, "It's your insatiable desire for that jade bracelet that has trapped us here. If not for your greed, Chengzi would not be dead, nor would we." Lu Gu chimed in, "Indeed. Does that worthless bracelet hold more value than our lives?" Thin Monkey, emboldened by some newfound courage, joined Lu Gu in blaming Yu Qi. Yu Qi, accustomed to arrogance and accustomed to minor successes in recent years, found his underlings turning against him in this life-and-death crisis. He snapped, "At a time like this, you dare to blame me?" A dispute erupted among the three. Meanwhile, the train plunged into the tunnel eye in the darkness. A strange sound emerged, distinct from previous occurrences. Like the claws of a beast scraping against metal, the noise was grating and sent shivers down their spines. 3 minutes later, silence returned to the train. Qi Lechuan strained to listen, but there was not a whisper from the adjacent room. As the train emerged from the tunnel, Zhang Qiling pushed the door open, his gaze fixed intently on a shadow pressed against the window, and he darted after it. Qi Lechuan instinctively tightened her grip on the notebook, urgently calling out, "Brother, don't chase after it." Zhang Rishan gently pressed down on her head, leaning slightly to whisper soothingly, "Young Master Ba, in moments like this, you should seek solutions. Come with me." Standing tall, his steps were resolute and steady, imparting an inexplicable sense of security. Qi Lechuan inhaled deeply. The chaotic energy in the environment affected her, sending a chill deep into her bones. She hesitated to voice her fears to Zhang Rishan, for he was far more formidable than Qi Tizui. Each step he took seemed to embody the tranquility following a tumultuous world, his longevity lending him an air of mystery. Even in the face of such eerie occurrences, he displayed no hint of panic. She endeavored to follow Zhang Rishan to the entrance of the last compartment. Upon opening the door, a heavy creaking sound resonated, revealing only a coffin bound in iron chains, adorned with talismans, with ghost-repelling symbols affixed to the windows. He reached out, but the oppressive malevolence rendered him momentarily unable to open it. Qi Lechuan stood frozen in place, her pupils dilating. This was not her first encounter with such a scene, yet this time, she found herself unable to move. Her mind felt as if it had exploded. The Qi family had established themselves in the court through such deceptive arts of divination, mingling with all manner of people, yet never gracing the halls of nobility. The fall of the Jiuzhou was attributed to the sorcery of the Qi family. "You Qi family are a blight." Zhang Ba Yi had always kept her from interacting with such ominous objects. Encountering a ghostly burial in Yushan had never instilled such fear in her. This scene compelled her to instinctively retreat. It felt as if something was being suppressed within that coffin. "Child, you..." Zhang Rishan turned to see her still standing at the door and, shifting his tone with keen interest, asked, "Are you afraid?" Chapter 21. The Taoist of Maoshan. Qi Lechuan nodded stiffly, her gaze fixated on the talisman. Humans are divided by yin and yang, while ghosts are classified by good and evil. Malevolent spirits must be subdued to ensure peace in a realm. This ghost-restraining talisman belonged to the Taoist of Maoshan. Maoshan? Zhang Rishan was only familiar with the 9 gates and had never heard of such a sect. It turned out he was not a fortune-teller. Qi Lechuan flipped through the book, casually turning to the last page. Written in blood were the words, "Leave it to fate." Zhang Rishan lowered his gaze, noticing her expression had somewhat returned to normal, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, she was still just a child. She would be frightened, but he would do his utmost to soothe her emotions. In a life-and-death situation, she needed to remain clear-headed and rational, for otherwise, no one could escape this train alive. Qi Lechuan composed herself, stepping through the door and reaching out to touch the coffin. The Taoist of Maoshan employed corpses for his own purposes, and the number of bodies that could be refined was limited, preferably those of extreme yin, like her own. She seemed to have guessed the true story but needed verification. Now, she was certain that the notebook in her hand was a sham. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the moonlight, Zhang Qiling strode towards the first carriage. The individuals who had been bowing their heads when they entered had vanished, leaving the space eerily empty. as if unseen eyes were watching him. Zhang Qiling paused, his gaze obscured by his hair, revealing a hint of solemnity. He turned, only to see the cold, hard line of his jaw. His long fingers stealthily reached for the sheath of his knife. The sharp blade was drawn forth, as if awakening, slicing through the darkness towards a shadowed corner. The opponent reacted swiftly, their form darting away with remarkable speed. "Brother, capturing ghosts requires the proper methods. Use this." Qi Lechuan arrived, tossing a peachwood sword to Zhang Qiling. This sword had been custom-made by 8th Master for her 5th birthday, merely a toy suitable for a child, though it had been consecrated. In Zhang Qiling's hands, it felt like a short dagger. Somewhat juvenile, however, it was indeed the best weapon against a corpse. He hurled it towards the corner with such force that it pinned the entity against the metal of the train. Qi Lechuan was taken aback, several times wanting to ask if this peachwood sword truly belonged to her. Zhang Qiling handed her a flashlight, while Zhang Rishan silently observed. The Zhang family's ancestors were formidable, and his willingness to protect this child might indeed be a blessing. Qi Lechuan gripped the flashlight tightly, and in the soft yellow light, she discerned the creature in the corner. Its body was already covered in white fur. If nurtured for a few more years, it could easily slaughter an entire city. A sense of unease gripped her. Had the white-furred zombie truly been slain? Just as she contemplated getting closer, the sound of the 3 pure bells rang out, and the white-furred zombie suddenly stirred, its crimson eyes fixated on the child. It broke free from the peachwood sword and darted towards the second carriage with astonishing speed. It possessed a keen sense of smell, using the breath of humans to discern its surroundings. A corpse feels no pain, and only the 3 pure bells of the Taoist of Maoshan could control it. Theo eliminated entirely, fire must be employed for incineration. Thus, this was merely the beginning. Her gaze fell, uncertainty and hesitation clouding her mind. "Deputy, who knows how many corpses are concealed aboard this train? Only the Taoist of Maoshan can command them. Theo, capture the thief. We must first seize the king." The 3rd and 4th carriages are soft sleepers with doors. Each room we open holds unknown dangers. Zhang Rishan chuckled lightly, the corners of his mouth lifting. "What is there to fear? With 2 members of the Zhang family protecting you, you should boldly pursue your intentions." Suddenly, she raised her gaze, realizing that for some time now, she had ceased to fear Zhang Rishan, even viewing him as an elder, for the Zhang family never disappoints. She looked towards Zhang Qiling, who nodded slightly in response. Ultimately, Qi Lechuan took that crucial step forward, and Zhang Rishan, watching from behind, felt a sense of pride. 8th Master was a man of peace, seeking not wealth or fame, but simply safety. Yet, the Buddha hoped that 8th Master would have a successor, for among the 9 gates, the esoteric arts of the 8 doors were the most obscure and difficult to master, not something just anyone could learn. In the 3rd carriage, Qi Lechuan steadied her mind and pushed open the first door. The white-furred zombie lunged at her, but Zhang Qiling swiftly sidestepped, delivering a powerful kick to the creature's head. Zhang Rishan immediately positioned the child in a safe spot before joining Zhang Qiling in battle. The white-furred zombie, having just sustained injuries, was considerably slower. Zhang Qiling, not one to linger in combat, propelled himself forward, plunging his sword into the zombie's heart. Green blood oozed forth as he quickly withdrew the peachwood sword, severing the zombie's head. A faint noise emerged from the adjacent room, and Qi Lechuan, summoning her courage, approached and pushed the door open. In that moment, she was momentarily stunned. A small coffin revealed a young ghost clambering out, its short legs dangling helplessly. Its pallid face bore an unhealthy hue, tinged with a hint of greenish-black under the moonlight. It was unclear, yet she distinctly felt an unusual chill. Roar! It let out a fierce growl, and Qi Lechuan instinctively stepped back, her expression shifting as she realized it was indeed possible to raise a fetus as a zombie. That Taoist of Maoshan was exceedingly cruel. The ghost waved its little hands threateningly. Its nails were not long, and its appearance bore some resemblance to that of a human, innocent and naive, particularly adept at luring prey, such as herself. Zhang Qiling halted behind her, calmly stating, "If you like it, take it with you." Her eyes lit up, yet the ghost seemed to hesitate. Zhang Rishan, having just dealt with the situation, heard Zhang Qiling's remark and, with sudden clarity, recalled a past incident. Years ago, there was a pregnant woman on this train. Her fetus was forcibly removed before term. Eighth Master calculated that its birth coincided with the year, month, and day of Een, and he mentioned that those with ill intentions would raise it into a ghost. It appears Eighth Master was indeed not speaking in vain. It was stillborn, an old priest, took pity on it and kept it alive. A hoarse voice spoke, and an elderly Taoist emerged leisurely, holding the 3 pure bells. He had lived aboard the train for 5 years, encountering all manner of people, and could instantly tell the 2 men before him possessed some skill. Qi Lechuan warily retreated to Zhang Rishan's side, retorting, "You're talking nonsense. I have no reason to deceive you. I have atoned for 5 years. It must come to an end." The old priest's murky eyes began to shift. "After so many lives were lost, can your mere words of atonement suffice?" Her expression turned fierce, for she had long doubted the authenticity of the tale. The Taoist of Maoshan sought to absolve himself. She would not acquiesce. Zhang Qiling seized the little ghost, which struggled futilely to claw at him, only to grasp it empty-air. Qi Lechuan glanced up, inexplicably amused, but amidst such a serious scene, she discreetly turned her head to mask her expression. Chapter 22. The little ghost this, we shall take away, Zhang Qiling stated with utmost seriousness, not as a proposal but as a decree to the old Taoist. The old Taoist's expression visibly shifted. This fetus was a rare find, and he had meticulously nurtured it into a ghostly form over a period of time. Its true potential remained obscured for now, but given time, it would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon, unstoppable by any foe. Although Zhang Rishan was not privy to the intricacies of the matter, he too understood that this little ghost was far from harmless. The old Taoist remained silent, causing Qi Lechuan to look at him with disdain. "Do you need me to remind you how it came into existence? It was born prematurely, a product of your forced dissection. You are not the Maoshan priest of legend." It was evident that this being could have been born to witness the beauty of the world, yet it had been condemned to exist as a ghost for 5 long years in the suffocating confines of a train. It was indeed a tragic fate. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist let out a chilling laugh, his voice grating and eerie, as he glared at her. "And what do you suppose the story is?" Perhaps it was the first time someone had dared to question the tales inscribed in the notebook, catching him off guard. "You are responsible for the deaths of everyone on this train. You selected the most suitable corpses for your necromantic purposes, leaving behind the last 4 carriages, including this ghostly entity, which you meticulously chose. I am merely curious. What is your true objective? Do you intend to amass wealth through your necromantic practices?" The old Taoist scoffed, taking a hearty swig from his flask. "And what if your assumptions are misguided?" Qi Lechuan frowned, at a loss for a retort. At that moment, Zhang Rishan spoke calmly. "You have been nurturing corpses for 5 years, with an average of 1 incident every 6 months. The military has investigated several peculiar disappearances, yielding no results, and local officials eventually ceased their inquiries. But surely, you do not encounter such a large number of people as us in a year." Qi Lechuan felt a twinge of annoyance. No wonder the adjutant always appeared so confident. He was, like the Buddha, an old fox. Suddenly, the old Taoist's demeanor shifted, and he erupted into a maniacal laugh, his face contorting grotesquely. "You know far too much. Did you think you were as amusing as the previous group?" "Ha ha." Before they could react, a dozen white-haired zombies surged forth from the 4th carriage, their bodies rigid, skin a sickly shade of greenish-black, and their white fur longer and faster than the previous ones. The sound of the Sanqing bell echoed ominously, and the old Taoist chuckled darkly, stepping back as if to observe the unfolding chaos from a distance. Zhang Rishan's expression changed subtly. The cramped carriage was ill-suited for combat. He swiftly grabbed Qi Lechuan and pulled her behind him. Zhang Qiling intended to toss the little ghost away, but Qi Lechuan shook her head, holding onto his clothing. Reluctantly, Zhang Qiling tucked the little ghost into her embrace. Its icy touch sent shivers down her spine. The little ghost, now unbound, reached out to grasp her delicate face, prompting her to react swiftly and hurl it away. To prevent Zhang Qiling and the adjutant from being distracted by her safety, she dashed into the first carriage with a flashlight in hand, while the little ghost relentlessly pursued her. The battle behind them was fierce, yet their coordination proved relatively harmonious. The white-haired zombies were not easily dispatched, but Qi Lechuan's peachwood sword came in handy. Upon reaching the first carriage, she unexpectedly encountered a middle-aged man, who, illuminated by the flashlight, bore a striking resemblance to the earlier Maoshan priest. The man hesitated momentarily before turning and heading toward the driver's compartment, swiftly shutting the door behind him. At this hour, her brother would usually handle everything, preparing to switch shifts with him. Qi Lechuan cursed under her breath as the little ghost's claw snagged her hair. "Damn it!" She glared back. "Let go." It let out a childish roar, its claws poised to strike her face. "I'm only 5 years old. Do you wish to ruin my looks?" She quickly pulled out a talisman and affixed it to its forehead. It paused for a few seconds. Qi Lechuan muttered curses as she took a couple of steps back. The little ghost, bewildered, peeled off the talisman and gave it a glance, baring its sharp teeth and letting out a self-proclaimed fierce roar. She was momentarily stunned. It turned out that her initial assessment of its nature was incorrect. It was not a Jiang corpse, but rather a ghostly entity birthed from the old Taoist dissection of a stillborn fetus. Realizing something, Qi Lechuan flipped open the notebook and tossed a few safety talismans to the little ghost. Curiously, it sat on the ground, playing with them, occasionally looking up and grinning at her. She found a spot to sit down, casting a glance at it, and upon seeing it so engrossed in play, she scoffed, dismissing it with disdain. After a brief scan, she noted that the content in the notebook was flawless. The issue lay in the fact that they were not the same person. Qi Lechuan rose, and the little ghost tossed aside the torn talisman in its hand. She sighed in resignation and retrieved another stack from her bag. Without the little ghost's interference, she proceeded to open the driver's compartment door, only to find it locked. Unfazed, she produced a piece of wire and skillfully picked the lock. The man inside did not turn around but spoke in a deep voice. "What do you wish to know?" "Ask away." This caught her off guard. A Maoshan priest? Could he truly justify his actions of nurturing corpses and ghosts? Though her voice was soft, it carried an air of authority. The man chuckled lightly, appearing at ease, perhaps even relieved. "Years ago, my brother and I boarded this train, hoping to return to our hometown in Shaanxi. We encountered a thief who stole my brother's vessel for nurturing ghosts, and he subsequently died in the restroom. The act of nurturing ghosts already incurs a loss of virtue, and the vengeful spirit spiraled out of control, resulting in this tragic incident. My brother sacrificed half his life to seal the vengeful spirit, and we have remained here ever since, to safeguard this train." Qi Lechuan instinctively grew wary. The story thus far painted an incomplete picture, and for the time being, she trusted no one. "Even if what you say is true, you cannot deny that you have killed people every 6 months to sustain your necromantic practices. Child." The man turned to face her, and in the flashlight's glow, the scar running from his eye to his chin appeared even more menacing. "Why do local officials choose to turn a blind eye?" "Because those who died were all desperate souls." A chill ran down Qi Lechuan's spine, her palms beginning to sweat involuntarily. "Do you know why we have not killed you?" he asked with a bemused smile. The innocent child exuded a naïve charm, her fear masked by a facade of calmness. For instance, even now, though she felt trepidation, she still sought answers. "Because he is a member of the Zhang family," she replied, pursing her lips and shining the flashlight elsewhere. "Indeed, it has taken quite some time. Among the 9 gates, only Qi Bei possesses the ability to deal with vengeful spirits. He is the adjutant to Zhang Defoy of Changsha City. Therefore, the time has come. After he spoke, he stood up and began to walk toward the fourth carriage. Qi Lechuan was left puzzled. What did he mean by the time has come? She hurriedly ran a few steps to catch up, only to be ambushed by the little ghost waiting outside the door, falling into her arms. The icy sensation made her want to slap it into oblivion. To her surprise, the little ghost reached out to touch her fabric bag, playfully retrieving a few safety talismans. It then grinned at her and released her, moving aside to tear the talismans apart. Chapter 23. The Temple Dinglingaling. The sound of the 3 pure bells resonated, causing the zombies to halt their movements. Zhang Rishan nimbly darted aside to stand back-to-back with Zhang Qiling, and under the moonlight, 2 Taoist priests from Maoshan, a pair of twins, could be vaguely discerned. Brother, the time has come. They are the most suitable candidates. We must atone for our actions. Zhang Rishan took a deep breath, his gaze fierce. Who are you exactly? I am Mao Qingshui, and my brother is the renowned Maoshan Taoist, Mao Qingshan. For the past 5 years, right and wrong have become indistinguishable. Yet I beseech you to halt the train in Changsha and seek assistance from Master Qi Ba. The items are in the 3rd carriage. He will understand. Mao Qingshui shook the bell, leading the zombies to the last carriage. Zhang Rishan recalled that Master Qi had previously mentioned Mao Qingshan, a figure of great renown and considerable prowess in the Shaanxi region. Mao Qingshui fell silent for a moment before stepping forward, taking a swig of strong liquor, then casting a cursory glance at the unassuming Zhang Qiling, only to swiftly avert his gaze. When Qi Lechuan arrived, this was the scene he encountered. Mao Qingshui wore a relieved smile, and the scar on her face seemed less grotesque. Before she could inquire further, the ominous sound of a countdown ticked in her ears. Wait! Boom! The explosion drowned out her voice. The last carriage was severed, tumbling down into the valley. The flickering sparks fell into the abyss, reminiscent of this story's abrupt rise and fall, catching one completely off guard. At 4 a.m, Zhang Rishan took the helm in the driver's seat, while Qi Lechuan had already succumbed to slumber against Zhang Qiling. The little ghost huddled in a corner, head down, tearing at a talisman, occasionally glancing at the sleeping Qi Lechuan. Zhang Qiling, with his eyes slightly shut, remained uncertain if he had fallen asleep, only aware that the little ghost dared not venture closer to them. By morning, they arrived at Changsha City. The train was moved into a warehouse, and the Buddha and his companions returned to Changsha shortly thereafter. Qi Tizui, wearing reading glasses, meticulously examined the patterns on the coffin. After a long pause, he pondered aloud. The patterns here are the ghost-restraining talismans of Maoshan, infused with the blood of black dogs. As he crouched to inspect the coffin's base, his expression grew markedly grave. The bottom was plastered with talismans. The contents belonged to a malevolent entity. Such little ghosts were used to assist Taoist priests in capturing spirits, nurtured with their vital essence, an unforeseen turn of events that perhaps even he did not anticipate. Qi Lechuan felt a stir of emotions. Mao Qingshan's rearing of little ghosts was inherently taboo, and now, due to this calamity, he bore the full brunt of the backlash. His lifespan was already limited, yet he had chosen the most valiant path in the end. At the moment the train exploded, she beheld the flames and recalled the scene when the fox demon tripod was ignited. What she witnessed was not a blessing for the nation but endless carnage, that terrifying fox visage. When Qi Ba rose to inquire about her, he found her lost in thought. His eyes narrowed as he called out, "Little Lechuan, Lechuan?" She lifted her gaze, forcing a smile, her expression unchanged. "Grandfather, can you completely eradicate what lies within this coffin?" Qi Tizui pursed his lips. "Complete eradication is impossible. I will suppress it.as for future generations. It is up to fate." Qi Lechuan was perplexed. Mao Qingshui had mentioned leaving this to Qi Ba, who would surely have a solution. It turned out that this solution was not annihilation, but rather left a lingering hazard. In the end, Qi Ba chose to confine it within a secluded forest estate, a place whose complex terrain Qi Lechuan could not recall clearly, only knowing that it was a forbidden area established by Qi Ba. Returning to Yushan, it was already dawn on the second day. Chen Pai, unable to wait, had readied himself for another tomb exploration. However, an unexpected occurrence arose. They discovered a fox spirit temple in the mountains, where inexplicable supernatural events transpired, instilling fear in the hearts of many. Upon Qi Lechuan's arrival, only Hu Zihao remained at the camp. He rose to greet her. "Little Ba Yi, was your journey smooth?" Qi Lechuan, noticing the absence of others and fearing complications, dispensed with pleasantries and stated plainly, "Has fourth uncle already descended into the tomb?" "Not yet. We found Ain temple in the mountains, and upon returning, the brothers appeared as if bewitched, wearing strange smiles and remaining motionless, like foxes. Fourth uncle learned of this and took the brothers there, leaving word for me to wait for you." Zhang Rishan frowned. "Huai village venerates the fox spirit. Did Chen Pai not warn you against disturbing them?" Hu Zihao scratched his head, feeling embarrassed as the scar on his face failed to convey any intimidation before his superior. It was just that the scent of the wild fox was overwhelming. The mountain was replete with its aroma, and my brothers inadvertently fell under its spell. "The fox spirit temple," Zhang Qiling interjected. "Where is its location?" Qi Lechuan cast a strange glance at Zhang Qiling. In her memory, he rarely spoke, often appearing as a transparent figure, never engaging in conversation. Yet here he was, expressing interest in a fox spirit temple. Hu Zihao pointed westward. 30 miles to the west lies a basin, surrounded by mountains, with the fox spirit temple at its center. Qi Lechuan gazed towards the west, where the sky seemed shrouded in a layer of gloom, not resembling mist but rather a sinister aura. The mountains formed a natural gathering place for Ain energy, and placing Ain temple there suggested intentional design. Chen Pai was not the type to court trouble, much less risk himself for a few lost souls. The most likely scenario was that Chen Pai had discovered something within the temple worthy of his attention. Qi Lechuan pondered further. All of this was tied to Jojo, and it was no coincidence that the Buddha had sent her alongside Chen Pai. Perhaps it could be said that Qi Ba had indeed foreseen her true lineage. All of this was an inescapable karmic entanglement for her. Hu Zihao led the way westward for 30 miles, arriving at a basin where a temple stood conspicuously in the low-lying center. Yet, no one could be seen. It was as if Chen Pai's group had vanished. Quietly, Qi Lechuan produced 3 copper coins, but as she tossed them into the air, Zhang Rishan intercepted them, holding them firmly in his hand. She looked up, obediently saying, "I shall divine an omen first, as you once advised." Zhang Rishan looked down with a faint smile, bending to place the 3 coins in her palm, his voice imbued with an inexplicable sense of security. "This omen requires no calculation. Little Ba Yi shall naturally avert misfortune." She rolled her eyes inwardly. Given her constitution, it would be remarkable if she encountered anything good within. Ultimately, she replied, "I appreciate your kind words." The walls of the Ain temple were painted red, and 2 red lanterns hung at the entrance. Upon entering the Fox Spirit Temple, the first sight was of 5 celestial elders within. At the center stood a beautifully carved fox spirit, exquisitely lifelike, reflecting the local people's deep reverence, casting an eerie glow upon the scene. Chapter 24. The Fox Immortals Marriage. The arrangement of this setting left Qi Lechuan momentarily stunned. In a fleeting moment, she seemed to glimpse the ancient immortal temple of the 9 provinces. In her memories, her brother appeared only as a vague silhouette. Shaochuan, with its 5 great immortals, fox, yellow, gray, willow, and white, held the fox immortal in reverence within the 9 provinces. The elders of the Qi family personally oversaw the construction of the temple, and the layout was calculated by their ancestors, ensuring that the fox immortal would bestow blessings upon the 9 provinces and upon her as well. Rubbing her eyes in an attempt to see clearly, she found that the figure before her had vanished. "Child," Zhang Rishan, noticing her tendency to drift into thought, spoke up to remind her. Qi Lechuan cleared her throat softly, slipping her small hand into her cloth bag, casting a cursory glance around to mask her emotions before shifting the topic. "Where have the 4 granduncles gone?" Zhang Rishan averted his gaze, choosing not to expose her distraction, and replied nonchalantly, "This place harbors hidden mysteries. I suspect Qinpai has already located the entrance." Entrance? Qi Lechuan hesitated but concealed her uncertainty, her mind beginning to form thoughts. The very act of the Buddha sending Zhang Rishan to protect her seemed to hint at complexities beyond the ordinary. No matter how well the child masked her feelings, she could not escape the keen perception of this old fox. Zhang Rishan cast a sidelong glance at her, observing the dimness in her eyes, and a faint smile curved his lips. The Zhang family had always been forthright in their dealings, utilizing others with unabashed transparency. Zhang Qiling took all of this in, glancing at Zhang Rishan before withdrawing his gaze. However, that fleeting glance left Zhang's deputy feeling somewhat unsettled, as if he had been seen through, accompanied by an inexplicable pressure. Meanwhile, Hu Zihao remained oblivious, scanning the surroundings before asking, "Young Master Ba, does this immortal have any particular significance?" The 5 great immortals originated from the northeastern region, namely Fox, Yellow, Gray, Willow, and White. Where the Fox immortal represents the fox, the Yellow immortal denotes the weasel, the Gray immortal signifies the rat, the Willow immortal refers to the snake, and the White immortal stands for the hedgehog. It is said that the Fox immortal possesses profound knowledge of Taoist practices and excels in medicine, capable of healing human ailments, thus earning veneration from humanity. After stating this, Qi Lechuan circled to the back of the Fox immortal statue. The sunlight of the day scarcely penetrated, casting a foreboding gloom within the temple. As she moved to the rear, she relied on the dim candlelight to discern the patterns on the fox's body. Upon closer inspection, she noticed a mark, a scar from a blade. It could only have been inflicted by Qinpai, who showed no hesitation. Had it been Qi Lechuan in his place, she would have contemplated the propriety of such an action. In a matter of minutes, a dense fog suddenly enveloped the temple, mingled with an unsettling odor. Zhang Rishan, nearest to the door, reacted swiftly to shut it. This fog possessed an eerie quality. Once the door was closed, it completely sealed the mist outside, leaving those within the temple encircled, a state from which neither entrance nor exit was possible. The moment Qi Lechuan caught a whiff, her expression soured. This was not merely the scent of a fox, but rather a mingling of the stench of decay, an odor she had encountered in the mountains behind the ancient immortal temple before her rebirth. This scent was haunting, and fortunately, the deputy had reacted quickly enough to close the door, allowing only a trace of the odor to seep in. Hu Zihao turned to look, his own memories resurfacing. His brothers had been lost in the fog, emerging as if their souls had been snatched away. This very scent. What should we do now? The 5 immortal statues appeared vividly lifelike, easily overlooked. Yet Zhang Qiling surveyed them with a calm demeanor. Qi Lechuan, having noticed this single mark, recalled Chen Pai's words that a marked spot indicated danger. She pondered, her almond-shaped eyes narrowing as she sought clarity through the mist outside, murmuring, "The fox's scent, bewitching and ominous. This place is ill-fated, indeed." Hu Zihao, hearing her utter such vague words, felt exasperated. It was akin to saying nothing at all. Qi Lechuan intended to cast him a glance, but instead caught sight of a pair of eyes lurking behind him. The light in the room was further diminished by the fog, yet those eyes stood out distinctly in the shadowy corner. Unaware of the looming threat, Hu Zihao waved his hand. "Young Master Ba, what are you staring at so intently?" She involuntarily twitched her lips, mulling over how to tactfully inform this fool that he was in the presence of a fox immortal and was on the brink of peril. At that moment, Zhang Rishan also took notice, exchanging a glance with Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling instinctively reached for the knife at his back and stepped protectively toward Qi Lechuan, his gaze fixed on those eyes with a hint of ferocity. Zhang Rishan signaled to Hu Zihao, having worked alongside Qinpai, who understood the gesture. Danger lurked behind him, prompting him to refrain from rash actions. Qi Lechuan felt an indescribable sense of oppression. Suddenly shielded behind Zhang Qiling, her mind spiraled into confusion. In her previous life, Being protected by her brother had occurred amidst the chaos of the 9 provinces, where he ultimately fell before her eyes. She began to resent this feeling of being shielded, perceiving it as a privilege reserved for the weak. In this life, she was no longer the vulnerable one in need of protection. Taking a step forward, she exited Zhang Qiling's protective sphere. Zhang Qiling pressed his lips together, casting her a questioning glance. With a serene smile, her youthful face radiated a touch of vivacity as she softly declared, "I can handle this." Zhang Rishan approached, his demeanor slightly serious. "You can do what? You're small in stature yet quite audacious. Step aside." Qi Lechuan huffed in a proud manner, unapologetically retreating 2 steps while cheerfully replying, "All right then, Your Excellency." After all, she was merely 5 years old, and in every aspect, she was indeed a weakling. Hu Zihao, taken aback, dared not make a sound, his eyes pleading for help. "Masters, stop chatting and save me." Suddenly, the sound of musical instruments filled the air, a tune reminiscent of the ancient wedding procession, accompanied by a chilling breeze that extinguished the candles within the temple. The fox's eyes vanished as well. Qi Lechuan could not help but rub her hands together, a fine sheen of sweat forming in her palms as she quipped, "This is the tune played during a wedding procession. Could it be that the fox immortal seeks a bride?" Hu Zihao, struck by a sudden realization, exclaimed, "Young Master Ba, you might just be onto something. A couple of days ago, Huai village held a bizarre ceremony, sending a chosen mystic maiden up the mountain, perhaps to offer her in tribute at the Fox Immortal's temple." 9 times out of 10, she replied, producing a flashlight from her pocket to illuminate the Fox Immortal statue, her tone laced with irony. "It seems we have stumbled upon the Fox Immortal's wedding. If even a wild creature is seeking a mate, certain individuals ought to be more vigilant." Zhang Rishan felt as though she was subtly pointing at him, yet he hesitated to respond, aware that none of the 3 present had taken wives. Speaking up would implicate himself. Seeing Zhang Rishan's silence, she added, "Some individuals shouldn't assume they are exempt." Hu Zihao scratched the back of his head, grinning foolishly. "Young Master Ba, what do we, who tread the edge of danger, need with wives?" "You must be jesting." Zhang Rishan cast a look of approval at Hu Zihao, appreciating his timely retort. Chapter 25. The severed tail. Qi Lechuan's lips curled into a faint smile as a sudden thought crossed his mind. With a snap of his fingers, he jested, "So, Uncle Tiger also desires a bride. Why not seize the day and marry the fox spirit instead?" Hu Zihou's smile faltered, his entire body tensing. There was no hint of jest in the gaze or tone of the young master. "No, no. The fox spirit marries a wife. I am but a mere man, and I shall pass on that." As soon as Qi Lechuan's words were uttered, Zhang Rishan reacted swiftly, apprehending Hu Zihou without hesitation. Despite Hu Zihou's training, he was unable to resist the vice commander's grip, quickly finding himself subdued. The sound of the suona continued to resonate, and the child's delicate, fair face bore a hint of mockery as Zhang Rishan bound Hu Zihou before the statue of the fox spirit. Hu Zihou dared not resist. As a confidant of Qin Pai, he had witnessed numerous supernatural occurrences and retained a semblance of composure, at least until countless pairs of eyes emerged from all directions. Panic set in as he frantically glanced towards the trio hiding behind the fox spirit statue, watching the spectacle unfold. One bore an air of cold indifference, devoid of emotion. Another crossed their arms, signifying their inability to assist. The last fidgeted with eager hands, eyes ablaze with fervor, itching to join the fray. In the darkness, the myriad of eyes seemed capable of devouring all, exuding an aura both sinister and terrifying. "Little master, this is truly perilous. Stop watching and save me." Hu Zihou wailed in desperation. "Be quiet. How could I allow Uncle Tiger to perish without a fight?" Hu Zihou fell silent, pondering how such a thing could possibly be avoided. Qi Lechuan switched on a flashlight, illuminating the closest pair of eyes. In the warm yellow glow stood a pitch-black fox, its gaze fixed intently upon her, and she met its stare without flinching. Suddenly, her expression stiffened, her finger faltering as she attempted to shift the beam of light away, murmuring, "Two tails." Zhang Qiling had already drawn his knife, moving with lightning speed before anyone could react. The fox emitted a piercing shriek, as if issuing a warning. Qi Lechuan felt as if her eardrums might burst. Before she could comprehend the situation, another scream pierced the air, reminiscent of an infant's wail. She gazed at the scene before her, her hand trembling as she held the flashlight. Zhang Qiling stood in the center, blood dripping from the tip of his blade, having forcibly severed one of the black fox's tails. His cold, piercing gaze swept the surroundings, emanating an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Huziho swallowed hard. The last time the fourth master had thrown Zhang Qiling into a tomb for a week, he had emerged unscathed. Since then, nearly everyone had recognized his formidable prowess, and witnessing his swift, decisive moves now redefined Huziho's understanding of Zhang Qiling. Truly, he was a man of few words and fierce actions. For them, this might have been a swift resolution. Yet for Qi Lechuan, the severing of the black fox's tail, an act that shattered a century's worth of cultivation, was an egregious transgression. "Brother, one must not kill the fox." Zhang Qiling's aura of menace intensified as the black fox, provoked, began to counterattack. In a flurry, their forms became a blur, the air thick with the scent of blood. Zhang Rishan and Qi Lechuan may not have fully grasped the scene, but Huziho, standing nearby, was left in awe, witnessing skills and speed that transcended human limits. In mere moments, the black fox's other tail met the same fate. The surrounding eyes dimmed significantly, their murderous intent eclipsing the ominous aura. As the two forces clashed, Qi Lechuan's face turned pale, a chill seeping into her very bones. Her constitution, inherently inviting to spirits, compelled her to seek refuge near the vice commander, disregarding the fox entirely. "Are all members of the Zhang family this ruthless?" Zhang Rishan, noticing her distress, scooped her into his arms, his voice low and grave. "Child, do you know who he is?" Her lips quivered, chilled to the bone as she realized she had never inquired about Zhang Qiling's lineage. She shook her head, indicating her ignorance. Every patriarch of the Zhang family was named Zhang Qiling. His Qilin bloodline granted him the power of immortality. The last time she had seen him was over 20 years ago in the Zhang family of the Northeast. Although she was unaware of how Qin Pai had used him as bait, his strength was formidable to the extent that even she felt unprepared to confront him. Each word resonated in Qi Lechuan's ears, leaving her momentarily stunned as her almond-shaped eyes squinted towards the man standing at the center. Clad in black, he seemed to meld with the night, his hair obscuring his eyes, revealing only a stern jawline. As the next strike threatened the black fox's life, Qi Lechuan called out, "Zhang Qiling." He turned his gaze towards her, his dark eyes tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any ripples. The only change was the cessation of his blade, allowing the black fox to escape. For a fleeting moment, the vice commander contemplated abandoning the child who had dared to call out the name of the Zhang family patriarch. "Little master, those eyes have vanished." Huziho interrupted the eerie atmosphere. Qi Lechuan sensed the chilling presence recede slightly, her lips pressing together as her complexion improved. The fox's vengeful spirit was formidable, and this was its territory. Perhaps sparing its life was prudent. Zhang Qiling sheathed his knife, his thin lips parting as he uttered indifferently, "Will it spare your life?" Instinctively, Qi Lechuan wished to retort, but upon meeting his ink-black gaze, words failed her. Zhang Qiling was correct. No matter how one considered it, a fox was still an animal. It would not show mercy simply because Qi Lechuan had spared its life. The atmosphere grew tense, and Huziho looked on eagerly. "Esteemed ones, please grant me mercy. I am still bound." Zhang Qiling effortlessly severed the ropes restraining him, then turned to approach the statue of the immortal elder, his demeanor utterly unperturbed. Though his nature was cold, his words bore wisdom. As the sole heir of the Qi family, Qi Lechuan's indecisiveness would hinder her progress within the 9 gates. Both Buddha and the 8th master sought to cultivate her character. Zhang Rishan smirked, bending to place her gently on the ground, ruffling her hair as he remarked, "You yourself mentioned the fox's strong desire for revenge. Sparing it would be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountain." She cast her gaze downward, her long lashes veiling her emotions, the last remnants of her kindness having been thoroughly extinguished by the cunning of the 9 gates. Ultimately, she nodded slightly, conceding, "You speak the truth. It shall not happen again." She understood the vice commander's intent. She must learn to deny her enemies the opportunity for retaliation. "Come here," Zhang Qiling beckoned, his fingers grazing the statue of the immortal elder. Huziho relit the candles, illuminating the temple, revealing the bloodied remnants of the black fox's severed tails upon the ground. He steered clear of the scene of carnage and approached the statue, assisting Zhang Qiling with menial tasks. Qi Lechuan had yet to abandon her habit of placing talismans at the scene of an incident. Zhang Rishan cast a sidelong glance and made his way towards Zhang Qiling. Having worked alongside the 8th master for many years, he had never witnessed such disordered talismans from a fortune-teller, nor the soul-retrieving banner from Huai village. Was this truly the precious grandson nurtured by the 8th master? There was little time for further contemplation. Huziho exclaimed in astonishment, "Little master, there are signs that this statue of the immortal elder has been moved." She leaned closer, noting that this fox spirit temple was seldom visited. Yet the statue appeared frequently relocated, with faint scuff marks on the ground that would easily be overlooked if not inspected closely. Huziho pushed with all his might, revealing a bottomless pit beneath. Chapter 26. The 3rd master of the Wu family. The 4 individuals secured the rope to the statue of the immortal elder, embarking on their quest to uncover the secrets of the Fox Fairy Temple. Meanwhile, old Wu, holding a 3-inch nail, stood beneath the eaves as a gentle drizzle began to fall from the sky. Outside, a man knelt on the ground, his head bowed and unyielding. "What play are we performing today?" Old Wu gazed at the fine rain, his expression inscrutable. Since childhood, he had advocated for his 2 younger brothers, having traveled a great distance from Hangzhou, yet again for the sake of his disappointing brother. The man lifted his gaze, his countenance bearing a hint of scholarly demeanor, his temperament notably mild. "Father, the 3rd is still young and often acts without forethought," he began. However, old Wu interrupted him, irritation evident in his voice. "Wu Ichiong, your brother is no child. He has been absent for days, and you still wish to plead for him?" Wu Ichiong let out a soft sigh. "The 3rd has taken up your profession, and it is customary for him to be elusive. However, given the current circumstances, might we consider allowing him to venture to Yushan?" Since Wu Sanqing's return, he had been confined within the Wu residence. The exploration of the ancient city of Jiuzhou was a matter in which all 9 gates could partake. Old Wu, now aged, had 3 sons beneath him. The eldest, Wu Ichiong, a geologist, the 2nd, a businessman, and only the youngest had shown interest in this domain since childhood. The Wu family had initially planned to send someone to Yushan, and the 3rd master of the Wu family was the most suitable candidate. Aware of his own inability to participate, Wu Sanqing had implored his elder brother, Wu Ichiong, to intercede on his behalf. "Yushan?" Old Wu scoffed, turning to retreat indoors, still clutching the 3-inch nail. "You wish to go to Yushan while still confined? Dismiss such thoughts. You would do better to spend time with Wu Xia." "Father," Wu Ichiong attempted to speak further but found himself powerless to continue. At that moment, a woman in her 50s approached the corridor, elegantly dressed in a qipao, her demeanor regal, one hand holding Wu Xia's. "Your father speaks the truth," she declared. Wu Xia, still young, bore the softness of infancy in his cheeks, his smile radiating innocence and kindness. "Daddy, when will you come home? Little Xia has learned to write. Please take a look." As he spoke, he tugged at Wu Ichiong's arm with his small legs. Wu Ichiong acquiesced, rising to his feet. Since his mother had spoken, there was no further point in arguing. To continue would only lead to misfortune. "Little Xia is truly remarkable," he praised, fearing that the rain had left him too damp to embrace the innocent child. "Let us return. Your father understands this matter well, Mrs." Wu said before turning back to her room. Wu Yiqiong nodded, acknowledging her words, and took Wu Xia's hand as they made their way to the study. Little Xia, gifted and intelligent, grasped the brush with surprising skill despite his height, and as he wrote the first character Wu Yiqiong's expression shifted. It was not the beauty of the character that troubled him, but rather that the young boy had inscribed it in the slender gold font, identical to that of another individual. Though Wu Yiqiong was a geologist who had married the daughter of a local official in Hangzhou and fathered a son, he had gleaned some knowledge of the underworld, albeit indirectly. Little Wu Xia, with great care, finished writing his name and looked up at his father, seeking praise. Wu Yiqiong managed a slight smile, absent-mindedly ruffling the boy's hair. "You wrote splendidly, little Xia." The father and son exchanged words for a while longer until the rain ceased. Wu Yiqiong then made his way to the back courtyard, where a room stood, and 4 members of the Wu family awaited him. Upon his arrival, the 4 bowed and greeted, "Young master." Inside, a sharp-eared young man, hearing the commotion, joyfully called out, "Elder brother, you're back." Wu Yiqiong had changed into a white coat embroidered with green bamboo, his stature tall and demeanor refined, though this time his expression was grave as he approached and opened the door. The 4 did not impede his entrance. "Sanqing, tell me, what do you truly intend to do?" Before Wu Sanqing could express his excitement, he was halted by Wu Yiqiong's inquiry, looking perplexed. "Father refused, did he not?" Wu Yiqiong placed a hand on his shoulder. "You are no longer a child. If you behave yourself, you may yet find a wife. Though I am unaware of your actions, father remains resolute, and it seems you shall not be going to Yushan this time." Wu Sanqing nodded, resigned. The 2 conversed for a considerable time, and when they emerged, the sun was setting. Later that evening, old Wu, feeling softened, sought to visit the back courtyard to see Wu Sanqing. However, he found only Wu Yiqiong, his face a stormy shade at Wu Yiqiong. "Do you not yet comprehend your brother's nature?" Wu Yiqiong, usually so composed, now wore a dark expression as he removed his fade, rubbing his temples and gritting his teeth. "Father, the matter has reached this point. Let him go." Wu Yiqiong had not anticipated that his brother would scheme even against him. After just a cup of tea, he had succumbed to unconsciousness. Such a cunning game of deception had been played exceedingly well. Old Wu snorted coldly. "To be manipulated to such an extent, and you still wish to intercede on his behalf?" Ultimately, Wu Yiqiong nodded. "This will be the last time." Old Wu turned to leave but paused mid-stride. After all, he was his own son. "Let the Wu family follow him," he murmured. Yes, Wu Sanqing had only made it halfway when he noticed the Wu family trailing behind. He chose to leave only Pansy, with whom he had collaborated many times, for this operation needed to remain discreet. Pansy parked the vehicle a short distance away, and the 2 concealed themselves behind a haystack, observing the village entrance. A few cars were stationed there, and concerned about alarming the prey, Wu Sanqing took out binoculars to scan the area. Noticing the stone tablet at the village entrance, he frowned slightly. "Pansy, what is the name of this village again?" Pansy chuckled. "Third Master, you truly are one who forgets easily. It's Huai Village." Wu Sanqing handed the binoculars to him, stating, "Look for yourself. Do not be concerned about your brother's treachery." Pansy accepted the binoculars and peered into the distance. "Ghost Village?" he exclaimed in surprise, then noticed individuals disembarking from the car. "Third Master, it appears to be the women of the Hua family. I wonder what they're up to. The Hua family truly has their ears to the ground," Wu Sanqing remarked with a hint of melancholy. The 2 remained in their concealed position for quite some time, only moving once the Hua family members had entered. Chapter 27. The Temple within the temple. Upon entering the village, Wu Sanqing and Pansy hastened to Yushan under the cover of night. With their limited numbers, they moved swiftly, arriving ahead of the members of the Hua family. The Hua family's celestial maiden lingered in the village, having encountered a ghostly burial coffin at the village entrance, and decided to pause for a moment to recuperate. Qi Lechuan was taken aback by the scene before him. Descending from the cave above, he found himself in an identical temple below, illuminated by a warm glow. This temple bore an additional plaque inscribed with the words Ancient Celestial Temple, and its interior was far more ornate than the one above. The Ancient Celestial Temple was the largest of its kind in the Jiuzhou Kingdom a millennium ago, dedicated to the fox spirit. The national master had placed the statue of the fox spirit at the center of the temple for aesthetic purposes. The wall behind the statue depicted a vivid scene of the fox spirit treading upon demons, its claws resting upon a skull, head held high, with 9 majestic tails swaying behind it. Memories flooded Qi Lechuan's mind, rendering him momentarily immobile. The fox spirit temple above had only managed to replicate 1/3 of the grandeur of the ancient celestial temple. The other 4 celestial elder statues were painted in more vibrant hues, exuding an almost fierce energy under the flickering candlelight. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he stood in the Jiuzhou itself. Before the fox spirit statue lay offerings of incense, along with a plaque bearing the inscription Chun Cho Spirit Tablet. Qi Lechuan cautiously moved forward, following the mental map etched in his memory toward the mural of the fox spirit treading upon demons. Behind it lay a hidden passage leading to the national master's abode in Jiuzhou, the last life-saving route left by his grandfather. To ascertain whether this was indeed a relic of Jiuzhou, Qi Lechuan instinctively reached to shift a nearby candle, a mechanism set by the Qi family. Zhang Rishan narrowed his eyes, a hint of mockery lacing his tone. "Xiao Lechuan, what are you up to?" Qi Lechuan froze momentarily, her hair obscuring her gaze. She released the candle holder, suppressing the frantic beating of her heart before daring to turn back. With a forced smile, she replied, "Ah, this candle seems to possess something special. I wanted to take a closer look." Hu Zihai, believing her words, hurried over to inspect, exclaiming, "Oh, young master, this is indeed a fine treasure. It's corpse oil." Her smile faltered at the corners. "Corpse oil? How ominous," she retorted. "You know the way," Zhang Qiling interjected, his eyes glinting with an otherworldly light, his tone more statement than inquiry. Qi Lechuan stood frozen, her small hands nervously rubbing against her clothing, feeling utterly at a loss. In her previous life, she had been sheltered under the wings of the Qi family, raised in innocence, only to awaken to the chaos of Jiuzhou too late, unable to reclaim her power. In this life, she was gradually shedding that navet, yet she found certain truths irrevocably etched in her being. The visions before her began to unravel her composure. Would opening the door before her lead her back to the national master's residence, allowing her to reunite with her family? Zhang Rishan, aware of the need to avoid pressing her too hard, quickly interjected, "Xiao Lechuan has deduced the path, hasn't she? Why are you standing there in a daze?" Qi Lechuan nodded vigorously, moved beyond measure, unaware that this was merely the vice officer's ploy to assist her in maintaining her facade. Hu Zihai, blunt and straightforward, inquired, "When did young master begin to divine?" Qi Lechuan's previously stiff posture faltered, her small hands clenched tightly. Were these 3 men never going to relent? Then, on a whim, she cast a divination, employing the copper coins she had always used. 3 coins scattered across the ground. Great misfortune. You fortune tellers are quite amusing. It's always great misfortune. Hu Zihai chuckled, unable to contain himself. Qi Lechuan shot him a sharp glance. The temple is situated in a basin, surrounded by mountains, making it a gathering place for energy. This is a temple within a temple. The wall behind us may yet conceal further surprises. Hu Zihai fell silent, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The young master had a fiery temper and was easily provoked. "According to the divination, our 4th uncle is directly to the west of us, just beyond this wall," she declared. With newfound conviction, she moved 2 candle holders aside and opened the door. Hu Zihai, unperturbed, even found her impressive. Zhang Rishan and Zhang Qiling exchanged knowing glances, aware that this child harbored secrets. The ease with which they had progressed made Qi Lechuan forget the lurking black fox. She opened the door. A shadow darted through the gap with astonishing speed. She turned her face in a reflexive motion, but it was futile, as she felt warm liquid trickle down her skin. Zhang Qiling's eyes narrowed, drawing his knife and swiftly dispatching the black fox with a single stroke. Qi Lechuan's eyes widened in astonishment. She had evaded the ghostly threat, but not the fox. Gritting her teeth, she retrieved a small mirror from her bag, observing the injury to her face. A cut at the corner of her eye. Had she not reacted quickly, her vision would surely have been compromised. Zhang Rishan frowned, exclaiming, "This child always seems to emerge with some injury. Come here, let me tend to it." She obediently approached. Xisha, upon witnessing the scene within, suddenly found himself rooted to the spot. Qin Pai and the others were present, seemingly entranced, kneeling on the ground. They knelt in front of a coffin, the recipient of offerings from unknown worshippers, with 4 incense sticks still smoldering. Qi Lechuan stole a glance, but her own injury took precedence. She lamented, "Will this scar remain?" Zhang Rishan's brow furrowed. "Though you were swift, the fox's claws were fierce. I cannot say." The child appeared unfazed, not even uttering a sound of pain. Zhang Qiling, producing a tube of ointment from somewhere, stated impassively, "This scar will remain. It serves as a reminder." Qi Lechuan nodded glumly, acknowledging her brother's words. Zhang Rishan regarded her with newfound respect. Most girls would be concerned about their appearance, yet this child seemed indifferent, as if her face were not her own. After applying the ointment, the 4 entered the inner sanctum, and as they stepped inside, the hidden door closed behind them. Qi Lechuan descended the few steps, only to inadvertently step on something beneath her foot, causing her to stumble forward. Zhang Rishan, following closely behind, seized her collar just in time to prevent her from suffering a disastrous fate. She patted her chest, peering down to see a small bone, indistinguishable in its origin. "Child, rushing in like that could cost you your life," Zhang Rishan chided with a hint of sarcasm. Qi Lechuan laughed it off. "Vice officer, you're overreacting. I merely lost my footing." With a cheerful facade, her heart was in turmoil. If memory served her correctly, her previous impulsive actions had likely given the vice officer cause for suspicion. Caught in the enchantment of Jiuzhou, she had revealed far too much, forgetting that a cunning old fox was shadowing her. Upon entering, Hu Zihai called out for Chun Pai, "Fourth uncle. Fourth uncle." Yet Chun Pai and the others remained oblivious, still in their prostrated state. Qi Lechuan's eyes darted to the 4 incense sticks. Such offerings were typically made to guardian spirits or animal deities, arranged with 1 in front and 3 aligned behind. These were no different, still burning faintly. The last offering had been made approximately 5 minutes prior, yet they had encountered no one on their journey here. Chapter 28. The Black Blind Man, or rather, the man was still here. Surrounded by stone walls, Qi Lechuan relied on the memories of her past life to decipher the mechanism of the hidden passage, only to discover that the stone walls bore no seams. After a moment of silence, she felt a considerable calm settle within her. One thing was certain, this was not the ancient celestial temple of the Jiuzhou. Young Master 8, young Master 8, what on earth is happening with 4th uncle and the others? Tiger How. Taking a deep breath, Qi Lechuan suppressed her emotions and turned around. Speaking with newfound steadiness, "Go prepare paper money and vermilion." Tiger How looked perplexed. He could understand bringing vermilion, but paper money? He searched himself thoroughly, unable to contain his sarcasm. Who carries paper money around? "Ah, my dear brother, you are gravely mistaken. I, Black Blind, always carry some. Care for a note? 100 per piece." Startled by the unexpected reply, Tiger How jumped, only to see the Black Blind Man rise from behind the coffin, a mischievous grin adorning his lips. He had evidently been hiding for quite some time. "Black Blind, 100 per note. That's quite a scam. 4th uncle hired you for a task. How can you charge extra?" Seeing the man was unharmed, Tiger How felt somewhat relieved. If Black Blind could still joke, it suggested the situation was not dire. Yet, this unscrupulous merchant was perpetually scheming to make money, even carrying around items as peculiar as paper money. Black Blind stepped forward, disdainfully pushing Tiger How aside. Away with you, miserly fool. He then shifted his demeanor, adopting a smile. Young Master 8, upon seeing you, one cannot help but admire your gallant and handsome visage. Care to purchase some paper money, 50 per note? Why the sudden price drop? Qi Lechuan's expression darkened. She remembered this was only their second meeting, and yet he seemed so familiar. 50 notes for one. She countered. Black Blind let out a dismissive sound. Did you bring the incense? She inquired. With a slight smirk, Black Blind replied, Ah, as expected from a descendant of the Qi family. Even a child understands the rules here. You should also offer incense. Why? Tiger How asked, curiosity getting the better of him. You're one to ask 1,000 questions, aren't you? If I say offer incense, then offer it. No need for so much prattling. Tiger How, a hardened man, felt intimidated into silence. Among this group, his status was the lowest. Qi Lechuan understood. The contents of the coffin must be of significant import. She took the lead, lighting 4 sticks of incense. Following her were Tiger How and Zhang Rishan. Finally, Black Blind fixed his gaze on Zhang Qiling. Young man, want to you offer 4 sticks? Zhang Qiling met his gaze, his eyes deep as pools, and coldly replied, No need. Zhang Rishan glanced at him, thinking it absurd to offer incense to a mere fox spirit. If Buddha were present, he would likely order the coffin opened without hesitation. May I ask your name? Qi Lechuan suddenly turned, intrigued by Black Blind. The man appeared youthful, tall, clad in a black tank top and jeans, casually holding a leather jacket, wearing sunglasses at night, with a well-defined jawline and a perpetual smile that hinted at some hidden joy. Just call me Black Blind. On the streets, I am known as Black Master. Are you truly blind? She approached him, gazing up in curiosity. Black Blind bent down, mystique in his voice. Though my eyes may be blind, my heart is not. The darker the place, the clearer I see. She reached out to touch his glasses, but Black Blind straightened. Child, some things are best left unseen. Zhang Rishan suddenly moved, pressing his hand on her head. He speaks truth. Little one, temper your curiosity. A shiver ran down Qi Lechuan's spine. Curiosity can lead one to peril. You are the deputy beside Zhang Defo. Black Blind scrutinized him further. Zhang Rishan smirked, his eyes inscrutable. Indeed, it seems you are well acquainted with the Juman. Black Blind let out a dismissive sound, handing the paper money to the child. I have no interest in the Juman. Fourth uncle provides ample compensation. I merely do my job. Do not think to drag me into your affairs. That is good to know. The exchange between the two provoked Qi Lechuan's eye roll. Zhang Rishan, the old fox, sought to test everyone. Having served beside Buddha for many years, he was meticulous, ensuring everyone around Qi Lechuan posed no threat. Black Blind approached the coffin on the elevated platform, turning halfway to flash a wicked smile. But I am intrigued by those of the Zhang family. Zhang Rishan's expression darkened. What an explosive revelation! Qi Lechuan was at a loss as to whose expression to gauge. This Black Blind was indeed a curious character. Already inspecting the coffin, Zhang Qiling seemed oblivious to the ongoing conversation, his fingers tracing the coffin's intricate patterns, only to drop his hand after 2 seconds. Black Blind, noticing his somber demeanor, ceased his teasing. Having observed the commotion, Qi Lechuan formed a circle with the paper money, igniting it, and applying vermilion to their foreheads. She beckoned Tiger How. Uncle Tiger, come help. Tiger How stepped forward. How can I assist? Bow thrice towards the coffin. For the sake of Chin Pai and his brothers, Tiger How complied. Having bowed and burned the money, those who worshipped fell unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Tiger How, pained for his brothers, moved them one by one to lean against the wall. This coffin was ultimately a tribute to the fox spirit revered by the villagers. Regardless of its contents, it was, after all, not meant to be opened. This was a deity that feasted on mortal offerings. Black Blind casually perched on the steps, beginning to entertain the child. Young Master 8, come here. Let me tell you a story. Qi Lechuan felt a twinge of wariness, but with Zhang Qiling and Zhang Rishan present, he likely wouldn't dare to act openly against her. "What story?" she asked, intrigued. "Yesterday, Huai Village held its annual election contest. That girl was truly a sight to behold. Black Blind feigned regret, her figure, her appearance, astounding. She initially intended to sit beside him to listen but halted midway, sensing the story was far from appropriate. Black Blind laughed heartily, just a jest, the election of the Xin girl from Huai Village. This morning, she was sent up the mountain, and it is anticipated that she should be here. This? She scanned the area, seeing nothing amiss. Indeed, therein lies the absurdity. Huai Village annually sacrifices a living person, yet where do those individuals vanish post-ritual? The thought was chilling. Suddenly, Qi Lechuan's gaze fell upon the bone she had stepped on upon entering. Zhang Rishan, having listened intently, noticed her focus and approached to examine it. This bone does not resemble that of an animal. It's too small. Black Blind chuckled again. Qi Lechuan felt a strong desire to strike him. His laughter was infuriating. He lazily added, "Doesn't it resemble a phalange?" Upon hearing this, Qi Lechuan felt a chill run down her spine. Zhang Rishan scrutinized it further, eventually nodding in agreement with Black Blind's assertion. It is indeed a female's phalange. Qi Lechuan was baffled. Does it consume humans without leaving bones? Such a morbid topic was discussed so casually, leaving Tiger Hao feeling a chill in his bones. Black Blind, unusually serious, remarked, "I noticed upon entering that the scent of the fox here affects the human mind. I managed to circumvent it, yet the contents of this coffin are formidable. I intended to open it for a glance, but then you all arrived." Chapter 29. The sacrifice. It is perhaps best not to delve into the matters contained herein, Qi Lechuan mused quietly. The black bear smirked. "The incense has been offered. How can we not open the coffin? Black Master is a wild man, and his lighting of incense is merely a pretext to unveil the coffin. No, we shall not open the coffin at the hour of the rat," she asserted with righteous conviction. The black bear glanced at his pocket watch, realizing with some surprise that it was nearly midnight, and he refrained from contradicting the child. The hour of the rat is the time when the yang energy is at its weakest, making it conducive for the dead to rise. However, this coffin is a revered object of devotion, worshipped for many years, and Qi Lechuan was adamant that it remain closed. Such a grave taboo would burden future generations with karmic debts. While these men might dismiss it as inconsequential, Qi Lechuan held a lingering reverence for the supernatural. As Chen Pai and the others had yet to awaken, the coffin could not be opened, and they had no choice but to wait. Meanwhile, unrest stirred in the mountains. Wu Sanqing and Pansy found a campsite enveloped in darkness. They intended to investigate, but before they could move, a chilling cry from a wild fox pierced the night. "Third Master, this village is decidedly malevolent," Pansy remarked, his worldview shaken by the pervasive misfortune surrounding them. Wu Sanqing, peering through the grass in the moonlight, questioned, "Is this truly malevolent? You haven't even spent a night in the village yet. The moment I stepped into that village, I sensed it had been tampered with. The oppressive aura is unmistakable." "What do you mean?" "Spare me the theatrics," Pansy retorted, suddenly feeling a chill in the air. Wu Sanqing smirked, a knowing glint in his eye. "Tell me, Pansy, do you think this campsite is occupied?" A gust of wind sent shivers down Pansy's spine. Wu Sanqing, a young man of considerable renown, relished in scaring others, yet in Pansy's eyes, he was an erudite polymath. Among the 9 gates, the upper 3 doors represent officials, the middle 3 represent thieves, and the lower 3 represent merchants. The Wu family ranks 5th, firmly positioned among the thieves, and Wu Sanqing closely resembles the elder Wu, possessing a sharp intellect and inheriting the family's esteemed traditions, making him a notable figure in the underworld at such a young age. Pansy had only recently begun to follow him, impressed by his decisive manner. Wu Sanqing had grown accustomed to bringing him along on ventures. Understanding Wu Sanqing's temperament, Pansy pragmatically assessed the situation, stating, "There is certainly no one here. It's eerily quiet. Perhaps the fourth master and his team have already descended into the tomb, and we have arrived too late." "You may be right. Then let us make do for the night and await their return." Wu Sanqing was not particular about his accommodations and casually selected a tent, lighting a candle within. Pansy surveyed the area before entering. As Wu Sanqing sprawled on the bed, he felt something digging into his back. What on earth is this? He reached behind him, retrieving a baby bottle. The two fell into contemplation. "Third master, this fourth master's team is quite amusing. They've brought a baby along for sightseeing." Wu Sanqing sniffed the bottle, recognizing that this formula was exceedingly expensive in the country. Only one child among the 9 gates could afford such milk. "Are you referring to the granddaughter of Master Jie?" It was well known that the Jie family was the wealthiest among the 9 gates. "Granddaughter? That is a boy," Pansy exclaimed incredulously. He distinctly remembered that the last time he went to fetch the young master, it was a girl in a pink coat with braids who emerged, and they had played hide and seek together. There was no way he could confuse the gender. The Jie family's boy is more beautiful than the girl. It's entirely reasonable for you to mistake the identity. However, this child is not to be overlooked. Have you heard of the 8th Master Qi, ranked 8th among the 9 gates? He has a grandson whose status has been remarkably high since birth. As Wu Sanqing spoke, he set the bottle aside on the table and reclined comfortably once more. Pansy was aware of this. The treasure hunters of the Longsha era were represented by the 9 gates, and the position of the 8th Master Qi was particularly fitting, for he was a master of divination, unparalleled in Longsha City. He had a well-loved grandson, rumored to be raised with great pampering. No one in the 9 gates failed to dote on him, not even the notoriously irascible 4th master, who frequently brought him treats. The Jie family's grandson was rather unfortunate, for the milk powder that Master Jie had brought back from abroad had been sent to the 8th Master Qi. They were eager to see if the Qi family's boy could live up to expectations. The two planned to keep watch over the campsite, unaware that they were already being observed from a distance. "Boss, Chunpai has gone to the Fox Spirit Temple and has yet to return. It is too dark to ascertain the identities of the two who entered," Lon Air reported, peering through binoculars at the flickering light in the campsite. Chio Dikeo sat inside the car, the window slightly open, slowly revealing his blue eyes. "The Hua family has yet to emerge from the village. Send someone to deliver a message to Hua Xingu, informing her that someone has gotten ahead of her." "Yes, boss. What about the people at the campsite?" Chio Dikeo gradually raised the window, his lips pressed together in contemplation. "Let them fight among themselves. I only seek the final prize. Keep a close watch on them and make my appearance at the opportune moment." Lon Air nodded. As dawn approached, the village was alive with the sound of drums and gongs. Hua Xingu, unable to sleep, rose to investigate, finding the villagers already dressed and heading toward Yushan. Tall and striking, she attracted the attention of many who stole glances at her. "Have you come to enjoy the festivities?" A young man approached her cheerfully. Hua Xingu nodded, not wishing to engage in idle conversation. However, noticing his attire resembling that of a local, she inquired, "Is there a special festival today?" "Today is the annual Fox Festival of Huai Village. It is quite lively that if you're interested, you may join us." Hua Xingu, cautious by nature, politely declined, "No need." The young man, sensing her aloof demeanor, ceased his attempts at conversation. After observing for a moment, Hua Xingu turned and returned indoors. Inside, a veiled woman poured tea for Hua Xingu and remarked, "I heard that the sacrifice is also taking place in Yushan. Are you not planning to attend?" They were all astute individuals. No one in the village was unaware of Chen Pai's descent into the tomb. Yet, only we have come to Yushan openly. Since they prefer to operate in the shadows, I might as well wait a while longer. Hua Xingu took a sip of tea and looked at her. "Regardless of whether the news received this morning is true or false, we shall remain on standby. The young 8th Master Qi, at merely 5 years of age, is involved in these affairs." Although Zhang Defo did not attend in person, he sent an aide to protect the child. Upon hearing this, Huaxinggu cast a heavy glance at her companion, her patience wearing thin. Huaqingqiu, those who are clever in the 9 gates seldom meet with good ends. The woman, named Huaqingqiu, bore the scars of a childhood fire that left her disfigured, thus she perpetually wore a veil. Her sharp intellect allowed her to serve alongside Huaxinggu. However, could she truly fathom the intricacies of the 9 gates? Moreover, Huaxinggu had an aversion to those who prided themselves on their cleverness. Huaqingqiu was no fool. She took a step back, kneeling, and lowered her head. Mistress, it was my overreach. Chapter 30. The Fox Festival. Huaxinggu cast a cold glance at her, waving her hand dismissively, reminding her to remember her place. Huaqingqiu's hand, concealed within her sleeve, tightened subtly, suppressing all emotions as she spoke, acknowledging her mistake. She then rose and departed. She had thought that with her current qualifications, she could afford to critique the 9 gates, only to find herself hitting a wall. Huaxinggu was meticulous in her dealings. One had to be astute in her presence, for a careless remark could plunge one from paradise into perdition. The villagers made their way towards the Fox Immortal Temple, the sound of gongs and drums echoing from afar, and after walking a mile, Qi Lechuan and his companions had just exited the temple when they heard the distant commotion. Chunpai frowned, asserting that without his permission, no one should engage with the villagers of Huai Village. Their purpose did not concern them, and it was better to keep their distance to avoid complications. To evade the villagers, they decided to return to their camp. Haiso was unwilling to comply, chuckling lightly. Boss, I must undertake this task in a way that you deem worthwhile. I have a fondness for these simple villagers. Extracting intelligence for you is my duty. Haiso refused to leave, and Qi Lechuan sensed something amiss, echoing, Fourth uncle, I too believe it worthwhile to stay. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Rishan's gaze swept over, scrutinizing her words for truth as if he were a radar. Chunpai narrowed his eyes, considering the worthlessness of the meddlesome hireling he had employed, and pondering the sudden appearance of a newcomer. Liao Wentai, frail and being supported by Huziho, had lost his glasses and, knowing that Chunpai would hesitate, suggested, Mr. Chun, children have a playful heart. With Hai here, you need not worry. This was a ploy to keep Qi Lechuan behind. Chunpai shot him a sideways glance, his eyes darkening as if warning him against meddling. Liao Wentai, lacking his glasses, could not see clearly. Eventually, Chunpai and his group returned to the camp, leaving Haiso and Qi Lechuan behind. Naturally, Qi Lechuan stayed, accompanied by her bodyguards, Zhang Rishan and Zhang Qiling. Last night, time passed, and Qi Lechuan, that little rascal, slept more soundly than a pig, claiming that one should not open the coffin at midnight, when in reality, it was her own inability. Haiso observed her several times. Had it not been for that young man clad in black who intervened, he would have certainly lifted the coffin to see what was inside. Merely a few foxes, could they truly constitute a grave taboo? Qi Lechuan felt his gaze and returned it without reservation, her tone laced with sarcasm. Oh, does Hai wish to keep the coffin for himself? Would my presence impede your endeavors? Haiso chuckled heartily, lowering his head to look at her. If little 8th master wishes to stay, then so be it. I merely wish to partake in their fox festival. She rolled her eyes internally. It was not as if she had not heard of Haiso, a figure renowned in the underworld, skilled and solely motivated by monetary gains, ready to turn at any moment. To blend into the fox festival, the 4 of them concealed themselves nearby, waiting. Soon, a procession adorned with fox masks appeared in the distance, their gongs and drums resounding as they donned crimson garments, with villagers following suit, also masked. The morning mist cloaked the mountains, creating an eerie sight that sent shivers down one's spine. Suddenly, 2 more individuals joined the rear of the procession, striving to blend in. Third master, this village sure knows how to make a spectacle, Pansy whispered, keeping a cautious eye, certain that there was more than met the eye. Wu Sanqing attempted to mimic several peculiar ritualistic gestures, only to retract his hands, grumbling, this is tough. The rules are quite numerous. His antics amused Pansy, who found it rather convincing. Abruptly, four more figures appeared behind them, causing an immediate sense of intimidation with their average height of 188 centimeters, overshadowing the child amongst them. Wu Sanqing, ever vigilant, pursed his lips and ceased speaking, shifting his focus to the sole child. Pansy noticed this as well, instantly becoming more subdued. Qi Lechuan, masked so that only her almond-shaped eyes were visible, unconsciously delved into her cloth bag in search of copper coins. There are many methods for divination, and although Qi Lechuan excelled in finger-counting, she had harbored a deep interest in such matters since childhood, carrying copper coins solely for convenience in divination. Before she could find the coins, a thick fog enveloped her momentarily, obscuring her vision of those around her. Turning, she discovered that Zhang Rishan and the others had vanished completely, leaving her surrounded solely by mist. Lechuan, Lechuan came several hoarse calls from the void. Qi Lechuan's pupils dilated. The voice called her by her previous life's name, resonating with the same sound as the moon. "It is I," she murmured. "Grandfather, the literary young emperor is unfit to be an emperor. His ambitions are too great. Do not let the Qi family become the target of scorn. After my passing, I wish to remain hidden from the world. Remember, the Qi family's reputation as diviners is but an empty title. Do not take pride in it." A tremor coursed through Qi Lechuan's heart. In an instant, she beheld the emperor of the 9 provinces, his features indistinct, yet his voice was gentle. "The little girl of the Qi family is indeed the pride of the 9 provinces. So astute, come to my side." "This is what a subject ought to do," she replied with a slight smile, adorned in a purple official robe, her hair simply styled with a single hairpin that bore a pure silver fox-shaped pendant. In that year, as the holy maiden of the 9 provinces, she personally conducted the sacrificial ceremony. The day was bright, but as the ceremony commenced, the sky suddenly darkened. The sacrificial vessel, the Sihu Gue Ding, stood at the center of the altar, as the masses prayed for blessings. She was closest to the vessel and caught a whiff of an odd scent, which she chose to ignore. "Come forth, bestow upon the Qi family 10,000 taels of gold, 10 chests of jewels, 100 acres of fine land, and 1,000 bolts of silk, along with 2 manors." Qi Lechuan bowed her head in gratitude. "Your servant thanks the sovereign for such grace." Yet, she overlooked the emperor's veiled intentions. For the Qi family to receive such generous rewards from a fortune-teller had gained prominence in the 9 provinces, becoming a national advisor through 2 generations, holding significant sway. It had been discovered that the Qi family's ancestors were once mere village diviners, a status deemed exceedingly lowly. The Qi family, already besieged in the court, found themselves in peril. The more ostentatious they became, the swifter their demise. As time passed, her memories became hazy. "The life of a ruler is too brief. To die for me is your honor. When I achieve immortality, it shall be a time of prosperity. Upon your passing, I shall ensure the Qi family's safe retreat. I promise you." She strained to push through the fog, a hint of panic in her eyes. "You deceive me. You are lying." That winter, amidst heavy snowfall, the Qi family faced annihilation. A suffocating sensation overwhelmed her. She felt as though she were submerged beneath the ocean, her senses dulled, yearning to struggle. Yet her fingers splayed open only to surrender. "Xiaochuan." The man's voice was flat, devoid of emotion. Qi Lechuan suddenly opened her eyes, meeting Zhang Qiling's unfathomable gaze, which instantly pulled her back to reality. Chapter 31. The young man's deceit. Zhang Rishan shook his head and swiftly pulled her into his embrace. The child seemed lost in a trance, unresponsive to her name, yet surprisingly, a call from Zhang Qiling roused her from her stupor. Qi Lechuan, her mind somewhat sluggish, lifted her gaze to the surroundings as the procession of sacrifices drew near the Fox Immortal Temple. Suddenly, an apprehension gripped her. She found herself unable to confront the fox masks, opting instead to hold onto Zhang Rishan's neck, quietly reflecting on the unsettling sights she had just witnessed. "Grandpa Rishan," she murmured softly. Zhang Rishan replied with a nonchalant "I do not wish to descend the Yushan mountain." she admitted, her voice barely audible, dissipating like whispers carried off by the wind. It seemed she was reluctant to face the reality of Jojo, as if the fall of the nation weighed heavily upon her conscience. Zhang Rishan was taken aback, surprised that she, with her spirited nature, would want to retreat at such a moment. Haixiatzi, aware of their hushed conversation, noticed the subtle change in Zhang Rishan's expression and grinned. "Oh, little Eighth Master is frightened and wishes to flee. It seems that tonight, the Black Lord will have to enjoy the coffin all by himself." The somber atmosphere transformed with Haixiatzi's jest, reinvigorating Qi Lechuan, who shot him an indignant glare. "That coffin cannot be opened. Who says it cannot be opened? Had it not been for the fourth uncle's interference yesterday, that coffin would have long been reduced to a pile of worthless timber." Haixiatzi retorted earnestly, as was his nature. Zhang Rishan cleared his throat, subtly reminding Haixiatzi to consider the implications of teasing Qi Lechuan. "Black Lord, can you defeat my brother?" she suddenly inquired. Haixiatzi glanced at the impassive Zhang Qiling, then stroked his chin in mock contemplation. "Should be, maybe not, possibly cannot," he concluded with exaggerated seriousness. Qi Lechuan huffed in a haughty manner. "If that is the case, then you had better behave. I just calculated that opening that coffin will surely summon the dead. Is that so?" Haixiatzi's enthusiasm surged. She nodded, adding a final warning. "There is something amiss with today's sacrifice. We must leave quickly after observing." Zhang Rishan affectionately tousled her hair and asked, "Did you see something?" She cast her eyes over the crowd, spotting a few individuals with knives at their waists, exuding a heavy aura of menace. Satisfied with her alertness, Zhang Rishan smiled slightly. "Very good. Keep that vigilance. One grows through experience. You shall." Chapter 32. The locust tree and the spirits. Wang Chua's hands trembled with fear, nearly causing him to drop the knife. His Adam's apple bobbed nervously as he hesitated to strike again. Qi Lechuan furrowed his brow, noting that the two temples were divided into upper and lower realms, yang above and yin below. However, the lower realm was steeped in malevolence, rendering the fox spirit temple above powerless to suppress the evil, thus transforming it into a sinister shrine over time. Blood pooled on the ground, and the villagers were too terrified to utter a word. The village chief's face flushed with anger as he bellowed, "You outsiders are certainly to blame for this. You have desecrated the divine, and you shall face divine retribution." Zhang Qiling remained silent, the atmosphere thick with tension as Wang Chua glanced helplessly in his direction. "Is this your deity?" Zhang Qiling's lips parted slightly, his tone indifferent, yet it sent a shiver down one's spine. Despite it being mid-July, a chill permeated the arcane panic. Wang Chua discarded the knife and lunged forward, seizing the village chief by the collar, his voice quivering. "Where is my sister? Even if she is dead, you must return her body to me." The village chief, a man in his 50s, managed to maintain some composure in the face of crisis, though his complexion turned ashen. "Do you not see that this is the Fox Spirit Temple? Huai village has worshipped here for centuries without incident. To offend the divine is to invite damnation." Unbeknownst to the deeper implications, his words incited the youth's fury. "I fear not death. Why must my sister be the one to perish? You might as well kill me." Qi Lechuan watched with keen interest, nearly resembling a spectator at a show. The black bear, in disdain, clutched her collar, uncertain of his next move amid the chaos. Pansy, feeling bewildered, remarked, "Third Master, have they truly fallen out?" Wu Sanqing attempted to diminish his presence, suspecting that Huai village engaged in the practice of human sacrifice. "Living sacrifices? Where are the victims?" he inquired. Wu Sanqing frowned slightly. "According to their claims, they should be dead." "What kind of death?" "No bones left behind." Pansy swallowed hard. This village is indeed sinister. They have practiced such sacrificial rites for a century. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I interject? Is this the deity you speak of?" The black bear unexpectedly produced the corpse of a black fox and tossed it into the temple's center. Qi Lechuan joined in the spectacle, throwing a two-tailed fox beside it, mimicking a child's tone. This can be considered the venerable Husan, who is cultivated for a century. Alas, it is a pity. My brother killed it with a single stroke. I had advised him to be gentler, yet it seems it consumed something it should not have, leaving no remnants behind. The child's voice, typically innocent, echoed with the weight of hellish malevolence. Husan was indeed an appellation for the fox spirit. Wang Chua's hands began to shake. Having lost his parents early in life, his sister had raised him, only for him to face a fate of being left with no remains. It was feudal superstition, the folly of this archaic era, and the collective guilt of Huai village that led to his sister's demise. Some villagers, who had sacrificed their daughters, began to stir unrest. Huda, at this juncture, you must provide an explanation to the people. Is it true that the child claimed the sacrificial offerings were devoured by the fox? An elder of some standing within the village stepped forward to voice the truth. Supported by Zhang Qiling, Wang Chua refrained from attacking the village chief for the moment. The remaining individuals were markedly more compliant in a corner. Wu Sanqing smirked. The young master of the Qi family is quite the intriguing child. Pansy nodded in agreement. Indeed, he is far more clever than our young master, who merely wets the bed. Wu Sanqing concurred, realizing that Zhang had indeed chosen her. He had anticipated the choice would fall to the heir of the Xie family. Yuda, unable to maintain his composure, finally spoke after a prolonged silence. Second Uncle Hu, some matters are not as they seem. We shall discuss them upon our return. To prevent further disturbances, they convened an impromptu meeting back in the village. Before the meeting commenced, Qi Lechuan stealthily entered Huda's courtyard, which, though not expansive, featured a modest red brick house that exuded a certain grandeur. The layout was not too shabby, yet an ancient locust tree loomed ominously in one corner. It was said that planting a locust tree at home was highly inauspicious for harboring spirits. Here for my grandson? A hoarse voice broke the silence. Qi Lechuan paused, spotting an elderly woman basking in the sunlight at the door. Shadows cast by the locust tree dancing across her features, evoking an inexplicable chill. Good day, grandmother. I have come to speak with the village chief, she replied with a forced smile, though the pretense faltered as the spirit residing in the locust tree clung to the old woman's neck. Feeling discomfort, the elderly woman shook her head slightly. Is that so? He is inside. Do go in. The spirit was grotesque, salivating upon the old woman, and Qi Lechuan could hardly bear to witness it. She rummaged through her bag. Grandmother, how old are you this year? Tomorrow marks my birthday, a splendid 90 years, the elderly woman replied, squinting contentedly at having reached such an age. Qi Lechuan, with a bright smile, praised her health, then quickly calculated her fortune based on her birth date. The elderly woman was destined for longevity, yet the sudden entanglement with a spirit could disrupt her fate. She produced a talisman, intending to exorcise the spirit, but before she could hand it over, it vanished without a trace. The elderly woman, unable to see clearly, slowly donned her reading glasses. Child, what do you wish to give me? Suppressing her amusement, Qi Lechuan cheerfully produced another talisman, but it too vanished in an instant. Fortunately, the elderly woman's poor eyesight prevented her from discerning anything. Turning her head, she quietly warned, You little rascal, if you dare take anything else, I shall withhold your supper tonight. What did you say? The elderly woman, hard of hearing, shouted back. Qi Lechuan finally handed her a talisman, raising her voice slightly to ensure comprehension. This is a talisman for your safety, ensuring you live a long and peaceful life. Standing too close to the elderly woman, a wave of malevolence washed over Qi Lechuan as the spirit exhaled a chill in her direction. She clenched her jaw, her lips curling slightly. The repugnant spirit dared to blow its foul breath upon her. A faint sound of mockery echoed, as if reveling in her misfortune. Unable to tolerate it any longer, Qi Lechuan circled around the elderly woman. Mistaking the child for having entered the house, the elderly woman closed her murky eyes, continuing to soak in the sun. The hideous spirit turned abruptly to face her, grinning maliciously. Qi Lechuan was nearly sickened. She withdrew a pendant from around her neck, an exquisite red blood jade, unmistakably worth a fortune. Little spirit, I command you to devour it. The blood jade remained inert, and after a few seconds, all that returned was a soft grunt. Frustrated, she yanked the blood jade away. Since adopting this little spirit, it had known nothing but gluttony, never once protecting her, a veritable burden. If you continue to disobey, I shall shatter this blood jade, and you can live beside that wretched spirit in the locust tree, she threatened fiercely. Perhaps her words were too vicious, as the blood jade shimmered momentarily. With a smirk, she felt a surge of satisfaction as she stepped inside the house, eye in the distance. One could faintly observe a small spirit violently yanking the grotesque spirit from around the elderly woman's neck, kicking it around like a ball, seemingly enjoying itself immensely. Chapter 33. The Fox Spirit's Dream Nonsense. The rules passed down from the older generation to me have always been this way. It must be these outsiders causing trouble. The destruction of the Fox Spirit Temple demands retribution. Huda's voice brimmed with malice. Qi Lechuan halted in her tracks. Having long been aware of Huai Village's antiquated customs and peculiar traditions, she had initially wished to avoid entanglement. However, her curiosity had now been piqued. Uncle Hu, you are one of the village elders. These outsiders differ from those of the past. They not only covet the treasures of Yushan but have also— what else? They have disrupted the protective spells left by Master Mao Dao. Uncle Hu stroked his beard, his expression shifting slightly. Over the course of a century, several sorcerers had visited, declaring the village an unsuitable place for habitation. Yet, since the time of the elder generation, no significant calamities had befallen, leading to a gradual dismissal of those warnings. Qi Lechuan pressed her lips together, sensing the gravity of the situation. She lifted her foot, intending to leave, when a mischievous spirit collided with her, causing her to tumble onto the ground with a loud thud. Huda emerged from the doorway, locking eyes with the child on the floor, his countenance shadowed with discontent. Were you eavesdropping on the adults? Rubbing her rear, she stood up, her face betraying no emotion. Adopting an air of authority, she proclaimed, "Of course not. I cast a divination today, and the omens indicate a heavy presence of Yin energy in the southwest. I came to investigate and immediately noticed your family's old locust tree. Such trees attract spirits and should not be planted near one's home. I advise you to cut it down at once." As she spoke, she began to inch away, hoping to escape. "Seize her," Huda commanded, weary of her prattling. Regardless of whether the child had overheard, she was not to leave. Qi Lechuan took off running, but after only a few paces, a burly man grasped her by the collar of her garment. "I have a question," she persisted, undeterred and seeking information. Huda scoffed and ordered, "Lock her in the storage room." The large man, a figure of honest demeanor, carried her off without hesitation. Qi Lechuan wore a helpless expression. Now, there was an additional giant in the room. Having failed to extract any useful information, she found herself confined to a dark closet, her mind swirling with frustration. "Little spirit, go open the door for me," she implored, unaware of how many times she had repeated this plea. It flitted about, darting in and out of the door, caught up in its own frolic. Foolish creature. Growing weary of the antics, she settled into a quiet corner. The meeting was set for 5 in the afternoon. Huda convened a gathering of the entire village, the townsfolk clustering in the assembly hall. Dressed impeccably, he stood on the platform, addressing his fellow villagers. "Dear compatriots, the Fox Festival has been celebrated for nearly a century without incident. Do not be swayed by the slanders of outsiders. They have meddled with the Fox Spirit statue and are the true offenders, deserving of punishment by fire." At first, the villagers murmured among themselves. Huda suddenly added, "Have you all forgotten the words of Master Mao Dao? Instantly, silence enveloped the crowd. Decades ago, a Taoist priest had visited the village, declaring it unsuitable for habitation and urging a mass exodus. However, with a burgeoning population, such a move was impractical. Instead, he instructed them to construct a temple in the basin's center, dedicating it to their guardian spirit, which resulted in the establishment of the Fox Spirit Temple. Recalling this event felt uncanny. After the temple's completion, the priest had instructed them to maintain perpetual offerings of incense and had subsequently departed. Within days of his departure, villagers began to dream of the fox spirit guiding them to annually honor Xian. This practice persisted for many years, as the villagers' true fear lay not with the priest, but with the fox spirit's dreams. Heikuei, arms crossed, mingled among them. Observing the sudden quiet, he pursed his lips, calculating that only the priest possessed the most knowledge. He and Chen Pai had encountered something extraordinary. Had it not been for the fox's sudden release of its scent, Chen Pai would not have fallen victim, and perhaps they would have taken the treasure before the arrival of the eighth young master. Ultimately, the temple was intrinsically linked to the tomb beneath Yushan. After convening the meeting, the villagers were swayed, their emotions surging as they accused the newcomers of deliberately causing chaos. Meanwhile, the youth Wang Chuha was taken away by the village chief and placed under confinement. Returning to their rented old house, Heikuei found Zhang Qiling sitting motionless in the courtyard, clutching a knife. Mute, the village chief's few words turned the villagers against us. We cannot remain here. Zhang Qiling offered no response, not even a glance. Heikuei felt no embarrassment, finding the nickname Mute fitting for Zhang Qiling. And the officer? He inquired. Only then did Zhang Qiling speak. A child from home has gone missing. He's gone to search for them. Gone missing? Heikuei expressed surprise. That child was as clever as a monkey. How could they fall into trouble? Zhang Qiling rose, gazing toward the southwest for a long moment before uttering, "She did it on purpose." At that moment, Qi Lechuan was being well catered by the elderly woman. "Child, you mustn't be so reckless. That storage room is filled with junk, and you are not to enter it again." The old woman, adorned with reading glasses and a scarf around her neck, spoke with a touch of kindness. Qi Lechuan swallowed the morsel in her mouth, a smile gracing her lips. "Thank you, Grandma. Do you know about the Fox Spirit Temple on the mountain? It was quite lively today." The old woman's expression shifted. "That place can be perilous. You must not return." "Perilous?" Qi Lechuan laughed heartily. "That won't do. I've made arrangements with my friends to go together." "You foolish child, your generation is so naive. Unlike my time when we closed our doors tightly at night." A few years ago, a Taoist priest came to the village, insisting on building a temple atop that mountain. Days later, some claimed to dream of the fox spirit seeking a bride, urging offerings to Xian. At first, no one believed it, but as more began to dream, they claimed it was divine guidance. As the old woman recounted the tale, Zhang Rishan scaled the wall, observing her recounting the story. Seeing Qi Lechuan unscathed, he refrained from interrupting. "What was the Taoist priest's name?" Qi Lechuan inquired, her thirst for knowledge evident. The old woman, unguarded around children, treated it like storytelling. "I remember distinctly. His surname was Mao, and his name was Mao Qingshan. He once lived in my home. He even instructed me to cut down the old locust tree in my yard. I have watched that tree grow since childhood. How could I bear to part with it?" Qi Lechuan chuckled awkwardly. "So you didn't cut it down, and now Master Mao has caught a ghost for you, residing within it." Mao Qingshan, the resolute Taoist who chose death on the train, appeared less than virtuous upon closer inspection. In truth, the sinister replica of the ancient temple beneath was the root of the problem. He had resorted to this strategy, believing it might prompt Huai village to relocate. However, when they refused, he could only build a temple atop it to suppress the malevolence. The clever fox below sent dreams, guiding them to offer up individuals as sacrifices. The one above had long since perished. Thus, they were not venerating deities but rather malevolent spirits. The black fox Zhang Qiling had slain also seemed unrelated, for the contents within that coffin were undoubtedly formidable. Chapter 34. Entering the grave after the elderly lady finished her tale, Qi Lechuan departed alongside Zhang Rishan. Just before leaving, she turned to gaze at the ancient locust tree. "Grandmother, perhaps it would be best to fell the tree. It brings misfortune to our home." The old woman seemed not to have heard clearly, smiling gently as she waved her hand, urging her to stay close to her family and refrain from wandering. Qi Lechuan, feeling helpless, left a talisman on the tree for the little spirit before finally feeling at ease to depart. As they walked, Zhang Rishan held her hand, his expression darkening, his thin lips pressed tightly together, the atmosphere around him heavy with unspoken tension. She glanced up several times, feigning ignorance, and asked, "Are you angry?" Zhang Rishan let out a soft laugh, though his tone was far from amiable. "Little young master is jesting. You possess the courage to venture alone to the village chief's abode. Even if you were to meet your end, I would ensure your remains were returned, lest the young master trouble me." A hint of a smile escaped Qi Lechuan's lips, no longer able to conceal her emotions. She had come to regard them as family. "Grandfather Rishan, you truly are a miser." She made a playful face, adept at charming others. Her naturally soft and endearing demeanor, combined with her current display of affection, rendered it impossible for anyone to remain angry. The words he had intended to chastise her with lodged in his throat, and he suddenly comprehended Qiba's sentiments. With such a sweet grandchild, how could he bring himself to reprimand her? "Child, you are not the sole traveler on this path. Do not shy away from our protection. When the time comes to be strong, you shall be strong. Do not force yourself." He held her small hand as they strolled along the rural path, the chorus of frogs resonating through the wheat fields, while the setting sun cast elongated shadows of the two. Qi Lechuan felt a stirring in her heart. She yearned to grow stronger to assist them, yet she overlooked her own tender 5-year-old physique. "Grandfather Rishan, I shall not disappoint you." She spoke earnestly, her gaze fixed upon the distant sun. This promise would remain etched in her memory for a lifetime, and she would fulfill it. She would never let the 9 doors down. Zhang Rishan recognized her sincerity, and as he looked down at her small face, a sense of relief washed over him. You see, teaching children is quite simple. Just appeal to their sense of kinship. That day, Wang Chuha was expelled from Huai village, and that very night, the black bear stealthily infiltrated the ancient immortal temple, forcibly opening the coffin and taking its contents. Qi Lechuan anticipated this occurrence but did not voice her objections. Only the Zhang family possessed the skills to open that coffin, and the black bear's success must have involved Zhang Qiling's assistance. The Hua family, though present in the village, had remained silent. Wu Sanqing and Pansy observed all actions from the rear. That evening, the group hurried to Yushan, where Chun Pai awaited them to descend. The camp remained guarded by the likes of Huzihua and his companions, while Chun Pai led a dozen brothers, all well-equipped. Qi Lechuan, with a small backpack strapped to her, excitedly ventured forth but was stopped by Chun Pai, who pressed down on her little head. "Give me the bracelet. Leave it above." She lifted her gaze, blinking innocently, and began to reason. "Fourth uncle, please understand, the bracelet is in my possession. Now, you wish to trade with me, not threaten me." Her demeanor was neither subservient nor overbearing, and her words carried an unexpected authority. Chun Pai turned to Zhang Rishan. Understanding the Buddha's intent to let the child experience a little, while also recognizing the grave dangers beneath the tomb, he decided against knocking her out. However, she dashed straight to Zhang Qiling, pouting, "Brother, hold my hand." Zhang Rishan withdrew his hand. This child sought refuge with Zhang Qiling, making her quite a handful. Zhang Qiling cast a glance at them, taking the little girl's hand and leading the way. He would protect his own. Chun Pai snorted in disdain, quickening his pace to catch up, seemingly unimpressed with the vice-captain. The black bear chuckled, joining in the banter. He could see at a glance who could escort her inside. "You could always reincarnate now." Zhang Rishan's expression soured further. The black bear was clearly seeking confrontation. "Humph, That's hardly enough to warrant a generational shift, he muttered, trailing behind as he hurried to keep up. Upon entering, they encountered a previously developed mine, where the recent blasting had left the interior strewn with loose rocks. Their team had managed to clear only a single path. Gold remained unmined along the stone walls. Given the Su family's capabilities, it was inconceivable they would have only excavated part of it. Before Qi Lechuan could voice her question, Liao Wenwei adjusted his glasses and remarked, "Little young master, Su Mo was compelled to abandon this lucrative venture due to oversight from above, hence the remnants left behind." She nodded, intentionally steering clear of Liao Wen's sharp intellect. He spoke with the steady, magnetic tone of a frail scholar, exuding credibility. The history of Yushan was extensive. It had served as a significant strategic location during the tumultuous periods of war. However, due to climatic conditions, no one desired to reside atop the mountain. It was rife with snakes, rats, insects, and ants, necessitating heightened vigilance. Being bitten by a mere insect could prove fatal. Liao Wan, a fitting strategist, was both knowledgeable and judicious, earning the favor of the fourth uncle. Qi Lechuan found no fault in him. She could only keep close to Zhang Qiling, all the while remaining wary of Zhang Rishan, who might strike her down and cast her out of the tomb at any moment. As the mine had been previously developed, the tomb passage ahead had mostly been excavated, leaving numerous loose stones. The group traversed this passage only to find it led to a precipice, unfathomably deep, with no sight of the opposite shore. Two side passages lay before them, yet the fourth uncle, having scouted the route, disregarded them and instead approached the fox spirit statue beside the cliff. Chapter 35. The fox immortal treads on ghosts. As he turned the statue of the fox immortal, several crackling sounds echoed from the cliff below, and a wooden bridge slowly ascended. However, Qi Lechuan's thoughts were elsewhere. Her gaze was fixed intently on the mural adorning the left corridor, which revealed only a small corner depicting a fox's tail. Zhang Qiling noted at last her view was unveiled. The corridor showcased a more elaborate version of the fox immortal treading on ghosts than that found in the temple, with several small figures in official attire positioned before the little ghosts. Particularly striking was the leading female figure, rendered with remarkable clarity, adorned with a hairpin from which hung a silver fox mask. A sudden realization struck Qi Lechuan like a thunderclap. She recognized herself from a past life, the color of her official robes identical to those in the mural. Zhang Rishan had approached unbeknownst to her, and it was no wonder that Chen Pai had personally visited the ancient immortal temple. This tomb indeed bore a connection to that shrine. Zhang Qiling remained silent as he continued down the right passage. In essence, the narrative unfolded thus. The fox immortal sought to capture ghosts, while the woman aimed to slay the fox. He Hua pieced together the story, playfully summarizing it. "No," she wished to retort, but her voice trembled, barely audible to anyone. It wasn't her. The conclusion of the fox immortal treading on ghosts mural depicted her pointing a sword at the fox immortal, attempting to unleash malevolent spirits. Qi Lechuan felt her emotions wavering. She struggled to comprehend that the figure she had observed for so long in the mural, was it truly her, or merely a fabrication of history? Perhaps only she alone possessed the answer. If she was not mistaken, this must be a record of Jiuzhou's history, where significant events were immortalized in murals. Clearly, the identity of that woman was far from ordinary. Liao Wen clutched a tattered notebook, containing documents he had gleaned from his readings. What transpired prior to the fall of Jiuzhou was never chronicled in historical texts. According to the mural's account, this woman sought to kill the fox immortal, which would have placed her at odds with the entire nation. As Liao Wen spoke, the others listened with rapt attention, while Qi Lechuan's countenance darkened, more provocative than the knowledge she had unearthed about her own grave. To her astonishment, in her previous life, she had indeed become the villain. A sardonic smile curled her lips, her once dull eyes now flickering with a hint of resentment. The mural in the ancient immortal temple aligned with this one, save for the latter half, which was missing. I have no interest in Jiuzhou's history. I only seek what I desire. Let us not squander time. Chun Pai had already stepped onto the bridge, his tone laced with impatience. Bringing these individuals along was overly burdensome. Had it not, the others hastened to keep pace with Fourth Master, none daring to contradict him in the past. When Fourth Master had slain Huang Kuei, his formidable presence had silenced any brashness in their midst. The bridge presented no peril, and they safely arrived at the tomb's grand entrance. The door to the tomb loomed magnificently, adorned with fox patterns and inscribed with incomprehensible characters. Liao Wen's eyes brightened as he stepped forward, eager to examine the inscriptions. "Stop! Do you wish to die?" Qi Lechuan admonished, her aura shifting dramatically. The entrance was intricately carved with the Yin-Yang Bagua. A misstep could lead to utter destruction. Liao Wen halted, refraining from further movement. Although Qi Baye's grandson was young, his prowess was well acknowledged. He had not witnessed it firsthand, but had certainly heard tales of her abilities. It was said that she could divine fortunes at the tender age of 5, occasionally casting lots in Qi Baye's shop. The last individual who had mocked her had long since descended into hell. Such ancient tombs were fraught with peril. Without substantial knowledge, passage was impossible, especially as the Bagua before them was steeped in Taoist principles. Zhang Rishan had intended to intervene, yet upon meeting Qi Lechuan's gaze, he found only an emptiness that spoke of resignation. He could only watch as she carefully stepped onto the Bagua. The Yin-Yang Bagua, defined by the center of the inner circle, illustrated the reciprocal relationships of all things through equal representations of Yin and Yang. The black fish signified Yin, while the white fish represented Yang, symbolizing the duality of day and night. Each fish bore an eye of the opposite nature, denoting the perpetual transformation and interpenetration of all things. Yang within Yin and Yin within Yang, merging harmoniously. Qi Lechuan narrowed her eyes, recalling a nagging sense of forgetfulness from her previous life. The Taoist Yin-Yang Bagua evoked memories of a significant figure. She stepped onto the white section, and a profound silence enveloped her. Inwardly, she exhaled a sigh of relief, maintaining an outward facade of composure. Steadying her mind, she treaded past the yang eye of the white fish, firmly establishing her footing before stating, "Proceed on the yang, and avoid the black." Heihua smirked, "Little master, what happens if we tread on the yin?" She cast a cold glance in his direction, her tone devoid of warmth. "Those who tread the yin become the dead." Heihua's smile faltered, silently seeking Zhang Rishan's insight. This child had suddenly transformed, losing her playful demeanor. Zhang Rishan, perplexed, noted her stark change, realizing she was now remarkably composed. Qi Lechuan seemed disinterested in waiting for them, advancing to the grand door, retrieving the 2 jade bracelets with unwavering haste, placing them into the slots without pause. Chen Pai's brow furrowed at her speed. How had she discerned the method to unlock the door so quickly? "Little master, why the rush?" Heihua jested, keeping pace. She continued her brisk advance, her demeanor as frosty as if she had transformed into an entirely different individual. The door opened to reveal an anteroom, resplendent in gold and brilliance, with some funeral objects strewn in a corner. She showed no interest in these artifacts. Only their group would linger to admire them. Her attention was fixed on the stone tablet at the center of the anteroom. "Fourth Master, we entered too hastily and have yet to comprehend the characters on the door," Liao Wen cautioned. Chun Pai glanced over, remarking, "Since she has already opened it, the content is no longer of consequence." Zhang Qiling followed her steps, witnessing her turn to face them, a peculiar smile gracing her lips. "Those who enter shall become the burial companions of this tomb." The group fell silent, a chill creeping over them. Even Chen Pai was taken aback. This little one had audaciously translated Jiuzhou's ancient language. Zhang Rishan's gaze deepened, realizing the purpose behind the Buddha's directive for him to accompany her was now becoming apparent. "Little master, It is unwise to jest in such a place. It is rather unsettling. This sentiment came from Chan Ershing, one of the brothers who had previously listened to ghostly tales. He prided himself on having explored numerous tombs under Fourth Master's guidance, yet none had been as eerie as this. You will believe. Once you enter, there is no turning back. No sooner had her words fallen than the tomb's doors slammed shut, severing their escape and inducing a surge of panic within them. This little master, despite her youthful voice, imbued the atmosphere with an increasingly sinister aura. Deputy, has this child been possessed by a fox? Heihua attempted to place a hand on Zhang Rishin's shoulder. Zhang Rishin recoiled in distaste. He was uncertain, but noted her clarity of mind did not suggest she was under a spell. A fox cannot possess her. Zhang Qiling interjected, quietly observing as the child continued her actions without any intent to intervene. For the 9 doors, did they not require a little master such as her? Chapter 36. The tomb of accompanying burials. Liao Wen's gaze fixed upon the stone tablet, which bore ancient characters from the 9 provinces, a script he had yet to fully decipher despite his extensive study of ancient texts. Qi Lechuan's expression grew increasingly grim as he scanned the inscription. Can you comprehend this? Chen Pai, standing beside her, inquired with a hint of skepticism. Qi Lechuan nodded, employing a pre-prepared response. My grandfather held a profound interest in the 9 provinces. He has consulted numerous texts and insisted I practice diligently. Is it not peculiar for a 5-year-old child to be instructed in the ancient language of the 9 provinces? Chen Pai remarked, twirling the 9-claw hook in his hand, his demeanor tinged with a subtle menace. This was the first occasion Chen Pai addressed her by her full name. Qi Lechuan met his gaze unflinchingly. Despite the palpable aura of violence emanating from Chen Pai, she exhibited no sign of fear. Uncle Ba had once warned her that after the death of Chen Pai's master, his world had been stripped of all warmth, leaving only the cold calculus of self-interest. Perhaps this encounter would serve as a revelation for Qi Lechuan. Zhang Rishin stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of the child, his brow furrowed. Chen Pai, she is merely a child. Temper your tone, a child? Chen Pai scoffed. The 9 doors have sent her, confident that I would not lay a hand on her. Are you, too, conspiring against me? Uncle C believes my understanding of the ancient language warrants my role as a supervisor sent by the Buddha, does he not? She stepped outside Zhang Rishin's protective sphere, her voice devoid of emotion. Chen Pai hesitated momentarily, knowing well that she was his most cherished junior. Let me enlighten you. This place has already been explored. The Buddha has no need to supervise you. His interest lies with me. Qi Lechuan spoke with an air of nonchalance, almost dismissively. Zhang Rishin's fingers curled slightly, his expression betraying surprise. He had assumed the child to be impulsive and overly curious, prone to foolish bravado, yet he was unaware that she possessed a clarity of mind that allowed her to see through the schemes, opting to engage nonetheless. Had Uncle Ba persisted a little longer that day, perhaps the one standing here now would have been the grandson of the Jie family, Jie Yuqin. How do you know this place has been explored? The keys to the tomb are not easily obtained, Chen Pai challenged, her eyes darkening as she regarded the audacity of Qi Lechuan. Chen Pai was correct. The keys to the tomb were unique, and items like the emerald jade bracelet were not accessible to just anyone. However, the signs left behind indicated recent activity, and the ancient characters upon the stone tablet had been recently rubbings, suggesting that a breach had occurred in the tomb. Qi Lechuan was indirectly informing him that the treasures here had long been plundered by peers, rendering this expedition unnecessary. She chuckled lightly, if you doubt me, a visit will suffice to confirm. After her laughter, she cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Rishin, realizing why he had initially hesitated to let her descend. The journey held no significance. Black blind, he remarked abruptly, Uncle C, may I settle the remaining payment now? If there's nothing here, I cannot afford to have my wages docked. All eyes turned toward him, for Blackie had a propensity to discuss finances at the most inopportune moments. They continued onward, each consumed by their own thoughts, traversing the relatively small outer hall before entering a labyrinthine corridor. The corridor stretched on, and with each step deeper, her excitement surged, her heartbeat quickening as if what lay ahead was not a tomb but the answers she sought. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Yu Mountains, Wu Sanqing leaned against a tree, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth, lost in contemplation of some dubious scheme. Nearby, Pansy busied himself with a Luoyang shovel. Pansy, the young grandson of Uncle Ba, appears to be more astute than my own nephew, he mused aloud, as if reflecting on a long-held thought. Pansy's movements slowed momentarily. Third Master, Wu Xie, he currently only wets the bed. Wu Sanqing spat out the grass. Tell me, do you think that young Ba would also wet the bed? Pansy recalled Qi Lechuan's delicate, fair visage, and found himself at a loss for a suitable reply, eventually offering a non-committal response. She should be of the same age as young Sanzi. Whether she wets the bed, you might inquire directly upon meeting her. Pansy's casual remark prompted Wu Sanqing to genuinely ponder the matter, deciding he would indeed ask her later. Are you done digging? At this pace, by the time Uncle C emerges, we might not even have breached the surface, he expressed mild disdain, yet unwilling to take action, he merely stood idly by. Pansy, ever diligent, was nearing completion when he exclaimed, Hey, Third Master! This soil is red. Wu Sanqing crouched to examine the fresh earth brought up by the Luoyang shovel, a foul odor reminiscent of death wafting from the red soil. Before Pansy could intervene, Wu Sanqing, unable to resist, tasted a bit. After sampling, he solemnly declared, This is blood soil. We struck the right spot. Beneath us may lie a burial pit. The stench of blood is quite overpowering. Pansy, disinterested, continued digging, but after burrowing about a meter down, the entrance suddenly caved in. Just as he was about to speak, he lost his footing and tumbled down. Pansy, do you think I should lure young Ba over to play? It would surely be entertaining. Pansy? Pansy? Wu Sanqing turned, only to find Pansy had vanished, and upon glancing back, he saw the entrance had collapsed, prompting him to leap down as well. Upon entering, they found themselves in a dimly lit corridor, where suddenly a beam of light flickered to life. Pansy wiped his face, now covered in dirt and grime, and said, Third Master, your skills have indeed improved. Your calculations were spot on. Wu Sanqing was momentarily taken aback by the sight illuminated by the flashlight. The corridor led to a tomb chamber, which upon opening revealed numerous wooden coffins, far exceeding the recorded number of accompanying burials, indicating that the status of these individuals was far from low within the royal hierarchy. In silent understanding, they stepped inside to investigate further. Wu Sanqing ran his hand along a coffin. Wooden coffins were prevalent in the Song dynasty, and the patterns adorning the tomb walls depicted fox spirits, resonating with the history of the 9 provinces. Pansy surveyed the surroundings, noting that in addition to the coffins, there were a plethora of burial artifacts scattered haphazardly along the walls. Countless white porcelain jars. These artifacts appeared to lack value, carelessly discarded in the corner. Could these wooden coffins possibly belong to nobility? Pansy was perplexed and reached out to open one. This technique was indeed one he had learned from Wu Sanqing. Stop, do not touch anything. With so many coffins, let us first employ the Northern School's methods to test the waters. Wu Sanqing produced a compass, pointing toward a specific direction, the southeastern corner, where he instructed, light a candle. Pansy chuckled, taking a candle and proceeding to the indicated spot. Tomb raiding was divided into Northern and Southern schools, with the Northern school disparaging the Southern as mere tomb robbers who desecrated artifacts, while the Southern school labeled the Northern as hypocrites, pretending to be virtuous while engaging in thievery. The Southern school adhered to fewer rules, while the Northern school had many. Lighting a candle in the southeastern corner was a custom of the Northern school. Humans light candles, ghosts extinguish them. Additionally, there was a rule in the Northern school's touch gold lineage that one must not touch gold when the rooster crows and the candle extinguishes. The flickering flame danced, casting an eerie blue light. Once Pansy confirmed all was well, he rose to leave, muttering, "Third master, with so many wooden coffins, which should we open first?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than the candle in the corner slowly extinguished. Chapter 37. Illusion. Wu Sanqing gazed at the extinguished candle, the corners of his mouth turning downwards. According to the customs of the northern sect, this wooden coffin must contain a significant treasure. Pansy, puzzled, turned to look, innocently remarking, "Did the wind blow it out?" Wind? Wu Sanqing was utterly speechless. Was there wind in a tomb? Pansy turned back, relighting the candle, but just as he was about to speak, the flame flickered and extinguished once more. It was now undeniable. The coffin should not be opened. However, Wu Sanqing reached out to probe the coffin lid, noting that the wood was of rather ordinary quality, adorned with fox patterns and some incomprehensible ancient script which resembled incantations. Yet, given the antiquity, the southern sect's practice dictated that opening the coffin first was the only reasonable approach. As Pansy observed his brusque actions, intending to intervene, Wu Sanqing withdrew his hand and cryptically remarked, "Looking at the marks here, that young Master Ba has likely not yet come to inspect. Do you wish to know of her abilities?" Pansy shook his head, indicating his disinterest. Wu Sanqing, however, ignored him, stepping outside and conversing with himself. "Then let us witness her capabilities. Don't just stand there. Take the candle and bring her over." Pansy found himself bewildered. They had originally come to retrieve something, and now it seemed that Sanqing was selecting people. Had he altered his plan? Meanwhile, Qi Lechuan and his companions entered a damp passageway that reeked of mold, an unpleasant odor permeating the air. After what felt like an eternity, the passage appeared endless, prompting Qin Pai to suggest they rest. Qi Lechuan, head bowed, seemed lost in thought. He Hua approached with a boxed meal, promoting, "Young Master Ba, this is stir-fried rice with green pepper and shredded meat, only good for 2 days. Care for a portion?" She shot him a sidelong glance, well aware of his customary practices. "How much?" He Hua's mouth curled into a wide grin, before he solemnly replied, "Talking about money is so disheartening, 200. Her eyes narrowed slightly. "I meant, how much is your life worth?" He Hua's smile faltered, a chill creeping up the back of his neck. His senses were far more acute than others, and in the oppressive darkness, it felt as though countless eyes were fixed upon him. Being posed such a question for the first time, He Hua genuinely contemplated, slightly leaning to the side, maintaining a jesting demeanor. "What do you think your esteemed self is worth, young Master Ba?" Qi Lechuan let out a light chuckle, her voice devoid of disdain, reminiscent of a child discovering a toy, filled with playful curiosity. Zhang Rishan, vigilant, stepped closer to Zhang Qiling. "Senior, why do I feel this child is off?" Zhang Qiling's gaze was fixed on the passage's end, his lips parting slightly. "This is indeed her." Chun Pai noted Qi Lechuan's altered demeanor. She seemed transformed since entering the pit. Upon hearing Zhang Qiling's words, he cursed inwardly, deeply suspecting that Qi Tizui had led her astray. Zhang Rishan too reflected on whether it was Buddha who invited her into the fold, or if she had already calculated her moves. When had it begun? Perhaps it was when she acquired the jade bracelet from the Su family. Qi Lechuan sensed the shift in their emotions but was too preoccupied with her own concerns. They would eventually come to know her true identity. "Not worth much," she smirked, a hint of arrogance in her demeanor. If one were to pay close attention, they would realize her current state mirrored that of the woman depicted in the fox spirit's ghostly imagery. Before the others could react, Zhang Qiling had drawn his blade, and something darted past in the darkness, knocking over all the flashlights. The light from the ground illuminated a few shadowy figures resembling animals. He Hua had the clearest view, drawing his knife and growling, "We've stumbled into a fox's den." Qi Lechuan coldly added, "These are black foxes. They typically dwell in packs. This tomb has existed for a millennium, and they thrive on carrion, far more formidable than the ones outside." The passage was narrow, granting the black foxes a significant advantage with their agility, and chaos ensued. Chun Pai's men were armed, yet he ordered them not to fire. The number of foxes was still unknown, and gunfire would only attract them all, leading to the demise of the tomb's owner. One black fox fixed its gaze intently on Qi Lechuan, who remained motionless, her expression impassive, while Zhang Rishan stood on high alert to protect her. Damn, that creature is too fast. Heihua barely evaded an attack, his temper flaring. Prolonging this would only lead to a dead end. Qianpai's nine-clawed hook pierced through the black fox's head, spilling green blood. A drop splattered onto Qi Lechuan's face, the stench of decay invading her nostrils, causing her eyes to glaze over. In an instant, the chaotic battle came to a standstill. Zhang Rishan crouched down to wipe the grime from her face, a smile gracing his features. Child, the 9 doors have chosen you, but you are not irreplaceable. You must obey. A tremor coursed through her heart. What do you mean? Master Ba has long since deduced your identity. You possess significant ties to the 9 provinces. This may very well be your family's tomb. The 9 doors have never failed to acquire what they sought. You are the woman depicted in the murals, aren't you? Each of Zhang Rishan's words struck her heart, leaving her with an elusive sensation. I am not. Her lips trembled. Master Ba has nurtured you for years. Surely he expects something in return. Your worth lies in retrieving the treasures from within the tomb for the 9 doors. To nurture soldiers for 1,000 days, only to use them for a moment, Qi Lechuan's mind blanked. Master Ba had raised her for the sake of the 9 provinces' treasures. A tear slipped down her cheek. Impossible, I refuse to believe it, she murmured, her disbelief evident. Master Ba had cared for her for so long, it could not merely be for this reason. No matter how astute the Qimen 8 calculations, it could not predict past lives. She closed her eyes, silently reciting an incantation. When she opened them again, a black fox stared back at her, and upon meeting her gaze, it appeared startled, retreating a step. Her pupils dilated, a sigh of relief escaping her. Her greatest fear had been the revelation of her identity, leading to abandonment by the 9 doors. Yet she had been ensnared by this fox into an illusion. Little spirit, consume it. It has seen what it should not. The jade pendant around her neck began to glow, and a small spirit lazily emerged, huffing in discontent. This fox has grown on carrion. Consuming it will lead to indigestion. Qi Lechuan produced a peace talisman, pinching it between her fingers. The small spirit, with its overly pale face, displayed signs of disdain. Is this girl a fool? Just this one? It haughtily scoffed before lunging at the black fox. Before anyone could comprehend, the black fox was swallowed whole. Chapter 38. The coffin as an oracle. Qi Lechuan found it somewhat difficult to accept. This was no mere ghostly fetus, but rather a formidable weapon. A wonder Taoist Mao had singularly nurtured it into a minor spirit. The little spirit, having finished its meal, let out a burp and cast a glance at her, uttering a single word, foolish. Foolish. She tilted her head, regarding it with curiosity. Can you speak? Young Master 8, quickly evade. Chun Erping urged anxiously. A bloodied black fox charged towards her, prompting her to switch off her flashlight, plunging the passage into darkness. The little spirit naturally burped again, grumbling as it entered the jade pendant. This was too unpalatable. Do not summon me again. The surroundings fell into a more profound silence. Chunpai was the first to switch on his flashlight, revealing a gruesome scene marked by bloodstains on the ground. He had accounted for 3 casualties, with others bearing significant injuries as well. When he directed the beam towards Qi Lechuan, Zhang Rishan fortuitously walked by, obstructing his view. Zhang Rishan knelt down to wipe the grime from her face. Qi Lechuan recoiled in resistance, the scene reminiscent of her earlier experience in the illusion. Observing her heightened vigilance, Zhang Rishan chuckled softly and whispered, "Conceal your little spirit. Do not let it be discovered." Master Qi had advised her to keep the little spirit close, asserting that it could assist her in overcoming challenges. Born with a fate intertwined with the supernatural, She was accustomed to dealings with ghosts and deities. Yet, wealth should not be flaunted, and this little spirit proved to be more potent than she had anticipated. Relieved that it was not merely an illusion, Qi Lechuan nodded and raised her gaze to his palm. "You are injured." "It is nothing," he replied, casting a glance at the minor scratch inflicted by the fox. The black bear approached, offering him a syringe filled with serum. "You should administer it yourself. This black fox, having feasted on corpses, can be lethal with a scratch. This comes at no cost." "Is there truly anything that the black bear offers free of charge?" Qi Lechuan jested while deftly administering the injection to Zhang Rishan, her technique precise and devoid of any regard for him as a person. Zhang Rishan remained silent, his lips pressed together. Every word Qi Lechuan uttered and every action she took now starkly contrasted with her previous demeanor. The black bear regarded her with a faint expression, bemused by her inexplicable need to spar verbally with him, yet found her playful nature rather endearing. Of course, this was provided by the fourth prince, Qi Lechuan acknowledged, expressing her admiration. Emerging from the passageway, they encountered a circular tomb chamber. She intended to investigate further. However, the young Master 8 who had been following them had vanished. Chun Pai's expression turned ashen. "Zhang Rishan, how could you fail to protect one person? How can you even function while serving the Buddha?" Zhang Rishan, feeling even more discontent, retorted. "You have so many people under your command, yet you couldn't keep track of a single child. Send someone to search for him." The black bear interjected calmly, "Gentlemen, there is no need for anger." Chun Pai scoffed, "Lose her, and none of you will leave this tomb unscathed. Find her." Liao Wan, astute, quickly moved to placate Chun Pai's ire. "Mr. Chun, do not worry, young Master 8 will be safe." Chun Pai dismissed his reassurances. "If she is lost, I will be the first to deal with you." With that, Zhang Rishan made a threatening remark and turned to leave. Qi Lechuan was a treasured gem of the Qi family, the sole heir. The black bear grasped Zhang Rishan's arm, advising, "Listen to me. There is a mute following her. What is there to worry about?" Only then did Zhang Rishan and Chun Pai realize another was missing. Zhang Qiling, though possessing a low profile, was remarkably powerful, which eased their concerns somewhat. Meanwhile, Qi Lechuan carefully pressed against the stone wall, acutely aware of the chilling aura, an ominous wind. Something was guiding her, leading her away from the group. "Little spirit, are you there?" She felt herself growing faint. The presence of the robust men around her offered warmth, while she felt ensnared by the oppressive chill. "Not here." The little spirit in the blood jade turned over, returning to its rest. Little spirit," she called, her voice trembling. The tomb's heavy atmosphere overwhelmed her, and her constitution was ill-equipped to withstand it. Qi Tizui had vehemently opposed her involvement in such endeavors for this very reason. With her constitution, she could live comfortably as a fortune-teller, but the Buddha had chosen her. Qi Tizui had exhausted himself to ensure the aid remained close, for the aid's robust yang energy would at least mitigate her discomfort. Now, having lost her companion, she had unwittingly created a dilemma for herself. "Do not make a fuss," the little spirit huffed impatiently. "You, with your frail constitution, dare to follow others? What a nuisance." "Little Nine," she called softly, using the nickname she had bestowed upon it. The blood jade shimmered, and the little spirit crossed its arms, looking at her with disdain. "Why are you so melodramatic? With all those talismans on you, cannot you use one sparingly, you fool?" Its appearance seemed to alter the atmosphere, allowing her to exhale more easily. As she continued forward, a faint sound reached her ears. After traversing the tomb passage, a tomb door appeared before her. Something was compelling her, and she had a strong premonition that what she sought lay within. Pushing open the heavy tomb door, Qi Lechuan halted in her tracks. Being of slight stature, she could barely glimpse the top of a wooden coffin, her heart feeling as though it were being clutched tightly. The little spirit hovered in the air, its perspective superior to hers, and it scoffed, "It is a spell." Her mind buzzed, unable to comprehend its words. How many? 64, it replied. As the words left its lips, Qi Lechuan collapsed to her knees at the tomb entrance. The little spirit was taken aback, glancing at the arrangement of the wooden coffins, which precisely corresponded to the 64 hexagrams, using the coffin as an oracle, serving as a means to anchor souls, eternally preventing rebirth. Not far off, Pansy was greatly astonished. Third Master, that young one has knelt. Could there be something of great import within that coffin? Wu Sanqing shook his head, crossing his arms as he watched, disbelief etched upon his handsome features. According to the customs of Jiuzhou, these 64 coffins should contain nobles and dignitaries. How could this young Master 8 be reduced to kneeling before them? Let us observe. Perhaps there will be a revelation. Pansy nodded, continuing to crouch in a shadowed corner. They watched as Qi Lechuan bowed 3 times, her voice tinged with tears. I am sorry. It is Lechuan who has arrived late. Her words resonated with the sound of the moon, causing Wu Sanqing to squint. The name of the Qi family's young heir was not this, and he had never witnessed such a posture of reverence before. Foolish. The little spirit drifted beside her, reminding her, every word you utter now could be used against you. Stand up. Yet, when she raised her gaze, her eyes were red-rimmed with tears. The little spirit frowned, summoning a gust of spectral wind to close the tomb door. In the next moment, her tears began to fall in earnest. The Qi family, a total of 64 souls, the Qi clan of Jiuzhou, who had unwittingly become the guardians of this tomb even in death. Qi Lechuan wiped her tears away, suppressing the pain within, and stumbled towards the coffin, approaching the central wooden coffin. She exerted all her strength, gritting her teeth to push it, fully aware it would not budge, yet resolutely determined to open the coffin. Chapter 39. The national master of the 9 provinces, Qi Lechuan's hand brushed against the wooden coffin, and blood seeped out. The little ghost behind her flickered its eyes. Don't move, allow me to open it. She took a step back, casually wiping the blood on her palm with a piece of cloth. The little ghost clicked its tongue, disapproving of her wastefulness. The blood of a ghostly woman serves as sustenance, remarkably nourishing. Were it not for the foul stench of blood attracting unclean entities, it would not concern itself with such trivial matters. The coffin lid was lifted, and she stood on tiptoe to peer inside. The little ghost turned to her in astonishment. An empty coffin. Qi Lechuan seemed to have anticipated this answer and was unfazed. She pointed at the adjacent red wooden coffin, which was notably more exquisite, intricately carved, and appeared out of place as if it had been unearthed from somewhere and merely placed here. Before the little ghost could inquire, she quietly added, "That empty coffin should belong to me." The little ghost was perplexed. "Yours? Why? What does it have to do with you?" She did not respond, her gaze fixed intently on the actions unfolding before her. The crimson wooden coffin was opened, revealing a skeletal remains unrecognizable after a millennium. Qi Lechuan knelt gracefully, performing a respectful bow. The youngest daughter of the Qi family in the 9 provinces pays her respects to the national master. The unworthy granddaughter Qi Lechuan has come to see you, grandfather. The illustrious national master's coffin had been exhumed and placed in a burial mound. The little ghost paused, sensing a shift after forming a pact with Qi Lechuan. Its constitution had changed, and it could now perceive her emotional fluctuations. Without a heart, the little ghost felt a faint discomfort. Whenever this childlike figure cried, it too felt a pang of distress. Initially thinking it was a reunion, it was taken aback as she continued to bow, her forehead striking the ground until it bled. "Little one, do you wish to invite death upon yourself?" It grasped her collar, its tone harsh. "This is a tomb. Your blood could attract something unwelcome. Do I need to remind you?" Qi Lechuan met its gaze, the heaviness of despair in her eyes surpassing its OWN. In a hushed voice, she said, "I should not be alive. The turmoil in the 9 provinces is of my own making. I should be dead. Why should grandfather wish to keep me? I should not be alive. You must clear your mind. This is Changsha City, the territory of the Nine Gates. You are Qi Lechuan, the granddaughter of Qi Bei. Little Nine. She shook her head lightly, her tone soft. I am not. I am the sinner from 1,000 years ago. The little ghost scoffed, initially inclined to sympathize, but it withdrew that fleeting sentiment. This child was obstinate, fixated on her own notions. With a wave of its hand, it flung open all the wooden coffins, its pale face turning toward her, a grin forming at the corners of its mouth. If that is the case, you may enter and seek forgiveness with them. Qi Lechuan was taken aback, tears unconsciously sliding down her cheeks. After a millennium, she had thought she could let go. How could she forget upon this reunion? The little ghost, devoid of emotion, was as cold as a machine, yet it struck her like a blow to the head. Her hatred had lingered for a millennium. Rebirth was not meant to preserve that hatred, but to live a life anew. Before she could grasp this, the little ghost stepped aside, seemingly having triggered a disturbance, awakening the dead. Faced with her family, Qi Lechuan's feet felt as heavy as lead. Her father, mother, brother, uncle. Even in their undead forms, she could recognize them. Watching her stand there foolishly, the little ghost bared its teeth. Foolish child, do you wish to seek forgiveness in death before avenging your grievances? Avenge? Qi Lechuan turned her gaze to it, pondering deeply, before rummaging through her bag for a talisman, reciting the incantation for rebirth. Hatred had sustained her for over a year, and at the time of her death, it was more resentment than anything else. This very resentment had led to her rebirth. Suddenly, the door to the tomb chamber swung open, and Zhang Qiling strode in, sword at his back. Upon seeing the situation, he initially intended to intervene, but the little ghost, acting like a coward, exclaimed, "Boss, you cannot kill here." Zhang Qiling sheathed his blade, his sharp gaze fixed. You have absorbed her essence. Each of his statements was definitive. The little ghost shook its head vigorously. I haven tea, I wouldn't dare. This domesticated little ghost typically relied on its master's blood for sustenance. The stronger the master, the stronger it would become. Yet this little ghost exhibited no signs of restraint. Zhang Qiling pressed his lips together, making a cut in his palm, droplets of blood falling onto the tomb chamber floor. Qilin bloodline, banish evil and retreat. The walking corpses collapsed to the ground. Qi Lechuan's eyes reddened, stifling tears, fearful that Zhang Qiling would grow suspicious. He stepped forward, kneeling before the red wooden coffin in a respectful gesture, before rising to cradle Qi Lechuan, murmuring, "Excuse me, esteemed elder." She softly reminded him, the national master of the 9 provinces, Xisha. Zhang Qiling appeared to comprehend the reason behind her tears. He was an ancestor of the Qi family. She paused in realization, then nodded, yes. Zhang Qiling glanced at the wooden coffins, noting the sinister method of pacifying souls. It was evident that the tomb's owner was not of good character. Find the main tomb chamber and alter the grave. His voice was cold and devoid of emotion, as if merely discussing a trivial matter. His gaze fell upon her injured forehead, his brow furrowing slightly, noting that this child always seemed to injure her face. The little ghost followed behind them, baring its teeth in silent curses, each one more wicked than the last. Exiting the accompanying burial mound, they were aware they were near the main tomb chamber. Zhang Qiling's embrace calmed her considerably. A millennium had passed. She considered herself no saint, and the hatred would forever remain within her. Third Master, who is that young man? He is quite formidable. In a shadowy corner, Pansy was astonished, having witnessed the remarkable display as the tomb chamber door opened. Wu Sanqing observed their retreating figures, a glimmer of calculation flashing in his eyes. This young 8th Master was not to be underestimated. Though they spoke of different individuals, they exchanged glances, choosing to follow Dianhui village. Hua Xingu set down her teacup, a sardonic smile gracing her crimson lips. Did he truly say that? Indeed, he sent someone with half a map for your perusal. Hua Qingqiu. Qiu Dikao was astute, but alas, the Hua family had no need for such things. She raised her hand to discard it, but her peripheral vision caught the map, causing her heart to tremble, and she paused. Hua Qingqiu noticed her hesitation and continued, "Matriarch, he sincerely wishes to collaborate with us. We could refuse, but this half-map is not from Yushan, hence I sought your counsel." Hua Xingu examined the map in astonishment. "Is this the ancient city of the 9 provinces?" Hua Qingqiu nodded. According to the information obtained by the Hua family, this half-map aligns perfectly with the ancient city of the 9 provinces. Hua Xingu pondered the map, calculating myriad schemes. Yet she had not anticipated Qiu Dikao acquiring the map of the ancient city of the 9 provinces directly. The location of the ancient city had been established, but it was fraught with peril, and even entry through the main gate was impossible. Qiu Dikao had somehow procured a map. Collaborating with him was the most prudent course of action. Hua Qingqiu sensed her contemplation, realizing she was wavering, this moment, who within the 9 gates would not desire to acquire the treasures of the 9 provinces in advance? Chapter 40. The main tomb chamber boss, the head of the Hua family, has sent over a painting. Lan Er opened the box to reveal a feng shui painting, where a fox crouched amidst the elements, its eyes brought to life with ink, endowing the creature with a soul that gave observers the unsettling illusion of being watched. Qiu Dikao let out a faint smile, indicating that she had indeed made a choice. This painting, acquired from the tomb by the Hua family, signifies that Hua Xingu has consented to the collaboration by offering such a precious artifact in exchange. "Boss, Qin Pai and the others have been down for a day. Shall we commence our actions?" Qiu Dikao examined the ancient painting through a magnifying glass, narrowing his deep-set eyes. "Let us begin." Indeed, at the bottom of the tomb, Qin Pai and his companions had tumbled into a den of foxes, scattering amidst the chaos of their brawl. By chance, Qin Pai found himself alongside Zhang Rishan, and the two regarded one another with mutual disdain. "Qin Pai, I am particularly curious about your purpose for coming to Yushan," Zhang Rishan remarked. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, his face bore the marks of probing curiosity. Qin Pai cast him a sidelong glance. Deputy Zhang, at 55, appeared increasingly youthful and, it seemed, increasingly meddlesome. Zhang Rishan chuckled lightly. "What, are you envious of me?" Qin Pai nonchalantly brandished his 9-clawed hook, his tone icy. "Envy you? Were it not for the fact that your death would sadden Qi Lechuan, I would have been the first to slay you. Instead of fretting over me, perhaps you should tend more to your Qin family, and heed less the slander of petty individuals, if you wish to maintain a foothold in the 9 gates." Zhang Rishan had no intention of meddling, yet Qin Pai's strategist, Liao, was far too cunning to be trusted. Qin Pai dismissed Zhang Rishan's words, embodying a carefree demeanor. He was fierce in action, and none dared to cross him. Currently, they found themselves in the central chamber, which housed an underground river, the water level reaching their knees. In the center stood an altar for rituals, upon which a stone statue of a fox was erected. Without a word, Qin Pai hurled his 9-clawed hook, the force shattering the fox statue's head. "Just as it was decades ago," Zhang Rishan murmured, seemingly reminiscing about the time he heard that, despite his brutality, Qin Pai retained a semblance of conscience. He never adhered to rules when entering tombs. Why not dismantle traps and proceed with greater ease? The two intended to wade through the water, only to have a fishman of considerable size leap from the tranquil surface. Qin Pai, about to step into the water, swiftly withdrew his foot, nearly losing it to the creature. He cursed, "What in the world is wrong with this tomb's master?" The tomb's entrance had already proclaimed, "We are all burial goods," so it was only fitting that traps would be set without mercy. Zhang Rishan crossed his arms, observing, "What nonsensical remarks! That rascal Lechuan has yet to be found." The mention of this, Zhang Rishan grew irritable. "Ha! She calls you fourth uncle, and you, in turn, are ready to place a blade to her throat, yet you dare to bring it up." Qin Pai retorted, "Which of your eyes saw that? I have always held her in high regard. Truly inconceivable." The two exchanged barbs, each mocking the other. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiling cradled the child, and as midnight struck, she had fallen into a slumber deeper than that of a pig. The little ghost floated nearby, grinning. "Do not be angry. This is merely a matter of constitution. At this hour, the Yin energy is overwhelming, and she needs sleep to replenish her strength." Zhang Qiling remained unflinching, seemingly disinclined to respond. After a moment, he finally spoke. "Who is she to the burial mound?" "Ah." The little ghost hesitated, keen to slip away, considering it half of its master's secret. Zhang Qiling shot at a glance. It shrank back, continuing, "She is an ancestor of the Qi family. This is your final opportunity." His cold gaze bore into it. Should it utter another incorrect word, it would likely be obliterated. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable. He had intended to provide Qi Lechuan an avenue for retreat, not to let this little ghost babble foolishness. She is her kin, from a millennium ago. The little ghost concluded, eyeing his expression. Claiming she was reincarnated from a millennium past seems absurd, yet Zhang Qiling found himself believing it. The little ghost stuck out its tongue, revealing sharp teeth, casting a furtive glance at the slumbering Qi Lechuan, its little hands fidgeting. It could not be blamed. Who knew if Zhang Qiling would believe such a tale? With the ghostly essence present, navigating through here became considerably simpler. Even the occasional encounter with unclean entities was ingested by it. Qi Lechuan felt as though she had experienced an extended dream. In this dream, Qi Bei sat in his store, clad in a long gown, glasses perched upon his nose, fanning himself with a folding fan while sipping tea. Qi Lechuan approached. It was the youthful Qi Tizui, his demeanor gentle. Upon seeing her approach, a smile graced his lips, akin to a jade figure amidst the flowers, a gentleman unparalleled. "Oh, a little girl has come. What brings you to my store today?" He always wore a congenial expression. Qi Lechuan sensed a mist before her eyes. Rubbing them, she settled down, ready for a divination. "Ah, this store has a rule. One purchase, one divination. Only by buying can you receive a fortune." She casually picked up a jade stone from the table, inquiring, "When will I die?" How can this little girl speak of death so readily? Your fate is one of atonement. You shall not perish, destined for longevity, Qi Tizui remarked, an enigmatic smile curling at his lips. Qi Lechuan's heart jolted. Looking again, that face transformed into her grandfather from her previous life, Qi Shi. "Xiao Chuan, this life is a gift from your grandfather. Live well, for the Qi family owes you." Qi Lechuan's eyes flew open suddenly, startling the little ghost nearby, which hastily retreated from her. She had only slept for an hour. Zhang Qiling, noticing her awakening, stiffly patted her back, asking, "Are you hungry?" Qi Lechuan's gaze was vacant, lingering in confusion for a moment, her voice hoarse, "Not hungry." The little ghost interjected, "Ahead lies the main tomb chamber. Currently, we see nothing else, yet a peculiar oppressive force resides within the chamber. Prepare for battle." The architectural grandeur of the main tomb chamber mirrored that of an imperial mausoleum. Upon entering the grand hall, one could behold the throne. Yet, it was accompanied by 100 layers of steps. Flanking the sides were stone statues of foxes, resembling ministers, with side chambers on either side, and further ahead lay 2 burial coffins, stone coffins adorned with talismans, meant to pacify souls. Moreover, the stone coffins were exceedingly small, intended for the interment of deceased children. Qi Lechuan's complexion paled. Using children as stepping stones for immortality was utterly beastly. As of yet, the coffin of the literary Emperor Yang had not been sighted. Zhang Qiling ascended the steps, one level at a time. "Brother, we cannot proceed," she cautioned. Zhang Qiling tightened his embrace around her, assuring, "It is all right." Upon the throne stood a golden statue of a fox deity, capable of peering into the deepest, darkest recesses of the human heart. If her darkness stemmed from her past life, what shadows lurked within Zhang Qiling? Chapter 41. Enveloped in darkness during a frigid winter in the last century, Zhang Qiling's adoptive father returned from Nepal, bringing the still infant Zhang back to the Zhang household. This baby, whose origins were shrouded in mystery, became an anomaly within the family. No one knew the identity of his biological father, only that his mother was named by Ma, a female Tibetan physician. The year he was born, the Zhang family unearthed the dragon-patterned stone box of King Wu of Zhou, revealing a deceased infant that had lain in slumber for 3 millennia. In contrast, Zhang Qiling was regarded as a substitute for that child, a tool to fortify the family's faith. At the tender age of 8 or 9, the Zhang family, in pursuit of the former clan leader's token, dragged him, possessing the blood of a Qilin, into the underground of the ancient city of Xizhou. They forced him to bleed for parasite expulsion, compelling him to clear channels buried under silt and even to navigate cramped spaces inaccessible to adults in search of funerary objects. Unlike the arrogant offspring of the family, Zhang Qiling lacked the protection of biological parents. His adoptive father passed away during his childhood, leaving him to grow within this dark, frigid, and intricate family dynamic, which gradually molded him into a reticent individual. However, as the Zhang family teetered on the brink of collapse, this overlooked and exploited child was unexpectedly entrusted with the weighty responsibility of leading the clan. Amidst such a sinister lineage, he inexplicably suffered from amnesia, periodically losing his memory, perpetually seeking to reclaim his past. Qi Lechuan acutely sensed his unease. It was as though he glimpsed something, sweat beading on his forehead. "Brother, we cannot proceed any further. This fox will ensnare you in eternal darkness, lost to the past." She raised her hand to cover his eyes. Yet, Zhang Qiling remained unresponsive, continuing his ascent up the steps. Qi Lechuan gritted her teeth, feeling the repercussions upon herself, enduring psychological torment. A mere fortune-teller occupying the position of national advisor could only deceive emperors with such meager abilities. "We shall collectively petition to impeach the holy maiden, for her words mislead the masses, her heart as venomous as a scorpion. She disrupts the sacrificial rites. Her intentions are worthy of condemnation." Her mind was filled with the words of those ministers, the surroundings appearing to sway before her. At last, her small hand gradually unclenched. Zhang Qiling's gaze emerged, akin to one entranced, his face etched with suppressed anguish. His thin lips parted, uttering, "Zizing motuod it," sounded like a geographical location, and Qi Lechuan felt dizzy, struggling to comprehend. A mischievous spirit floated lazily in mid-air, observing their actions, perhaps out of boredom. It spoke, "Do you require my assistance?" Qi Lechuan abruptly pinched her palm, the pain sharpening her senses. "Shatter the fox statue." In her mind, Zhang Qiling resembled an emotionless machine. The only spark in his eyes occurred when she spoke to protect him. She had never witnessed him in such disarray. What had he seen? Just as the spirit approached, a wave of dizziness swept over it, causing it to retreat a step. Though it should have felt nothing, it was bewildered. Qi Lechuan growled, "Hurry, shatter it." It regained its composure and fiercely struck the statue, debris scattering across the ground. Zhang Qiling's eyes gradually regained clarity, yet remained as indifferent as water, calm and unperturbed, as if the earlier turmoil had not been his. Qi Lechuan exhaled, yet she did not forget the spirit's confusion. Did it also glimpse its own darkness? At that moment, she began to harbor doubts regarding its origins, planning to investigate after the matter concluded. Finally, they ascended the 100-step staircase, the rear of the throne revealing a stone coffin, upon which a black fox perched, licking its paws as it regarded them. Qi Lechuan, incensed, thought, from a geomantic perspective, that a coffin concealing a dragon would absorb its essence to nourish itself. The cultured Emperor Yang was the true dragon's son. His tomb would never resemble this. Could there have been details she had overlooked? This black fox was unlike the others. It bore an air of pride and flamboyance, 3 tails swaying rhythmically behind it. As Qi Lechuan prepared to explain, Zhang Qiling set her aside, unsheathing his blade, its cold gleam meeting the black fox's gaze. "Are you not going to stop him? A severed tail is a curse," the spirit whispered beside her. Qi Lechuan pressed her lips together, suddenly seizing its collar. Her eyes filled with fierce determination. Little 9. Do you not think you know too much? From the 8 trigrams to Maoshan sorcery, you can articulate it all. Who exactly are you? The spirit struggled, soaring into the air, haughtily retorting. You are the foolish one. Qi Lechuan shot it a cold glance, clearly indicating she would settle the score later. In an instant, her gaze met that of the black fox, and they found themselves within a palace. Zhang Qiling grasped her hand tightly, fearful of losing her again, as layers of sheer fabric obscured their view, a breeze lifting a corner to unveil its occupant. The woman donned a pure white ceremonial robe, her long hair cascading freely. She raised her delicate hand to the mirror, applying vermilion between her brows. Qi Lechuan's heart tightened involuntarily, glancing at Zhang Qiling, who maintained his composure. A flicker of ruthlessness ignited within her. Foxes excelled in tormenting human consciousness through illusions, and this three-tailed fox was no exception. Its deceptive mirror could ensnare others within as well. Holy Maiden, the ritual is about to commence. Are you prepared? A harsh voice echoed, sounding as if thick phlegm clogged the speaker's throat. The woman adorned her pale lips with rouge, her expression complex. The visage reflected in the mirror was breathtaking, every movement radiating the allure of a beauty. Inform Master Jiang that I shall arrive shortly. Do not fret about my departure, she remarked, her lips curling into a sardonic smile. The holy maiden jests. The esteemed master is accompanying his majesty. Once your preparations are complete, we shall commence the ceremony. Do you have any final words for me to convey? The woman's countenance shifted dramatically, suppressing her mounting panic. I demand to see His Majesty. This servant cannot assist you, came the reply. I must see His Majesty, she cried, attempting to rise in desperation, only to stumble and fall heavily, her feet shackled by iron chains. Delusional! The Qi family has already fallen. Your chances are gone. As an outsider, Qi Lechuan maintained a remarkable calm, recognizing that what she witnessed was merely a glimpse of the woman's past, a chapter better left unspoken. The spirit drifted into the blood jade, resonating with her innermost feelings. Zhang Qiling stepped forward, perceiving the woman's wounds with clarity. Aside from her exquisite face, her body bore numerous injuries, the white ceremonial garb failing to conceal the bloodstains. A man in a yellow python robe approached the palace, exuding an air of nobility, his face seemingly masked, perpetually adorned with a gentle yet lethal smile. I hear my beloved wishes to see me. Have you perhaps changed your mind? His voice was soft, just as it had been from the beginning. The woman, however, knelt in panic, her words the last vestige of her dignity. I have not. But if the ritual proceeds as usual today, would your majesty consider sparing the Qi family? Outside, Qi Lechuan tightened her grip on Zhang Qiling's hand. The icy sensation conveyed the gravity of their predicament. The weight of her hatred ought to have been buried with the fall of the 9 provinces. Chapter 42. Farewell to the light. The man gazed down at her with a gentle smile as she knelt before him, exuding an air of elegance. Yet his words sent a chill through her heart. You shall perish, and I will ensure that the Qi family escapes unscathed. I promise you. Trembling, the woman performed the highest rite of the 9 provinces, bowing deeply to the ground. As her eyes slowly closed, they opened again to reveal a void of despair. She resolved to sacrifice her own life to safeguard the entire Qi family. This was the final sacrificial rite, using the holy maiden of the 9 provinces to appease the heavens, completing the last step of Emperor Wenqing Yang's quest for immortality. At the sacrificial altar, the populace prayed for blessings. Despite the clear skies, the moment she ascended the platform, clouds obscured the sun, darkening the heavens. Zhang Qiling sensed the shift in the child's emotions beside him. His strong hand shielded her eyes as he bent down to whisper in her ear, "Close your eyes. Let me take a look." Qi Lechuan nodded slowly, her eyes rimmed with red, then shut tightly. With her eyes closed, her hearing sharpened. Isn't that the holy maiden? How can she still be alive after the Qi family was executed? What holy maiden? She is but a demoness. His Majesty has issued the final decree. The Qi family has shown disrespect to the fox spirit and sought to disrupt the sacrificial festival. His Majesty has already been lenient with them. Yet the Qi ancestors were mere charlatans, dabbling in all manners of deceit. I heard her brother escaped and remains at large. How could they be so cruel as to wish to destroy our 9 provinces? Let us hope His Majesty can eradicate them once and for all. The woman atop the platform absorbed their words, her bloodthirsty gaze fixed upon Emperor Wenqingyang, filled with unbridled hatred. The emperor frowned slightly and instructed in a calm voice, "Qi Lechuan is among this crowd. Prepare to ensnare him." The eunuch at his side bowed his head, trembling, and replied, "Yes." Suddenly, the woman reacted. "Gu Wan, Qing." She enunciated each syllable deliberately. Those were the names of Emperor Wenqingyang. Today, in the name of the Qi family, I, Qi Lechuan, vow. If the Qi family is annihilated, then the 9 provinces shall be overrun by 100 demons, vanishing from history. As her words fell, the expressions of all present shifted. The Qi family, known for their sorcery, uttered words that were nothing short of a curse. Zhang Qiling's typically indifferent demeanor changed. He felt the dampness in his palm as the child beside him could not hold back her tears. He had not anticipated her to make such a vicious vow. The Qi family was renowned for their foresight, and among them, Qi Lechuan was the most distinguished. He drew his bow and aimed at the woman on the platform, each word sealing her fate. According to the laws of the 9 provinces, the Qi family has sown chaos among the populace, attempting to destroy the fox spirit statue during the sacrificial festival. I could annihilate your entire clan, yet out of respect for your family's generations of prayers for the 9 provinces, I shall execute only the Qi family to appease the deities. A cold smile curled at her lips. A dignified ruler has imprisoned me for a year, all for today's sacrificial rite. Do you think slaughtering the Qi family will conceal your filthy deeds? A cold arrow shot forth. She closed her eyes, yet the anticipated pain did not come. Upon reopening them, she lost all semblance of reason. Her beloved brother stood before her, shielding her with his body. The arrow pierced his heart, his lips still curled in a smile. "Brother, you have come too late. From this moment on, the Qi family will sever ties with the 9 provinces. We owe nothing to anyone." Qi Lechuan had been imprisoned within the imperial palace, and the Qi family remained oblivious to the danger until their execution. "Brother!" she cried, choking on her sobs as she witnessed his death before her eyes. Zhang Qiling felt a stirring in his heart as he glanced down at the child beside him. She clutched the blood jade tightly, its sharp edges cutting into her palm. With a free supply of blood, the little ghost hesitated to absorb it. It had no heart, no sensation of pain, yet it distinctly experienced an inexplicable sorrow. The citizens below wore expressions of righteous indignation, uttering curses against the Qi family, perhaps forgetting that it was the Qi family that produced a national master who once sacrificed his lifespan for their blessings. Suddenly, the woman laughed, a maniacal laugh. "I was wrong. Ha ha! You should never have known the truth." With that, she drew a dagger from her waist and unhesitatingly plunged it into her own heart, vowing with her lifeblood, "Today, I shall take the entire 9 provinces to accompany the Qi family in death." Quickly, thrust her into the sacrificial flames. Only by offering her soul to the fox spirit can we break her curse. An urgent voice called out from among the crowd. As the winds roared and the skies darkened with thunder, she was pushed into the fiery pit, flames igniting instantaneously. Thunder rumbled ominously overhead, followed by a torrential downpour. It seemed the story had reached its conclusion. Qi Lechuan perceived a whisper of wind in her ear, and suddenly, a pair of hands covered her ears. Meeting Zhang Qiling's profound gaze felt like a silent inquiry. He shook his head in response. Obediently, she refrained from turning to look. The little ghost emerged once more, standing beside Zhang Qiling, possessing a divine perspective in the illusion where the 9 provinces faced annihilation. a scene of utter brutality. Her dark past faded, giving way to light. At some point, tranquility returned, and when she opened her eyes again, she found herself once more before the three-tailed fox, its lips curled in a peculiar smile. She hardened her expression, ready to strike, but someone was faster than her. A flurry of movements ensued as they engaged in battle with the dark fox. Zhang Qiling's cold eyes locked onto the dark fox, moving with incredible speed, his blade gleaming ominously as he severed its tail. The little ghost, emboldened, no longer hesitated to act, tearing the dark fox in half and discarding it down the steps. Zhang Qiling crouched down, meeting her gaze. His usual aloofness softened with a hint of warmth as he spoke, "I am your brother." Surprised, Qi Lechuan nodded gravely, her mind muddled by the memories awakened by the foxes over the past few days. Zhang Qiling noticed a faint scar at the corner of her eye, his expression darkening with remorse. "I will protect you." The little ghost, known for its defiance, suddenly adopted a serious tone, vowing to her. She shook her head, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Heaven has shown me mercy, allowing me to live again. I have family and you all. Surely, this journey will not be as tragic as in my past life." Though she had endured the most profound suffering, she spoke as if liberated. Zhang Qiling rose, casting his gaze upon the coffin, and coldly commanded, "Open the coffin." Before Qi Lechuan could react, the little ghost had already flung open the coffin. It was a double coffin. The little ghost grinned, forcefully dismantling the mechanisms within. As the double coffin opened, it revealed a corpse adorned with a fox mask, preserved for a millennium. Zhang Qiling acted decisively, slicing through the fox mask with a clean stroke, eliminating any chance for the mechanisms to retaliate. Zhang Feisheng? How could it be him? Qi Lechuan queried in confusion. Neither Zhang Qiling nor the little ghost harbored any doubts. Master Jiang had deceived Emperor Wenqingyang, dragging the illustrious Qi family from their pedestal and seizing that position for himself, all while yearning for immortality. Ultimately, he lay behind the emperor's throne, donning the fox mask, intending to harness the dragon's energy for eternal life. Chapter 43. The notion of immortality. The corpse remained uncorrupted, lying as if in a deep slumber. Zhang Feisheng, a celestial master succeeding the Qi family in the 9 provinces, had garnered the emperor's trust in a bid to eliminate the Qi family, a formidable obstacle. He informed Emperor Wenqingyang that only through the sacrifice of a virgin could the entire process be completed. The emperor, consumed by thoughts of eternal life, easily placed his faith in him. The prospect of exchanging the Qi family for immortality was undoubtedly worthwhile. Zhang Feisheng exploited the emperor's desire to eradicate dissent, accomplishing his grand ambition, only to ultimately entomb himself, biding his time for rebirth a millennium hence. Meanwhile, the 9 provinces faded into the annals of history. Qi Lechuan, of diminutive stature, could only discern the superficial. Zhang Qiling reached into the coffin, casually rummaging through its contents before retrieving a jade tightly clenched in the corpse's hand. He glanced at it briefly and handed it to the child. The jade seemed to pulsate with a sanguine thread, intricately carved, and exuded a gentle warmth when held. A superior vessel for nurturing small spirits, far surpassing the blood jade bestowed upon her by Qi Bei. She let out a sardonic hum, deriding the old man for squandering such a fine artifact even in death. It was a sheer waste. The small spirit floated closer, its eyes gleaming with excitement upon spotting the treasure, drawing near to Qi Lechuan's face. It was elated, ghost jade, a legendary possession of the Ghost King, rumored to enhance one's cultivation by a millennium. The excessively pale visage of the ghost pressed against her, sending a chill down her spine, nearly causing her to leap away. "Qi Jujiao, are you trying to kill me?" This was the name she had given it, though the spirit found it too effeminate and voiced its discontent. However, it had no choice in the matter. As the frigid skin brushed against a trace of warmth, the spirit regarded her with surprise, yearning to draw closer. Being called by its true name and yet behaving so brazenly was audacious. Qi Lechuan retreated repeatedly, warning, Qi Jujiao, I caution you. Keep your distance, or I shall seal you away with the ghost jade. Undeterred, it approached with unabashed enthusiasm. Another close encounter left her feeling as if the king of hell had just touched her, her very soul trembling. Zhang Qiling noticed her spirits lifting and refrained from intervening with the small spirit. Qi Lechuan was acutely aware of her past. After enduring a millennium, her hatred had subsided with the fall of the 9 provinces. Although recalling it might evoke some animosity, it no longer swayed her emotions. To open a coffin and not take anything would be a waste. Wu Sanqing wore a smile, boldly entering the main tomb chamber. Qi Lechuan paused, directing her gaze towards the source of the voice. The man, clad in camouflage work attire, possessed a handsome countenance, exuding an air of scholarly refinement. His features bore no aggression, making it easy for others to lower their guard. However, he was accompanied by a muscular, imposing figure. The candles within the tomb flickered, casting shadows as a faint sound resonated. Qi Lechuan's almond-shaped eyes darted about, seemingly recalling the identity of the man before her. Suddenly, all the candles extinguished, and a heavy breath pierced the darkness, startling everyone into vigilance. Zhang Qiling instinctively grasped the child's hand, placing her in a safe spot. Wu Sanqing, with a hint of malicious delight, quipped, "How is this fellow still alive?" "Third Master. It appears he has risen," Qi Lechuan remarked, her ears perking up at the mention of the man referred to as Third Master, known to her as Wu's enigmatic, cunning elder, rumored to be the most outstanding youth of his generation. From within the coffin, a shadow propped itself up, its head bowed. Suddenly, it lifted its gaze, revealing eyes devoid of scarlet. Qi Lechuan rummaged through her cloth bag, her eyes fixated on Zhang Feisheng, realizing that his immortality had rendered him a mere walking corpse. Such a being felt no pain, existing only as a shell. Zhang Qiling sprang into action, unleashing his blade upon Zhang Feisheng, yet the latter effortlessly blocked the attack. Zhang hesitated for a moment, recognizing that this revenant was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Engaged in battle, he found himself challenged. Meanwhile, Pansy seized the opportunity to whisk away Qi Lechuan. Wu Sanqing, with a honeyed smile, called out, "Little nephew, may I ask you a question?" Qi Lechuan, taken aback by this unconventional greeting from an elder, felt no anger, merely a need to redefine her understanding of Wu Sanqing. Following the adage of not striking a smiling face, she responded with a smile, "Third uncle, you may inquire as you wish." Wu Sanqing reached out to tousle her hair, but she tilted her head away, evading his touch. Unfazed, he inquired cheerfully, "Have you ever wet the bed?" A steady child must never have such an issue. Qi Lechuan's smile gradually faded. The elders of the Wu family were peculiar, leading with such questions. She shook her head solemnly, declaring, "I have never wet the bed since birth." Pansy looked on in astonishment, not expecting Third Master to pose such inquiries. Wu Sanqing appeared increasingly intrigued, declaring, "You shall accompany me, then." Before Qi Lechuan could protest, Pansy had already taken her away, leaving her with the ghost jade for the spirit. Upon receiving the jade, the spirit felt a surge of dark energy as Qi Lechuan distanced herself, smirking coldly, "Tell me, does this corpse possess a soul?" Zhang Qiling, leveraging the momentum, regained his footing as the revenant sustained numerous cuts and bruises, yet he felt it was insufficient. Inspired by the spirit's words, he coolly stated, "With the ghost jade, I shall cast its soul into the depths of hell." The spirit grinned wickedly, "That suits my intentions perfectly." Suddenly, the space was torn asunder, and Zhang Qiling's eyes gleamed with newfound clarity. The flames of hell ignited, and Zhang Feisheng sought to escape. His resurrection merely rendered him mute, yet his fighting spirit remained intact. However, he faced a member of the Zhang family and an unidentified spirit, which effortlessly tore through space, revealing the infernal flames of the 18th layer of hell, at last. A piercing sound echoed, and the main tomb chamber flickered back to light. Zhang Qiling sheathed his blade, his previously cold demeanor softened by a hint of humanity. He remarked, Employing Taoist techniques to rend space will shorten one's lifespan. The spirit, indifferent, toyed with the ghost jade, pondering that the celestial master owed her this. Let him descend to the 18th layer of hell to atone for the Qi family. Who exactly are you? He inquired. The spirit languidly smiled, irrelevant. I assure you, I shall not harm her. Zhang Qiling cast a glance at it, lost in thought. Ultimately, it was but a mere ghostly fetus, still unrefined. A doll adorned in a belly band with rouge on its cheeks. It met his gaze with newfound audacity, unabashedly asking, which family's divination can ascertain your fate? Zhang Qiling strapped his blade to his back, stepping outside with his usual indifference. None. The spirit seemed to awaken to this truth. Indeed, there was none. Which direction did they take? He inquired at the entrance of the tomb. The spirit, following him, suddenly seized upon mischief, grinning as it replied, to the left. Chapter 44. Digging one's own grave, Third Master. There's a commotion outside, Pansy whispered, standing guard at the cave's entrance. The sound of footsteps suggested that there were quite a number of individuals present. After 3 minutes of silence, the chaotic stone walls formed a natural maze, ensuring their safety point. 15 minutes had elapsed since Qi Lechuan's abduction, and she found herself uncertain of how to regard the peculiar man before her. Wu Sanqing produced a hand-drawn, rudimentary map and, with an air of solemnity, said, "My dear nephew, we find ourselves here. Within this tomb, there exists an item that the 4 grandfathers are eager to acquire, and it must be something of great value. Do you wish to obtain it?" Qi Lechuan's lips twitched. "I do not wish to." Wu Sanqing, with remarkable nonchalance, covered her mouth, insisting, "No, you do." She blinked in bewilderment. "Pansy, take my little nephew and break the mechanism on that stone wall. I shall remain here and await another." He cryptically made the decision for Qi Lechuan. Pansy complied, seizing her and setting off. Qi Lechuan felt utterly stunned. What sort of eccentric elder was this? She had no right to refuse. This was Wu Sanqing's plan, waiting only for the opportune moment to whisk her away. Pansy circled around and arrived at a stone wall adorned with the final scene of the mural from the passageway ahead. Beside it, another wall bore a painting, its simple outlines rendered in vibrant colors, clear and comprehensible. Little 8th Master, 3rd Master says these are the marks left by the skilled craftsmen who constructed the tomb. They document the events occurring in the 9 provinces. Pansy, fond of children and a peer of Wu Sanqing, naturally treated her with the same warmth. Look, they discovered the secrets of the Celestial Master. Ultimately, in order to disable the mechanism, they concealed one of the 64 coffins. It is rather embarrassing to admit, my 3rd Master excels in unearthing mechanisms, but fortune-telling is not his forte. Qi Lechuan's small face contorted. Her own coffin was among those 64, and she truly was digging her own grave this time. Consequently, Zhang Feixing's plan for immortality was disrupted. Otherwise, who could say what sort of monstrosity he would have become, neither human nor ghost. Though the area appeared devoid of mechanisms, it was, in reality, a faade of the Yin-Yang 8 trigrams. Within the 9 gates, it was well known that the Qi family employed the Qimen 8 calculations, yet Wu Sanqing was exceptionally astute, always eager to inquire about the affairs of the Jianghu. Moreover, the individuals from Changsha City had exalted little 8th Master Qi to the status of a living deity, making it difficult not to be aware of her prowess. Under Pansy's watchful supervision, Qi Lechuan tossed 3 copper coins into the air. As they clattered to the ground, a fleeting thought of escape flickered in her mind. Clutching the blood jade in her palm, she silently prayed for Qi Jiujio's help. That moment, the little ghost, sensing no immediate danger, overlooked her entirely. Heaven above, was she truly to unearth her own coffin for this group to pry into? Little 8th Master, how does this divination appear? Pansy inquired. She chuckled lightly, masking her anxiety. My hand trembled. I miscalculated. With a cheerful facade, She inwardly cursed, for this divination exhibited signs of clarity amidst the fog, indicating that no matter the implication, Qi Lechuan could not allow them entry. Seeing her as a child, Pansy's demeanor remained gentle. "It's all right. Let us try again." Suddenly, Qi Lechuan frowned, her hand behind her back, seriousness etched upon her face. "Oh dear, this simply will not do. Each profession has its rules. A single hour permits but one divination. Then I shall calculate by fingering," she declared. The familiar voice prompted her to turn. The man now bore a scratch on his arm, his clothing soiled, yet his sunglasses remained pristine. It was none other than the black blind man. Realization dawned upon Qi Lechuan. "Blind man, how many bribes have you accepted?" The black blind man smirked, responding nonchalantly, "Why should you concern yourself with how many bribes I've taken? A fool does not turn down money." Qi Lechuan rolled her eyes. After all this time, it turned out the black blind man had accepted payments from both the four grandfathers and Wu Sanqing, serving as a conduit for both sides when necessary. Quite clever. The black blind man chuckled lightly. "Dream on." Wu Sanqing smiled again, and she hastily began to calculate. That elder's smile surely signified a plot against her. It was prudent to evade for the time being. Yet, her divination shifted once more. Moistening her parched lips, she said, "Third uncle, I wish for water." Wu Sanqing glanced at Pansy, who promptly provided her with a bottle. After taking a few sips, she sought to prolong her time. Uncertain of her motives, the black blind man began to bandage his arm, advising, "Third master, this child is clever. She has deduced the truth but refrains from speaking. I suspect the items within may jeopardize her interests. If I may suggest, we should simply use explosives." Wu Sanqing, far from impatient, remained remarkably calm. "No rush. If she wishes to delay, let her. There are excavated tunnels above. Using even the least powerful explosives may disturb the tomb, leading to a collapse. We would lose more than we gain." Qi Lechuan found herself in a predicament, fully aware that the two elders before her were scheming against her, yet she could not relent. Her own coffin lay behind her, and today might very well be the day she dug her own grave. Realizing she could no longer stall for time, she earnestly began to fabricate nonsense. "This mechanism cannot be deciphered. It is a place of great misfortune. This divination foretells certain death." The black blind man completed his bandaging, a lazy smile gracing his lips as he prepared to showcase his skills. "Third master, this divination is auspicious." Wu Sanqing nodded in agreement, confident that the treasures were within reach, undeterred by Qi Lechuan's ominous predictions. Little Lechuan felt utterly torn. On one side were her elders, and on the other was herself. Her coffin could not be exposed to them, as it was far too inauspicious in the 9 provinces. Those who perished in cremation were considered unclean. Her remains had long since turned to ash, yet someone had collected them and placed them within a coffin as a mechanism. Jiang Feixing was truly idle. She shut her eyes, gritted her teeth, and made her decision. She would allow them to have a glanced eye in the center of the formation. She inserted her banner, using it to activate the mechanism. The stone wall creaked ominously, slowly parting. The black blind man chuckled, stepping forward to ruffle her hair. "Child, just cooperate well and spare us the nonsense." Unwilling, she muttered a few quiet rebuttals. Wu Sanqing led the way into the cave, which bore little significance. Only a wooden coffin lay within. The cave was damp, the coffin perched precariously atop a platform, with 4 wooden stumps positioned beneath it, each holding a plate. The coffin could not touch the ground, lest it absorb negative energy, nor could it come into contact with water, rendering it rather rudimentary. Qi Lechuan's expression was impassive. Death returns one to the earth, and upon seeing her own coffin, she simply did not know how to react. She could only watch as Wu Sanqing, the black blind man, and Pansy busied themselves. "Third master, could there truly be treasures within this dilapidated coffin? Do not be deceived by its appearance. The most valuable items may very well lie within." "What is that smell?" The black blind man exclaimed, having just touched the coffin, his hand now smeared with an unknown liquid. Chapter 45. Opening the coffin in person, the pungent scent of fox was overwhelming, prompting Pansy to hastily toss him a bottle of water. "Brother, do not touch that indiscriminately. It is fox urine." The black bear, however, showed little disdain, naturally accepting the water to wash his hands. Qi Lechuan, standing to the side, found it hard to suppress a laugh. After all, it was her own coffin. With her almond-shaped eyes narrowed, she scanned the surroundings, eager to identify the audacious wild fox that dared to urinate on her coffin. Wu Sanqing took a few more glances, pinching a bit of the liquid between his fingers and sniffing it. It was fox blood. Pansy directed the beam of his flashlight onto the coffin, and upon closer inspection, he discerned a layer of dark blood stains upon it. The black bear shook his hand, the blood seemingly clinging stubbornly to him, unable to wash away. He frowned, wondering if this was a customary practice in Jiuzhou. Qi Lechuan let out a sardonic chuckle, remarking, "Sealing the coffin with blood is intended to prevent the soul within from causing mischief. Judging by the technique, it resembles the work of a Taoist, likely a remnant from several years prior." Wu Sanqing's eyes brightened as he exchanged a knowing glance with Pansy. Pansy seemed to comprehend, realizing that Third Master was implying this young lad was quite remarkable, perhaps even capable of stealing her away directly to— "Oh? Young Master is so confident. Pray tell, what method do you propose to open this coffin?" Wu Sanqing's smile remained intact, yet Qi Lechuan internally marked him as a scheming yet amiable figure. Standing straight with her hands clasped behind her, she bore a striking resemblance to the 8th Master of yore. From a feng shui perspective, the coffin was positioned at the edge of the tomb, devoid of any particular significance. The blood sealing implied that there was likely nothing of value within. "I suggest we simply return home." She opposed the opening of the coffin. From the outset, Wu Sanqing had approached this with a probing demeanor, finding this child amusing as she stood before him with such earnestness, spouting nonsense. The black bear chuckled, "You little rascal. Those words might deceive the 4th Master, but to try and fool Wu Sanqing, you still have much to learn." Qi Lechuan's expression tightened. She had encountered a formidable opponent. Wu Sanqing, with a half-smile, beckoned, "Nephew, come here. You shall open this coffin." Qi Lechuan felt as though she had swallowed something distasteful. She repeatedly declined, not yet prepared to confront her own coffin in such a manner. Pansy effortlessly lifted her and placed her in front of the wooden coffin. The young 8th Master was merely 5 years old, scarcely taller than the coffin lid from her past life, yet she was being urged by her scheming uncle to open it. Thankfully, wooden coffins were customary in Jiuzhou. Had it been a stone coffin, she would not have been able to manage even one. Now that the situation had reached this juncture, she ceased pretending to be a child and candidly inquired, "Uncle, what exactly are you searching for?" "Humph," turning on her heel faster than one can turn a page, the black bear quipped. He had come to recognize that this child, raised in the Juman, was indeed extraordinary. Wu Sanqing, however, regarded her with newfound respect. He stated, "Legend has it that the Ghost King possesses a jade pendant known as the Ghost Jade. It not only nourishes souls, but also has the power to resurrect the dead." Upon hearing this, Qi Lechuan remained cautiously vigilant, outwardly composed. Shouldn't such an item reside within the coffin of the literary figure Yang Di? It was as if Zhang Qiling had not just given her the Ghost Jade. While she had heard of soul nourishing, the notion of resurrection seemed a touch exaggerated. "Little nephew, you may be unaware, but there is no sign of Yang Di's coffin within this tomb. I suspect that the item I seek lies within this wooden coffin." Qi Lechuan pondered how to respond, fully aware that Wu Sanqing was subtly guiding her. Since they had arrived here, it indicated that there was indeed something they sought. If she continued to refuse, she could only imagine where this cunning old fox might lead her thoughts. The black bear discreetly gave Wu Sanqing a thumbs up, acknowledging his knack for manipulation. The legend of the Ghost Jade had long been circulated within Taoist circles. Even if conveyed to Qi Lechuan, it bore little significance. With no connections and her eighth uncle having previously forbidden her from entering the tombs, she was entirely unaware of the information circulating in the Taoist community. Moreover, Wu Sanqing spoke with such conviction that even her doubts lacked a basis for rebuttal. Unless she admitted to already possessing the ghost jade, she had no choice but to open the coffin today. Finally, gritting her teeth, she resolved that it was merely the ashes from her past life. Let them see. She rummaged through her cloth bag, retrieving a piece of talisman paper. Forming a seal with her fingers, she ignited the talisman, which then descended onto the wooden coffin, igniting it in blue flames that enveloped the structure. My little nephew is truly impressive. Even delving into Maoshan Taoist arts, Wu Sanqing remarked casually, as if discussing family matters. Qi Lechuan paused momentarily, the blue light reflecting in her eyes as if she had reached an epiphany. She inwardly cursed. This old fox was truly cunning. To test her abilities, he would stop at nothing, treating the supernatural with such levity. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "Uncle, you jest. My grandfather encouraged me to study various disciplines from a young age, and Taoist arts were merely one of them." The black bear, timing his comment poorly, chuckled lightly. "It seems our little eighth master is quite accustomed to employing Taoist arts." Pansy, though perplexed, recognized that eighth master Qi was renowned for her fortune-telling skills, while this young eighth master appeared to resemble a ghost catcher. Qi Lechuan's lips twitched as she complimented the black bear. "Indeed, black bear, you have a keen eye." The black bear, aware that she was cornered, found even greater amusement as the blue flames extinguished, revealing the coffin's surface. Qi Lechuan hurried to open it. The torment was becoming unbearable. At merely 5 years old, it was truly difficult to navigate the Juman. If she continued this conversation, she might as well lie down in the coffin herself. Her self-assessment was far too optimistic. The strength in her arms was utterly insufficient to budge the coffin lid. Fortunately, Pansy, demonstrating some awareness, stepped in to assist. "How could there be 2 boxes inside?" the black bear questioned, confusion evident on his face. Indeed, it was the first time he had encountered a wooden coffin containing 2 boxes during his years of tomb raiding. Qi Lechuan understood well enough. One contained her past life's ashes, while the other held burial items. Jiuzhou adhered to a tradition where the deceased returned to the earth, thus cremation was considered an ill omen. After analyzing the situation, Wu Sanqing found himself equally astonished. Qi Lechuan took a deep breath, feeling a twinge of discomfort within, and spoke calmly. "It seems I am an anomaly here in Jiuzhou." "How tragic," the black bear lamented. She nodded silently in agreement. Indeed, it was Wu Sanqing and the others were too disinterested to delve into the stories behind it. She picked up the urn containing the ashes. Wu Sanqing lifted the burial item, and her gaze turned toward him. "Uncle, what is inside this box?" Wu Sanqing shook it gently. It was not large enough to be cumbersome, easily held in one hand. It was not a mechanism box, but rather a simple box that could be opened with a key. "Perhaps it contains the ghost jade," he mused, pausing in contemplation as he examined the peculiar round keyhole. The black bear pushed up his sunglasses, adding, "It's a hairpin." Wu Sanqing's eyes sparkled. "Precisely." Given that Third Master Wu would not provide any answers, her curiosity about the contents faded. She hugged the urn tightly, gazing wistfully at them, and inquired, "May I take my leave now?" Chapter 46. The grave alteration. Wu Sanqing stowed away the box, not even curious about how to open it. Qi Lechuan sensed that he was unwilling to divulge any information to her. "It's unsafe for your little nephew to be alone. How about letting Heixiao escort you back?" Wu Sanqing feigned innocence, squinting his eyes as if to play the benevolent. Whether it was to prevent her from spreading rumors upon her return or to allow Heixiao to continue gathering intelligence from the fourth master, Qi Lechuan chose not to dwell on it. This old fox could play his games as he pleased. She harbored no curiosity and had no intention of getting involved. Since Wu Sanqing had spoken, she could only obediently nod in agreement, adding a polite, "Thank you, third uncle." Wu Sanqing ruffled her hair, immensely pleased. remarking on her understanding nature. She grimaced slightly. Qi Lechuan exited the tomb, her expression impassive as she walked ahead. Hey Xiao, you all have your own matters to attend to as long as you don't infringe upon my interests. I can overlook it, but I must say, I've never encountered such brazen scheming against me. He Xiao trailed behind her, a smirk playing on his lips. Get used to it, little eighth master. Used to it, my foot, she retorted, nearly bursting in to confront her third uncle, who had dared to open her coffin and seize her belongings without her knowledge of their contents. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out ahead. He Xiao reacted swiftly, pulling her aside to take cover. Damn it, who knew opening a tomb would lead to a den of foxes? You really are something else. Why don't you pull out a zongzi while you're at it? Zhang Rishan had become increasingly irritable after spending mere hours with Chen Pai. Their mutual grievances echoed loudly. Wasn't that black-clad figure I just shot dead? Chen Pai spat out expletives, having given up on maintaining a peaceful coexistence with Zhang Rishan. At your age, you still haven't changed. How dare you say I didn't save you? I was the one who dealt with that black fox. Qi Lechuan listened silently, noting how this deputy had become increasingly reckless after encountering Chen Pai. It seemed they were now competing in absurdity. How dare you say that? You expect me to wade through the river? Have you lost your mind? Chen Pai retorted. If you hadn't acted so hastily and shattered the mechanism, would I have had to feed you to a mermaid? You nearly 50, and yet you still act so impulsively. Mentioning age made Chen Pai want to explode. I'll get you for this one day. His physical capabilities had undeniably diminished compared to Zhang Rishan. Suddenly, the ground trembled, not from gunfire, but as if an earthquake had struck, before returning to calm. Deputy, Fourth Master, Qi Lechuan called out. Zhang Rishan quickly moved toward the sound, with Chen Pai following closely behind. Upon seeing Qi Lechuan, the two temporarily set aside their quarrels. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiling stood by the precipice, clad in black and exuding a chilling aura. He was cornered by a pack of foxes after someone had disturbed their den. A little ghost floated above, arms crossed, seemingly uninterested in offering assistance. Boss, under these circumstances, I ought to cast a divination for you. How about it? Not only will I not help, but I also want to see how long you can hold out. Zhang Qiling did not even blink, gripping his knife tightly, and in the next moment, he engaged in battle. The foxes were swift, but he was swifter, each time narrowly brushing past them before turning to slice through a black fox's tail. TSK. Severing a black fox's tail is a curse. Indeed, the boss is unlike ordinary folks. It grinned eerily. Zhang Qiling had no time for idle chatter. Every strike he executed was swift and precise. After a few seconds, the little ghost spoke languidly. I can't really predict this. Perhaps I shouldn't have called her foolish. As the pack of black foxes surged toward Zhang Qiling, the ghost clenched its tiny fist and punched down on a fox's back, sending it plummeting off the cliff. With its intervention, Zhang Qiling found some relief, but by the time he finished dealing with the black foxes, he was nearly exhausted, covered in wounds. The little ghost observed him, contemplating how upset the child would be if he were to leave in such a state. Having avoided the traps with Qi Lechuan and the others, an unexpected wave of people had triggered the tomb's mechanisms like headless flies. Zhang Qiling skillfully maneuvered around them and returned to the burial chamber, where the 64 wooden coffins remained unscathed. He awaited Qi Lechuan's return. The little ghost, bored, gazed at the end of the corridor, pondering how she could possibly return. Zhang Qiling, his lips pale, declared resolutely, she will. As Zhang Qiling had anticipated, she would indeed return to alter the grave. In less than half an hour, Qi Lechuan reappeared, clutching an urn. Zhang Qiling looked at her, a glimmer of light igniting in his eyes. From afar, he noticed her injuries, and as she drew nearer, her eyes instantly reddened. Brother, I'm sorry. Zhang Qiling managed a slight smile. It's not your fault. Go ahead. The little ghost pouted, clearly displeased with the scene. Zhang Rishan, He Xiao, and Chun Pai were baffled by her actions, only aware that this was a mechanism at play. In truth, she was altering the grave. There was a particular tomb that was rather disreputable, transformed from another south resting place into one's own. Such changes wouldn't affect the feng shui, and could even bring prosperity to future generations. Zhang Qiling and the little ghost had been particularly harsh on the grave's owner, Jiang Feisheng, to eliminate any potential troubles for her. Qi Lechuan placed the urn into an empty coffin, disrupting the arrangement of the 64 hexagrams, thereby dismantling the soul-confining formation. She meticulously arranged the wooden coffin, stepped back, and knelt down. This astonished Qin Pai and the others. "Child, what are you doing?" Zhang Rishan inquired. Qi Lechuan interrupted, speaking solemnly. "The national master of Zhuzhou is the ancestral figure in our fortune-telling realm. I must pay my respects." Hearing this made sense to Zhang Rishan, so he refrained from questioning further. The door to the burial chamber slowly began to close. "Should we set a trap?" Qin Pai asked. Qi Lechuan shook her head. "No need. No one else will be coming in here." He Xiao, sensing something amiss in her tone, suddenly realized, "You intend to destroy the tomb?" She met his gaze, her tone calm and more relieved. "If we do not destroy it, we won't be able to escape. This place has been sealed tight." Her words held merit. In the current situation, there was no time to seek another exit. Encountering just a couple of black foxes had already been arduous, not to mention the numerous traps. Qiu Diko's men believed they had them cornered, but instead, they floundered like headless flies within the tomb. She chose to set explosives at the weakest point of Yushan. Her detonation would shake the entire mountain. Qin Pai fired a signal flare, notifying his men to retreat. Zhang Qiling, injured, was supported by He Xiao. Seizing the opportunity, He Xiao quipped a few words, but Zhang Qiling remained silent, finding it dull. That day, no one mentioned how they managed to escape, having nearly perished and been buried within Yushan. The contents of the tomb were unknown as to who had first laid hands on them, and even Qin Pai and Asi had refrained from discussing it further. Perhaps all parties involved had obtained what they desired. Their silence only heightened Hua Xingu's suspicions. No further messages had returned from her men, and she realized they must have perished within the tomb. Not a single one of Qiu Diko's men emerged, yet he paid it little mind. With the information he possessed, he could locate the true ancient city of Zhuzhou. Qi Lechuan emerged from Yushan, her face smeared with dirt, as if she had found some release. Her smile was markedly cleaner, and despite having been toyed with by the old fox of the 9 gates, she still had her gains. However, that piece of ghost jade had been monopolized by that little rascal, Xiaoju. The collapse of Yushan had caused considerable commotion, but thankfully, there were no inhabitants nearby. Finally, she returned to the camp. Just as she prepared to head back to Changsha City for a well-deserved rest, she heard that Huai Village was in trouble. Chapter 47. The Plague of Huai Village. The 4th Master reported, Huai Village has been sealed off overnight. The commotion was too great. I sent Gu Biao to investigate. It is said to be a plague, and it has claimed numerous lives. Huzihu poured a glass of water for Chun Pai. Seated across the table was Qi Lechuan, her brow slightly furrowed. A plague? How could it strike so suddenly? It's quite peculiar. As soon as the head of the Hua family departed, the village was beset by this affliction, almost as if it were preordained. Huzihu, known for his straightforward manner, voiced his suspicions aloud. The 4th Master cast a warning glance in his direction, suggesting that the Hua family had not yet descended to such depths. Realizing his blunder, Huzihu quickly fell silent. Yet, Qi Lechuan was left with a lingering thought. It seemed that 4th Grandpa was shielding the Juman. She understood that Huzihu would not provide any valuable information here, so she sought a pretext to discreetly slip away. Once Qi Lechuan departed, Chun Pai remarked coldly, "You're courting death by mentioning the Hua family in her presence. The Juman are a united front, and that lad bears the surname Qi." Huzihu scratched his head, but that's the truth. During the days the head of the Hua family resided in Huai Village, he had people constantly monitoring this area, and there was even a foreigner delivering items to her. Our men couldn't discern what it was from such a distance. Chun Pai took a sip of water, his gaze darkening. Find someone to keep watch on the Juman's movements. Understood. The remnants of Yushan had been destroyed, and the whereabouts of its contents remained unknown. Those cunning old foxes had made no move. Their taciturnity was remarkable. As Huzihu reached the door, he turned back to inquire, "What shall we do about the plague in Huai village?" Chun Pai, visibly impatient, shot him a glance. "Go find Liao Wan to discuss it. He has been gravely injured and has already been sent to the hospital." Huzihu hesitated. "Shall I order the men to pack up and leave immediately?" Chun Pai rose, decisively issuing the command. "Now?" Huzihu glanced at the sky, which was already darkening. He received the order and promptly began to dismantle the camp, preparing to return to Changsha overnight. Qi Lechuan, perplexed, could only follow along. Their vehicle was in Huai village and was no longer usable. It was rumored that Qin Pai had arranged for someone to pick them up. As the darkness deepened, their group awaited transportation on a major road not far from Huai village. Zhang Qiling was severely injured and was being supported by Zhang Rishan. If it weren't for the sunglasses, the atmosphere would have been eerily quiet. Have you heard of a ghost story? If you're walking alone at night and someone calls out to you, never look back. Otherwise, you'll be possessed by a ghost, he recounted vividly. Qi Lechuan felt a chill run down her spine. It was only in the presence of such heavying energy that she would react this way. Her gaze swept towards the direction of Huai village, which was shrouded in darkness. "Little Eighth Master? What are you staring at? Get in the car," the blind man urged. Returning to her senses, she saw that the vehicle had arrived, and Chun Pai and the others were already on board. A sense of unease washed over her, as if there were secrets in Huai village yet to be unveiled. Zhang Qiling's lips pressed into a thin line, as if he had discerned her intentions. "Deputy, fourth grandpa, I must return to Huai village." The blind man twitched his lips, clearly annoyed. "You are truly asking for trouble." Zhang Rishan frowned, his expression darkening. "I disagree. This matter is concluded. Get in the car." She bit her lip, realizing there was no room for negotiation with the deputy, and instead turned to Qin Pai. "Fourth grandpa, I'll take Black Master with me. I promise not to cause any trouble." Seeing her determination, Chun Pai relented. "Very well, but we must return to Changsha by tomorrow morning at the latest. Otherwise, I cannot restrain this group of lunatics from Juman." The blind man, fully aware of the arrangement, protested, "I refuse. Little Eighth Master expects me to go for free. That's unacceptable." Zhang Rishan attempted to exit the vehicle but was restrained by Zhang Qiling, who shook his head. Zhang Rishan ground his teeth in frustration. This young lad was becoming increasingly disobedient. At this moment, being blocked by the clan leader, he had no choice but to concede. Qi Lechuan disregarded the blind man's protests and watched as their group departed. "Little Eighth Master, your heart is rather dark. You wish for your Black Master to remain yet refuse to pay?" Before she could finish, a ghostly doll floated behind her, proudly crossing its arms, its pallid face devoid of color, while its lips were as red as if stained by something foul, dressed in a festive red belly band, both cheerful and unsettling. The blind man clicked his tongue, his pupils widening behind his glasses. "Black Master, among this bunch, you have the strongest tolerance. This is my little ghost, Qi Jujio," she introduced earnestly, clearly challenging Black Master's capacity for acceptance. "How come it looks more delicate than you?" The blind man, with his strong tolerance, immediately commented on beauty and ugliness. The little ghost's eyes lit up as it flew toward him, colliding into his embrace, exclaiming, "You have an eye for beauty." Qi Lechuan scoffed, "A mere little ghost cannot compare to me." She then set her foot towards Huai village. The blind man seemed to have found a kindred spirit, and the two began to flatter each other. "Child, what business do you have heading to Huai village at this hour? Haven't you heard? There's a plague. Fourth Master is quite reckless to accompany you," he remarked. She tucked the divination board into her satchel. "It's not a plague, rest assured. As they approached the village entrance, they unexpectedly encountered Huda, who was hurrying out with a hoe slung over his shoulder. "Village chief, what is the situation in the village now?" Qi Lechuan inquired, seemingly forgetting past grievances. Huda paused upon seeing them. "You should leave quickly. Do not enter the village. There are no doctors. Everyone is just waiting to die." With that, he continued on his way, his steps appearing somewhat rigid. The blind man's focus was different. He could not see Qi Juju. The little ghost shook its head, striking a pose. "Not everyone is worthy of seeing me." Qi Lechuan, however, was preoccupied with another detail. She noticed the village chief's gait was stiff, and he wore a pair of paper shoes. She refrained from mentioning this to the blind man, anticipating that this night would surely challenge his worldview. Upon stepping into the village, the chorus of insects fell silent, and every household had placed wooden coffins at their doors. It was barely 8 o'clock, yet all the lights were extinguished. She shone her flashlight around, feeling a chill creep into her bones. The energy here was overwhelmingly thick. They prepared their own coffins. How sinister. The blind man pressed his lips together. "Black Master, do you regret coming here?" she suddenly asked, a faint smile playing on her lips. "Of course I regret it. I will not return to this cursed place a third time," he replied. Qi Lechuan chuckled, the sound echoing eerily in the stillness. "You little rascal, can't you engage in activities more befitting your age? Why do you seek out danger every day?" The blind man had no qualms about plundering tombs, but capturing ghosts was a first for him. Qi Lechuan walked steadily, unafraid. "What is there to fear? Last time, I felt I had forgotten something important. I just cast a divination, and the omen indicates the answer lies in the southwest." The southwest pointed directly to Huai village. Chapter 48. Soul snatching. Before arriving at the village head's residence, a mournful wail reached their ears. Upon entering, they discovered Huda's wife and her relatives in deep lamentation. Qi Lechuan paused momentarily, fearing that the old matriarch had passed away. However, upon closer inspection, he found her seated beneath the locust tree, her voice robust and unwavering. "What is all this weeping for? This is retribution. It is your fate, and no one can evade it." Huda's wife, gripped by terror, cried out, "This could cost the lives of us all. Mother, Detsi has already departed. What are we to do?" "Then simply await your demise in silence. What is all this ruckus about? Go back to sleep and cease this mourning," the old woman retorted, unperturbed. She unleashed a torrent of invective. "You, old fool, Detsi is gone, and yet you think of the village head's position?" A middle-aged man, his eyes betraying an insatiable greed, stood by. The old woman scoffed disdainfully. "You, gluttonous fool, may not even survive the night, yet you covet the position of village head. Go home and await your end." The man's countenance darkened. The old woman's vicious tongue was well known among the villagers. They would grumble and return home when they gained nothing from her. Deep within, He Xiaozi felt a chill as he beheld Huda's portrait prominently displayed at the center of the morning hall, a man who had only recently greeted them at the village entrance. Qi Lechuan noticed the shift in He Xiaozi's expression and pressed his lips together, realizing that this was the first time He Xiaozi had encountered such a scene. Candles flickered in the morning hall, the only source of illumination in the entire village. Qi Lechuan approached with a smile. "Grandmother, I have come to see you." The old woman brightened at the sound of his voice, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear, you have come. I have nothing to offer you. You should not return to Huai village," she said, squinting as if her vision were failing her in the dim light. Qi Lechuan observed the scene. A kneeling Huda's wife dared not weep loudly for fear of the old woman's wrath. Others had already fled, each retreating faster than the last, yet one thing remained constant. No one dared leave the village. "Grandmother, what is happening? Some say it is a plague, and I worried for your well-being, so I came to check on you." Her earnest tone and innocent countenance lent her words a convincing weight. He Xiaozi stood behind her, his mind racing with countless criticisms, dismissing her as a charlatan who could easily placate the old woman with mere flattery. The old woman patted her hand. Ah, Huai village has thrived for a century. How could there be any plague? It is simply our time to atone for our past deeds. Upon hearing this, Huda's wife erupted into tears again. Mother, it is their sins. How can we bear the burden of atonement? Do not forget, the maiden sacrificed years ago was your sister. Your memory is dreadfully short. The old woman snapped suddenly, her temper flaring. Get inside. Huda's wife, trembling with fear, quickly retreated indoors. When she glanced back at Qi Lechuan, her expression had transformed. In these decades, how many innocents have they slain? There is no need to mourn for them. Now, the fox spirit exacts its vengeance. We must all face death as penance. The old woman appeared untroubled, even believing that their demise was well-deserved. It was only through her words that Qi Lechuan began to comprehend the series of events that had transpired since they had descended into the tomb on that day. The young Wang Chua had been released by the old woman without permission, only to return the following day, claiming he had contracted the plague and demanding that the entire village accompany his sister in death. The village men, fierce and resolute, had beaten him to near death and cast him at the fox spirit shrine on the mountain to atone for his sins. Subsequently, Huai village was sealed off by local officials, publicly announcing a plague within. The origins of this calamity remained unclear even to the old woman. Qi Lechuan had intended to reclaim his belongings, but now he was curious to meet Wang Chua. Suddenly, the old woman grasped Qi Lechuan's hand. He Xiaozi instinctively stepped forward, whispering, "Be cautious. This old woman is not of good character." Qi Lechuan raised an eyebrow at him. Is one who speaks harshly not a good person? The mischievous spirit rolled its eyes, countering. She has surpassed mere harshness. She curses for death. He Xiaozi nodded in agreement, acknowledging the old woman's viciousness. Qi Lechuan shot at a glare, wondering how they had become so familiar in such a short time. You should leave quickly. You cannot remain in this village. Return after 7 days and remember to collect the old woman's body. Living to 90 is an achievement, the old woman declared nonchalantly. The previous day, the village head had hosted a banquet for his mother, yet that night, she had suddenly perished, the cause of death shrouded in mystery with no forewarning, despite the presence of a village doctor who could discern nothing amiss. Today was particularly unbearable, as villagers continued to drop dead unexpectedly. They had taken it upon themselves to place coffins at their doorsteps, a gesture the old woman claimed was for the sake of neighbors assisting with the collection of bodies. There was little rationale behind it. Then He Xiaozi proposed, if young master is still determined, I could make an attempt. Qi Lechuan scrutinized him, puzzled by what he meant by attempt. What are you planning to try? He Xiaozi smirked, and if one could look through his sunglasses, they would see the absence of emotion in his gaze. He replied coolly, an autopsy. Qi Lechuan was taken aback. To perform an autopsy on someone's son in front of their grieving mother was an affront to decency. He had not anticipated that it is better to use Taoist methods. She produced a talisman, pinching it between her fingers. The old woman, hearing their hushed conversation, could not discern their words, her eyesight failing her in the darkness, leaving her. Before Qi Lechuan could demonstrate his technique, the mischievous spirit interjected, there is no need. Their souls have already been claimed. Only Huda's spirit remains in the village, but we missed our opportunity upon entering. Qi Lechuan composed himself, lowering his gaze to calculate, then lifted his eyes toward the location of the fox spirit shrine on the mountain. It was well concealed. They had attempted to snatch souls without anyone being the wiser. After bidding farewell to the old woman, he resolved to visit the fox spirit shrine, determined to cleanse this situation thoroughly. The mountain path was treacherous, but she was unabashedly persistent, insisting that He Xiaozi carry her. He Xiaozi, visibly displeased, muttered, "What do I owe you?" He refused any payment yet found himself laboring tirelessly. This task was one even a dog would scorn. She, however, remained solemn, stating, "I must conserve my strength to ensure I can strike down the mastermind behind this." He Xiaozi scoffed. "Just remember to put the payment on Black Lord's tab when you return." She feigned ignorance. Yes, it is indeed a bit windy at night." He Xiaozi was left speechless. Chapter 49. The borrowed path of the phantom soldiers. As night descended, the road ahead was shrouded in darkness. Qi Lechuan wielded a flashlight to illuminate his way when, suddenly, the sound of hoofbeats echoed in the stillness. Could it be that spirits roam here? He Xiaozi whispered, hiding behind a rock. She too extinguished her flashlight, and in the serene mountains, the sound of hooves grew increasingly distinct. "The phantom soldiers are borrowing the path," she murmured softly. Beside her, the little ghost stretched lazily, finding it bothersome. Qi Lechuan cast a sidelong glance at it. Seemingly sensing his gaze, it shuffled further behind the stone. "Close your eyes, Hei. Such entities cannot be beheld, lest your soul be ensnared," she advised, turning her back. He Xiaozi complied with a grunt and shut his eyes. It was for the best to evade such troubles. When vision was lost, their hearing became acutely sensitive. They distinctly heard the hoofbeats halt behind them. Qi Lechuan furrowed her brow. Why have they not moved on? The little ghost tugged at her garment, prompting her to glance sideways. It tugged again, and she averted her gaze defiantly. Phantom soldiers were not to be trifled with, and it was wiser to feign blindness. Qi Jujio had never witnessed such a grand spectacle. The leading general donned armor, wielded a spear, and wore a half-mask that exuded an imposing aura. It poked her once more, for the general continued to fixate on her, as if recognizing her. She refused to turn, and he remained still. An overwhelming chill enveloped the air, causing Qi Lechuan's skin to prickle. Unable to endure any longer, she glanced back, her pupils involuntarily dilating. "The ghost general," she murmured. They appeared like translucent shadows, and to her astonishment, the general bowed his head in her direction. Despite the absence of sound, Qi Lechuan felt a chilling wind swirl around her. Stiffly, she watched them depart. The little ghost, shedding its oppressive aura, crossed its arms, observing the child. It couldn't possibly think that the ghost general was bowing to her, could it? He Xiaozi, hearing the hoofbeats resume, realized the phantom soldiers had passed. Qi Lechuan exhaled in relief, first glancing at the little ghost, sensing that it was no ordinary spirit. The ghost general's salute was not intended for her. Having evaded the borrowed path of the phantom soldiers, they proceeded towards the Fox Immortal Temple, where they soon beheld a dark expanse in the center of the basin. Moments later, He Xiaozi pushed open the temple door, and a strong stench of blood permeated the air. Qi Lechuan's expression changed, gripping the talisman tightly. "Is it Wang Chuha?" she inquired. He Xiaozi, perceiving clearly in the darkness, saw that Wang Chua's body had been devoured by foxes, the scene gruesome in nature. "No, it is merely a dead fox. What you seek is not here. Let us depart," He Xiaozi said, taking her hand to lead her away. Yet, Qi Lechuan found herself rooted to the spot. Though she could not discern the details in the dark, she recognized the scent of human blood mingled with the stench of decay. "Is he dead?" she asked, her tone remarkably even. He Xiaozi had not wished for a child to witness such a sight, but recalling her accurate divinations, he feared she had already foreseen it. He could only nod silently. "He is dead." Initially, he expected her to be sorrowful, but was taken aback by her stark indifference. "Xiaojiu, is his soul still here?" The little ghost floated closer, its small face grave. "No, it is gone, as if violently extracted from him. His body is no longer of use." It concluded, it was done by someone from the same party. Tonight, He Xiaozi's eyes were opened. The little ghost retrieved a set of Taoist robes from its bag. He Xiaozi remained silent for a long moment before asking, "Does Qi Baiyi know?" Qi Lechuan smirked slightly, producing a small paper figure. He Xiaozi, well versed in lore, could hardly be unaware that Qi Baiyi of the Nine Doors was a polymath. He remained quiet. "Is that so?" Regardless of the implications, she seemed intent on placing the blame on her grandfather. The paper figure, stained with Wang Chua's blood, appeared to come alive, floating out of the temple as if guiding them. It led them to a desolate wilderness where candle flames flickered in the distance, adorned with yellow banners, an area designated for rituals. Was there a connection between tomb raiding and ritualistic practices? Xiazi pondered, ultimately concluding that this child was indeed exceptional, a true prodigy from a tender age. Qi Lechuan observed the sight with a sardonic smile. Like a mantis stalking a cicada, the yellow sparrow lay in wait, having been outpaced by a foul Taoist. They had arrived too late. The ceremony had already concluded. Something struck her, and her eyes darkened. This is bad. She turned and sprinted down the mountain. Xiazi caught her in his arms, his deep voice resonating. It's too late. Descending will take at least half an hour. Are you prepared to face tragedy? She sighed. The villagers' devotion to the fox immortal is a grave taboo. I simply did not anticipate this. Life and death are fated. I cannot prevent it, she acknowledged. Xiazi stepped down the mountain, chuckling softly. Young Master Ba is quite the intriguing individual. His praise implied her self-awareness. Though young, she understood the inevitability of fate. She was not meant to save the people of Huai Village, nor did she aspire to be a saint. Yet, the story was not over, and she was concerned with the outcome. After some time, they returned to Huai Village, nearing midnight, where an eerie silence prevailed. Qi Lechuan swallowed hard. She usually slept like the dead at this hour, yet tonight, the chill of the spectral energy coursed through her, sharpening her senses. Wooden coffins lined the doorsteps of every home, and they made their way straight to the village chief's residence. Upon entering, the atmosphere was noticeably quieter. The elderly woman lay beneath the old locust tree in her rocking chair, eyes closed. Perhaps sensing their presence, she opened her eyes. Why have you returned, child? Qi Lechuan approached. Grandmother, I suddenly forgot to retrieve something. Do you recall if your son brought anything back from that temple? Xiazi was intrigued. Young Master Ba had insisted on returning to Huai Village for a reason. Could it be that they had overlooked a treasure? The elderly woman's eyes were clouded, her body frail, indicating her time was short. Yes, a few years back he brought home a box. Oddly enough, there was nothing of value inside, just a wooden hairpin, which is quite worthless. She gestured towards the direction, indicating it was carelessly placed on the table in the main room, hardly worthy of display. Take it and leave quickly. Do not return, she added. Qi Lechuan had overlooked it during her last visit, but with the increasing spectral energy, the hairpin had absorbed ghostly essence, prompting her awareness. She entered the room, and under the moonlight, saw Huda's wife staring blankly with unblinking eyes. A shiver coursed through her as she grabbed the wooden hairpin and exited. This hairpin had been unearthed by Huda from the ancient immortal temple's coffin. It was a burial item, seemingly mundane, yet it was her talisman from her previous life. Just as she reached Xiazi's side, the clock inside the house chimed 12 times. The elderly woman closed her eyes, serene as though she had drifted into slumber. Chapter 50. The flower that speaks. Qi Lechuan remained true to his word, placing the old lady's lifeless body into a coffin after her passing, thus fulfilling his duty to collect her remains. On this night, he acquired only a seemingly worthless wooden hairpin. At 5 in the morning, the black bear delivered her to Changsha City. As Qi Lechuan cradled the little ghost, he turned to bid farewell, only to find that the figure had vanished behind him. Having endured a sleepless night, she rubbed her slightly dizzy head and made her way to the Qi family's shop, which should have been open by this hour. Where is everyone? Find them for me. They must be located. A furious roar echoed through the alley. Adopting a non-confrontational demeanor, she approached the storefront, only to be confronted by a group of men. The leader, a fierce-looking man, bellowed, "Stop! Have you seen him?" Qi Lechuan's eyelids felt heavy, and she squinted at the photograph presented to her, dismissively shaking her head and responding, "I haven't seen him." "Not seen him? Take a closer look. You appear to be of the same age. How could you not have encountered him? The man stroked his chin, contemplating. She lifted her gaze, her eyes filled with disdain, thinking, must I know every child in the city who is my age? You insolent brat, do you even know who you are speaking to? A short, stout man beside him interjected proudly. Qi Lechuan chose silence and continued walking forward. He is Jieyao, the beloved nephew of Jejiao. The short man, with a festive appearance, was both short and rotund, relishing in his own self-importance. Just then, Jieyao's head seemed to elevate towards the heavens, swelling with pride. Qi Lechuan halted, glancing back at him, her gaze shifting to the photograph he clutched. The child in the image was remarkably exquisite, making it difficult to ascertain whether they were male or female. The Jie family? She inquired flatly. So, you must be Jejia's grandson. What business do you have with him? Are you plotting to kill him? The Jie family, being both prosperous and influential, harbored complex relationships within as Jejia's status within the Nine Gates solidified over the past 2 years. Jielianhuan had become increasingly elusive. Rumors suggested Jejiao intended to groom his grandson, Jie Yuqin, as his successor, much to the disapproval of the family members who deemed a mere 6 or 7-year-old child unfit for such a burden. Upon hearing such words from a child, Jieyao reached out to grasp her throat. Yet, before he could make contact, a chilling wind swept by, rendering his body immobile as if he had been cursed. Trembling in fear, he stammered, "Who are you?" Qi family, Qi Lechuan. With a swift motion, she turned and headed toward the shop, her long robe exuding an inexplicable aura, reminiscent of a sorceress. Boss, this child is truly eerie. The stout man hastily assisted Jieyao. Drenched in sweat, Jieyao muttered, Qi family. Damn it, this is an inauspicious start. Keep searching. He can't have gone far. The group resumed their search in the streets and alleys. Qi Lechuan halted, questioning, Why are you following me? At the corner of the street stood a figure clad in a white robe adorned with pink plum blossoms, his hair slightly long, partially obscuring his crystal-clear eyes. He gently pressed his lips together, speaking in a soft tone, I am Jejia's grandson, as you mentioned. She could hardly keep her eyes open, offering a perfunctory nod. All right, farewell. Jie Yuqin slightly inclined his head, expressing gratitude. She waved her hand dismissively, striding away with an air of nonchalance, desperate for sleep, unwilling to let them further impede her rest. Jie Yuqin stood still for a long moment before ultimately turning back. He knew he would have to return to the Jie family eventually. Upon returning to the shop, Qi Lechuan collapsed into a deep slumber, oblivious to the passage of time until dusk. Rubbing her eyes, she found Qi Ba sitting nearby. Upon noticing her awakening, he pressed his lips together, adopting a serious tone. Awake now? I hear you expressed a desire to return to Huai village. Do you still have the means to come back? She promptly rolled over and closed her eyes again, feigning sleep. You insolent child. I've warned you countless times not to meddle in others' affairs, yet you refuse to listen. Historically, those who pry into others' business seldom meet a good end. You are forbidden from visiting that tomb. Instead, focus on mastering the art of divination to inherit my legacy. Nothing else should cross your mind. His incessant lecturing only served to deepen her confusion upon waking, prompting her to cover her ears. Seeing her brazenly ignore him, Qi Tizui grew exasperated, exclaiming, Look at you. A mere trip with the deputy officer has turned you into this. What has he taught you? Jejiao adjusted his glasses, refraining from answering directly, instead asking, Where is Lechuan? Qi Tizui raised a hand. Don't even mention it. That child has been sleeping since early morning. I heard she encountered Jieyuhua at dawn. That child is quite temperamental. She ran away from home. I came to inquire if Lechuan knows her whereabouts, Jejiao stated. At that moment, Qi Lechuan emerged from the inner chamber, catching the tail end of Jejiao's words. Indeed, I encountered her at the entrance of Lu Alley, but I am unaware of her current location and cannot assist you. It was her first time learning that Jie was also known as Jie. Seeing her, Jeju gestured for her to come closer. Qi Lechuan hesitated for a moment. If Jeju was aware of the events from the early morning, then her previous words must have reached him as well. Jeju smiled gently, his demeanor remaining warm and refined, contrasting with Jieyuhua's more extreme temperament, which made her easier to interact with than the others. Qi Lechuan chuckled softly, thinking, easier to interact with? Perhaps easier to manipulate? Since that is the case, I shall pay a visit to Fifth Master. He may seek out Wuxia, Jeju announced, rising to leave. He instructed Qi Ba to remain, then exited the Qi family shop and headed toward the old residence of the Wu family. Qi Ba watched him depart, sighing, every family has its own challenges. Qi Lechuan looked up at him, inquiring, challenges? Does grandfather still need to become a monk at this age? Qi Tizui was momentarily taken aback, tossing his sleeve as he walked away. No sooner had he left than a worker delivered 2 invitations, stating, Young master, these are from Zhang Dafa. He has prepared a banquet at Yishan Tower. Qi Lechuan accepted the invitations, asking, what is the purpose of the banquet? The worker replied mysteriously, it is said that Zhang Dafa has invited only the members of the 9 gates, aiming to unite everyone and strengthen their bonds. She responded with a nonchalant, Does the 9 gates still require unification? As long as they share a common goal, their hearts will naturally align. Chapter 51. The banquet at Yishan Tower, nestled in the heart of Changsha City's prime location, is a renowned establishment frequented by many distinguished figures for their grand gatherings. Despite its status as the most illustrious venue among the elite, the identity of its proprietor remains a mystery to all. As Master Jeju's vehicle came to a halt before Yishan Tower, Qi Tizui had just alighted from a rickshaw, adjusting his gown with an air of vitality. Qi Lechuan, clad in a gray gown and with hands clasped behind his back, stood alongside Qi Baya, their appearances strikingly similar, as the wind tousled his tousled hair. Master Ba, shall we indulge in a few more drinks today? Master Jeju inquired with a smile, approaching Qi Tizui after disembarking from his vehicle. Indeed, it has been a while since we last played chess together. Let us commence a match within, Qi Tizui responded with a grin. Master Jeju's gaze shifted towards Qi Lechuan, who felt an unsettling flutter under the weight of that stare. He promptly greeted, Good day, Master Jiu. Little Lechuan is quite well behaved, Master Jeju remarked, adjusting his gold-rimmed glasses. Time had not etched many lines upon his visage, yet the calculating depth in his eyes had only intensified. Qi Lechuan found him the most intimidating of all, convinced that he could see through anyone. At that moment, Master Jeju's driver swung open the car door, revealing a striking young boy clad in a red gown. Exuding an impressive aura, Qi Lechuan's gaze lingered on him, recalling her encounter with Jieyuchan the previous day, who had donned a white gown that seemed to emanate an ethereal quality. The red attire worn by this boy felt oddly familiar, and she suddenly thought of the second master. His temperament and character bore some resemblance to the latter. Master Jeju cast a stern glance over his shoulder, his tone laced with authority. Aren't you the one insisting on returning? Jieyuchan, lips pressed together, cautiously replied, I will participate. Master Jeju, fully aware of the boy's timidness, offered no leniency. As he passed by, he leaned closer and whispered, Jieyuhua, you represent the Jie family. Avoid adopting a demeanor that invites derision. With that, he entered Yishan Tower alongside Master Ba, seemingly indifferent to the boy's plight. Qi Tizui shook his head. Old Jiu, you are being rather hasty. He is still quite young. Master Jeju adjusted his spectacles, a flicker of helplessness crossing his gaze. I do not know how much longer I have to live. The Jie family's legacy must eventually rest in his hands. Surely, you do not wish for him to be left with nothing but bones. Ah, Qi Tizui sighed, patting his shoulder. Do not worry. I have consulted the oracle. That lad is resilient. A faint smile graced Master Jieju's lips. Of course, I believe in him. Jie Yuchan stood frozen, uncertain of his next move. Jie Yuhua, a beautiful name. Shall we enter together? She proposed, stepping toward him. Jie Yuchan nodded, walking alongside her into the venue. That is the name bestowed upon me by my master, he added quietly. She shot him a peculiar glance, sensing something amiss about this child. He seemed to navigate the complexities of the Jie family with a maturity beyond his years. Qi Lechuan remained oblivious to the fact that had Qi Baya adamantly opposed her journey to Yushan that day, it would have been Jie Yuchan who would have gone in her stead. Trained under the second master, he possessed significant skills, and amidst the upheaval within the Jie family, he had been thrust into a world he was compelled to accept. You do not appear very happy, she stated candidly. He shook his head, shifting the topic. Not really. Perhaps I might encounter Wuxia here. You know him, correct? Qi Lechuan's lips curved into a smile. Jie Yuchan's analytical demeanor suggested he was deliberating on what to say and what to withhold, entirely unlike his contemporaries. She even felt as though he regarded her as a mere child. She pointed in a direction. The Wu family is over there. Do you wish to go? From a distance, she spotted Wu Laogo conversing with several peers while holding his grandson's hand. Jie Yuchan's gaze followed hers, where Wu Laogo was smiling and bending down to speak with Wuxia. Not far off, Master Jieju locked eyes with him, prompting Jie Yuchan to avert his gaze and state coolly, no need. I can manage alone. You may do as you pleased. Qi Lechuan, puzzled by his sudden aloofness, observed as Jie Yuchan ventured into the heart of the banquet alone, while she remained behind, quietly contemplating the weight of the responsibilities he bore, which seemed no less than her own. Is it strange? A magnetic voice resonated from behind her. Zhang Rishan, clad in a sleek black suit, exuded an undeniable presence. Since his last return from Yushan, Zhang Qiling had inexplicably vanished, and today she had hoped to catch a glimpse of her brother at this gathering. It is peculiar. His thoughts and actions do not align with those of a typical child, she replied. Zhang Rishan chuckled softly, taking her hand. You are no different. Come, let us visit grandfather on the third floor. She was about to decline, but he interjected. Do you not wish to see Zhang Qiling? Qi Lechuan's demeanor shifted instantly, her smile brightening as she replied, Grandfather Rishan, you truly understand me better each day. Zhang Rishan smirked. Why does this child always speak in such a peculiar tone? As they ascended to the second floor, they happened upon Wu Laogo. Wu Laogo, cradling a Tibetan mastiff, glanced at her and inquired, Where has your grandfather gone, kid? Accustomed to his brusque tone, Qi Lechuan maintained her pleasant demeanor, replying, Grandfather and Master Ju have gone to play chess. Wu Laogo pointed at Wuxia with pride. This is my precious grandson. He is more handsome than you. Isn't he, handsome? Qi Lechuan looked at Wuxia. Wuxia, shy and reserved, waved his hand timidly. Hello, I am Wuxia. Though Qi Lechuan was younger and shorter, she nodded. I am Qi Lechuan. She often found it challenging to connect with these young companions, a thought shared by Wuxia. Indeed, he is more handsome, she remarked, playfully pinching Wuxia's cheek. He appeared like a delicate scholar, innocent and bright, with a face that seemed easily deceived. After pinching, she glanced at Wu Laogo. Grandfather Wu, while innocence is your hope for him, he cannot escape his fate. Her gaze swept over Wuxia, and for the first time, she addressed Wu Laogo as grandfather. Before Wu Laogo could feel touched, his expression darkened as he scowled. You little brat, consulting the oracle upon our first meeting. Are you not afraid of a short life? Zhang Rishan watched helplessly, unable to interject. This child seemed to frolic on the threshold of Wu Laogo's patience. She narrowed her eyes and chuckled. It is merely a personal habit. While he spoke of short life, Master Ba, having waited long enough for Qi Lechuan, seeing the two elders embroiled in their banter, he could only shake his head in resignation. Chapter 52. Truly the fourth Master Qi Tiezu turned around abruptly, his expression transforming in an instant, and smilingly said, Buddha, I was merely jesting with fifth master. Qi Lechuan stealthily moved a step closer to Wuxia, having calculated that a benefactor would indeed appear in Wuxia's fate. She found it peculiar. Despite Wuxia's evident protection by old dog Wu, it felt as though he was ensnared in a web of intrigue. Little Wuxia flashed her a smile and suddenly, in a hushed yet polite manner, remarked, "You are quite beautiful as well." She chuckled. "You have a discerning eye." Little Wuxia, in her innocence, nodded earnestly, completely oblivious to the self-praise. The two children exchanged a few whispered words. Inside Yishan Tower, a convivial atmosphere enveloped the gathering, comprised entirely of members from the Nine Gates, appearing to be amicable on the surface. At this moment, an uninvited guest arrived outside. Chun Pai, resembling a ruffian, nonchalantly settled into a grandmaster's chair at the entrance, causing the notable figures passing by to cast lingering glances, only to be deterred by his bloodthirsty gaze. "Fourth Master, is this truly appropriate?" Qizhiho queried, feeling somewhat uneasy, for all those entering and exiting were prominent figures from Changsha City, while his family head resembled a rogue leader. "What is inappropriate about it? Since Zhang Qishan has hosted a banquet for the Nine Gates, why was I not invited?" "My Qin family ranks fourth among the Nine Gates," he retorted, unconcerned, propping his legs casually. Beside him, Gu Biao poured him tea. This was not the first time he had been overlooked. In fact, he had never been invited at all, yet today, in a fit of impulse, he insisted on attending and demanded that Zhang the Buddha. Qizhiho silently mused that it seemed the Buddha had never actually extended an invitation to their Qin family. Qin Pai shot him a glare and snapped, "Shut it today. I intend to enter openly." The restaurant dared not directly expel him. Qin Pai conducted considerable business through several channels. He preferred a carefree lifestyle over that of a businessman, yet he was undeniably a man of stature. On the third floor of Yishan Tower, this amusing spectacle swiftly reached the ears of the Buddha. Zhang the Buddha chuckled lightly. "This lad has managed to maintain his cheekiness all these years." Forced to crack sunflower seeds beside him, Qi Lechuan heard of Qin Pai's antics but remained silent. With all the cunning old foxes of the Nine Gates present, she chose to keep her head down. Perhaps the Buddha could take him along. This time is different from the past, for Qin Pai is, after all, one of us, Jie suggested symbolically, as the Buddha had already formed a conclusion in his mind. Qi Lechuan subtly nodded in agreement, her movements so slight that no one noticed. Qin Pai was taken aback that Zhang Qishan had personally come. He scrutinized him and arrogantly proclaimed, "Buddha, have you come to invite me in?" Zhang Qishan smirked. "That depends." This unexpected turn of events caught Qin Pai off guard. He had not uttered a single line from his rehearsed speech and hesitated momentarily before rising. With the Buddha's cordial invitation, how could he refuse? He continued the conversation, and Zhang Qishan chuckled, "Please, your absence would indeed be my loss." Qizhiho and Gu Biao were left bewildered. How had they entered so amicably? The grand spectacle of the day concluded abruptly, and those who had come to witness the commotion began to disperse. As a leader who had previously entered Yushan, Qin Pai was, in fact, someone Zhang Qishan had intended to invite. However, Qin Pai's unpredictable nature meant that sending him an invitation could yield uncertain results. He might even toss the invitation to the crabs. Thus, Zhang the Buddha took an opposite approach, deliberately spreading the word while omitting to send him an invitation, knowing his character would lead him to stir trouble. At this juncture, inviting him in became a win-win situation. The last to arrive was Yuehong, who encountered the foolish disciple being bombarded with questions. He shook his head helplessly. "Jie Yuhua, come here." Jie Yuqin approached, his eyes brimming with determination. "Master, I can do this." "You foolish boy, heed your grandfather's advice. You are still a child. Do not pressure yourself." Yi guided him towards the third floor. "Master, has my father truly gone missing?" Jie Yuqin's eyes sparkled with innocence, making him utterly endearing. Yet, Yi was aware of the boy's ruthless nature. Despite his outward appearance of harmlessness, he was indeed a formidable character. The father he referred to was Jialianhuan, but he had been adopted by him. Yuehong replied calmly, "Not at all. He often ventures out, but this time he has simply been gone longer than usual." Lechuan naturally did not believe this, but he refrained from pressing further, knowing that Yi would not disclose the truth. As they ascended the stairs, it was the first time the 9 gates had gathered so completely. Even the 4th master was in attendance. Zhang the Buddha raised his glass and cheerfully declared, "I hope that henceforth we may support one another in locating the specific whereabouts of the ancient city of Jiuzhou." The others raised their glasses in agreement. Only Qi Lechuan trembled slightly, nearly dropping her cup. Was it truly imperative to find the ancient city of Jiuzhou? The meal left no room for joy, with each person conversing their own nonsense while maintaining a facade of harmony. Only Chenpai wore a sour expression, finding fault with everyone. Following the conclusion of the Yushan event, one could only wonder what treasures the 4th master had unearthed in the tomb. Would he be willing to share with the 9 gates? Huixingu maintained some decorum, leaving room for interpretation, not daring to speak plainly. Chenpai, however, offered no courtesy, declaring, "I found nothing." Chenpai was as arrogant and insufferable as he had been in his youth, intolerant and difficult to engage with. Qi Lechuan reached for snacks, stuffing her mouth while seated at a table filled with the heads of the 9 gates, alongside 3 children, herself, Wuxia, and Lechuan. She focused on eating and observing the spectacle, managing to blend in well enough. "Chenpai, since you have obtained it, you should share with us. It would facilitate our search for the ancient city of Jiuzhou, as our objectives align," Old Dog Wu remarked, cradling his dog and eschewing chopsticks. Qi Tiezu concurred. 5th master speaks wisely. Qi Lechuan suddenly lifted her gaze to Chenpai, realizing that this was a scheme to coax him into revealing information. No wonder they had lured him here. Chenpai snorted coldly, "Our goals are not the same. What I seek has already been found, and I have no intention of involving myself with the ancient city of Jiuzhou. I came today solely to inform you to cease sending people to lurk around the Chen family. If you provoke me, you shall receive their heads in return." Zhang the Buddha remained silent, and the others wore grim expressions. Chenpai was notoriously hot-tempered and not one for negotiation. At this moment, Yi spoke up, "The ones lurking around you are from Chiu Dikao." Chenpai's eyes instantly turned icy. A flicker of malice brewing within it appeared. The 4th master was on the brink of fury. Zhang the Buddha interjected, shifting the topic, "It would be most beneficial for our 9 gates to collaborate. Let us refrain from discussing such matters today and simply enjoy our drinks." Chapter 53. The origin of the little ghost. After an exhausting gathering, Qi Lechuan found herself worn out by the evening. Unable to suppress her curiosity, she inquired about Zhang Qiling's whereabouts. Zhang Rishan informed her that he was not at the Zhang residence, having been taken away by Chenpai, who had raised him as bait. From Zhang Rishan, she learned that Zhang Qiling's injuries were not severe and would heal with some rest, which afforded her a modicum of relief, though she still harbored the intention to see him personally. Chenpai, having been outwitted by the cunning old fox of the 9 gates today, was in low spirits, and she refrained from asking further. After leaving Yishan Tower, Qi Tizui carried her along the road. As she rested on Ba Ye's back, a thought struck her. Grandfather, who was the pregnant woman on that ghostly train years ago? Qi Tizui appeared momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the abrupt shift to the top. He recalled that the woman's face had been so marred that her features were unrecognizable, but she had hung a wooden plaque around her neck, which bore a familiar inscription, symbols used for warding off evil. At the time, he had wondered why someone would carry such an item, but ultimately, they had found no leads and had to abandon the inquiry. With a smile, Qi Tizui remarked, "Your interest in the origins of ghostly fetuses is a promising beginning." She questioned, "What do you mean?" He smiled enigmatically, saying nothing further. Raising a ghost required mutual understanding and cooperation between 2 individuals. She had never considered the ghost as her own until now. After having undergone a trial, their rapport had improved significantly. Upon returning to the Qi family's ancestral home, Qi Tizui presented her with a wooden plaque, stating, "This is it is not particularly valuable, just ordinary peach wood, however. The person who engraved this had considerable skill. If you wish to investigate further, You may take your aid to the underground trading market in the west of the city. Qi Ye's unexpected support for her endeavors left her feeling somewhat disconcerted. She asked, "Grandfather, you truly do not mind my going?" Qi Ye sighed. Having offered incense to the ancestral spirits, his tone heavy with gravity. A grandfather cannot protect you forever. Some experiences are best faced in advance. Perhaps old Jia's methods of education are indeed wise. Qi Lechuan smiled nonchalantly, assuring him, "Rest assured, with such a capable aide as Zhang, I shall not need to act myself." Qi Tizui laughed heartily. "Indeed, you are a true descendant of the Qi family. If you can utilize others, why exert yourself? Save your trump cards for later." The grandfather and granddaughter concocted schemes that, unbeknownst to them, led to Zhang Rishan's utter exasperation. The following day, Qi Lechuan borrowed personnel from Zhang Dafa, prompting a somewhat resigned Zhang Rishan to accompany her. "Xiao Baiyi, are you becoming addicted to utilizing others?" she said lazily, her bag slung over her shoulder. "Apologies, but Baiyi is concerned for my safety and insisted on personally guarding me, though I would rather not." Zhang Rishan placed a large hand on her small head, wiping away a bead of sweat. "You take advantage and then act innocent. Where exactly are we headed?" "It's the underground trading market in the west of the city," she replied. The sun was uncomfortably bright, and she mused that they would find nothing under such glaring conditions. The Western District was vast and notoriously unsafe, concealing a chaotic trading market for illicit goods. Various unsavory items congregated here, hidden away due to their illicit nature. Zhang Rishan frowned, recalling his last visit with the Buddha to handle a questionable artifact over a decade ago, where they had nearly been wiped out for deceiving the Buddha. "You should have mentioned it sooner." "Follow me." Zhang Rishan led her, and after half an hour, they arrived at the market. Yet, to her dismay, the place was devoid of people. Qi Lechuan's lips twitched. "Aid, do they not set up stalls during the day?" "After all, they are dealing in unsavory items," Zhang Rishan replied. Having forgotten this detail, the market only operates at night. We arrived too early. Ahead lay a bustling street, where a storyteller had set up shop. With nothing else to do, they decided to listen to his tale. The storyteller struck his wooden block. He recounted how no sect could challenge him, and upon his demise, he was said to have ascended to the ranks of the deities in the underworld, earning the title of Ghost King. Ghost King? Qi Lechuan unconsciously touched the blood jade. After all, she possessed the Ghost King's ghostly jade, albeit currently in the hands of a little ghost. The tale unfolded with great excitement, but the storyteller concluded with a teaser, hinting that further details required a fee. Qi Lechuan, usually frugal, decided to part with $2 silver, eager for more. The storyteller, delighted by such a generous patron, resumed his tale, recounting a village plagued by a cursed pregnancy, believed to bear the reincarnation of the Ghost King. "What nonsense is this?" The audience scoffed, clearly unconvinced. The storyteller, with an air of mystery, asserted, "Every word I speak is backed by evidence." He gestured toward the underground trading market, claiming that one of the participating Taoists from that time could be found there, who had personally assisted the pregnant woman during her ordeal, resulting in a ghostly fetus capable of speech and resembling a human. As the story grew more outrageous, the audience clamored for a different tale. Qi Lechuan, however, felt that perhaps the storyteller had shared a fraction of the truth. Thus, as sunset approached, they finally entered the trading market, where anonymity was paramount and all must don veils before entry. Fearing she might get lost, Zhang Rishan took her hand to guide her through the maze. In such a vast market, locating a veiled Taoist would undoubtedly be a challenge. The wares on display were unearthed from graves, all rather unsavory, with candles flickering beside each stall, creating an eerie atmosphere. "Come and see. Freshly dug treasures, hundreds of years old," a vendor called out, his enthusiasm palpable. "Look here, young patron. This is a fine item worth a fortune." After a thorough search without success, she paused to reflect on what she might have overlooked. Finally, her gaze landed on a corner where an elderly man sat languidly, seemingly uninterested in fortune-telling. Despite his stall still being set up, he appeared to be asleep, leaning at odd angles. "You will regret this," a clear voice echoed through the chaotic surroundings. It was the little ghost within the blood jade, cautioning her that some stories were best left unexplored. Qi Lechuan remained silent. She would regret not probing deeper. Since the little ghost had warned her, it was a sign she had found the right person. "Sir, I seek a reading," she asserted, sitting up straight. The old man lazily lifted his eyelids, glancing at her apathetically. "Not today." "Why not?" she asked. The old man turned his back, closing his eyes once more. "If you truly wish for a reading, wait until I awaken." She turned to Zhang Rishan, silently pleading for assistance. With a subtle smile, Zhang Rishan unexpectedly drew a gun from somewhere and pressed it against the old man's temple. The old man jolted awake in an instant. Chapter 54. Bianzhou. Zhang Rishan retrieved his gun, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Awake now?" The old man, quite perceptive, chuckled heartily and immediately steadied himself. "Please, esteemed sir, do not be angry. I shall cast a fortune for this young master right away." The elder, whose eyes were mere slits, grinned as he placed a hand on Qi Lechuan's small head. Qi Lechuan did not flinch. There exists a method of divination known as bone reading, and the old man was assessing her skull. He then pinched her hand bones, and his expression shifted abruptly. "Ah, a girl child. Destined to be cursed, her constitution is too frail you." The old man instantly became serious, muttering to himself, "This should not be, this should not be." Zhang Rishan furrowed his brows, questioning the old man's abilities. Qi Lechuan, too, felt a twinge of curiosity. Elder Qi had once mentioned that one must never read their own fate. It was a long-standing tradition in the Qi family. You were born under a calamity, someone who ought to have descended into hell. "How did you evade your fate?" the old man suddenly asked with fervor. Her expression changed slightly. The calamity he spoke of typically referred to an unavoidable death. If she had managed to escape, it must have been due to Elder Qi's intervention years ago. Fate is an unpredictable entity. "There is no need for your curiosity," she stated plainly, indicating her unwillingness to engage in further convolutions. As she spoke, she grasped the old man's hand in return. His hands were somewhat rough, but she was feeling the bones. "Your leg is not quite right. In your youth, you must have touched something unclean in a grave. Did you break your leg yourself?" The old man jolted, springing up in surprise. His left leg was sluggish, precisely as she had described. "Good heavens, to think you would take the initiative to turn the tables. Indeed, you were born to this vocation. One might say it is a divine blessing." At that moment, he was genuinely astonished. "Do you have a master? Why not follow me, Lu the Lame? I am quite renowned in the surrounding villages." He patted his chest with confidence, eager to take Qi Lechuan as his apprentice. Those in this line of work often feared the lack of successors. Noticing his accent, which did not seem local, Qi Lechuan shook her head. "I fear I must disappoint you. I already have a master." Realizing that this Lu the Lame possessed some skill, Zhang Rishan crossed his arms and observed him closely. Lu the Lame swallowed hard, sensing that this young man exuded a strong aura of violence, someone even spirits would avoid. "Esteemed sir, if you have inquiries, please speak candidly," he said, reluctantly stepping back from his earlier proposition. Qi Lechuan glanced at Zhang Rishan, receiving a nod of permission before she succinctly stated, "Reincarnation of the Ghost King." Upon hearing this, Lu the Lame immediately prepared to pack up and leave. "I cannot answer this. You are free to go." Zhang Rishan's hand slammed onto the table, his body leaning slightly forward, his tone laced with a hint of menace. "Either answer honestly or forfeit your life." Not only was Lu the Lame frightened, but even Qi Lechuan felt a sense. Lu the Lame cautiously resumed his seat, recognizing that he could not escape this encounter. I hail from Bianzhou, a place steeped in history with numerous ruins. Due to recent turmoil, I found myself in Changsha City to make a living, he recounted with a hint of nostalgia. Bianzhou? Qi Lechuan had never heard of this place. Zhang Rishan explained, it is present-day Kaifeng in Hunan province. She nodded, and the old man continued, the feudal mindset there is quite severe, especially in the smaller towns on the periphery. Under pressure from her parents, she refused to disclose the identity of the child's father, which was deemed most disgraceful. She was surrounded by dark energy, clearly tormented by a spirit. I thought I could save her. Her parents approached me, claiming their daughter was behaving strangely, suffering from severe anxiety, insisting that their home was haunted. I visited personally. The woman was nearly drained of all vitality by the spirit's offspring. Her life was in imminent danger. She was merely a vessel chosen by the spirit. Lu the Lame paused, seemingly reluctant to continue. Qi Lechuan tossed a peach-wood talisman onto the table. This talisman to ward off spirits? You crafted it, did you not? Lu the Lame picked up the talisman, examining it under the candlelight, and sighed, knowing he had to continue. I left her a wooden talisman to suppress the spirit's offspring. Whether it could save her life, I could not guarantee. After I departed, I made my way to Changsha City, but later learned she sought me out there 0.5 years ago. I heard about a case involving a ghost vehicle that a certain granddaughter had taken over. I went to investigate, only to discover her corpse, realizing then that the spirit's offspring had been born. Lu the Lame added, she told me that when she awoke, she found herself atop a grave and returned home only to find herself pregnant. The rest remains unclear to me. I believe I am not equipped to deal with the spirit's offspring. Qi Lechuan nodded, taking his tale with a grain of skepticism, regarding it as merely a story. Zhang Rishan shot a sidelong glance at the old man. Is that all? Lu the Lame nodded, his tone somewhat agitated. Yes, esteemed sir, that is all I have. I truly cannot contend with that spirit's offspring. The little ghost within the blood jade let out a cold laugh, audible only to Qi Lechuan, a mocking tone underlying its sound. They chose to spare Lu the Lame for the time being and began their journey back. As the night enveloped them, the two walked along a narrow path, the summer breeze warm yet not stifling. Zhang Rishan inquired casually, how credible do you find his words? Qi Lechuan shrugged, her hands clasped behind her back. That last statement about the spirit's offspring is indeed true. Zhang Rishan queried, puzzled. He did not speak a single truth. Why then did you let him go? She chuckled lightly, hoping to derive an answer from him is less fruitful than seeking it elsewhere. She distinctly sensed the little ghost in the blood jade growing restless, as if reluctant for her to investigate, yet offering no obstruction. This sensation was quite disconcerting, spurring Qi Lechuan to consider a personal trip to Kaifeng City. Little 8, you do not intend to venture to Bianzhou in search of answers, do you? Zhang Rishan asked. She nodded in affirmation. You wish me to accompany you once more? Zhang Rishan pressed further. She glanced up at him. Of course, otherwise my grandfather would never permit me to go. Zhang Rishan fell silent, pondering whether he resembled a mere tool. Child, in the coming days, the 9 gates are preoccupied with matters concerning the ancient capital of Jiuzhou, so I may not be able to accompany you. Qi Lechuan furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling someone. A smile tugged at her lips. There is another person. Find him for me, and I might let you off the hook. Zhang Rishan asked, who? The blind man from last time, she replied, playfully winking. If she were to extend an invitation to Heiyi in her own name, he would undoubtedly refuse to come, as the Qi family lad had already been silently blacklisted for failing to pay. Zhang Rishan chuckled, bemused by her antics. It was clear she had a knack for outsmarting those who were ostensibly more powerful, even though she was the youngest among them. Chapter 55. Taking the young man away by the time they returned to Changsha City, it was already the morning of the second day. Qi Lechuan, with a cloth bag slung over her shoulder, was heading out when Qi Tizui, seated in the pavilion sipping tea, called out to her, "You rascal. Always running off somewhere. Where are you off to this time?" She smiled with her eyes squinted and casually replied, "Fourth uncle asked me to go eat crabs." Qi Tizui scoffed. "Eating crabs, eh? Keep your distance from him. He might just be plotting against you, my little fool." How could Qi Lechuan not be aware of this, however? Chun Pai's decision to leave Zhang Qiling at the Chen family was indeed a trap laid for her. What was initially promised to be a gift had unexpectedly transformed into bait to lure her in. "You mustn't say that, Grandpa." "Fourth uncle treats me very well," she retorted, gesturing playfully. Chen Pai was indeed the only one among the 9 gates with whom she felt at ease. He never schemed against others, and all grievances were laid bare, including teaching her how to use the 9-claw hook, which was their little secret. She was not mistaken. Her master was indeed Chen Pai. The fourth, Qi Tizui, uninterested, dismissed her, muttering that she had fallen under Chen Pai's spell. Chen Pai's residence was not far from there, and she strolled down. In Changsha City, eyes from the 9 gates were ubiquitous, yet Qi Baiyi was quite at ease. Just days prior, he had a conversation with Fo Yi, who had unexpectedly changed his stance. If he were to go out in the future, who among the 9 gates would protect her? Perhaps realizing this, he had loosened his reins on her a bit. "Little Baiyi, where are you off to?" A jovial butcher, Qi Lechuan grinned. "Uncle Zhao, I'm going to see fourth uncle." Upon hearing she was visiting Chen Pai, the butcher looked at her with admiration as he watched her depart, thinking that the only one who could maintain a good relationship with Chen Pai was this little girl. When Chen Pai saw her arrive, he was quite surprised. This child always snuck in to learn, but today she boldly walked through the front door. "Fourth uncle, I brought you crabs," she announced, holding a small bamboo basket with her hair slightly tousled, her face alight with joy. Due to the hot weather, she had chosen to wear short sleeves and shorts, which also made it easier for her to catch crabs. She was indeed treading the path of a sycophant, yet she had not voiced such sentiments to Qi Baiyi before leaving. Chen Pai beckoned her over. "What brings you here today?" She scampered over, bubbling with excitement. As she drew closer, she noticed fourth uncle cleaning his 9-claw hook, which bore traces of blood. She glanced at it and cheerfully inquired, "Fourth uncle, I heard you took Zhang Qiling away. Is his injury better?" Fourth uncle shot her a glance. "Are you concerned about him?" She raised her hand, feigning a smile. "No, how could I care about him? I just noticed his skills are impressive and thought he could protect me." Qi Lechuan could only play the child in front of Chen Pai, fearing that any misstep might lead to dire consequences, hence her playful demeanor. Chen Pai was rather fond of her cheerful disposition. Her almond-shaped eyes sparkled with sunlight when she smiled. Fourth uncle smirked, continuing to polish the 9-claw hook. "Then you should tell fourth uncle what you brought back from Huai village." Qi Lechuan felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. She knew he would ask. She pulled out a wooden hairpin and placed it on the table. "This is called a spirit wood pin, carved from the roots of a divine tree. It possesses a certain spirit, though it holds little value for ordinary folk," she explained. Chen Pai examined it for a moment. It indeed appeared to be an ordinary wooden pin, lacking any remarkable value. "Gu Biao, go check in the backyard if that kid is dead, and bring him to little Baiyi," he called out. The burly Gu Biao promptly headed to the backyard to fetch the person. Qi Lechuan felt a pang of sympathy for her brother, but she could not show it in front of fourth uncle and could only maintain her forced smile. Fourth uncle chuckled softly at her strained expression. "What are you pretending for? It looks terrible. Don't worry, he hasn't been tortured. He is just waiting for you to come and claim him." Qi Lechuan pursed her lips, dropping the act, and huffed. "Fourth uncle knows he will protect Lechuan." Seeing her childish innocence, Chen Pai's mood brightened. It was good for children to be naive and carefree. In just a few minutes, Gu Biao returned with Zhang Qiling in tow. Upon seeing her, Zhang Qiling's dull eyes brightened a bit. Perhaps the sunlight that day was a tad too glaring, and she casually remarked, "Brother, I've come to take you home." Zhang Qiling, recalling that moment, smiled back at her, and in that instant, it felt as if she were once again seeing her dear brother Qi Lechuan. She knew Zhang Qiling was not her brother, yet he resembled him so closely that she felt content even if he wasn't. One person came, and two departed, not even having the chance to eat the crabs. Huzaheo approached with a grin. "Fourth uncle, did this little Ba Yi really come to deliver crabs?" Fourth uncle shot him a glare, the meaning clear, with an urge to silence him. The Qi family child merely came to escort Zhang Qiling home, not to deliver crabs. Huzaheo, clueless about the implication, ended up complimenting, "The crabs look great, but why are they all dead?" Chen Pai picked one up and could tell that someone had been too eager in catching them. The 9-claw hook had struck too forcefully, killing the crabs instantly. He shook his head, glancing toward the door, muttering, "That little rascal can't keep his composure." Qi Lechuan returned home with a grown man in tow, leaving Qi Tizui dumbfounded. He locked eyes with Zhang Qiling for a long moment before asking, "You? Where did you come from?" Qi Lechuan was still pondering how to respond when Zhang Qiling spoke up. "I can't remember." Qi Tizui abruptly pulled Qi Lechuan closer, whispering in her ear, "My dear, where did you bring him back from this time?" She pursed her lips. "Grandpa, fourth uncle has promised to give him to me. He is to protect me now." Qi Tizui had seen him before, at the New Moon restaurant, when he left with Qi Lechuan and the vice officer. Clearing his throat and adjusting his attire, Qi Tizui remarked, "Is that so? Would you mind if I cast your fortune?" Zhang Qiling remained expressionless, seemingly born with such indifference. Qi Lechuan quickly interjected, "Grandpa, that won't be necessary. I am aware of the Qi family's customs. We always cast fortunes upon meeting. I've already done so. He is destined for great wealth." Unbeknownst to her, her swift refusal made Qi Ba Yi more cautious. Qi Tizui shot her a glance and pointed her toward a corner, saying, Go on, adults are speaking. Children should stand outside." Qi Lechuan was left speechless, obediently standing at the door. Although she could see Qi Tizui speaking, she could not discern the specifics of their conversation. From her position at the door, all she could see was Zhang Qiling's somewhat composed silhouette. Chapter 56. Journey to Kaifeng City. Inside the room, the space was brightly lit yet imbued with an inexplicable sense of oppression. Qi Tiezu furrowed his brow, calculating with his fingers, while the man before him wore a blank expression, his eyes tranquil as a still lake. Ultimately, he retracted his fingers, unable to deduce the fate encapsulated in this divination. Qi Tiezu spoke heavily. "It is no small feat for our Jia Lechuan to survive. She is still quite young. I would never have allowed her to venture into the tombs, but she finds herself within the 9 gates. I cannot ascertain how much longer I can protect her. Agreeing to let her accompany Deputy Zhang for training was already pushing my limits." It was as if he were speaking to himself. The other man remained unresponsive, yet it was evident he was listening intently. This time, the Buddha suggested I allow her the freedom to explore. I have, for the first time, pointed her in a direction. Truth be told, my heart aches. Just days ago, when she returned home, there were small wounds on her forehead and a scar at the corner of her eye, yet she did not utter a word, fearing it would cause me worry. Zhang Qiling's eyes flickered as he interjected, "That one tea happened again." Qi Tiezu, taken aback by the sudden response, asked, "What one tea happened?" Zhang Qiling's lips parted slightly. "She one tea be hurt." This was, to date, the most gratifying statement Qi Tiezu had heard. Thus, their conversation came to a close. A child peered in from the doorway, straining to listen, and upon seeing them rise, she quickly stood at attention. Qi Tiezu shot her a glare. "Go back to sleep. It's late, and children who don't rest properly one tea grow tall." Qi Lechuan flashed a grin at Zhang Qiling. "Good night, Grandpa, and good night to you too, brother." Having spent the afternoon crabbing, she felt somewhat weary, and seeing Qi Tiezu's amicable demeanor toward Zhang Qiling, she felt reassured enough to retire for the night. Little did she anticipate that tonight, Qi Ba Yi would indulge in drink and song, insisting that Zhang Qiling partake. Qi Ba Yi, slightly inebriated, gazed at the moonlight with a hint of melancholy. What if I were to die? What will become of our Qi Lechuan alone in the 9 gates? Zhang Qiling remained silent, his gaze lifted to the moon, having long since accepted the inevitabilities of life and death. Will she be bullied? Our Qi Lechuan is very well behaved, obedient since childhood, and wiser than her peers. What if one day she were to be picked on? Would she cry? Zhang Qiling seemed to recall the suppressed tears upon her face in the graveyard, her expression unmistakably filled with grievance, enough to soften the hearts of onlookers. Or perhaps he understood why Qi Baiyi was willing to take such risks. At merely 5 years of age, Qi Lechuan should be in the tender years of childhood, yet she was thrust into the depths of tombs, shattering the rules Qi Baiyi had established. What child of 5 descends into tombs? Even the young grandson of the Jie family has never experienced such a thing. Alas, our Qi family is impoverished, having engaged in no grand enterprises, and without a woman in the household, I alone have raised her, compelling her to learn the intricacies of the 8 trigrams. Truth be told, I would rather she lead a more ordinary life, like that innocent child from the Wu family, but she is destined to walk a different path. He took another swig of strong liquor, his expression tinged with sorrow. Zhang Qiling lifted a cup from the table, tasting the potent brew, his brow furrowing slightly at its intensity. Qi Baiyi laughed heartily, his spirits lifted. Although you remain taciturn, it brings me, as one ages, nostalgia prevails. When was the last time I drank? Ah, just a day ago, with Lao Wu and Lao Jiu, he rambled on, seemingly to himself. Zhang Qiling nodded in agreeable acknowledgement. Qi Baiyi continued to drink with Zhang Qiling until the early hours of the morning before finally ceasing. The following day, Qi Lechuan rushed to Qi Baiyi's quarters, bursting through the door with a stream of chatter. Grandpa, do you realize your age this year? How can you drink so much with someone who barely speaks? If it were Buddha and the others, would you still drink as much? Qi Baiyi sipped a hangover remedy, fanning himself with a hand fan, his eyes squinting as if still not fully awake. Just a taste, he mumbled. Just a taste? Qi Lechuan moved towards his hidden stash of liquor, insisting these should be given to Buddha, to share with his men, rather than squandered by you. Qi Tiezu, having regained his senses, hurriedly intervened. No, this is a rare collection. I have cherished it for many years. Grandpa, it's not that I don't want you to drink, but you've consumed too much already. No more, she lectured like a miniature adult. Qi Laoba pinched her cheek affectionately. All right, I shall heed your words. Aren't we meant to set off for Bianzhou today? Qi Lechuan nodded. Yes, and I'm here to remind you, no more drinking like this. Qi Tiezu chuckled, finding delight in her authoritative tone. Throughout his life, no one had ever governed him. Yet this granddaughter proved a most agreeable companion. Qi Baiyi personally saw her off to the train, waving goodbye as she boarded. As Zhang Qiling passed by him, he hesitated, asking, Did I say anything inappropriate last night? Zhang Qiling paused, turning to face him, and replied coolly, You did. Qi Baiyi's expression fell, realizing the truth. From now on, he would drink alone, for whatever he said would be a secret lost to all. Zhang Qiling, perplexed, stepped onto the train. Qi Lechuan found her soft sleeper cabin and took a deep breath, a smile gracing her face as she entered. The man sitting by the window turned, his lips twitching. Why are you here again? He had expected Deputy Zhang. Not this little troublemaker thrust into his hand. Hello, hey ye. Long time no see. You are even more dashing than before, she exclaimed, flattering him. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiling, with a blade resting at his side, had already settled down, closing his eyes in feigned slumber. He adjusted his sunglasses, speaking coldly, Pay up that it's best to settle last time's debt too. Otherwise, I'll get off this train right now. Qi Lechuan laughed awkwardly, unable to produce a single coin from her pocket. How about I write you an IOU? He stood to leave. She swiftly grabbed his arm, presenting him with a stack of cash. Qi Baiyi had given her money for snacks during the journey. After years of frugality, Qi Baiyi had finally been generous for once with his granddaughter. Upon receiving the money, Xisha's demeanor shifted instantly. What fun awaits this time, little Ba Yi? I would gladly risk my life for you, traversing mountains of blades and seas of fire without hesitation. Qi Lechuan gave him a thumbs up, her smile brightening. With your word, I can rest easy. Along the journey, she recounted the circumstances of her arrival, with Zhang Qiling and Xisha already aware of Qi Juju's existence, thus avoiding unnecessary explanations. After a day and a half, she finally arrived in Bianzhou, Kaifeng City. The development here lagged behind that of Changsha City, yet it was rich in ancient relics and historical sites. In such an ancient capital, one could naturally find numerous tombs beneath. Locating a lesser-known village here proved quite a challenge, though fortunately, the local dialect was not overly thick, allowing for some comprehension. Chapter 57. Will-o'-the-wisps. As dusk approached, the village came into view, revealing its stark backwardness. The recently rained-upon dirt roads were riddled with potholes, and the warm glow of lamps illuminated each humble abode. The houses, constructed from aged adobe, were occasionally punctuated by the distant bark of dogs, evoking a unique sense of tranquility. The black blind man cradled the child in one arm, conversing with the locals, claiming to be in search of relatives. Unable to find lodging, he paid a household for temporary accommodation. The homeowner, an elderly gentleman, accepted the money and promptly gathered the best possessions from his home. Qi Lechuan's shoes remained relatively clean, while the black elder's footwear was caked in mud. He pondered that, having received payment from the young master, it was only proper to carry her, and thus found himself seated beneath an ancient paulownia tree, cleaning his shoes. Qi Lechuan leaned closer, inquiring, "Do you think it's possible to investigate what happened 5 years ago?" The black blind man paused for a moment, then, with a nonchalant tone, suggested, "What if you do find out? If you wish to uncover the child's origins, it might be more effective to confront her directly." Her petite face scrunched in thought. Ever since she had mentioned her desire to learn about the child's background, the little one had seemingly retreated into seclusion, not showing herself again. Confronting her would be ideal, but you know her temperament. She's unbearably proud. As if she learned it from somewhere, she remarked candidly. The black elder chuckled lightly. Indeed, that child is a rare breed of proud spirit. The proud spirit within the blood jade rolled its eyes, reluctant to move, allowing Qi Lechuan to do as she pleased, secretly pleased by her interest. Zhang Qiling, sitting nearby, gazed at the distant fields. It was the perfect season for corn planting, yet a patch of land lay barren, dotted with several mounds resembling graves, an odd sight. Qi Lechuan also looked over, the setting sun casting a warm glow that obscured any sense of foreboding. She turned to him, noting, "Fourth uncle, you possess a conscience after all. Your injuries have almost healed. They were merely superficial. Your once sharp features appeared softened under the sunset's light." "Mute Zhang, you'll keep watch tonight," the black elder stated as he made his way indoors. Zhang Qiling rose to follow, his silence conveying his refusal to take the watch. Neither of them would, and for the first time, Qi Lechuan eagerly volunteered to stay up. With such a compliant employer, he drifted off to sleep contentedly. That night, Zhang Qiling sat quietly beside her at the window, holding a fan to occasionally cool her. Peering through the window, they could see the vacant land, the elderly man's house situated awkwardly next to the fields, its dark presence unsettling in the night. Suddenly, the empty space flickered with green phosphorescence. Zhang Qiling observed calmly, reaching out to nudge the child who was nearly dozing off on the table, stating, "Will-o'-the-wisps." Qi Lechuan, rubbing her eyes in confusion, looked towards the graves now illuminated with green light. She let out a soft hum, her eyes glinting with intrigue as she remarked, "It's rather beautiful." At that moment, a loud bang echoed from the courtyard, startling the old man who fell to the ground, shouting, "Ghost! The ghost has come to claim my life." As Qi Lechuan and Zhang Qiling emerged, the old man scrambled to his feet and fled into the house. The black elder, roused by the commotion, joined them. The four gathered around a table in the dead of night, the old man still visibly shaken. This elder, surnamed Zhu, was a well-known figure in the village, often the subject of gossip among the local women. In his youth, he had earned a modest fortune and taken a wife, but tragedy struck when his wife died during childbirth, leaving him alone in a house he had built, tending to his garden without remarrying for the remainder of his life. Old Zhu, living next to the fields, how can you be surprised by will-o'-the-wisps? It's not uncommon, the black blind man said casually, as he was accustomed to such matters. Zhu took a sip of water to steady himself but still appeared rattled. Qi Lechuan, with a serious demeanor, began to explain, this is a natural phenomenon. Human bones contain phosphorus. As a body decomposes, it undergoes changes that produce phosphine gas, which can ignite spontaneously in the heat of summer. It's merely a new grave that has been added. After finishing, she proudly looked at the Black Elder. Am I correct, Black Elder? The black blind man smiled, approvingly remarking, it seems you've added some new volumes to your bookshelf. You've learned well. Zhu, not comprehending much, only grasped the last part about a new grave and sighed. You don't understand. The land here doesn't yield crops. Nothing grows, and the mounds you see are empty. They are not graves. This place is cursed. Our village head decreed that no grave should be erected here. This was the first Qi Lechuan had heard of such a peculiar place, and she curiously asked, what happens if one is buried here? Zhu took another sip of water to calm his nerves. It's something I heard from the village elders in my youth. Burying someone here will lead to their body being devoured by spirits. Who would be so wicked as to bury their kin here? It's utterly vile. At this moment, Zhu was no longer frightened, but rather incensed. The group began to understand that something sinister lay beneath the surface. The following morning, Zhu hurried to the village head to lodge a complaint, claiming someone had buried a body in the vacant land. Upon hearing this, the village head dispatched someone to accompany Zhu for verification. That night, Zhu had only seen the will-o'-the-wisps, and now he couldn't locate the grave. Accompanying Zhu was the village's secretary Lin, who frowned and questioned, are you certain it's here? There are no graves. Did you perhaps misjudge in the dark? Zhu retorted defiantly, I am not blind. There is definitely a grave here. If you don't believe me, feel free to bring someone to dig. Secretary Lin, coming from the county, was somewhat educated and skeptical, believing Zhu had encountered a ghost due to his own guilty conscience. While Zhu simmered with frustration, Qi Lechuan awoke to see the old man sitting at his doorstep, staring at the empty land, muttering curses under his breath. Rubbing her eyes, she approached with an innocent demeanor. Grandpa Zhu, why are you back? Zhu shrugged. They don't believe me. They once let me dig that land. I wonder which scoundrel did this. It's an attempt to destroy evidence. He looked at the child, adding, you're still young. Go play. Such matters are not for children. Otherwise, you might wet the bed at night. Upon hearing the mention of bedwetting, Qi Lechuan's mind flashed to her third uncle's scheming face. She shook her head vigorously, asserting, I am a big child now. I don't wet the bed. Zhu chuckled, encouraging her to go play. The village was not large, and with few people around in the morning, she merely glanced a few times before returning. Upon her return, she found Zhang Qiling and the Black Elder engaged in conversation with Zhu, who was resolutely gripping a shovel, determined to dig up the earth himself to prove to others that he was not speaking nonsense. Chapter 58. The dead child unable to deter the old man. I could only allow him to dig. After a couple of strokes, a low rumble of thunder echoed through the sky, and soon, heavy rain began to fall. Elder Zhu, drenched with rain while wielding a shovel, returned grumbling. Summer is the season with the heaviest rainfall in this region, and sudden downpours are not uncommon. As the rain poured down, Qi Lechuan stood beneath the eaves, observing the land now turned into a muddy quagmire. The old man, resembling a nagging caretaker, draped a coat over her shoulders, lamenting, by accompanying you on this errand, I shall lose quite a bit of money. It would be better to unearth that little ghost and let the mute Zhang educate it. Perhaps it might speak up on its own, rather than floundering about like a headless fly. Qi Lechuan raised her hand in agreement as she donned the coat, her chubby little lips pouting, but I've paid for this. Having followed old Yi, she had earned a reputation for being quite frugal, and she insisted that her money ought to be well spent. Indeed, indeed, young boss, you have the final say. It seems this rain will not cease any time soon, he remarked, turning to toss a coat to Zhang Qiling. Zhang Qiling caught it effortlessly and put it on. The old man wore a troubled expression. Dealing with a child and a mute was truly a daunting task. After half a day of rain, it finally subsided. Elder Zhu, still unconvinced, ventured out to check, and from a distance, he spotted the corpse exposed on the surface. He was taken aback, exclaiming, "I knew there must be one. What a wretched deed, burying the body so shallowly." The blind man was the first to step out and inspect. The white burial cloth was now visible on the ground, revealing a small, diminutive form, akin to a discarded dead child. Elder Zhu summoned the village chief, who promptly contacted the authorities to investigate which family had buried the dead child here. A few police officers arrived to tidy up the scene. The body had already begun to decompose after a few days underground. Several village women gathered at the village entrance, gossiping, and Qi Lechuan knew that these women held the information she sought. She maneuvered through the crowd, remaining inconspicuous. "Have you heard?" Her second aunt began. "Someone buried a dead child in that vacant lot, causing quite a stir. Even the police have come." A plump woman, munching on sunflower seeds, chimed in. "What? I hadn't heard. Do you remember that girl from the east end of the village who became pregnant out of wedlock? If we count the days, could it be that after giving birth, her family discarded the child? I heard that the girl was pregnant, but the man had no intention of marrying her." The second aunt, well informed, seized the opportunity to elaborate. "Perhaps it is indeed her. She is the only one in our village who had aspirations, got into university, but what good did it do? She was still abandoned by a man." Listening to these conversations, Qi Lechuan couldn't help but smirk. The wealth of information these women exchanged was immense. This prompted her to recall the little girl from the old Chao family 5 years ago. The plump woman tossed aside her seeds and shifted the topic. "Oh, that Chao girl was even more shameless. Nobody knew who the father was, and she cried at home every day. They say she was nothing but skin and bones during that time. Didn't that fortune teller say there was something unclean in their family? What unclean thing?" Another woman interjected, "In my opinion, it's just her misbehavior." Qi Lechuan's eyes sparkled. The tale seemed to resonate. She gazed eagerly at the women, wanting them to continue. However, noticing her intense focus, the second aunt shooed her away. "Whose child are you? Go play somewhere else. Adults are conversing here." "Auntie," she coughed, and a nearby plump woman pointed out an elderly woman approaching with a basket of vegetables. They shared a silent understanding and pretended nothing had been said as they watched her pass. Suddenly, Qi Lechuan stifled a giggle, prompting a glare from the plump woman. She made a face at them before heading home. Elder Zhu, being kind-hearted, entrusted the situation to the police, feeling a sense of relief. When he saw Qi Lechuan return, he secretly handed her 2 pieces of candy, saying, "Tomorrow at the market, I'll buy you more, but for now, enjoy these." She gleefully stuffed one into her mouth, but before she could indulge, the blind man appeared just in time, snatching the candy from her hand and tasting it. "Elder Zhu, don't sneak her candy. This little one has cavities," he remarked. Zhang Qiling casually took the other piece from her hand as well. She stood there, utterly flabbergasted. While it was expected of the blind man to eat her candy, she was astonished that Zhang Qiling had taken it directly from her. Clearly, her brother had spent too much time with the blind man lately and had picked up some bad habits. She pouted, aware that she had a penchant for sweets and indeed had cavities, but she had never admitted it. Such embarrassment was not something she would share. Unfortunately, the old man was always observant. After dinner in the evening, Elder Zhu asked them, "The rain has stopped. How is your relative? I know many people and could lend a hand." Qi Lechuan smiled and declined, "There's no need to trouble you. We've already found them and will be going tomorrow." Elder Zhu felt reassured. "All right then, if you need assistance, just call for me." Having no children of his own, He treated Qi Lechuan as if she were his own granddaughter, sneaking her another piece of candy in the evening. He worried she hadn't had enough sweets today and would cause a fuss. That night, it was the blind man's turn to keep watch, and she fell into a deep sleep, more soundly than ever. Zhang Qiling regarded the medicine in his hand, then shifted his gaze to his face, a glint of coldness in his eyes. The blind man smirked. "Don't look at me like that. It's not me who's going, right, Xiao Jiu?" The blood jade around Qi Lechuan's neck was removed. The little ghost lazily stretched and nodded, pointing a plump little finger at Qi Lechuan, saying, "Yes, she is the one going." Zhang Qiling shot at a glance, choosing to ignore it as the cicadas chirped through the night. The trio, 2 humans and a ghost, set foot onto the desolate expanse of land. No one suspected anything amiss in such a vast area. It was truly naive. The blind man was eager to uncover what lay beneath. This ancient city of Kaifeng was renowned for its archaeological significance. He undertook the labor himself, digging through a mound of earth, unearthing a stone. The soil was still damp and clingy, making it difficult to excavate, and the stone was cumbersome to lift. The blind man looked up at Zhang Qiling, frowning. "Mute Zhang, can you lend a hand?" Zhang Qiling tightly pressed his lips together and coolly replied. No, the little ghost stifled a laugh beside them. The blind man shot at a glare, embodying a spirit of resigned labor. "Fine, fine, I owe you both. Your indifference is truly disheartening." Upon moving the stone, a dark opening was revealed. He switched on his flashlight to peer inside, nodding in satisfaction. Descending through the opening, he found a brick-constructed tomb chamber. Zhang Qiling narrowed his eyes and stated, "A brick chamber tomb." Chapter 59. Peachwood. This burial chamber typically belonged to high-ranking officials or prosperous merchants of ancient times, when the bricks used in tombs were exceptionally valuable. Upon entering the tomb passage, He felt as though he had stepped into his own domain. "Xiaojiu, are you certain there are treasures within?" He Shiezi inquired. The little imp was remarkably astute. The fortune-teller in Changsha City had clearly articulated the truth, yet it chose to obfuscate the matter with a dismissive snort, prompting Qi Lechuan to suspect something amiss and investigate further. Zhang Qiling's fingers brushed against the bricks, pausing for a moment before retracting his hand. "Indeed," he affirmed. The little spirit hovered in midair, its once pallid visage displaying a hint of transformation, appearing less menacing. The elders had indeed spoken of treasures in certain places, and before the words had fully left his lips, a mechanism was triggered, unleashing a barrage of arrows imbued with malice towards them. In a swift motion, He Shiezi executed a somersault. Kicking aside an arrow, it dawned on He that Zhang Qiling's affirmation referred to the existence of mechanisms. Just as He Shiezi evaded the rain of arrows and caught his breath, Zhang Qiling sheathed his dagger and motioned for them to follow his lead. He shrugged. It was certainly preferable not to engage directly. "Hey Yinjing, can this peculiar contraption truly illuminate the path?" it queried curiously, circling around him. He Shiezi produced another pair from somewhere, offering it to the spirit. "Try it and see." After donning the spectacles and spinning a few times, the spirit scoffed. "I can't see a thing." "It's worse than not wearing them at all." He Shiezi chuckled. "It's rare to encounter a ghost as amusing as you." The little spirit blinked, contemplating whether the blind man had somehow rendered ghosts more palatable. With 2 formidable figures clearing the way, traversing the burial chamber felt akin to strolling through one's own garden. He, being somewhat indolent, trailed behind Zhang Qiling, picking up whatever scraps he could find. The brick chamber was rather unadorned, comprising a main burial chamber and 2 side rooms. While there were indeed numerous burial goods, the prized artifact the spirit had mentioned was conspicuously absent. The main chamber featured wall paintings, and within lay a coffin made of fine red wood, adorned with exquisite carvings, evidently a costly creation. The little spirit floated, its brows slightly raised. Observe the mural above. It depicts a wealthy merchant who ventured to a paradise reminiscent of a peach blossom spring, bringing back a piece of peach wood. Remarkably, upon returning home, it sprouted, leading him to unimaginable riches. Zhang Qiling cast a glance, but chose not to engage. He Xiezi pushed aside the spirit's small form, crossing his arms. This speaks of the divine wood blooming, leading to immense wealth. The little spirit rolled its eyes. It conveys the same message. It pointed out, that piece of wood is precisely what I seek. You wish to find a piece of wood? Are you out of your mind? He Yi nearly decided to abandon the endeavor. He had anticipated a legendary treasure, not a mere scrap of wood. Zhang Qiling placed a reassuring hand on He Ye's shoulder, raising a finger to signal silence. A faint noise echoed within the chamber. He Ye's ears perked up, discerning a multitude of sounds akin to insects, and no sooner had he spoken than a swarm of insects emerged, their dark mass illuminated by the flashlight. Let us move, He Xiezi shouted. Zhang Qiling acted faster, the two of them retreating with remarkable speed. The little spirit let out a soft huff, waving its hand to unveil the redwood coffin. Inside lay a skeleton, long since reduced to bones. It seized the accompanying peach wood and departed. He Xiezi and Zhang Qiling sealed the tomb's entrance, realizing why the land was barren. The multitude of insects within the tomb would consume any plant roots attempting to grow. The trio returned to their lodgings just as the clock neared midnight. Upon arrival, they found Qi Lechuan still asleep. He Xiezi gently placed the blood jade back upon her. Subsequently, the three of them sat in a standoff. Zhang Qiling, holding his dagger, observed them with an air of tension. He Yi raised his hands in surrender. I concede. It was this little spirit that claimed there were treasures inside, prompting my interest in young Master Ba. The little spirit clutched the peach wood, inhaling its ethereal essence, its eyes narrowing in delight. What divine wood blooms and brings wealth? This is clearly a magical artifact. Zhang Qiling's gaze remained fixed upon it. The spirit, feeling uneasy, met his gaze. I truly intend to take this peach wood. The peach wood, when fashioned into a sword, was remarkably sharp, a potent weapon against ghosts. A ghost wielding its own bane, Zhang Qiling stated. Hand it over. The little spirit immediately dove into the blood jade, muffling its protest. Not a chance. It refused to relinquish the item, and Zhang Qiling was unable to forcibly seize it. By the time Qi Lechuan awoke, it was already noon. Rubbing her slightly dizzy head, she made her way to He Xiezi's room, murmuring, I overslept. Upon closer inspection, she noticed that both He Yi and Zhang Qiling were still asleep. Indeed, they had been busy throughout the night. Now that she had traced the Chao family, she planned to join them in the afternoon to seek them out. At the entrance of the Chao residence, only an elderly woman was seen washing clothes. Qi Lechuan approached. Auntie, may we trouble you for a glass of water? The elderly woman did not even glance her way, responding coldly, Go to another house. Relying on her adorable, soft demeanor, Qi Lechuan had never faced rejection before. With the refusal, she had no choice but to relent. A neighbor nearby, witnessing her request for water, kindly invited her over for a drink. Auntie, these are my two brothers. We rely on one another. This brother is reticent and has a slight speech impediment, while this brother wearing sunglasses is blind. We three are merely passing through. She fabricated increasingly elaborate details, having mostly kept to herself while residing at Old Ju's house, proving adept at deception. Do not blame Aunt Chao. Ever since her daughter passed, she has been like this. She is a pitiful soul, the neighbor advised. How could that be? She feigned tears. I thought Aunt Chao disliked me. This child, the neighbor continued, ever since the Chao family's daughter met with misfortune, old Chao fell ill from the grief, and now he is left with lingering ailments. Aunt Chao struggles to care for the family alone. After exchanging a few words, Qi Lechuan played her part well, presenting herself as a sorrowful figure, merely 5 years old, with two brothers, one mute and one blind, evoking tears from listeners and sympathy from onlookers. Unable to enter the Chao residence, Qi Lechuan racked her brain for a solution. He Xiezi, chewing on a blade of grass, sat there shaking his leg. Have you come up with a plan? Qi Lechuan shot him a glance. Do you have any ideas? Yi chuckled lightly. Well, not exactly. Then why are you laughing? She retorted. Yi stood up, spitting out the grass, and, abandoning the jest, spoke seriously. You wish to enter, do you not? She hesitated slightly before nodding. It soon dawned on her that Yi was guiding her to climb over the wall. Observing Aunt Chow emerge with farming tools, they scaled the wall into the courtyard. Old Chow, stricken by illness, lay weakly in bed. There was a locked room to the east, and Shizi led her to pry open the lock. Meanwhile, Zhang Qiling perched on the wall, keeping watch. With a gentle push, the door opened without any foul odor. The contents within were meticulously arranged, indicating that Aunt Chow frequently cleaned. Qi Lechuan casually glanced around, refraining from disturbing anything, only retrieving a notebook carelessly tossed beneath the bed. Having secured her item, she left, concerned that Aunt Chow might feel heartbroken. Chapter 60. The young girl outside. The rain began to fall gently once more. As she meticulously reviewed her notes, as Lu Xiaozi had mentioned, women indeed become inexplicably pregnant with ghostly offspring. The woman in question is Chao Hui, born during the dark hours of a lunar month, destined to attract spirits. That fateful night, after an evening of revelry with friends, she found herself ensnared in a ghostly labyrinth, unable to escape the woods on the western edge of the village. Though the path was not long, her mounting fear only heightened her susceptibility to the supernatural. Concerning the woods to the west of the village, Qi Lechuan had inquired with old Zhu, who revealed that, despite its appearance as mere woodland, numerous graves were interspersed within. Most villagers would not dare traverse that path alone after dark. Chao Hui's fate was, in truth, comparable to that of Qi Lechuan. However, her situation lacked the necessary safeguards, allowing a spirit to exploit her vulnerability and become a vessel for its ghostly progeny. Since conceiving this ghostly child, she dreamt of spirits each night, her mind tormented and her body worn. At that time, Lu Xiaozi had passed by and offered assistance, leaving her a talisman to ward off the spirits, allowing her to endure nearly 8 months in peace. He instructed her to seek him out alone in Changsha when the time for her delivery approached, and she obediently boarded the train to the city. The subsequent events were known to Qi Lechuan. Her complexion grew increasingly sallow. This tale painted Lu Xiaozi in a favorable light, seemingly scrubbing his reputation clean. Xiaozi, upon hearing the account, perceived no fault, but upon noticing her pallor, inquired about the accuracy of her notes. Qi Lechuan closed her notebook. The details were correct, yet the talisman Lu Xiaozi had provided was meant for his own benefit. It was no wonder he appeared so uneasy when she sought him out. Zhang Qiling also turned his gaze toward her. She continued, expressing skepticism toward Lu Xiaozi's purported kindness. The maternal vessel was already rendered unfit for use. While the talisman could provide temporary respite, once the ghostly child was born, the vessel would perish. Lu Xiaozi harbored intentions of hastily departing the village while simultaneously seeking to exploit a ghostly offspring, leaving Chao Hui to journey alone to Changsha. And what was the outcome? The ghostly child was intercepted en route. He arrived too late. The little spirit within the blood jade had merely turned over. The story was intriguing, yet only half the truth was revealed. Having shifted the narrative, Qi Lechuan remarked that the ghostly child merely utilized its maternal vessel for its emergence. Its true identity might only be uncovered through a shaman. Shamans, a unique profession, bridge the realms of the living and the dead, carrying a ghostly lantern that allows them to traverse the underworld. Their insights are often more precise than those of Taoist priests. Yet, in recent years, shamans have nearly vanished, a profession unattainable for ordinary folk. Having made a fruitless visit, she prepared to return the following day. Before departing, old Zhu discreetly slipped her some candied. As she arrived at the train station, she heard a flurry of whispers. Only half a day had passed since her departure, and suddenly, a section of the village's wasteland collapsed, revealing a tomb chamber. The village chief promptly dispatched individuals to secure the area, and the state took considerable interest, sending professional archaeologists, which consequently became a sensational story in Kaifeng. Upon boarding the train, Qi Lechuan's countenance remained grim. She sensed something peculiar at play, yet her singular focus was to uncover the origins of the little spirit, neglecting the significance of the newly exposed tomb. It seemed her two brothers, one mute and the other blind, had exerted considerable effort behind the scenes. Xiazi feigned disinterest, tilting his head to gaze out the window. "I heard there's a grand tomb at Grandpa Zhu's doorstep," she remarked sarcastically, questioning why they had not taken her along. Xia, ever astute, remained silent. "Not particularly large," Zhang Qiling responded nonchalantly, as if genuinely addressing her. Qi Lechuan found his remark amusing, realizing he was correcting her statement. Xiazi stifled a chuckle. Qi Lechuan shot him a sidelong glance. He composed himself and settled down obediently. Speaking of the little spirit, its lack of strength was one thing, but it had gathered many treasures for itself, nestled contentedly against a peach with charm. Upon returning to Changsha, Xiazi chose not to part ways. He accompanied her all the way to the Qi family estate. Unfortunately, their timing was poor. Qi Bei was away at the Buddha's residence discussing matters. Unable to wait for him, Xiazi prepared to leave. Qi Lechuan intended to persuade him to stay, tugging at his sleeve. "If you don't stay here, there's always a place for you at my home." Xiazi, eyes closed, sensed her intentions. He leaned down, intrigued. "If you wish to keep me, you'll have to pay first. That's a different price altogether." She silently released her grip and turned. Noticing Zhang Qiling approaching, she called out, "Brother, there's no need to see Xiazi off. Just go back." Xiazi chuckled lightly, stepping outside while muttering, "What a little miser." The territory of Changsha was predominantly under the influence of the Nine Gates, and Xiazi's return was undoubtedly for business purposes. He made his way to the second master's pear orchard, only to find it deserted as the second master was absent, and the performance had ended, leaving the theater rather desolate. Under a tree stood a young girl, clad in a pink coat, her expression increasingly aloof. Xiazi scanned the area for anyone else but approached her to inquire, "Little girl, may I ask if you've seen Wu Jia Sanyi?" The little girl glanced up at him with a hint of impatience. "I haven't seen him." "So well behaved," Xiazi remarked, crouching to pat her on the head, but she stepped back, avoiding his touch, her gaze filled with distance. "Oh, but why can't I touch? I absolutely adore little girls. Such a lovely face," he grinned. Jie Yuqin pursed his lips and shot him a glare, discarding his broom and turning away. "Xiazi, Sanyi has been waiting for you for quite some time." "This way, please." Pansy arrived, directing Xiazi toward a clear path. As he walked, Xiazi asked, "Pansy, that little girl is quite lovely. Whose is she?" "Huh? What little girl? There's no little girl here." "You must be mistaken," Pansy replied. "Mistaken? I'm a blind man by nature," Xiazi retorted, not truly curious, merely making an inquiry. Wu Jia Sanyu was seated, sipping tea while gazing at the empty stage, sighing at the absence of the second master's performance, his expression tinged with regret. "Ah, Sanyi, you're quite well hidden," Xiazi remarked as he entered, pouring himself tea, adhering to his principle of self-sufficiency. Wu Sanqing squinted, offering a faint smile. "You've been quite busy these past few days. It took you 2 days to reach Changsha. What have you been up to?" Xiazi waved his hand dismissively. "No need to mention it. I took a child out for a spin, but yielded little." "Which child?" Wu Sanqing's gaze was fixed intently on him. Xiazi hesitated, adjusting his sunglasses, and replied nonchalantly, "Qijia's little 8th master." Wu Sanqing seemed satisfied with the answer, turning back to sip his tea. After taking a sip, he broached serious matters. "Zhang de Buddha intends to investigate Zhuzhou ancient city. This time, he has brought along the elite of the 9 gates, and I must trouble you to accompany us." Chapter 61. Panjiayuan the black bear remained silent, merely savoring his tea. Bu Sanqing produced a bundle of banknotes, stating, "This is the deposit." The black bear cast a fleeting glance, reached out to accept it, and broke into a smile, declaring that he would heed the arrangements of Third Master. At this moment, Qi Lechuan had just received word that the Buddha had located the position of the ancient city of Jiuzhou. She sat in the courtyard, playing with the koi in the pond, her mind drifting back to her visit to Yushan. Ever since then, she found herself ensnared in the complexities of the Nine Gates. Zhang Qiling observed her from a distance, his eyes flickering with emotion, eye in the shade of the trees. A child clad in a long robe rolled up her sleeves, attempting to catch koi with her hands. The fish were too slippery for her small fingers to grasp, often slipping away, leading her to intentionally catch and release them, reveling in her playful antics. Suddenly, one koi was propelled outwards by an unseen force, causing her to glare in that direction. There, beneath the trees, floated a small ghost, proudly puffing out its chest, looking rather foolish. She seized the blood jade, feigning an intention to toss it into the water, arching an eyebrow at the ghost, challenging it to continue its antics. It haughtily snorted, and Qi Lechuan gritted her teeth, preparing to hurl a stack of talismans at it. The ghost, quick-eyed, snatched a safety talisman and darted into the blood jade. She resolutely demanded that it come out, ready for a confrontation. The two children began to tussle and frolic. Once upon a time, I too wished to nurture Lechuan in such a manner, desiring her to live a life free from worries. I have resolved that once the affairs concerning the ancient city of Jiuzhou conclude, I shall ensure she never again engages in such tumultuous endeavors. Qi Eighth Master, returning at an unknown time, stood beside Zhang Qiling, reflecting wistfully. Zhang Qiling inquired, why? She was born under a shadowed fate. It is best she remains distanced from such matters. Be wise safeguarding the Qi family's interests and interpreting a few divinations, she could secure a life free of hardships. Why venture into such realms? Qi Eighth Master lamented, adding that her fate was one of misfortune, likely destined for solitude. Misfortune? The young man questioned. Qi Eighth Master, devoid of jest, nodded solemnly. It brings misfortune to her parents and family. She possesses a naturally solitary fate. Zhang Qiling looked at him, noting the robust constitution of Qi Eighth Master. Their eyes met, and he remarked, I have survived thus far through genuine skill. Zhang Qiling nodded, understanding his perspective. Did you discover any answers during your visit to... Zhang Qiling shook his head. Qi Eighth Master smirked. I happen to know of a person who walks the shadowy paths. Suddenly, Zhang Qiling's gaze deepened, as though Qi Eighth Master were urging Qi Lechuan to distance herself further. Qi Tizui believed she would linger in Kaifeng for some time. Unexpectedly, she returned in just 3 to 4 days. Now was the moment the Buddha was descending upon the ancient city of Jiuzhou, and his precious granddaughter could not afford to be under scrutiny any longer. The scar on the child's face remained vividly etched in Qi Eighth Master's memory. For the first time, Qi Lechuan had not intended to inquire about the shadowy figure, but Qi Eighth Master brought it up. The child, who had been picking food at the dining table, froze for a few seconds. Why are you dazed? That is the last generation of shadow walkers. However, he has since changed professions and now runs a business in Panjiayuan and Beiping. Qi Eighth Master expressed a hint of regret, recalling the individual as a renowned figure who had, due to familial misfortunes, taken refuge in Panjiayuan. Qi Lechuan withdrew her hand, saying, Did I ever mention I wish to find a shadow walker? Eighth Master offered her a pair of chopsticks filled with food, softly stating, Do you not wish to know the origins of the ghostly fetus? She pouted, her small face softening, her tone unkind. Beiping? Is there anywhere farther? Eighth Master chuckled. Indeed, if you seek a medium, there is a famous one in Mo, northeast. Good heavens, she thought. To suggest sending someone to a village near the Arctic, it would take days to travel back and forth. What a cunning scheme. Qi Lechuan recognized his intentions. She herself was reluctant to revisit the tomb of the ancient city of Jiuzhou. Having encountered family after a millennium, the city held no further value for her. She was not curious about how nations fell. Those who face divine retribution deserve their fate. Under her grandfather's urging, she prepared to depart for Beiping once more. This time, only Zhang Qiling accompanied her, and Qi Eighth Master felt assured. There was no need to guide the child. Before leaving, he handed Zhang Qiling several books, instructing him to ensure Lechuan memorized them. Upon boarding the train, Qi Lechuan, with a forlorn expression, clutched a copy of the Tao Te Ching. Since her rebirth, she had immersed herself in literature, a routine that frequently led to Qi Eighth Master checking her homework. Now, even as she was sent away, she had to bring books with her, as if he were personally sending his granddaughter off on a long journey, hoping she would remain away for a while before returning. After seeing off his granddaughter, Qi Eighth Master promptly called a distant friend in Beiping to inquire about their well-being. "Little Tang, how have you been lately?" he asked warmly, on the other end of the line. A cold voice responded, raspy yet steady. "I am Tang Kuang, doing well, still alive. My dear granddaughter is on her way to you. Do make things difficult for her, and ideally, delay her return for a month." Qi Eighth Master nearly calculated the odds while chatting. Insane. Click. The other party hung up. Qi Eighth Master remained unfazed. Old Tang was still as unapproachable as ever, which he found rather agreeable. After a day and night on the train, they arrived at the station, with Zhang Qiling pulling a suitcase in one hand and holding the child in the other, exiting the bustling Beiping station. The flow of people was overwhelming. Unlike his previous visit with Deputy Zhang, Zhang Qiling felt completely out of touch with the current era, understanding little. She knew some, yet lacked an identification card. The young man's identification was hastily arranged by Qi Eighth Master to facilitate her journey to Beiping. Truly an absurd occurrence. "Little Eighth Master, over here." A woman waved at them. Zhang Qiling approached, and the woman paused momentarily, perhaps having failed to recognize the man's features earlier, now appearing slightly taken aback. "Aunt Shui, you need only take me to Panjiayuan. There's no need for any extra trouble," Qi Lechuan said sweetly, noticing the woman's moment of distraction. She was well aware of her brother's appearance. The women around them were stealing glances, seemingly regretful that he was carrying a child, as if it were a tremendous loss. The woman was a manager at the Xinhua Hotel, named Shueqiu. Shaking herself from her reverie, she loaded their luggage into the car, smiling, "Very well, little Eighth Master, don't be shy." They arrived at Panjiayuan, and upon disembarking, she instructed Shueqiu to leave. Zhang Qiling, grasping the suitcase in one hand and holding her hand in the other, led her into Panjiayuan. From a distance, the lively atmosphere was palpable. Numerous stalls filled the streets, selling cultural relics, calligraphy, writing supplies, gold, silver, jewelry, jars, and wooden furniture, with the sounds of vendors calling out incessantly. To locate a proprietor named Tang, especially one who was a shadow walker, felt akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Qi Lechuan frowned, sensing she had been deceived. "Hey, young man, interested in calligraphy? This is an authentic work by Wang Shiji. Miss this opportunity, and you won't find another." Chapter 62. The Shadow Walker. "Young man, do not heed his nonsensical ramblings about Wang Shiji. Come, behold this exquisite ice-cracked porcelain, once used by an emperor." "What nonsense about emperors? Just look at this string of Buddhist prayer beads." Each vendor boasted of their own treasures. Qi Lechuan, overwhelmed, glanced at each item, finally giving a thumbs up, proclaiming them impressive, yet lamenting her own lack of funds. The three merchants rolled their eyes, nearly urging her to leave. Zhang Qiling, however, gently remarked that it was all counterfeit. She chuckled, stating that the genuine artifacts had long been submitted to the state. After wandering for quite some time, she encountered a plethora of individuals with the surname Tang. Yet none were the person she sought. Qi Bei mentioned that the individual bore a birthmark on the area of the tiger's mouth, quite conspicuously. The heat outside was oppressive, and seeking respite, she ventured into one of the shops. The establishment was relatively spacious, with cabinets displaying treasures. "Come on in. Are you capable? With your chubby brother by your side, what is there to fear?" It's merely skipping class. A plump boy shoved a youth through the entrance. They appeared to be of similar age. One resembled a troublemaker from the back row, while the other, bespectacled, seemed rather delicate. The duo made a beeline for the treasures. Well, if it isnn't to you two little rascals. Today, I have guests, so why don't you find another shop to play in? The proprietor hastily urged the two boys to leave. The plump boy, sensing the lack of excitement, relocated with the youth to a different shop. The shopkeeper greeted Zhang Qiling with a smile, inquiring if he had anything specific in mind, permitting him to browse freely. Zhang Qiling removed his hat, revealing his countenance, and approached the counter where items were displayed. He touched a few, shaking his head in disapproval. After several attempts, noticing the proprietor's growing displeasure, Qi Lechuan swiftly intervened to prevent her brother from causing further trouble. In this trade, one must not enter and disparage a merchant's wares, as it is all too easy to be blacklisted. We are merely here to locate someone, she cheerfully interjected, grasping Zhang Qiling's hand to deter him from further appraisals. If you seek someone, go to the street. There is a young man who can assist you. Off you go, and do not return, the shopkeeper insisted, pushing them towards the exit. The young man's dismissive gestures were indeed alarming. Following his guidance, they discovered the young man, reputed to be an expert in this trade, reclining on a chair with a book covering his face, surrounded by copper coins on a stall. Hearing their approach, he lazily spoke. Take the copper coins yourself, 100 each. Choose as you please. Aren't you concerned about losing money? Qi Lechuan queried, picking up the most expensive coin from the stall. Lose money? As long as you don't regret your choice, I am indifferent. He removed the book from his face, then noticed the coin in her hand, his expression shifting slightly upon realizing it was a child's hand. Qi Lechuan crouched down, collecting the fine items from his stall, looking at him with a cheerful smile. I'll take these 5. They look quite lovely. The man's lips twitched, and he tossed the book onto the ground in frustration. It was clear the child had come to disrupt his business, while the adult merely stood by, unmoved. Gritting his teeth, he doubted that this little girl understood the trade and attempted to mislead her, saying, These 5 are the cheapest. I suggest you select others. Qi Lechuan picked up another coin, mumbling, This one is worth at least 500, but it pales in comparison to what I hold. The man, realizing her acumen, conceded, You're sharp. I am Cheng Zhou. If you have questions, feel free to ask. She returned the copper coin to its place, saying, Fair enough. We are in search of a merchant with a birthmark on the tiger's mouth, surnamed Tang. Seeing her place the coin back, Cheng Zhou felt relieved. Straight down this street to the last shop. The proprietor possesses quality items, but he is rather aloof and unapproachable. Qi Lechuan nodded repeatedly in gratitude. He smiled, inwardly critiquing, This child has a good eye, but I hope she does not return. She is quite concerning. The final shop was open at that moment, and just as Zhang Qiling and the child approached, a man was violently ejected, seemingly unfazed by the incident as he staggered away, blood on his lips. Zhang Qiling stood at the entrance, observing that the shop bore no sign, not even a name. Upon entering, a rather fierce-looking young man sat there, wiping his hands with a cloth. After finishing, he poured himself a cup of tea, not sparing them a glance. Qi Lechuan casually scanned the items on the shelves, each appearing to be authentic artifacts. With a sigh of admiration, she remarked, Impressive. What is it you wish to purchase? The young man inquired, his cold, sharp features emanating an air of intimidation, making her feel as though if she did not buy something, he would unceremoniously expel her from the premises. She tugged at Zhang Qiling's hand, who boldly stated, Tang Kuang. Tang Kuang regarded him with an unchanging expression, then turned his attention to the soft little bundle. Is this the grandson of Qi Bei? Qi Lechuan smiled shyly. Quite ugly, just as fake as Qi Tizui. He disdainfully tossed aside the cloth he held. Her smile faltered. Her grandfather's friend did not seem as amiable as he had been portrayed, and his words swiftly escalated to personal attacks. What do you wish to buy? Tang Kuang reiterated, his tone commanding. Qi Lechuan, attempting to deflect, grinned foolishly, thinking she could slip by unnoticed. After all, she was a child and not expected to be astute as she hesitated. Zhang Qiling pointed to a porcelain vase nearby. This vase was just brought in by the man who was kicked out. Tang Kuang rarely showed interest in others, yet Zhang Qiling's quick thinking was evident as he searched for a loophole. Qi Lechuan lacked extensive knowledge in this trade. She could identify copper coins, but was unable to discern the authenticity of porcelain at a glance. Tang Grandpa, if I purchase this, can I stay here? She asked sweetly, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling, hoping to haggle for a longer stay. Tang Kuang hesitated, clearing his throat awkwardly. More cunning than your grandfather? Do not call me Grandpa. I cannot bear such a title. Noticing his discomfort, Qi Lechuan feigned understanding. Tang Grandpa, may I? Tang Kuang, having lived a wild life, could hardly tolerate a child's antics. Ultimately, he inexplicably consented, then stay. However, you and this young man must tend to the shop while I am away for a couple of days. She eagerly nodded in agreement, planning to address the shadow-walking matter later. Since Tang Kuang had taken on the role of proprietor, there must be a compelling reason for his career shift. She refrained from directly inquiring, fearing an unfavorable response. It was no easy feat to make this journey, and she certainly did not wish to be cast out onto the streets on her first day. Chapter 63. The Ghost Bottle. Before Qi Lechuan could exchange more than a few words with Tang Kuang, he vanished the next day without a trace. The shop assistants remarked that this was a common occurrence. It was not unusual for the owner to be absent for several days within a month. Among them was a young man named Renyin, who possessed an unremarkable appearance, blending seamlessly into a crowd with his ordinary face. The only feature that stood out was a mole at the corner of his brow. He was well educated, having graduated from university with a degree in ancient artifact restoration. He only came to oversee the shop on the days Tang Kuang was away, which was the first time Qi Lechuan had encountered him. Do not touch anything on this shelf. Even if someone comes to buy, we cannot sell, Renyin instructed. He stood at around 180 centimeters tall, towering over Qi Lechuan, who had to look up at him. Why? She inquired. The owner has decreed that these items are not for sale. The meaning behind it eludes me, but it is the only rule we abide by here. As he spoke, he wiped a porcelain bottle with care before returning it to its place. Qi Lechuan gazed at it with increasing curiosity. The items on the shelf exuded an ominous aura, and a talisman was affixed to the base of the porcelain bottle, revealing only a hint of its yellow edge, leaving her unable to discern its specific nature. Behind the shop lay Tang Kuang's courtyard, which was quite convenient. Zhang Qiling was currently engrossed in a book, seated in the backyard. With Renyin keeping an eye on the young Qi Lechuan, he too leisurely read a few volumes. Tang Kuang possessed a library filled with hundreds of books, including several rare editions chronicling a multitude of supernatural events, which Zhang Qiling found captivating enough to read each day. Qi Lechuan rested her chubby face on her hands, staring listlessly out the door, unsure if the lack of a sign was to blame, as no customers had arrived. Her eyelids grew heavy with fatigue. At that moment, a sharply dressed man entered, his demeanor hurried and purposeful as he called out to Renyin. Unlike a novice, Renyin maintained a neutral demeanor, displaying a composure befitting someone experienced in this line of work. Mister, this item cannot be sold. Moreover, my boss instructed that you take this counterfeit back with you. Do not dwell on it, or next time, it will not be so simple. Renyin, neither servile nor arrogant, prepared to pack the counterfeit porcelain bottle, signaling his intent to see the man out. Be more flexible in your dealings. I can offer you an additional 20,000. Allow me to take that Han Dynasty porcelain bottle with me. Your boss is absent today. What is there to hesitate about? Mr.Yu stated, pulling out a wad of cash that unmistakably signaled his affluence. Qi Lechuan's interest peaked, her almond-shaped eyes glanced over. This porcelain bottle was unlike the others. It bore flaws in its glaze, and the mouth of the bottle resembled a skull, a result of the natural formation during the firing process. How could such an imperfect item be deemed a treasure? That remained a mystery. I heard that one of your men was kicked by Tang Kuang yesterday and spat blood. Do you think I could withstand a few blows from him? Ren Yin squinted, a hint of impatience flickering in his gaze. Many had come seeking these prized possessions, but Tang Kuang had declared that these particular items would be dealt with elsewhere and should not be touched for the time being. Yu chuckled. Are you suggesting that I find the offer inadequate? I can increase my bid. Ren Yin replied coolly, I dare not accept such money. I value my life too dearly. A disagreement loomed, and the air thickened with tension. Just then, Yu gestured, and several men in black entered, intent on taking advantage of Tang Kuang's absence to forcibly acquire the items. A mere handprint and a signature would make the ghost bottle his. Qi Lechuan propped her face on her hands, her expression unchanged, observing as Ren Yin was encircled by them. With a slight parting of her lips, she remarked, adults today truly lack patience. It was only then that Mr. You noticed the child seated at the counter. Assuming her modest garb indicated she was not the child of the affluent, he dismissed her without a second glance. Proceed, Mr. Yu commanded, clearly uninterested in the child. Sir, there are rules in our trade. Do you wish to take it or adhere to the conventions of the industry? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Ren Yin shot her a warning glance, urging her to retreat to the backyard and avoid involvement. Yet, Yu seemed intrigued, instructing his men to release Ren Yin. Yu Sheng. Ren Yin cautioned, uncertain of the child's intentions. All he knew was that before leaving, the owner had instructed him to ensure she was well-fed and comfortable during her stay. Yu Sheng disregarded him, striding toward the child instead. I have yet to hear of any rules in this business. Pray tell? She stood, retrieving a wooden hairpin from her bag, arching an eyebrow at him. This is a spirit wood used for identification in our line of work. If it glows, it indicates you are fated to have no connection with this porcelain bottle. Yu Sheng examined the wooden pin with skepticism, questioning its ability to emit light. However, after a moment's contemplation, he decided to follow the procedure. Ren Yin observed closely. Based on his 2 years of experience, the pin's design was peculiar but held no real value. Its tail was carved to resemble a fox's tail, and the overall form was uneven, suggesting it had seen years of use and had been frequently carried by its owner, evident from its worn surface. Qi Lechuan nodded, glancing at the black-clad men, including Ren Yin. Let us have you all as witnesses. Should the spirit would shine, it will signify that you, Yu Sheng, are not destined for this porcelain bottle, and you must relinquish any future desire for it, or else. She paused, narrowing her eyes, a playful smile revealing a hint of dimples. You shall face dire consequences. Yu Sheng's expression shifted, but he remained skeptical that a mere wooden stick could produce light. He was determined to acquire the porcelain bottle for his collection. Very well, he conceded. Ren Yin too remained doubtful, feeling a bead of sweat forming in his palm, fearing the boy might sell the boss's property. Qi Lechuan stood, clutching the spiritwood hairpin as she approached the porcelain bottle. The ominous energy enveloping the bottle made her feel uneasy as she drew near. Suddenly, everyone stood frozen in place as the wooden stick emitted a faint, ethereal glow upon nearing the porcelain bottle. Yu Sheng, incredulous, insisted on testing it himself, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Cursing under his breath, he found no fault in the situation. Having made a solemn vow, he could only leave in disgrace. Ren Yin approached her, giving a thumbs up. Impressive. Who taught you such a trick? Qi Lechuan tucked away the spiritwood hairpin and leisurely returned to her position, continuing to tend to the shop. This is no mere trick. This is a skill. But what is the origin of that porcelain bottle? Ren Yin, intrigued by her display, elaborated further. This porcelain bottle was recently acquired by the owner and is known as the ghost bottle. It is said that a master craftsman, in his zeal, produced a flawed piece, which subsequently spread the rumor that it symbolized the submission of 100 ghosts to the emperor, signifying good fortune. Hence, it was praised and eventually claimed by the imperial palace, becoming a treasured artifact, thus acquiring its current value. Chapter 64. The stolen home, however. The boss mentioned that someone would come to collect this item, though I have yet to see anyone. After speaking, Ran Yin playfully pinched her cheek and chuckled. Kid, quite clever you are. Why Yu Sheng believes in gods and spirits, which has indeed resolved this little predicament of his. There shouldn't be anyone else coming now. I shall go fetch you some snacks as a reward. Qi Lechuan nodded in agreement. The store was not far, and Ren Yin did not bother to inform Zhang Qiling, thinking he would return within 30 minutes. He believed leaving the child alone in the shop would pose no danger, so he departed without worry. Just as he left, a boy who had skipped class rushed in, his glasses askew, mumbling, "Fatty, just let me be." "Tang Tang, where have you run off to? Are you playing hide and seek with your chubby brother? If it's the last round, we can return to school and do our homework. If not, well, never mind." The chubby boy adjusted his hair as he stepped into the store. Upon entering, he exclaimed, "Oh, Tang Tang, how come we've never been to this shop? What a treasure." He reached out to touch a statue of Buddha displayed on the shelf. "Brother Fatty, you mustn't touch that," Qi Lechuan called out to him. She had descended from behind the counter, which was too high for the chubby boy to see her at first. "What a strange occurrence," he remarked as he looked around for anyone else. Emerging with a furrowed brow, she faced yet another day of being overlooked. The chubby boy, noticing the little girl who had climbed down from the counter, reached out to pinch her cheek, albeit gently, as if fearing he might hurt her. "Where are your elders? Are they slacking off and leaving you to guard the place? Do you wish for someone to rob your home?" he teased, glancing around for anyone else. Qi Lechuan, her face scrunched up from the gentle assault, replied, "They've gone out, but will return shortly. This statue is positioned according to feng shui principles, so you might want to take a look at something else in the meantime." Her articulate speech and adorable appearance momentarily captivated the chubby boy. He cast a sidelong glance at the shelf, seemingly struck by a mischievous idea, his lips curling into a grin. "Tang Tang, don't hide. I can see you. Come, let us take this little one and cause a ruckus. We'll scare them out of their wits." Emerging timidly from behind the shelf was Jean Wantong, adjusting his glasses. "This is that nameless shop. I can't dare to snatch away someone's child." He waved his hand to leave. "Why worry? Wang Fatty, will write a note. We'll return her in 20 minutes. What could go wrong?" In this manner, Qi Lechuan was spirited away. The two boys left a note on the counter. "Just borrowing your child. We'll return her once we're done." Initially reluctant to leave, Qi Lechuan was intrigued when the chubby boy mysteriously showed her a necklace, causing her eyes to sparkle. Wang Fatty, quite proud, patted his chest. "Trust your brother. I am young but wise, a master of tomb raiding." Ancient tomb raiders were divided into 4 factions: the gold-touching cavalry, the hill-moving Taoist, the mountain-moving general, and the strength of the disassembled ridge. The necklace around Wang Fatty's neck was a symbol of the gold-touching cavalry's status. Under Wang Fatty's persistent persuasion and subtle threats, she finally agreed to accompany them. He had never encountered such an amusing child and insisted she join them in their mischief. "Uncle, you running a business can't be so eager to chase customers away," Wang Fatty grumbled, appearing quite aggrieved. He understood that the little one was not well versed in antiques, but could accurately assess copper coins, making her an ideal companion for their escapades. With a lollipop in her mouth and her eyes narrowed in delight, Qi Lechuan made a deal with Wang Fatty. She would get to touch the gold-touching talisman around his neck. Initially indifferent, she found herself captivated by the talisman's allure. Wang Fatty, ever the man of his word, promptly removed it for her to see, declaring, "Here you go. Your chubby brother always keeps his promises." The gold-touching talisman, an ancient artifact used by tomb raiders to ward off evil, was jet black and translucent, gleaming under firelight with a polished sheen. Its sharp, pointed tip was adorned with intricate gold thread patterns and ancient inscriptions of the words "gold-touching." Each member of the gold-touching cavalry carried a talisman crafted from the sharpest claws of a pangolin, requiring extensive special techniques to complete. Qi Lechuan, seeing it for the first time, could not help but gaze at it longer before returning it. Before departing, Jian Wanong handed her a bag of candy, and the three of them bid farewell. Just as they left, Ren Yin returned, carrying several bags of snacks. As dusk approached, Ren Yin, busy with his thesis, would be heading home for the evening, leaving the two of them to guard the shop. Before leaving, he reiterated, "If anyone comes in to buy anything from that shelf tonight, remember, you must not let them out. It's the rule." Qi Lechuan looked at him curiously. Hadn't he already mentioned this during the day? What did he mean by not letting anyone out if they came to buy something at night? Who would come to shop at such an hour? As Ren Yin departed, Zhang Qiling sat at the counter, engrossed in a book. Finding herself bored, Qi Lechuan glanced at the pages, quickly becoming fascinated. "How much is that item?" she inquired, her voice slightly hushed. When she looked up, the night had fully set in, and it was already 9 o'clock. Standing before her was an elderly man, pointing at a ghostly bottle, his expression rigid. Suddenly, Qi Lechuan felt a chill in the air, stark against the sweltering summer heat. She tugged at Zhang Qiling's sleeve, her expression tense. Goodness, how can Ren Yin stay here at night without fear? Customers arriving at this hour must surely be ghosts. Chapter 65. The haunted guest. The elderly man donned a long black robe, his back adorned with a traditional Manchu braid, a sight most peculiar, especially when accompanied by his unnaturally rigid countenance. Zhang Qiling glanced up, casting a sidelong look before nonchalantly turning a page of her book, making no effort to engage. "Why apologies, venerable elder, but this item shall not be for sale." With a smile that masked her intent, she adhered to Ren Yin's instruction to refuse him. Upon hearing her denial, the old man turned stiffly and departed, leaving behind a trail of dampness on the floor. As he exited, Qi Lechuan felt an immediate relief in the air and hurriedly leapt down to mop the floor. The moisture carried an unpleasant, fishy odor, and as she cleaned, she couldn't help but express her distaste. "Brother, it's so filthy." Zhang Qiling shifted her gaze from the book to her sister, her lips parting in a calm command. "Next." She tilted her head, puzzled by her brother's sudden change in demeanor. "Next?" she inquired. "Little one, you are obstructing the path," came a chilling voice from behind. At that moment, it felt as though a bucket of icy water had been dumped over her, sending shivers down her spine. The presence behind her was undoubtedly that of a vengeful spirit. She shifted her feet awkwardly, not out of fear but due to the overwhelming chill in the air. Perhaps it was a flicker of conscience, realizing that a child could not contend with such a predicament, that Zhang Qiling finally spoke up, her tone indifferent. "The items on the left shelf are not for sale." The malevolent spirit advanced, clothed in a striking crimson robe, reaching out to grasp a golden hairpin from the shelf. Regaining her composure, her almond-shaped eyes glimmered. "Dear guest, please adhere to the rules." "Rules?" The spirit abruptly turned, its featureless face sending a jolt of unease through her. Qi Lechuan took a small step back, sensing the heavy resentment emanating from the spirit as her small hand delved into the cloth bag, already feeling the wooden hairpin. "Your rules are meant to be followed," it murmured, its voice eerie and disembodied. Clutching the wooden pin, she frowned. "Has anyone ever told you that you are quite unattractive?" The spirit paused, momentarily taken aback as she nibbled on her nails, seemingly recalling something amusing. Zhang Qiling chose to disregard the situation, hanging a bagua plate at the entrance, effectively preventing other spirits from entering and trapping this unfortunate, faceless entity within. Zhang Qiling scrutinized the faceless spirit, nodding thoughtfully, aware that such spirits possess remarkably thick skin. In less than 5 minutes, the faceless spirit was frantically seeking an escape. Qi Lechuan had plastered talisman papers all around. Was it here merely to purchase an item, only to find itself ensnared within the shop? "Xiaojiu, restrain it." Unable to catch up, she called upon the assistance of a small ghost. Upon its arrival, the atmosphere shifted, bringing her a sense of ease. The little ghost pounced, catching the spirit squarely. "I understand," Qi exclaimed excitedly. "There is a profession known as a skin painter, capable of giving a face to a faceless ghost. You are remarkable for knowing this." With the little ghost aiding her, Qi Lechuan's smile deepened. "Xiao, I must say, your taste has improved remarkably." The red-clad spirit was rendered immobile, its entire being radiating a sense of refusal. It regretted ever entering this shop. Often, exquisite features are best rendered through the simplest of methods. After half an hour of diligent effort, Master Qi wiped the sweat from her brow, nodding in satisfaction. Her wooden hairpin served as an adept brush for the task. Ultimately, the faceless spirit emerged with a mismatched face, feeling an alleviation of its pent-up resentment, as if it had glimpsed the essence of its ghostly existence. Turning left upon exiting, it encountered a young man waiting for it. In an instant, tears streamed down its face. "Sir, you deceived me. She is no ordinary person and has bestowed upon me an ugly visage. You have no idea the torment I have endured." The man pushed it aside, coldly stating, "Fool, you cannot even handle a mere child." The spirit wiped its tears, lamenting the fact that the child had painstakingly redrawn its face multiple times, a torment it would never forget. "Lord Tang, please deal with this child yourself. She possesses a hairpin that seems almost divine." With that, it vanished into thin air. Perhaps this half-hour of humiliation would take a lifetime to mend. Tang Kuang returned that afternoon, sitting in the shop in silence, sipping tea with a fierce demeanor. Qi Lechuan, holding a piece of candy, was caught in the act by Zhang Qiling. She offered an awkward smile, fully aware of her cavity yet unable to resist the allure of sweets. As a result, her brother confiscated the treat. "Why have you come to seek me?" Tang Kuang inquired. Qi Lechuan pressed her lips together, knowing it was inevitable. She spoke candidly. "I would like to request your guidance in traversing the Shadow Realm." Tang Kuang displayed no visible reaction, his expression remaining indifferent. After a considerable pause, he stated, "I shall not venture into the Shadow Realm again." Qi Lechuan bit her lip, uncertain how to proceed. She did not wish to impose upon an elder, as it would be discourteous, especially since Tang Kuang had already declined. "Tang, come forth. Did you dare to take an extra item yesterday? Who do you think you are bullying?" Shouts erupted from outside the door. "Do you hear that? Damn it, after all these years, it's only you with such a foul temper. Have never been taken advantage of. The agreed-upon 50-50 split was sabotaged by your underhanded tactics." Tang Kuang rose, his age indiscernible, his demeanor exuding an air of arrogance. "Come inside," he commanded coldly, seemingly extending a genuine invitation. "Do you hesitate?" He had long heard tales of Tang Kuang's formidable nature, rumored to have powerful connections. "To maintain his bravado," he shouted. "If you have the ability, come out and say it. Who's afraid of you?" His few subordinates appeared to lack the necessary confidence. Tang Kuang produced a jade bracelet, shattering it before them. "This is the excess item," he declared. "Diyu was taken aback. Is it fake?" With an indifferent smirk, Tang Kuang replied, "Genuine." Diyu rushed forward to inspect the jade, its quality undeniably superior. His face twisted with anguish as he cursed, "Tang Kuang, are you out of your mind? Why break it? It's my merchandise." Tang Kuang ignored him, turning to walk inside while casually remarking, "You wanted fairness, didn't you? Without it, things are fair now." Diyu cursed for an hour at the shop's entrance, wishing he could storm in and confront Tang Kuang. Yet knowing he was no match, he could only stand outside and vent his frustrations. Chapter 66. The Shadow Walker family. Diyu scolded for a while, but when no one responded, he steeled himself and left. Qi Lechuan stood there silently, afraid to speak further. From her observations over the past few days, she had come to understand that Tang Kuang was indeed, as his name suggested, wild and unpredictable. He managed his business according to his whims, dismissing customers without hesitation whenever he pleased, making him quite difficult to deal with. Today, after receiving a phone call, His entire demeanor shifted, and Qi Lechuan felt an instinctive urge to flee the scene. The last person who had instilled such a sense of pressure in her was the fourth prince. After hanging up, Tang Kuang lit a cigarette, a rare sight for Qi Lechuan, as it was the first time she had seen him with a smoking pipe in the days they had spent together. Amidst the swirling smoke, he appeared somewhat weathered. "Help me with a task, and upon completion, I may consider assisting you." His voice, low and slightly husky from the recent smoking, carried a dangerous undertone. He bore a striking resemblance to the elder generation in the Nine Gates. She cautiously inquired, "Tang Grandpa wouldn't he deceive me, would he?" Tang Kuang looked at her, flicking the ash from his pipe. "If I intended to deceive you, you would have long since been reduced to nothing but bones." Qi Lechuan found some measure of trust in this assertion. Ultimately, she accepted a task the likes of which she had never encountered in her 2 lifetimes. The following day, a car came specifically to fetch her, accompanied by a truck containing a coffin. As the window rolled down, she caught sight of Cheng Zhou's slightly languid face. At this hour, he would typically be found dozing on the streets, fishing for fools to earn a few copper coins and enjoy a carefree day. Qi Lechuan's eyes widened. This jack-of-all-trades was actually affiliated with Tang Kuang. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Kuang had silently positioned himself behind her. Cheng Zhou raised an eyebrow. "Boss Tang, with me escorting you, you need not worry." Tang Kuang nodded, replying coolly, "Ensure her safety. Beyond that, you need not interfere." Just as Cheng Zhou was about to agree, a young man beside him, wearing a cap, spoke coldly, "No need. I can protect her, that would be best." Tang Kuang gestured for them to proceed. Zhang Qiling and Qi Lechuan settled into the back seat, and Cheng Zhou chuckled lightly as he started the engine, driving out of Panjiayuan. Qi Lechuan felt a twinge of apprehension. This line of work felt decidedly immoral, and it was her first time engaging in such an endeavor. She was utterly at a loss on how to mitigate her risk of demise. Cheng Zhou glanced at her through the rearview mirror. "Kid, you're doing quite well. Boss Tang actually sent you." Qi Lechuan forced a smile. "If you wish to go, just say so. This is my first time delivering a coffin as a birthday gift." This felt as if she were being pushed into a pit of fire. However, Cheng Zhou found her predicament amusing. "It seems we have a rapport. I might as well share a bit more with you." Throughout the journey, Cheng Zhou shared numerous insights that might just save her life. The Tang family of Beiping was quite renowned in the underworld, their lineage steeped in the practice of shadow walking. Due to the sinister nature of their profession, each generation typically had only one heir, bound by tradition to inherit the family business and unable to lead a mundane life. Those who walked in the shadows were marked by misfortune, often with few friends. Tang Kuang's father, lacking in skill, had effectively abandoned him at his grandfather's home after his birth. Following the death of his mother when he was 10, Tang Kuang's father remarried and ceased all paternal care. After the old man's death, Tang Kuang was left to fend for himself in the old alleys of Beiping, and he began walking the shadows at 14, becoming the last of the Tang family's shadow walkers. Shadow walking differs from fortune-telling. It is a unique vocation that links the realms of the living and the dead, specifically serving the latter. It is difficult to fathom the terror that must have gripped a 14-year-old child traversing the depths of hell. The old Tang residence was rather secluded, hidden within narrow alleys. Today marked the 60th birthday of Tang Kuang's father, and many guests had arrived. The Tang family still held a prestigious status. Some had even come specifically to see Tang Kuang. Tang Kuang's father, Tang Si, sported a long white beard and donned a traditional gown, exuding an aura of a Taoist priest, though he was not one. He awaited the arrival of the last guest, his ungrateful son. The alley was too narrow for vehicles, so Zhang Qiling cradled her and carried her inside, while Cheng Zhou instructed others to bring in the coffin. "I've been here with Boss Tang before," Cheng Zhou remarked with a faint smile. Zhang Qiling showed little interest, while Qi Lechuan turned her head to glance at Cheng Zhou. He appeared to be in his 20s, with a pleasant demeanor that made him seem approachable. Is Tang Grandpa's relationship with his father really that poor? She wondered aloud. Has it truly come to the point of delivering a coffin for his birthday? Indeed. After his mother passed away, his father remarried, and the son from that union is actually a year older than Boss Tang. I've heard paternity tests confirm he is indeed his father's child. Cheng Zhou replied with a click of his tongue, shaking his head. This implied that Tang Kuang's father had been unfaithful during his marriage, resulting in an illegitimate child. Yet, such occurrences were not uncommon in their elite circle. Just as Qi Lechuan was about to inquire further, they reached the entrance, where she could already see Tang Si welcoming guests. Cheng Zhou tilted his head to glance at her, whispering, "One more thing." His mother died from a slow-acting poison. Qi Lechuan fell silent, suddenly understanding why Tang Kuang's temperament was so difficult. The root of his character lay in his dysfunctional family. Cheng Zhou completed his attire and approached Tang Si with a smile. "Tang Lao, long time no see. You've reached your 60th birthday. You truly are aging gracefully." Tang Si looked over Cheng Zhou's shoulder, disappointed not to find the person he sought, and his irritation flared at the man's sarcastic remarks. "Where is Tang Kuang?" he inquired. At that moment, 8 individuals rounded the corner, carrying an empty coffin. Zhang Qiling stood in front of the coffin, cradling Qi Lechuan. "You are Tang Kuang's father?" Qi Lechuan asked, confirming her suspicions, for Tang Lao's attire resembled that of a Taoist priest. Upon seeing the coffin, Tang Si's complexion turned ashen. The guests at the birthday banquet, having heard of the coffin's arrival, gathered around to witness the spectacle. "This is a birthday gift for you. No need to worry about saving for a coffin. It should be quite comfortable, and I believe you will appreciate it." She cheerfully enumerated its benefits, hoping to please Tang Si and create a joyous atmosphere. Yet, Tang Si found her words deeply jarring. At 60, this felt like a curse upon his life. "Where is Tang Kuang? Bring him out, you ungrateful wretch, unfilial son." Tang Si seethed, supported by a servant as he trembled with rage. The onlookers eagerly gathered, relishing the unfolding drama. There were whispers among the crowd. "I've heard the eldest son of the Tang family has fallen ill, and only Tang Kuang can cure him." "Didn't Tang Lao already cast Tang Kuang out of the family?" "What do you mean by casting him out? He was never allowed to enter. It was only after that eldest son fell gravely ill 2 years ago that he acknowledged Tang Kuang as his son, hoping for his help." "Oh, so Tang Kuang is still the eldest son of the Tang family?" "Of course, but that stepmother brought along a son who is a year older. This circle is truly chaotic." "Indeed, they certainly know how to stir the pot." Chapter 67. Matters of the Aristocratic Circle. "Mr. Tang, won't you invite us in to sit?" Qi Lechuan said, attempting to maintain composure in such a situation, skillfully balancing the need to articulate his words while infusing a touch of childlike innocence, ensuring he aroused no suspicion. Tang Si, seething with anger, was tempted to have them expelled, yet with so many witnesses present, he feared losing face and begrudgingly allowed them entry. Qi Lechuan's eyes sparkled with mirth as he smirked. "Brother, they truly are quite wicked." Zhang Qiling nodded in agreement, a silent acknowledgement of the sentiment. Cheng Zhou thought that the child's audacity in bringing a coffin as a gift was more than enough, yet to her surprise, the child shamelessly insisted on entering. "Child, this is their territory. Are you not afraid of being harmed?" Cheng Zhou followed closely, walking alongside Zhang Qiling. "I too wish to enter, but I have a task at hand, to present incense to old Master Tang and endure until the banquet concludes." Her expression was complex, and she lowered her gaze slightly, striving to conceal her thoughts from prying eyes. The Tang family members were exceedingly peculiar. Old Tang exuded a strong aura of the Tao, and upon entering the courtyard, the atmosphere in the western room was suffused with ominous energy. Not even the celebratory banquet could suppress the malevolence. Cheng Zhou felt compelled to follow, wary of unforeseen complications. The courtyard was expansive, and after some time, she caught sight of someone who anxiously cautioned her, "Do not venture to the west. After offering your incense, remain in the hall. I have matters to attend to." Qi Lechuan nodded, urging him to proceed swiftly. Upon entering, there were no guides to direct her, so she had to navigate by intuition. Even without Cheng Zhou's warning, she had no intention of approaching the western side. It was simply bad luck. After a brief delay, she finally discovered the Tang family ancestral hall. Pushing the door open, she found the tablets of the Tang ancestors within. Qi Lechuan descended from Zhang Qiling's embrace, lit incense, and followed the customary rites of worship. Zhang Qiling remained motionless in his place. Exiting the ancestral hall, Qi Lechuan expressed her thoughts with a hint of lament. The Tang family has walked the path of the underworld for generations. This hall lacks something essential. It seems the lineage may soon be severed. Zhang Qiling replied solemnly, "The tablets for the spirits." Qi Lechuan was taken aback by her brother's sudden insight and quickly praised him. "Brother, you are truly clever. Those who tread the underworld hold reverence for the spirits. By tradition, one must leave a space for them in the ancestral hall. Failing to do so signifies a departure from that path." The mischievous spirit within the blood jade, annoyed by her chatter, couldn't help but mock her. Qi Lechuan huffed, dismissing its remarks. The little spirit was always irksome, forever delivering barbs that left her unsatisfied. After completing her incense offering, she took her brother's hand and settled in the hall, determined to make no fuss and obediently keeping to herself. The hall was bustling, and news circulated that old Tang had fallen ill from anger and retreated to his quarters. Despite the banquet not having commenced, guests engaged in idle chatter, the topic invariably revolving around the Tang family. Her eyes widened with curiosity as she nibbled on pastries, occasionally offering bites to Zhang Qiling. Through the grapevine, she gleaned the broader narrative. Tang Si had poisoned his wife, seeking to justify marrying another, thereby ensuring his son, Tang Yi, was recorded in the family lineage. At over 40, Tang Yi had married yet remained unfaithful, leading to his soul being ensnared by nefarious entities, prompting Tang Si to recall his estranged son, a practitioner of the underworld. He sent for Tang Kuang to return. Tang Kuang had indeed shown deference, coming home to pay respects to old Master Tang and casually glancing at his half-brother, declaring he would not survive the year and advising Tang Si to prepare for the inevitable, suggesting burial could take place immediately. Tang Si erupted in anger, denouncing him as an unfilial son. Tang Kuang merely laughed, remarking that he was living life to the fullest while Tang Si, who had never cared for him, dared to call him unfilial. The absurdity was palpable. It turned out Qi Lechuan had misinterpreted the situation. The coffin was intended for the eldest son of the Tang family. She discreetly concealed her fingers beneath the table, hiding her calculating gesture. Now it all made sense. She had a profound realization that the eldest son of the Tang family would not survive the banquet's conclusion. In a wonder, Tang Kuang had instructed her to wait until the banquet was over before departing. It appeared he had consulted someone. Zhang Qiling sat steadfastly, his demeanor icy, causing others to avert their gazes. Tang Si eventually gathered himself and made his way to the banquet, for he was the day's focal point and had to make an appearance. Finally, he managed to utter a few auspicious words, but from the western room came the sound of weeping, the women of the Tang family lamenting and sorrowed. A servant stumbled into the banquet, exclaiming, "Master, the eldest son has passed." Tang Si nearly lost his balance, swaying dangerously. Qi Lechuan clicked her tongue, her voice ringing out amidst the crowd with an innocent facade. Yet her words were sharper than any blade. "Old Tang, the death of one son is hardly a tragedy. You still have another. What is there to worry about? Tang Kuang is far more accomplished than Tang Yi. I extend my early congratulations to you." She had come to understand Tang Kuang, harboring no fondness for the Tang family. Cheng Zhou, having just resolved personal matters, returned to this chaotic scene, momentarily stunned, especially by the child's biting remarks, seemingly learned from a rather acerbic source. "You Tang Si," trembling as you point at her, your face pales instantly. Qi Lechuan's lips curled into a mischievous smile. "Please do not be angry. If you perish from rage, the blame will surely fall upon me. Look, my gift of the coffin has proven useful. No need for thanks. That impudent child, so sharp-tongued. Throw her out." Tang Si was on the verge of collapsing from fury. Zhang Qiling rose silently, lifting her and heading towards the exit. Qi Lechuan clung to his neck, fanning the flames. "Happy birthday, old Tang. It's merely the loss of a son. Do not be so disheartened." Tang Si fainted from sheer anger. Cheng Zhou departed with them, and once in the car, they sped away. The Tang family still wielded considerable influence, and several vehicles followed, dispatched by old Tang to eliminate them. Despite their efforts, they could not shake the pursuers, and Cheng Zhou felt a surge of anxiety, tossing Zhang Qiling a gun. "Do you know how to use this? Aim for their tires." Qi Lechuan managed to steady herself. She had encountered firearms before under the tutelage of the master, who had taught her their use. Zhang Qiling was accustomed to cold weaponry, having never wielded a gun in such a moment. Pretense was unnecessary. She seized the firearm from Zhang Qiling's hands, leaned out the window, squinted her left eye, and aimed for the tire, firing a shot. Her aim was impeccable. The vehicle spun several times before coming to a halt. However, the recoil left her arm numb. Cheng Zhou exclaimed in astonishment, "Impressive." She shook her arm and fired another shot, finally shaking off the Tang family's henchmen, narrowly preserving their lives. By the time they returned to Panjiayuan, night had fallen, and Zhang Qiling carried the slumbering Qi Lechuan from the vehicle. Cheng Zhou smiled, planning to bring her back frequently for visits. Zhang Qiling tossed the gun to him, his expression indifferent, stating, "It was too dangerous." Cheng Zhou, with a worldly demeanor, remarked in surprise, "Brother, your words are few. Could you not articulate more? Otherwise, people will surely think you mute." Zhang Qiling ignored him and turned to enter the shop. "Hey, hey, hey." Cheng Zhou followed, eager to provide an account of their completed tasks. Chapter 68. Walking the Yin path, Zhang Qiling cradled the child in his arms and made his way to the backyard to rest, deliberately disregarding Tang Kuang. Tang Kuang sat at the counter, smoking, filling the room with a thick haze of tobacco. Cheng Zhou entered, furrowing his brows. He had known Boss Tang for several years and was surprised to discover that he smoked. He poured himself a glass of water to calm his nerves before speaking. "Boss Tang, that child you mentioned truly lived up to your expectations today, nearly giving Tang Lao a heart attack. Your eye for talent is indeed sharp. How did that lad, at such a tender age, acquire such marksmanship? Where did he steal that treasure?" Tang Kuang merely grunted. "He didn't steal it. She came to me willingly." Cheng Zhou recounted the events of the day. Tang Kuang's gaze was profound as he pulled out a wad of cash and handed it to Cheng Zhou, saying, "You may return now." Cheng Zhou, elated, took the money and left, grateful for the child's contribution, as this time the funds were exceptionally easy to acquire. After a brief moment alone, Tang Kuang returned to the backyard, where a locked room awaited him. Qi Lechuan had once been curious about it for a fleeting minute before casting it aside. He retrieved the key, unlocked the door, and entered to find the room largely empty, save for an altar in the center, upon which rested a solitary spirit tablet dedicated to the deities of the underworld. It had been a long time since he last walked the Yin path, yet he had not abandoned this vocation. He had promised his grandfather that, even as the last practitioner of the Yin path, he would persevere until the end. He lit incense anew and tidied the room meticulously. The following day, in accordance with their verbal agreement, Tang Kuang was to assist her in traversing the path. However, he coldly stated, "I shall not walk the Yin path again. This is the truth. You now have two choices. Either undertake the journey yourself or relinquish your quest for answers." Qi Lechuan's lips twitched slightly, "But that is not what you said initially." Tang Kuang, seated in his grand chair, regarded her coolly. "You did not inquire at the time either." Qi Lechuan smacked her forehead. She had forgotten and resolved to make a list for future dealings with these cunning old foxes. One learns from their mistakes. She reluctantly chose the first option. She could not abandon the journey from Changsha City to Beiping. First, she needed to pay her respects to the deities of the underworld. Yet Zhang Qiling stepped forward to grasp her small hand, saying, "It is permissible to give up." A tremor coursed through her heart as she met Zhang Qiling's gaze, which reflected her own visage. She smiled gently. "Brother, do not worry. I shall return shortly." Zhang Qiling remained unconvinced, his thin lips pressed together, filled with an impulse to place a blade against Tang Kuang's throat. Tang Kuang's first experience on the Yin path had been at the age of 14, and today he was to send a 5-year-old child to traverse it alone. He had anticipated her choosing to forego the journey, yet when she opted for the first choice, he felt a flicker of uncertainty. Nevertheless, he had never wavered in his words. He had vowed not to walk the Yin path again, and the rules could not be broken. Thus, if Qi Lechuan sought answers, she must undertake the journey herself. After Qi Lechuan paid her respects to the deities, Tang Kuang devoted the entire day to instructing her on how to navigate that path. No matter what, once she entered the gates of the underworld, she must not turn back, must not succumb to fear, and must not speak. She must consider herself one of the spirits. At midnight, Qi Lechuan held a candle and walked along a darkened path. Her constitution was barely able to endure. She was gambling on the hope that the little spirit would feel compassion. Tang Kuang had said that the end of this path led to the underworld, and from that moment on, she needed to regard herself as a ghost. The candle she held must not extinguish, for it was made of corpse oil and would conceal her human aura. If the flame were to die, it would mean she would be devoured by the malevolent spirits of hell. With each step deeper into the darkness, her body grew colder, as if she had entered a frozen cellar, her lips turning slightly pale. "Give up. You cannot continue," the little spirit in the blood jade spoke. Qi Lechuan showed no reaction, yet her resolve only strengthened. It was merely a matter of physical endurance. She could overcome it, she had to strive to grow stronger. Qi Lechuan. This was the first time the little spirit had called her by her full name. Her eyes flickered. It continued, "Walk a bit further, and ahead lies the gates of the underworld. You cannot hold on much longer. If the flame in your hand extinguishes, you will never return." Never return? Her greatest fear was loss, yet her feet did not falter. She had not forgotten that this little spirit was also her responsibility, an inseparable family member. The dark path seemed to brighten slightly. It was the flickering ghostly flames, with a multitude of wandering souls and spirits swirling about. They bore various expressions. Some hanged, some drowned, some starved, some stabbed, and others consumed by rage. Further in lay a river, with only a single boat docked at the shore. The ferryman sat within, his hat casting a shadow over his face as he squinted in her direction, spotting a child whose chest bore the character for Tang. The ferryman glanced at her and beckoned her aboard. Tang Kuang had stated that he was the ferryman of the underworld, and crossing this river would lead to the gates of hell. "Little one, you look quite pale, as if you are one of the things that dwell in the water," the ferryman remarked quietly. Qi Lechuan knew she was beginning to tremble. The influx of Yin energy was making her immensely uncomfortable, yet she gritted her teeth to persevere. "Sir, could you go a bit faster?" she urged. The ferryman smiled, his voice echoing eerily across the empty river. "What's the rush? Are you eager to be reborn?" Qi Lechuan had no time to entertain his jest. The water spirits clung to the boat's edge, clamoring to climb aboard. She shifted towards the center, clutching a talisman, ready to unleash its power. Seeing the child unafraid piqued the ferryman's interest. He chuckled softly and increased his rowing speed. Upon reaching the opposite shore, Qi Lechuan placed several copper coins in his palm as a farewell gesture. Turning around, she was confronted by the brothers Niu Tu and Ma Mian, startling her to the point where she nearly extinguished her candle's flame. "It has been quite some time since a member of the Tang family visited. Are you the great-great-grandson of Tang Wu?" Ma Mian inquired. "Not great-great-grandson, but merely great-grandson," Qi Lechuan corrected. Niu Tu nudged his partner, leading Qi Lechuan onward. Tang Wu was the grandfather of Tang Kuang, and to have their names remembered by Niu Tu and Ma Mian indicated he was no ordinary figure. After a few steps, Niu Tu noticed that the girl had lagged behind and turned to beckon her to follow. Qi Lechuan's steps felt heavy, and the oppressive Yin energy made her feel as though her very organs were shifting. She managed to take 2 steps before feeling somewhat relieved. Do you wish to perish? If you go any further, you will grow weak, and the ghostly flame will no longer conceal your human aura. You will be devoured, the little spirit in the blood jade warned, urgency creeping into its tone. With her small hand tightly gripping the candle flame, Qi Lechuan pressed on, her steps heavy yet resolute, until she stood before the gates of the underworld. The guardian held a 9-headed hellhound, its 9 heads fixated on her every movement with crimson eyes. "Brother, hurry and open the gate. I have business to attend to," Ma Mian urged. The guardian hastily unlocked the gate, revealing the 18 layers of hell beyond. Standing outside, she absorbed the sight before her. An overwhelming cacophony of torture, suffering, and wails intermingled. Her lips turned pale, and the candle flame in her grasp flickered precariously. She was on the verge of collapse. Chapter 69. The Demon King. As the Oxhead and Horseface ventured forth, they spotted the child still standing in place. With a voice tinged with mockery, the Oxhead remarked, "The last descendant of the Tang family who visited here was far bolder than you." Clutching his ghostly lantern, he gazed straight ahead, exuding an air of disdain towards us. "What is the matter? As his successor, why do you linger so hesitantly?" Qi Lechuan shivered slightly, lifting her short legs to advance a few more steps. Noticing her lack of significant reaction, the Horseface chuckled lightly. "Look at the Tang child, so young yet daring to come here. That's commendable enough. Old Ox, your expectations are too high." Her ears rang slightly. As they approached the ghost gate, the flickering candlelight was on the verge of extinguishment. Fortunately, the Horseface, with a kind heart, bent down to adjust her ghostly candle, allowing the ethereal blue flame to continue flickering for the time being. As the Horseface leaned closer, she tightened her small face in apprehension. "Little one, do not fear, do not turn back, and keep the candle alight. Hasn't Tang Kuang taught you this?" the Horseface urged. Qi Lechuan felt no fear, merely a chill that rendered her blood sluggish. The blood jade hanging around her neck shimmered momentarily. "Whose stubborn temper do you take after? So obstinate, just like the Horseface." The voice emanating from the blood jade was both sweet and fierce. The Horseface looked bewildered. "What voice is that? What does he mean?" Qi Lechuan stifled a laugh. The little ghost was indeed comparing her stubbornness to that of a mule. But did she really want to jest in front of the Horseface? Was she not afraid of being punished? With sharp eyes, the Oxhead reached out and plucked the blood jade from her neck. She watched helplessly, devoid of strength to resist. "Are you raising a little ghost while developing your family's enterprise into the Taoist circle?" The Oxhead glanced around. Qi Lechuan nodded, her gaze deepening. The Oxhead and Horseface were typically greedy, seizing anything of value, yet today, the Oxhead surprisingly returned the blood jade to her. Her eyes shifted slightly, suppressing the emotions that welled up within. The Oxhead wrapped an arm around the Horseface and moved forward, urging the child to follow. Qi Lechuan took a deep breath and continued onward. The Horseface, discontent, muttered, "Brother, what did that little ghost mean by her words?" "Shut it," the Oxhead replied, preventing him from turning back. "Fool, be quiet." When I held her blood jade, a familiar oppressive force nearly made my hand tremble. Who else could it be, except for that one exception besides the 10 Yama Kings? The one from the 11th court. The Oxhead turned his face, grinning at Qi Lechuan, who was still trailing behind. He then turned back, patting the Horseface's shoulder, quietly warning him, "Just endure a few scoldings. Be careful, or he might toss you into the river of forgetfulness for a swim." The Horseface shuddered. "If you say so, I dare not provoke him. But what about the child? She can barely hold on. If she walks any further, the ghostly candle will extinguish, and her constitution seems different from others." Just as the Horseface finished speaking, he turned around to see the child's ghostly candle flickering before snuffing out. Qi Lechuan's lips twitched in an instant. The essence of humanity that surrounded her dissipated, akin to a lamb thrown into a pack of wolves. The nearby ghostly officials could not help but swallow hard. let alone the malevolent spirits that were imprisoned. The Oxhead and Horseface exchanged alarmed glances and rushed forward. "Oh my, little ancestor, I truly have a mouth of misfortune." The Horseface fumbled, desperately trying to reignite the candle. This was a ghostly candle. Once extinguished in the underworld, there was no second chance to relight it. Damn it. The little ghost sprang from the blood jade, delivering a punch that sent a charging malevolent spirit flying. The spirit crashed against the gate of the ghost gate, its soul shattered. The Oxhead and Horseface froze, too stunned to move, while the ghostly officials nearby felt relieved that they had held their tongues. Yet, one must admit, this child was utterly delightful to behold, appearing quite delectable, as the little ghost emerged, his oppressive aura spread, providing her with some comfort. Wong. Wong. That malevolent spirit. Its sentence is incomplete. The ghostly officials arrived late, sweat beading on their foreheads, unsure of what to call out. Hadn't this ancestor vanished? How had he suddenly returned? The little ghost hovered in midair, glaring fiercely. "I shall personally execute the death penalty. Do you have any objections?" The ghostly officials immediately shook their heads. "No, no, we dare not." Qi Lechuan clutched the talisman she had written before her arrival, which could temporarily mask her human essence. Though it was not as effective as the ghostly candle, it would at least ensure her safety in case of unexpected events. As her presence faded, the restlessness in the area subsided. The little ghost's oppressive aura had already alerted several beings in the Yama court. King Qingguang, clad in a long robe, was perusing documents from recent years when he sensed the aura, causing a change in his expression. Emperor Song rushed in, somewhat flustered, saying, "Old Qin, that demon king has been reborn. This is truly troublesome. Where did the Wheel King bury his original form last time to allow him a chance to be reborn? Do you dare to mention it again? I buried him under the flower of the other shore as nourishment. He cannot be reborn." The Wheel King's face twisted in grim determination. King Qingguang, maintaining his composure, reassured, "Do not panic. I shall investigate the situation. Do not cause chaos among ourselves." The secrets of the three still rested upon his shoulders for protection. Meanwhile, the little ghost forcibly dragged Qi Lechuan deeper into the 18 layers of hell, chattering incessantly. "Since you insisted on entering, why not start from the first layer and experience each one in turn? It wouldn't be a wasted trip." Qi Lechuan frowned, protesting, "I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it." She finally understood that the little ghost she had raised appeared to hold a significant position in the underworld. It would have been nice if he had mentioned this sooner. Regret washed over her. Yet, Qi Jujiao did not grant her that opportunity. Their first stop was the tongue-pulling hell, where Xiaojiu took on the role of guide. Qi Lechuan watched in horror as the ghostly officials pried open the mouths of the condemned, using iron tongs to yank out their tongues, not for a swift end, but to stretch and prolong their suffering as they were led to the next layer of hell. She bit her lip, her own tongue feeling stiff with the grotesque sight, cautiously moving her mouth. This was her first encounter with the horrors of the 18 layers of hell, and she struggled to accept the overwhelming brutality. Xiao Jiu observed her reaction with keen interest, stating ominously, "Those who sow discord, speak deceitfully, and lie in the mortal realm shall have their tongues extracted upon death." When she met Xiao Jiu's gaze, she found it difficult to keep her lips sealed. "How about we go home instead?" Xiao Jiu let out a cold laugh, pulling her along to explore the scissors hell. "Aren't you the curious type?" He smirked, forcibly giving her a lesson. Qi Lechuan's face fell, wanting to refuse but unable to shake off the little ghost's grip. The Oxhead and Horseface trailed behind them, not daring to utter a word. The Horseface whispered to the Oxhead, "Old Ox, isn't he engaging in domestic violence?" The Oxhead smacked the back of his head, recoiling. "Are you seeking death? Lower your voice, or you might be the next one to be beaten." Chapter 70. The 10 Yama Kings. As Qi Lechuan continued on, she had not smiled once. The myriad forms of hell, having endured 2 lifetimes, even her formidable psyche could not withstand the urge to retch. Qi Lechuan appeared rather pleased with her reaction. Unbeknownst to her, the presence of the King of Ghosts was upon them, and any neglect was to be atoned for. King Qi Lechuan had a relatively presentable appearance, clad in a long robe that exuded a certain authority, resembling a figure of governance over the 18 layers of hell. The ox-head and horse-face immediately bowed in respect. Qi Lechuan furrowed her brow. Why hadn't he, the donkey-head and ox-head, shown respect to Xiao Jiao, when it was evident that she outranked him? According to protocol, the 10 Yama Kings were under the dominion of the King of Ghosts. That whimsical, playful, temperamental yet powerful King of Ghosts had become a thorn in the side of the 10 Yama Kings. How could a king lacking in administrative prowess possibly oversee them? This was the crux of the conflict. Xiao Jiao cast a sidelong glance at him, her eyes darkening, her tone dripping with disdain. King Qi Lechuan? What flattery do you seek now? Begone. Qi Lechuan observed her. This little spirit indeed had a fierce temper, showing no deference to a ghost, who, after all, held a certain official status. King Qi Lechuan maintained an air of indifference, even feigning surprise. Oh dear, Ghost King, how have you come to present yourself in such a state? Surely you've suffered greatly outside. Qi Lechuan casually inspected her delicate hand, wiping it on her pouch, her movements languid. Suddenly, she met King Qi Lechuan's gaze and coolly remarked, "You are quite aware of where my true form lies, are you not?" The pressure of her words was palpable. Even Qi Lechuan felt it, sensing an undercurrent of murderous intent. Upon hearing this, Qi Lechuan comprehended the situation clearly. King Qi Lechuan's expression remained unchanged as he responded nonchalantly, "You are unjustly accusing me." On that day, chaos reigned in the 18 layers of hell. I was utterly overwhelmed. While you simply vanished, I had thought his implication was unmistakable. Qi Lechuan interjected, pulling Qi Lechuan forward as she taunted, "Did you think I was dead? I am sorry to disappoint you. I'm very much alive." Now, begone. Qi Lechuan understood that this was not the time to speak, yet she couldn't help but stifle a laugh. In recent days, Qi Lechuan had indeed learned from Tang Kuang to show no mercy, sharp and acerbic. King Qi Lechuan seemed poised to say more, but as he opened his mouth, Qi Lechuan shouted from a distance, "Get lost, lest I slay you." Qi Lechuan's foul temper was laid bare. The last thing she wished to confront was this. What a wretched assembly of spirits! She was also intent on teaching Qi Lechuan a lesson about curiosity. There were things one should never become curious about. The two departed, while the ox-head and horse-face trembled, eager to follow. However, King Qi Lechuan called out to them, his tone devoid of any threat, "Who is the child accompanying the Ghost King?" The ox-head and horse-face quaked in fear. King Qi Lechuan was notorious for his cunning and deceit, and his facade of politeness was impeccable. The two brothers sensed the underlying meaning of the Ghost King's words. It could very well be that the 10 Yama Kings had once plotted to eliminate him. Such grave matters were not for their ears, as fear gripped them. Horseface, maintaining his composure, answered, "A spirit of the underworld, a descendant of the Tang family." The ox-head discreetly nudged him, and the two hastily pursued the Ghost King and Qi Lechuan. They were no fools. In times like these, it was prudent to align oneself with a figure of strength. King Qi Lechuan stood rooted, watching their retreating figures, a faint smirk playing on his lips. How audacious, he thought, if he had managed to vanquish the Ghost King once, he could certainly do so a second time. The four of them journeyed to a secluded yet exquisitely adorned residence. This was the Ghost King's mansion, a gift personally bestowed upon him by the King of Hell. Qi Lechuan's eyes widened. This place was far more secure than she had anticipated, and the rapid change in her circumstances left her momentarily dazed. Qi Lechuan, however, hurriedly began rummaging through drawers, and upon noticing Qi Lechuan's daze, scolded, "What are you dawdling about for? Move my antiques out, sell them for a good price, lest you remain a pauper." Qi Lechuan was left speechless. Not only did she find it hard to believe, but even the ox-head and horse-face were astonished. Was there truly such a dire shortage of funds? A little spirit flitted around the room, nearly lifting the floorboards as it unearthed treasures hidden for millennia, forming a small mountain of relics. I only took a few. Our chief family eyes that destitute, she murmured, her voice lacking conviction. What else can you do besides peddling your fortune-telling on the streets? How much can that earn? A beggaress fortune-teller, the little spirit retorted aggressively. She found herself at a loss for words. Since time immemorial, fortune-telling had entailed wandering the world, with the sky as a canopy and the earth as a mat, eking out a meager living wherever one went. She sat there, feeling out of place, retrieving a spiritwood hairpin from her ever-present cloth pouch, drawing a talisman to wear temporarily, masking her human essence. What are you sitting there for, you impoverished fortune-teller? Think of a way to take all this away, he ordered, pointing to the mountain of antiques with an imperious tone, his demeanor somewhat menacing. Qi Lechuan's lips twitched, irritated by his unreasonable demands. What did you say? He floated closer, glaring at her. This is the 18th layer of hell. Do you not recognize whose territory this is? Do you not understand the need to restrain oneself? Such nonsense, she shot back defiantly. Have you ever restrained yourself? He huffed arrogantly, crossing his arms. What need does a powerful ghost have for restraint? She fell silent, struggling to formulate a retort, instead gazing forlornly at the pile of treasures. Suddenly, Qi Lechuan's eyes glimmered mischievously, and she smirked. Figure out a way to take these antiques. I shall step out for a moment. Horseface, perceptive as he was, promptly fetched a garment for the Ghost King. The red pouch Qi Lechuan donned had once belonged to Qi Lechuan in her childhood. It had been destined for disposal, but Qi Ba had insisted it be preserved, adorning him like a chubby child of fortune, quite festive indeed. Though he feigned disdain, he had never shed it. Qi Lechuan casually donned the attire and paused at the door, turning to the oxhead and horseface with a grave tone. If I return and she is not here, I shall cast you both into the oil cauldron of hell. The oxhead and horseface nodded vigorously, assuring her that even if their souls were to scatter, they would ensure Qi Lechuan's survival. Qi Lechuan did not venture far. Her presence lingered around Qi Lechuan, alleviating the chill of the underworld's aura encroaching upon her. Qi Lechuan knelt, examining several treasures that were indeed of considerable value. Even a single item could warrant submission to the state. It seemed Qi Lechuan truly believed the Qi family to be impoverished. The Qi family only operated a small stall by the street, surviving on the sale of antiques and fortune-telling. Qi Ba had amassed little wealth throughout his life, yet it was sufficient for her to live comfortably. Meanwhile, Qi Lechuan gathered her clothing, floating in midair, observing the 10 Yama kings as they exchanged trivialities. They were merely curious about her prolonged absence, questioning why she was still alive, why she had not perished entirely. They buzzed around her like a swarm of flies, and Qi Lechuan, her ears ringing, coldly inquired, "Are you finished?"